Chapter 1 Luo Zhaoxuan Luo Xiaoyu. Year 1 of the War, Year 113. September 18th clear. Not morally clear, but swelteringly hot. The air warped beneath the heat waves. The vast expanse of the wilderness was no exception in the distance, arrowed cut through thousands, starkly out of place. Occasionally, a gust of wind would whoop up, raising clouds soft dust that obscured the Safi house belonging to the wilderness. A dark dot appeared on the road from afar, gradually enlarging, as Savicle sped past, the faint sound of pop music burleable. Tsk, why is it so blisteringly hot? The Senkov blood is rising tickly. Incideth a pickup truck, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, fanned himself vigorously, attempting to dispel some of the heat, while grumbling and glancing at the rearview mirror. Enough, loudly this cursed weather has been increasing, le bizarre let lie it's unbearably hot, three up, selfie goods, and jet back for hot shower. Beside him sat a man with a square face, frowning with a fierce demeanor, his expression dark yet youthful, as if it were morally fade. The truck carried a total of four individuals the complaining loud at the wheel, the square-faced man at the passenger seat, and Twitherson the box seat, their face obscured, rendering their genders indiscernible. Strangely, despoteth the sweltering heat, that wind the backward dressed in heavy black attire, draped in long trench coats that concealed their physical features, the faint hint of blood at the hem sitting to the oppressive atmosphere. The air condition in Jint the vehicle ways inadequate, necessitating go-pin windows knowethless, the interior remains to fling. Damn it, you too. I must say, Thrughout this journey, you've done ed the same tire both come and gone going or into ya hot? Just looking at ya makes overheated. Lao listone washers, his politeness minimal, his frustration direct to query that wind thee back, how are dressed so heavily in oppressivia, a sight that tways in it. Lowly, shut your mouth. The square-faced man admonished, revealing little Marethan his shared bewilderment at behavior of Tetwo. Lao Lai Morella scoffed, falling silent, no longer glancing at the rearview mirror, adopting the philosophy that Tautoff sight me and Tautoff mind. Hueza talost he sewer reared hands procured that great expense within thwite zone just moments ago, they had dealt with a particular lie troublesome a beast, and ish betet haditiof Tetwo, hinu beturthentum de line matters the Twerino, concern themery acto futteringa word dwazitstement to his overwhelming frustration after flungery. Were it not for the identityof his individual sashes employers, huud haveni vertered to speak up, for their combat prowess was sufficient to reduce into mere fodder. Meanwhile, that wind the back remains alent throughout, seated quietly, almost resembling life in a closer inspection. Theva hit Kalespit along, and within two shore towers, the towering kitty walls, in view. That was the infamous Rwanjiang city, known as the White Zone. Unlike other Waled cities, the White Zone nadnaguard satisgates, yet new nedered tavulati its rules. After all, the corpses oft he first troublemaker still dangled from Thul's howled be foolish enough to stir up trouble her? Furthermore, as the Inlayun official organization recognized Bithdahuanation, the White Zone newest relatively agreeable place at Torside boasting beautiful surroundings, comprehensive facilities, and relatively low risks, it was Sararigum. Well, when referring to low risks, it pertains to those supposed be beasts the human risks area and other matteral togather. Simultaneously, it served as the largest trading market, specializing in the commercio exotic beasts. Thothman yother industrious were conducted here, albeit discreetly. The propose of te group's journey ways indeed to Isfari place, with Thetwa cloaked figure acting gas mercenaries, while Lowly and the square-faced man were athere to self the pre-thed hunted. Upon arrival, the square-faced man visibly relaxed, his tension dissipating considerably. Evidently, hunting such a beast had fair exceeded he expectation soft both Lowly and the square-faced man, who had been in high alert for potential ambushes throughout Ernie. Their quarry way sacariture known as frost serpent, a beast of great veluid skin, perpetually icy, could be fashioned into clothing that kept in coal, serving Gasanic cell until for combating summer heat, requiring gon lie the simple to scoff sewing the serpents gon into the garments lining. The flesh possess a druff tresses stamp properties, providing refreshing chill with the bite, making jita most have delicacy all the during isn't. The serpent's gallbladder was particularly precious a high quality gallbladder could not on lie extend in s lifespan and titan theskin buddle soi. Frost serpents were scarce, their compatibilities exceptionally fierce, making encounter in the forest near lie impossible to hunt them, One most ventrado thefarnor thorally, heavily influence. The disparity was stark frost serpent soft hefarnorth were considerably weaker, and the quality of materials derived from them paled in comparison to the encounter red in the forest. Ta successfully hunt a frost serpent wasnas malfeet, and the contribution soft tet wo seat din but were indispensable. As for the notion of killing the employers and absconding, themistralibeting individuals within thwite zone aware the mercenaries, bound be thefenal closto ensure thy own safety while doing thyriot most to protect thy employers. After all, I think could not safeguard their lifey while conducting business sheer, how all diretto engage in such a trade? Lost in thought, the vehicle witst and tothi hartoff twite zone. Name. Ligua, Hayes Yongwagia. What a rethiset wudoing? Sir, the Syrier mercenaries, accompanying Gusta Zettel the final payment. Lowley, visibly impatient, found the procedural keksoff twite zonto bethemis tidious aspect of his visits, particularly as they would ultimately need to count the goods. However, being able to secure such to be in safe employment within thwite zoni indeed were antithetight liefer. The sir discerned lawless attitude, casting aside a long lens sought the four, and said nothing further, merely tapping gone estermil. What goods? Frost serpents, rockhorn rhinos, killing rabbits. Lao lirital da felistasif calling it a menu, will let sir begin to lying the quantities, inspecting the freshness on quality of the meat. 2 high-grade frost serpents, 5 rockhorn rhinos, 2 killing rabbits. Shall y offer you 500, 000? Up in hearing this, Laolis facely took with joy at the perspective such a sum. Yet young Wagia, standing beside him, was list hand satisfied while 500, 000 was substantial sufficient for twata purchasias Mohomian find abra the 12 frost serpents, Lord ha hires. Young Wagia stepped forward slightly, his bodai clipsing loudly. Hey. Disregarding Laolis' discontent, young Wagia offered a polite smile. Sir, these frost serpents are quitterare. Andisio can see, Varushada viruses wakot them exceptionally. The Serays Danibro, recognizing the implication behind young Wagia's word shuashinting that thequala timeret de depernegati tushin. Thezia unmanapir die outhfuel yet possessed a shrewdness had suggested wood notius a dire prophet. Thotha pondered these internally, his expression remained neutral, feigning gaslight distress. It's not hatai don twishto for you a higher price, but the upper management the set the pricey at 280, 000 each it puts in a difficult position. Up in hearing this, young Wagia smiled throughest potential for negotiation. Sir, were not greedy wary if t market vilyav frost serpent I ask for 260, 000 each one. The Sursmal din returned 280, 000 washes bottom line, but thalmic the upper management they'd actually offered ways in Jonas guess. Young Wagia's willingness stone negatiety indicate he weighs area sonable individual. Very well, that totals 620, 000 let's set Leathir. Sounds good. The sir smiled, asked young Wagia, while Lao listood be, somewhat bewildered. His mind was fixate on a thought. Less taken? One might think that just an extra 120, 000 was trivial, but thighs was no longer the year before the war. 12,000 nakutata to fortune. After concluding the transaction, the sir finally had to metergird that were mercenaries. Names. Luo Zhaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Zhaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu? The sir paused momentarily, turning his shade in disbelief to scrutinize the fellow before him. Who? Luo Zhaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu. Onio them removed her hood, revealing her true visage. She peered Tobi Ugerlof, 17 or 18, breathtakingly beautiful, with blue eyes slightly narrowed, her smile radiant as he captured the heart Sophie virulent. Chapter 2 Procurement of Supplies. Luo Zhaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu. Thajil Hohadrim moved her hood repeated, leaving Lao Lion Jiangweijia. However, beside processing the payment with their black hide cards, utterly astonished. Lao Levin swallowed hard, his atom sapple bobbing. Wow, suthasai swatlius beneath the dam. If I could marry her, it would worth a lifetime. Lao lickled and felt but curse, secret lia jurdo so thither looked like. Yang Yg stood beside equally shocked, rendered speechless Yang Wajiu assent the primio youth, and upon witnessing Theon Glady's reaction, have found a Tobano less pronounced than Thatal foldly he was brimming with vitality, nearly compelled to step forward Dan shower with attentions. Meanwhile, The gentleman before him trembled and he said, "What is it? Are you well? You seem to be shaking quite violently." Her melodious voice, as sweet and clear as the chirping of 100 birds, startled the gentleman to a shiver. "Nothing. Please, follow. And I shall settle your accounts." Thetwo followed this gentleman away, while young Wygie and Dold lit trailed behind days, as if they hadless thersowls, floating along aimlessly. "May I see your ride cards, please?" The figure in Hood, Hohud Remainsil and Tuntelnaw, finally stirred, producing an eyed card that was entirely different from young Wygie's. Young Wygie's card was dull, matte black, devoid of any embellishments in stark contrast. The hooded figure Violetta card of fast striking gauze way, adorned with a golden phoenix, its be clasping a chip the card exuded an air of sophistication for beyond young Wygie's plain blackguard. Upon seeing this, young Wygie was instantly drenched in cold sweat. "What's to tusted huppis? How to re-entertain thoughts off comparison? That is your card wasamething could never hope to acquire, even with a lifetime of effort." In the Great Hua Kingdom, the eyed card served as a symbol of finis identity. The black card denoted Thelo Estechelon, reserved Fort Hosa lacking both power and wealth. Third card indicated that Thebear either possessed the financial means to employ Simeonov Fred card, Caliber or Hadrid card strength themselves. There were also purple, blue, and green cards, each representing varying degrees of power. Thiolau card represented Wanderers, issued by the Wanderers Association, belonging Solelitothum. White card indicated modifications in his body, with the condition of needing at least card strength to escape it. Black cards limitations. The golden card symbolized military authority within the Great Kingdom. "Please remove your hood for identity verification." The hooded figure complied, revealing a guidentical to the tofty earlier young lady. Thof merely 17 or 18 years sold. Her piercing black eyes rendered a rudder la unitainable. Shekastacid alongland si Tiang Wygie and Doldly, exuding gonorrheo flow pressure a thats and tackle down young Wygie spine. The earlier young lady had been radiant and tan lovely, like a sprite descended from the heavens, whereas this figure maintained a stoic demeanor, resembling an ethereal being gunted mundane. Beep, verification 6 full honorable Lady Luo Zhaoxue. Welcome. These was the crux of the disparity. When young Wygie had his identity verified, there had been no such prompt. At this moment, young Wygie's mind was consumed by a thought uttered not voice. What business did Thizazura card holder have accepting Lotire assignments? Hadn't no for prowess. Why had her rushed back? Should no thave delvedi per instead? Initially, young Wygie had believed himself fortunate to encounter Twofrost serpents and successfuller solve it. His situation with them hate hot her profits from frost serpents swoody salai coveries expenses and il demodest gignette, heffend himself at a loss. Now, all young Wygie wished for was to traverse back to Themamin. That decided to return Anjave himself fair sounding slap. Witherush? Would a bit more boldness lead to his demise? Meanwhile, Luo Zhaoxu and Luo Zio Yuri oblivious to young Wygie's vivid internal monologue however, fever change in expressions in Luo Zhaoxu's face, akin to a painter's palette, did note scape Luo Zhaoxu with an observation. "Honorable lady, your remaining balance has been transferred to your account. Do you require any additional services?" Luo Zhaoxu shook her head, indicating she hadn't further business. Then turned to young Wygie, her crimson lips sparting slightly. "Next time, perhaps be a builder." It was sunky ear whether sure Fared to the prize soft frost serpent sore, earlier hesitation to venture deeper into the forest. With that, Shestra de way, with Luo Zio trailing behind, playfully sticking out their tongue, causing old lion young to fling of funies. Don't gawk, gentlemen refrained from thoughts up not entertained. At this juncture, the gentleman was finally able to speak normally, no longer trembling in apprehension. Human Saracorius creatures moments ago, had been aloof, Butupaneng countering something he wished Takamenton. He no longer cared for his own status, feeling compelled to share his thoughts list if I'm awake. Thus, the gentleman pinned up. Those atworphamous known as the living king softy white zone. Thagelman spoke with palpable trepidation, recounting the exploits of Teduito young Wygie and Doldly up in hearing the tales, both Minder when Asher breath. In summary, these Atwavirathian lie individuals who had brushed against the rules and emerged alive. Whisper circulate that they might even be a legitimate daughter soft he city lord. Of course, such discussions bore no relevance to sisters Luo Zhaoxu and Luo Xiaoyu. Sister, died to see the expression on hat dispatcher? Quite amusing, Luo Zhaoyu chirped, skipping alongside Luo Zhaoxue. Humengashir fool to the thought drew the attention officers. In contrast, Luoza maintained a cold demeanor, her face shrouded in deep thoughts, her focusal swear. Oh, Kamion, smiley a little. You're no acting like yourself. Observing Luo Zayok's persistent frown, Luo Zai bold lie approached Andraflet her sister share. Such familiarity weighs a rarity in this world, buttonly Luo Zai ordered to do so. Get off, fine. Still claim injure fine? You might as well have a Theskius Feling written on your fists. With that, Luo Zai Ufanale released her grip on Luo Zhaoxue. Her expression of dissatisfaction, clearly sensing something was being withheld from her. You wouldn't understand. Sure, so. What shall we do? Return to the safe house? No, first we need to purchase some storage capsules and stock upon provisions. Luo Zok swesfa grave. Trust me, even if nothing happens in Theend, stocking upon food disselways prudent. Erwissing galore savings for food? And for firearms. Luo Zai was puzzled be her sister Sidin Butov paranoia versen schwoke up thought morning. Luo Zaoxi had been acting strangely, as if she had been reborn from some apocalyptic narrative, insistent tongathering supplies had it not been for her sister clutching her tight line mumbling god phrases. Luo Zai might have it dismissed it as mere whimsy. As they bantered, that war arrived at a marketplace within the restricted zone, covering nearly a tenth of its area, situate in the bustling heart of the region. The market place lively, bustling with merchants while Afadan conversed on their entrance, however, off tea merchants glanced toward Themen immediate Lahis expression. Uncertain what initiated it, a voice scowled out, Miss Luo has arrived. In Mereminutes, near livery merchant and the first floor Wasaware of Tenuzanyanu ho cold glimpse Luo Zaoxiu. Turnet Hirgaze hairway, anxious to discern from her expression whether they would face a day of bitter losses. Yet, when they turned to look, they found Luo Zioyu waving Gatham the moment the lady and Luo Zaox's expression. Ackle ran through them. Luo Zaox west quinted highs, her featuresque curving like a crescent moon, casting galite la fou pon the crowd. Non-edered to meet their gaze, hoping she might spear a thim from air wrath to day. After all, Tob market be hair weighs a kintoadiad sentence. Ultimately, Nuni could escape a thefatov being squeezed drew Luo Zaoxu and Luo Zioyu left the marketplace, each clutching twabox's soft storage capsules, satisfaction written across their faces. Behind them, own lithe sound of flame minting merchants remained, forthest living king of bargains was relentless. Shucha failed to negate a favorable price, Schwood ficu with appetit fool stareth a twice impossible to endure. Even a phone managed to steel themselves against their gaze, Schwood swift lighter no nyawith alunai, that promisedum, Hermwood shifting faster than pages in a book, and over threat. Hakud withstand such pressure? Luo Zai Au fared slight libiter, knowing when to draw, but Lo Zaokfa was a kintoala cust plague, fully aware of T-market dynamics, consistent lid-driving price down at the acquisition point. Yet, one could not dare to challenge her beneath her seeming litimure demeanor lay in unyielding ferocity no new hodered provoke this living king would find themselves as severely injured. However, as the merchants exchange lances, witnessing the devastation of their stock, Essenzo find explicable relief washada. At least they were inothianly honesto suffer. Chapter 3. The Strange Dream. Luo, run. Luo Zhaoxue, you cannot escape. In the depths of slumber, Luo Zhaoxue suddenly opened her eyes, and a grotesque, twisted visage loomed before her. With an expressionless face, Luo Zhaoxue grasped the entity's face, forcefully pressing it to the ground and rubbing it. Run? Who is running? You wretched spirit have pursued me for so long without revealing your intentions. As she spoke, she tightened her grip, almost reducing the ghastly visage to ashes. Years of habituation had dulled her sense of fear towards such apparitions. What kind of terror could this possibly evoke? Before long, the contorted specter struggled and vanished, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Luo Zhaoxue then took a moment to scrutinize her surroundings. Towering skyscrapers surrounded her, yet they were in a state of disrepair. The walls were overrun with unidentifiable vines, resembling sinister serpents coiling around the edifices. Many structures bore gaping wounds, as if something immense had been wrenched away, or as though they had been smashed from within, creating uneven terrain that, from a distance, resembled small hills. Nearby, a street lamp flickered weakly, making a valiant attempt to illuminate the surrounding gloom. but only managing to stutter twice before fading. Moreover, an unsettling familiarity pervaded the atmosphere, though she could not quite place it. Luo Zhaoxue pinched her arm. The sensation of pain was dulled compared to reality. This world seemed rather benevolent. She gazed upward. The overcast sky allowed only a sliver of light to filter through, as if the clouds had devoured the sun, causing her eyes to sting with mere observation. A dream of apocalyptic wastelands. How long has it been since I last encountered such a vision? Let me seek out the first NPC in this realm. Muttering to herself, Luo Zhaoxue brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes. This dreamscape was a unique manifestation of her abilities, accompanying her for a considerable duration. Her successful ascension in ID card status was inextricably linked to this dream. Yet, she was unaware of its origin, as it had abruptly intruded into her life. The dream bore resemblance to a survival game, lasting merely 7 days, yet each fleeting moment felt akin to a purgatory on Earth. Should she meet her demise within this realm, she would endure the visceral sensation of death, even awakening to bear the weight of excruciating pain. The sole advantage lay in the fact that upon surviving the 7 days, she could inherit the techniques of the most formidable individual she encountered. The variety of dreams was astonishingly diverse, leading to an eclectic array of skills among the individuals she met: blades, firearms, polearms, axes, whips, hammers, and even modern weaponry. Luo Zhaoxue could claim proficiency in them all. Yet, no one knew the extent of her encounters with death throughout this time. Furthermore, while the techniques learned within the dream were exceptional, their application was contingent upon possessing the requisite physical attributes. Her current prowess at the blue level was undeniably a result of her diligent efforts. Traversing through the debris of destruction, Luo Zhaoxue noted that the sky had darkened considerably compared to earlier. Nightfall was imminent. However, she felt as though she had not traveled for long. At most, half an hour. Yet the surroundings had become nearly pitch black. What could be the reason for this? Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, followed by a tremor that shook the ground beneath her feet. Numerous small hills began to sway precariously, as though something colossal was on the move. Upon hearing this sound and feeling the rhythmic vibrations, Luo Zhaoxue's instincts heightened. This did not resemble the sound of a vehicle, but rather the movements of a titanic creature. Such beings were seldom seen even in the forbidden forest, regarded as apex predators. In an instant, Luo Zhaoxue grasped the potential threat level of this dream. Determined to discern the nature of the creature, Luo Zhaoxue leaped atop a pile of ruins, affording her a vantage point to observe. What she beheld sent a shiver down her spine. This was not fear but rather astonishment at the sight of something that defied her comprehension. Despite the distance, she could clearly discern the creature's massive form, approximately 3 to 4 stories high. With no part of its body appearing intact, portions of rotting flesh dangled precariously, swaying as it moved, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood and viscera. It conformed to Luo Zhaoxue's impression of a zombie. Yet this creature's size was staggering. With each step it took, the ruins beneath her quaked, as chunks of its decaying flesh fell away, trailing a long, grotesque smear. Indeed, she had not misidentified the source of the tremors. This behemoth was the cause. Clearly, this was not a foe she could confront without weaponry. Even her refined skills would amount to nothing against it. Resolutely, Luo Zhaoxue decided to retreat and return to her original objective, to locate the NPC. In dreams of this apocalyptic nature, NPCs held paramount importance. Typically, in such prolonged scenarios, NPCs existed in communal settings. By finding just one, Luo Zhaoxue could glean insights into the foundational combat capabilities of this dream. If she could acquire a weapon capable of countering that monstrosity, it would signify that survival was attainable. Otherwise, she would be left to cower in a corner for 7 days. Just as Luo Zhaoxue was about to depart, the creature let out a furious bellow. Hiss! Instinctively, Luo Zhaoxue covered her ears. Even at this distance, the creature's roar reverberated with deafening intensity. Had it found its prey? Curiosity piqued, she glanced back, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Good news. The first NPC had been located. Bad news. It appeared to be intent on slaying the creature as well. From such a distance, Coupled with the inexplicable haste of nightfall, Luo Xiaoxue could not ascertain the NPC's gender. All she could see was that the figure was clad in dark attire, seamlessly merging with the night, yet remarkably conspicuous, as they emitted a faint grayish-white glow, making it nearly impossible to overlook in this oppressive darkness. Standing not far from the colossal creature, they confronted it with an aura that rivaled the beast's own. Just as Luo Xiaoxue could barely make out the details, the creature's roar abruptly ceased. Though it had fallen silent, an inexplicable sense of foreboding enveloped Luo Xiaoxue. Instinctively, she glanced downward, witnessing a horde of zombies spilling forth from the crumbling buildings. Indeed, they were spilling forth, some losing limbs in the crush. Decaying flesh tumbling to the ground while blackened blood seeped everywhere. The zombies stumbled toward the giant zombie's position, as if this enigmatic figure had summoned them. This creature possessed intelligence. For a brief moment, Luo Xiaoxue found herself momentarily dazed. If this dream's combat capabilities were as formidable as they appeared, she would need to find refuge. At that moment, the skirmish concluded, shrouded in eerie silence. When Luo Xiaoxue raised her gaze again, the monstrous entity had been reduced to a wall smeared with blood. In the next instant, a chilling sensation coursed through her, as if an overwhelming dread had locked onto her very being. She observed the figure seemingly turning slowly, directing their gaze toward her. Though she could not discern their features clearly, Luo Xiaoxue instinctively knew she had been detected. Chapter 4. Luo Xiaoxue longed to flee. Yet her body remained paralyzed, as though an unseen force held her in place, compelling her to watch the figure's movements. A long-forgotten sense of helplessness struck her, evoking memories of her first experience in an apocalyptic dream. Where she had been devoured by zombies, however, despair did not consume her. While she dreaded the pain of death, it had become a familiar specter. After all, it was merely a dream, not the realm of reality. Dying would only bring discomfort for a night. It would not claim her life. The figure's pace was unhurried, exuding an air of tranquility, as if traversing an uninhabited domain. Despite the surrounding throng of zombies, none dared approach, all consumed by the grayish-white light radiating from them. Yet, the zombies continued their relentless advance, drawn toward the massive creature as if the figure made no sound. In mere moments, they stood before Luo Xiaoxue. Her pupils dilated in shock. The figure had crossed such a vast distance with just a few strides. You truly are persistent. What trickery is this that has rendered you so youthful? The figure spoke. Their voice refined and elegant, reminiscent of a dashing young gentleman. Yet their words left Luo Xiaoxue bewildered. What did it mean to be a lingering specter? Luo Xiaoxue remained silent, merely gazing at the figure before her. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he epitomized an unearthly handsomeness, arguably the most striking man Luo Xiaoxue had ever encountered. Their eyes met fortuitously, his pitch-black irises, as profound as the night sky, lending him an almost otherworldly allure. He regarded Luo Xiaoxue with a stoic expression, his gaze devoid of emotion, as if nothing in the world could stir his feelings. You must understand, at our level of existence, any pretense is utterly futile. He spoke in a language that Luo Xiaoxue could not comprehend, his words suggesting an unsettling familiarity. Luo Xiaoxue, puzzled, continued to observe him intently, prepared to take drastic measures to escape this dream should he exhibit any unusual behavior. For he appeared decidedly unhinged. What is it with you, an NPC in my dream, acting as if we share a close bond? The atmosphere grew strangely eerie. Moments later, the man uttered softly, "No, you are not her." Yet he shook his head, continuing to muse aloud, "But if you are not her, how could your mental fluctuations be identical?" After a brief contemplation, realization dawned upon him, and he murmured, "Could it be the dream's son?" This revelation rendered many things coherent. Luo Xiaoxue found herself unable to mask her astonishment. She had traversed countless dreams, yet none had been as bizarre as this one. However, she chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting further developments, for she was powerless to act at this juncture. No wonder, for the first time, emotion flickered in the man's otherwise impassive eyes as he scrutinized her. No wonder you could become the pioneer of humanity. Your dream son is indeed exceptional. However, you cannot survive here. Will you come with me? As he spoke, the man extended his hand toward Luo Zhaoxue, maintaining that gesture. What is the dream son? And what does it mean to be a pioneer? I cannot divulge that. I can only tell you the term dream son. Your abilities are too unique, and I cannot ascertain how much you would remember. Thus I cannot disturb the gears of history. Then how can you be so sure this was never meant to be part of fate? Luo Zhaoxue countered. Part of fate? Absolutely not, and I have some confidence in that, and of course, it is for my own sake. If you were to fully grasp the situation, I am certain you would seek me out once you escape. What would I want with you? You seem overly self-absorbed. Hesitantly, Luo Zhaoxue placed her hand upon his, attempting to rise, yet her words remained insistent. As the apocalypse approaches, most individuals awaken their abilities, and among the rarest is the awakening of spatial powers. The man explained patiently, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor as he assisted Luo Zhaoxue. His enigmatic rhetoric left her somewhat speechless. Was he attempting to subtly convey that he possessed spatial abilities, while also boasting about them? She silently scoffed, thinking of how her world, with its rapid technological advancements, had long since mass-produced spatial capsules, sparing him any feelings of inadequacy. As she stood, using his assistance to rise, a sudden surge of blade energy rushed towards the man's face, accompanied by a powerful gust that sent Luo Zhaoxue flying. Yet, she remained unfazed, as if an invisible force had steadied her in midair, preventing her from falling awkwardly. The newcomer glanced at Luo Zhaoxue with mild surprise, but quickly shifted focus on the other side. The man raised his hand to deflect the blade energy, the impact shattering the debris beneath him. He stood poised in midair, unperturbed by the absence of solid ground, one hand behind his back, the other clenched in a gentlemanly salute. Impressive, as expected of you. His voice, devoid of emotion, reached Luo Zhaoxue, who finally discerned the newcomer's features. In an instant, her mind faltered. There she stood, one hand resting on the sword sheath, the other wielding a tang knife, appearing as a formidable general on the battlefield, her crimson robe radiating a commanding beauty. Gazing at the simultaneously familiar and foreign visage, Luo Zhaoxue questioned her own perception. This woman embodied Luo Zhaoxue, yet was not entirely her. Perhaps she represented Luo Zhaoxue's past life, or rather, her life before that. The sight of this face unearthed distant memories, remnants of dreams that lingered in her mind. Humph, Luo Zhaoxue scoffed. I've tried every method to persuade you to join my base, yet seeing the past version of myself makes you lose composure. You lack superior combat power. I am more suited to being a lone wolf. Even without me, your base is sufficiently formidable, and you can lead it to survival. Teach. Always the same excuse, utterly tiresome. Luo Zhaoxue rolled her eyes, sheathing her knife and leaping down toward her past self. I shall not trouble you with that. I will safely navigate the Dream Sun on my own. You should attend to your own matters. Upon hearing this, the man refrained from further argument, appreciating Luo Zhaoxue's decision to forego entanglement, and offered her another gentlemanly bow before stepping away, each stride crushing swathes of zombies beneath his feet. Such a show-off, Luo Zhaoxue muttered, slowly approaching her past self. Standing face to face, they appraised each other. Luo Zhaoxue had visibly aged, appearing to be in her late 20s, far more mature than the version in Luo Zhaoxue's memory, though her features had not changed significantly. Suddenly, Luo Zhaoxue smiled and politely extended her right hand. A greeting. Hello, another me. Luo Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes, sensing that the other had uncovered something. Hence the reference to another me rather than my past self. Hello, another me. After the courteous exchange, a brief awkwardness ensued. Neither Luo Zhaoxue nor the other had anticipated this scenario. I had expected to resonate with my past self, Luo Zhaoxue admitted, scratching her head sheepishly. But it matters not. If we can resonate, it is fate. Since altering the past through deceit is impossible, we must accept our fates. However, what is your story? Have you been reborn? Luo Zhaoxue expressed her astonishment, questioning how the other could so casually mention such an unfathomable concept. Yet, Luo Zhaoxue chuckled heartily, exhibiting none of the gentleness she remembered. Don't look at me like that. It's quite obvious I went through the same process. I simply failed to die after my suicide. and then encountered this apocalypse. Then why seek out your past self? Upon hearing this question, Luo Xiaoxue adopted a more serious demeanor, an unbidden aura of menace radiating from her. If I am not mistaken, this dream is likely the final dream. Chapter 5. The future. This is probably the last dream, Luo Xiaoxue stated, suddenly lifting Luo Xiaoxue into her arms and leaping upward. Luo Xiaoxue could even catch a faint whiff of the mingled scent of blood and a delicate fragrance emanating from her, which, surprisingly, was not unpleasant. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue instinctively resisted, as she had never been held by anyone, at least not while conscious. However, Luo Xiaoxue's movements were too swift. Before she could react, they had already landed atop a tall building. Set down, Luo Xiaoxue stood at the building's edge, surveying the chaos below. The world was now scarcely populated with intact structures. Ruins dominated the landscape, while zombies roamed among the debris, remnants of the man's devastation staining the ground in a gruesome manner. Similar scenes unfolding in unseen corners. Beneath the rubble lay the remnants of a once glorious civilization, a life that had known peace and comfort. Do you see this devastation? It is vastly different from the dreams you have experienced before. Indeed, past dreams, no matter how brutal, were manageable. There were no instances of traversing the air or exhibiting such exaggerated lethality achievable by mere human effort. Each dream was tailored to Luo Xiaoxue's physical capabilities. Ensuring her survival was challenging yet feasible. After my failed suicide, I dreamt that very day of the future. Not the present, but a distant future. In that vision, humanity was nearly extinct, zombies roamed freely, and strange beasts lurked. With humanity struggling to survive in the crevices, I met my demise merely the following day. However, upon dying, I was not subjected to the dream's punishment. Instead, I obtained all the techniques of the sole human I encountered in that dream. It was then that I first comprehended the true purpose of dreams. On the 5th day after awakening, the apocalypse erupted. Thus, I surmise that this is your final dream. 5 days after you awaken, the world shall undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Why? I am no longer an inhabitant of Earth. It is due to the dream. It seems that, in order to grant Luo Xiaoxue some time to react, she did not hasten to continue speaking, but rather responded to herself with a question. What do you believe a dream to be? A form of power? A gift? A trial bestowed upon you by the heavens? None of these. It is the inception of the apocalypse, the starting point of all annihilation. Every world you have traversed is but the curtain fall of an era. In an instant, Luo Xiaoxue recalled the dreams that left a profound impression on her. She was indeed correct, for each dream belonged to a time of turmoil, reminiscent of the ancient dynastic changes. Were it not so, her mortality rate might not have been so distressingly high. My last experience was the demise of Earth. Yet after my failed attempt at suicide, I no longer wished to die. I fought with all my might to survive and establish a base. Currently, everything appears to be progressing favorably, but I am acutely aware that this is merely a facade. For far more terrifying entities have yet to descend, I must strive to grow stronger. A few years ago, I sensed your dreams in a vague manner. It was a peculiar feeling, as every midnight my spiritual energy would be stirred. I thought it was the remnants of my past self, thus I endeavored daily to resonate with you. Yet only today did I succeed, though I did not anticipate that you would arrive here several hours later. I believed I had a sufficient understanding of dreams. Luo Xiaoxue felt a tinge of melancholy, for since the advent of the apocalypse, she had not confided her thoughts to anyone for quite some time. Why must one resonate with the past? What do you hope to alter through it? Luo Xiaoxue shook her head. I have never contemplated utilizing the past for any purpose. Luo Xiaoxue is an independent entity. Perhaps she is merely another version of herself from a different timeline, with all memories of this version stemming from the dreams. Thus, upon first sight of Luo Xiaoxue, she was uncontrollably reminded of bygone memories. The present Luo Xiaoxue can be said to be perfectly influenced by the new world, educated by dreams, accustomed to a life of decisiveness and slaughter, unlike the former Luo Xiaoxue, who had personally traversed a peaceful era only to encounter the apocalypse. In her heart, only Luo Xiaoyu and her interests reigned supreme. Should her interests conflict with Luo Xiaoyu, Luo Xiaoxue would eliminate the source of that conflict, I am now vastly stronger than that person in the dream. If it mirrors my own techniques, supplemented by my reminders, perhaps my past self could have avoided such a tragic fate. At this juncture, Luo Xiaoxue appeared visibly saddened, as if recalling something. She briefly revisited her memories from that time, discovering that she had not encountered anyone worthy of such sorrow. Perhaps this is the fate that diverges from different choices. Had I not resonated with you, you might have witnessed the demise of your civilization. While this may seem somewhat unfair to you, we are here now, are we not? Luo Xiaoxue then burst into a hearty laugh, appearing harmless and reminiscent of a lively, cheerful neighborly elder sister. However, I regret to inform you that I cannot disclose matters pertaining to the apocalypse. As the world has changed and the nature of the apocalypse may differ, I would inadvertently influence your judgment. I wholeheartedly concur. Are you usually this taciturn? Luo Xiaoxue abruptly shifted the topic, pondering whether she had always been so reclusive. Luo Xiaoxue merely cast a sidelong glance at her interlocutor, tilting her head as she inquired, "Can one's transformation truly be so profound?" "Ha ha, primarily, one must seek amusement amidst the apocalypse." Luo Xiaoxue awkwardly scratched her head, her face slightly flushed. How vexing it is to be mocked by a child, even if that child was once herself. Despite Luo Xiaoxue currently appearing to be in her late 20s, her actual age is already 33. In her memory, she had chosen to end her life at the age of 20. This implies that Luo Xiaoxue has endured 13 years of the apocalypse. A significant change in character is thus quite reasonable. It indicates that she has forgotten that tragic past and emerged from the shadows of her former life. Well then, having said all that, upon your return, take heed. After this day, not just you, but perhaps everyone will be unable to dream. Remember to engage in some activities to alleviate stress. This is the only piece of advice I can offer you. Farewell. With that, Luo Xiaoxue gently patted her own back. Then, Luo Xiaoxue experienced the exhilarating thrill of bungee jumping for the very first time. It was thrilling, swift, and devoid of pain. I would rate it a 5-star experience. If only Luo Xiaoxue had not felt her body explode just before losing consciousness. Chapter 6. Preparedness is key in the early morning. The ground lay tranquil, the wilderness graced by a gentle breeze carrying warmth and dust, painting the sky a muted yellow. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly awoke with a start, not feeling that familiar sense of suffocation or pain. Her expression darkened, and her aura diminished, akin to a university student attending an early morning lecture. The familiar sensations did not wash over her. Everything seemed to align with what the dream version of Luo Xiaoxue had spoken of, perhaps. Indeed, the apocalypse would arrive in 5 days. Luo Xiaoxue did not rush to ascertain whether she had gleaned anything from the dream version of herself. Instead, she quietly rose to prepare breakfast. Even as she laid the meal on the dining table, a sense of disorientation lingered, as if this breakfast were particularly effortless to prepare. Could it be a replication of something peculiar? That Luo Xiaoxue did not seem like someone who would cook. Yet, she did not dwell on it. Regardless of what had been replicated, survival was paramount, and as long as she could keep Luo Xiaoyu alive, that was enough. That it appeared that a trip to the White Zone was in order today. Along with the opportunity to accept a commission, Luo Xiaoxue mused, not thinking too deeply, and finished her share of breakfast. After preparing a portion for Luo Xiaoyu in a thermos, she entered her study. Gazing at a leisurely hunting task on the commission board, lost in thought as the outline of her plans for the coming days began to take shape. Returning to her room, she observed Luo Xiaoyu still peacefully asleep. Gently pinching her cheek as she softly said, "Time to get up. The commission has been accepted." Back in the timeline, Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu returned laden with spoils, content as they exited the White Zone. Standing at the city gate, Luo Xiaoxue had Luo Xiaoyu trailing behind her. The day was still young. Luo Xiaoxue did not wish to return to the safe house just yet. Moreover, she still had a considerable amount of savings. Even if the money ran out, she could always earn more. At worst, she could accept a few tasks that led deep into the forbidden forest. However, if the apocalypse arrived, money would merely be virtual numbers on an ID card, devoid of real significance. Thus, Luo Xiaoxue resolved to head to the nearest walled city to explore the marketplace. Contemplating this, she retrieved a box of capsules, containing approximately 20 capsules of various colors. red, blue, and yellow. Each hue served a distinct purpose, yet all were crammed within the box, showcasing Luo Xiaoshua's substantial financial resources and the abundance of supplies within the white zone. With 4 large boxes of provisions, it could be said that Luo Xiaoshua had no immediate worries about food and drink. Taking one of the capsules, she tossed it aside. With a soft pop, a small cloud of white mist emerged. As the smoke dissipated, a modified off-road vehicle appeared before Luo Xiaoshua, adorned with the exclusive emblem of the white zone. Those bearing such a mark could navigate the white zone with relative ease. The capsule container served as a control device for the capsules, bindable to one's terminal. Only the owner could open it, and to share the capsules with others, one merely had to unbind the capsule. Currently, the most advanced terminals were the contact lenses worn by the 2 of them. This small disc represented the pinnacle of contemporary technology. It was a thin layer affixed to the lens, causing no side effects, and could be worn as regular contact lenses without any issues. As for its underlying principles, Luo Xiaoshua had no interest in delving into, as long as it proved convenient. That sufficed. The capsules were roughly the size of a thumb, featuring a button in the center and a small hole on the white end. The operation was straightforward. Those with the latest terminals needed only to select the desired item on the terminal, and the capsule would automatically dispense it. If one lacked a terminal, a small button on the back could be pressed, revealing a virtual screen from which items could be selected. The distinction lay in the former allowing pre-selection while the latter necessitated real-time choices. And the selection process was public. Of course, a more direct method existed. Simply tossing it, prompting the capsule to release all contained supplies automatically. Thus, there was the amusing sight of Luo Xiaoyu stifling laughter while Luo Xiaoshua searched for the capsule beneath the vehicle. How absurd. Why not return home directly, but venture to Mengdu instead? In the vehicle, Luo Xiaoyu, with a small bag perched atop her head, muttered her dissatisfaction. Mengdu is the most distinguished high-walled city in the Great Hua Kingdom, renowned for its exceptional forging craftsmanship, from which nearly all advanced technicians emerge. Within its confines lies a prestigious university dedicated to nurturing imaginative and talented blacksmiths. The distance to the White Forbidden Zone is considerable. Situated in the southern part of the kingdom's central region, a drive takes approximately 6 hours, even in a straight line. Venturing through the wilderness poses significant risks to a vehicle's tires, hence most individuals adhere strictly to the roads, though Luo Xiaoshua is not among them. These roads were constructed years ago to circumvent vast forested areas, which have since been decimated by war, resulting in a global climate crisis that has rendered most greenery into desolate wasteland. Presently, the only remaining vegetation in the Great Hua Kingdom is found in the northern territories, the Forbidden Forest, and the perilous western grasslands. Luo Xiaoshua cast a sidelong glance at the bag on Luo Xiaoyu's head, unable to suppress a smile. With a substantial sum of money still available, a trip to Mengdu for upgrading equipment and weaponry was imperative. After all, the existence of firearms does not negate the production of ammunition, and many new types of bullets seem quite effective. However, there will inevitably be moments when ammunition runs out. Cold weapons are the true means of survival, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Though she dared not voice this thought, Luo Xiaoyu pouted, silently ruminating. All right, the new gauntlets I reserved for you have been completed. The transformation series will also purchase some additional items. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu's interest piqued, and she turned to inquire how long until their arrival. Yet, before the words could escape her lips, she spotted an off-road vehicle speeding towards them from the side. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoshua, intending to ruffle Luo Xiaoyu's hair, momentarily lost focus and failed to notice an armored vehicle hurtling towards them. Sister! Watch out for the car. Look out! Luo Xiaoshua's reaction was swift. She began maneuvering the vehicle almost instantaneously as Luo Xiaoyu's warning left her mouth. The screeching of brakes pierced the air as the vehicle skidded forward at an angle, ultimately grazing the front headlight as the armored vehicle barreled past, the tremendous impact sending them sliding a short distance before coming to a near topple. Shaken, Luo Xiaoyu flung open the car door, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but was restrained by Luo Xiaoshua. The vehicle continued its reckless charge, showing no intent to halt or apologize for nearly colliding with them. What the heck? Sister, don't hold me back. That was clearly an attempt on our lives. If it weren't for Luo Xiaoshua's intervention and the vehicle's speed, Luo Xiaoyu would have ensured the driver learned a lesson about the prowess of the purple card. Gripping Luo Xiaoyu's arm, Luo Zhaoxue was preoccupied with another thought. In that fleeting moment as the vehicle passed, she seemed to glimpse the driver slumped over the steering wheel. Surely, one would engage the autopilot before succumbing to slumber. This vehicle had clearly veered off the road. Who drives like that? For a moment, Luo Zhaoxue feared it was targeting them. But if it were a sniper attack, there should have been bullet holes in the windows. She found herself perplexed. After some contemplation, Luo Zhaoxue decided it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, especially given the urgency of the situation. 5 days is hardly a reliable time frame, and she must arm herself and Luo Xiaoyu as swiftly as possible. Stop cursing. That driver is either asleep or deceased, slumped over the wheel without a hint of movement. Moreover, you can't catch up to that vehicle, she said, forcibly guiding Luo Xiaoyu back into the passenger seat. Time is of the essence. Let us expedite our journey to Mengdu to procure weapons. Luo Xiaoyu, fuming in the passenger seat, voiced her discontent. Just let me not encounter them again, Luo Zhaoxue shrugged indifferently. Convinced they would not cross paths again, the vehicle resumed its journey, and fortunately, the remainder of the route unfolded without incident, save for Luo Xiaoyu dozing off midway. Luo Zhaoxue thought little of it. Dozing off while driving is a common occurrence. However, when she found herself unable to rouse the slumbering Luo Xiaoyu, the realization struck her that her actions had indeed been too sluggish. Chapter 7. The beginning of the cataclysm. By the time they reached Mengdu, night had already fallen. Luo Xiaoyu lay peacefully asleep in the passenger seat, prompting Luo Zhaoxue to refrain from disturbing her slumber and instead ventured alone to retrieve their weapons. Of course, a few connections facilitated this. Otherwise, no one would have waited for Luo Zhaoxue so late into the evening. The streets bustled with activity, and Luo Zhaoxue had not anticipated any trouble. Yes, she gazed at the throngs entering and exiting Mengdu. Visions of the crumbling ruins from her dreams surfaced in her mind. Collapsed buildings, the ground devoid of a single intact foothold. She shook her head, casting aside such thoughts. No one would credibly believe in such absurd doomsday scenarios. And besides, life now hardly differed from an apocalypse. Xiaoyu, wake up, we arrived. You can sleep once we reach the room. Xiaoyu, calling her name twice yielded no response, prompting Luo Zhaoxue to shake her gently. Yet still, there was no answer, and a frown creased her brow. Had the inevitable finally occurred? The unexpected had indeed come, yet Luo Zhaoxue remained calm, simply lifting Luo Xiaoyu into her arms, securing the vehicle, and carrying her to the prearranged room. Once Luo Xiaoyu was settled, she carelessly tossed a chair by the window and leaned against it, observing the outside world. Thanks to Luo Zhaoxue's robust constitution, she could forego sleep for several days without feeling fatigued. However, mental exhaustion still necessitated rest. If fatigue set in, she could simply meditate to regain her energy. This was a skill gleaned from one of her dreams, allowing her to adjust her state to be optimally prepared for combat, keeping her muscles engaged and her spirit rejuvenated, ideal for keeping vigil. At precisely midnight, a commotion erupted outside. Exercising caution, Luo Zhaoxue refrained from switching on the room's light and stood at the window, silently observing the unfolding chaos. She had misjudged the rapidity of the impending apocalypse, even entertaining the notion that she might have been overly anxious. Yet, without warning, the catastrophe erupted, and she had distanced herself from the forbidden forest at the first opportunity. Her greatest fear was that this inexplicable disaster could adversely affect the aberrant beasts, making the white forbidden zone anything but safe. Though her astonishment, merely the first night had passed, and people were already succumbing to slumber. Would they awaken to a horde of zombies in the morning? Luo Zhaoxue was uncertain. Would Luo Xiaoyu become one of the undead? She did not know. All she could do was remain by Luo Xiaoyu's side. Prepared for the worst, on the streets, vehicles collided in chaotic disarray, with pedestrians tumbling to the ground, creating a scene of utter bedlam. Yet no one called for help, as if, in an instant, everyone but Luo Zhaoxue had succumbed to sleep. Gradually, silence enveloped the surroundings, and not a single soul remained active, though the lights burned brightly. Mengdu was known as the city that never sleeps, owing to its advanced technology illuminating the night. However, this illumination now filled Luo Zhaoxue with dread. She questioned the correctness of her decision. Had she opted to venture into the wilderness with Luo Xiaoyu, the terrifying natural disaster might have consumed them entirely. Alternatively, they could have safely weathered the night. Standing before the window, she pondered. What would the world be like after tomorrow? Despite Luo Xiaoshua's preparations, she couldn't help but pause momentarily upon contemplating the situation. In the past, when she experienced such scenarios in her dreams, she thought little of them, for they were merely figments of her imagination. Yet, when calamity truly struck in her reality, she found herself momentarily disoriented. After tomorrow, order would cease to exist, laws would be rendered meaningless, and the darker facets of humanity would be laid bare. This could be aptly termed a catastrophe. Luo Xiaoxue silently retreated to the sofa, once more regulating her breathing. There was nothing she could do but stay by Luo Xiaoyu's side. The night passed in silence. At 6 in the morning, Luo Xiaoxue slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Luo Xiaoyu showed no signs of awakening, her body convulsing violently, her expression utterly contorted. Time and again, Luo Xiaoxue pressed down on Luo Xiaoyu, but ultimately, she had no choice but to retrieve a rope from the capsule and secure Luo Xiaoyu to the bed. Fearing she might bite her tongue, she even stuffed a handkerchief into her mouth. After a while, Luo Xiaoyu's condition began to stabilize, her complexion softening considerably, and Luo Xiaoxue was astonished to discover that Luo Xiaoyu's muscles appeared even more toned. Thus, she momentarily set her mind at ease, quietly awaiting Luo Xiaoyu's awakening. Another 4 hours passed, yet Luo Xiaoyu remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, on the streets, a few scattered individuals had begun to awaken, and upon witnessing the chaotic scene around them, they panicked and chose to call for help. A handful of others decided to leave the area, seemingly having noticed something. The remaining group continued their efforts to assist those who still had breath in them. Unbeknownst to Luo Xiaoxue, while the number of people awakening on the streets was increasing, far more had vanished as if they had evaporated into thin air. For the past 4 hours, Luo Xiaoxue had been fixated on the information from the Great Hua Nation, hoping to glean some understanding of the external circumstances through official channels. However, to her disappointment, even the government of Great Hua had yet to make any announcements. As noon approached, just when Luo Xiaoxue was at a loss, the government finally released a notification, urging those who had awakened to secure their doors and windows, and to maintain a safe distance from those who remained unconscious. It was unclear whether this was to protect the still unconscious or those who had already awakened. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in Luo Xiaoshua's vision. Your friend, Fatty, requests a called. Do you accept? Stunned, Luo Xiaoxue wondered why this fellow, who hadn't contacted her in ages and had only been in touch with Luo Xiaoyu, was reaching out to her first this time. She accepted the call. As soon as the connection was established, a slightly overweight young man, clad only in shorts and bare-chested, appeared on her screen, surrounded by scattered clothing on the floor. He looked to be around 17 or 18, with a chubby face that almost invited a playful pinch. You glutton, what kind of mischief are you up to? Luo Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow. The boy seemed taken aback, clearly not expecting the call to go through, and hurriedly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and chuckled. Sister Shui, I thought you wouldn't answer my call. Why would I not answer? It's you who rarely calls me. Luo Xiaoxue feigned a pout, her voice sweetly languid, tugging at the heartstrings. She noticed Fatty visibly shudder. Whoa, Sister Shui, can you tone it down? I'm scared. You always beat me up when you pull this stunt. With a resigned smile, Luo Xiaoxue regained her composure, only joking around with Luo Xiaoyu and this boy at so. What's the matter? Right. Your act might fool others, but as your childhood friend who you've beaten up since we were little, I know you too well. Enough with the banter. Just tell me what's going on. Wah, Sister Shui. I woke up to find my arm all red, and when I looked in the mirror, I saw my whole body was red, especially around the veins. Though you think I've contracted some incurable disease. How could this glutton's mood shift so rapidly? Calm down. Describe it to me carefully. You're all red, and then what? Any other sensations? Well, I feel really hungry. Have you eaten anything since you got up? No, go eat something, then call me if anything else comes up. Got it. Luo Xiaoxue pinched her brow. This glutton truly was her nemesis, and she felt a headache coming on. What about your parents? She felt the need to check on Fatty's parents. After all, it was their protection as civil servants that helped her and Luo Xiaoyu through their most trying times after her own parents passed away. During that period, Luo Xiaoxue had yet to acquire the ability to protect Luo Xiaoyu on her own. Thus, she was immensely grateful to Fatty's parents. One could say they bestowed upon her and Luo Xiaoyu a second chance at life. There was a brief silence on the other end. I don't know. Since I woke up, I haven't been able to reach my mom and dad. Just wait. Once Xiaoyu wakes up, we'll come find you and then go look for your parents. What's wrong with Xiaoyu? Upon hearing Luo Xiaoyu's name, Fatty's voice grew noticeably anxious, even more so than when he had been nonchalant about his own condition earlier. However, Luo Xiaoxue didn't dwell on it. After all, this boy was full of tricks. Who knew if he genuinely cared about Luo Xiaoyu? Nothing serious. She seems to be recovering with some rest. I also just woke up. Do you think? Fatty paused, seemingly in deep thought. Did you guess it? Am I going to become a superhero? I really shouldn't expect any pearls from your swine. Luo Xiaoxue rubbed her forehead, exasperated by his whimsical nature. All right, if you encounter any problems, call me. I need to keep an eye on Xiaoyu's condition. I can't afford to chat for too long. With that, the person on the other end finally adopted a more serious tone. Okay, when Xiaoyu wakes up, you must come over. I'm really worried about my parents. After hanging up, the projection vanished, and Luo Xiaoxue fell into deep contemplation once more. Although the Great Hua government had issued a notification, it failed to clarify what was actually happening, indicating their own uncertainty regarding the situation. Nevertheless, they had swiftly made a judgment. One could hardly fault them for that. Yet, it was doubtful they had enough personnel to manage all the cities. Who knew how many people would mutate and how many would perish after this dream? She would have to rely on herself. Finding a way out of Mingdu was now of paramount importance. Chapter 8. What must come will come. It was indeed strange. The captain of the rescue squad muttered. What's strange, Captain? What do you mean? Beside him, a rookie soldier was diligently aiding a victim trapped under a vehicle. He felt remarkably better today. After awakening, not only did he feel invigorated, but he also seemed to possess greater strength, lifting the car with relative ease. Where have all the people from this massive traffic accident gone? The rookie, still lost in his own world, casually replied to the captain, I thought it was an autonomous driving malfunction that caused the collision. Turns out someone was actually driving. As he spoke, the captain opened the door of an undamaged vehicle and pointed to its electronic display, where the indicator for autonomous driving was not illuminated. Look, these vehicles weren't even set to autonomous mode. The captain stood there, deep in thought, recalling how many duty personnel he hadn't seen that morning. However, given the gravity of the incident, it was understandable that they hadn't shown up for work. Thus, the captain hadn't thought much of it at the time. After all, he was merely following orders, and such matters were not for him to comment on. Yet now, the captain had begun to sense that this situation was far from simple, although many citizens were spontaneously attending to the accident scene. The street had nearly been cleared. Surveying the area, the captain seemed to have an epiphany, a chilling sensation coursing through him. Meanwhile, standing by the window, Luo Xiaoxue whispered softly, "They vanished." The time was now 3:52 in the afternoon, and Luo Xiaoyu showed signs of awakening. Luo Xiaoxue had stood at the window all afternoon, watching as people began to awaken on the streets and started to manage the so-called traffic accident. Though the government had issued a notice to secure doors and windows, many people still ventured out to assist the rescue team, and Luo Xiaoxue finally realized that the disparity in numbers between those who had awakened and those rescued was staggering. During this time, Luo Xiaoxue had not been idle. She had inquired with Fatty about the situation in Suiwen City, which mirrored that of Mengdu almost perfectly. Understanding this, she surmised that reaching Suiwen City would not be a simple task. Trouble was brewing. These people had begun to realize that individuals were missing. Where had those who vanished gone? Were they still alive? Could they have transformed into other monstrous beings? The whereabouts of Luo Xiaoxue remain uncertain. The only certainty is that if one wishes to leave the city, now is the time to do so. If they delay, chaos may ensue, rendering escape impossible. With this thought, Luo Xiaoxue withdrew her gaze from the window, no longer looking outside, and instead focused intently on Luo Xiaoyu, silently calculating how long it would take her to escape the city if she were to run at full speed. Just then, after a long day of sleep, Luo Xiaoyu finally stirred awake. Where am I? Ugh, my head hurts. With a slight daze, she opened her eyes. The dimly lit room greeted her, with a sliver of sunlight streaming through the window, obstructed by a person standing nearby. Sister, this room is so dark. Why isn't the light on? Luo Xiaoyu rubbed her eyes, feeling a bit disoriented from her prolonged slumber. Suddenly, her movements halted, and she incredulously rubbed her eyes again. Did I really sleep until 4 in the afternoon? She turned to Luo Xiaoxue, seemingly seeking confirmation. Luo Xiaoxue sighed softly. I've been watching over you since yesterday. How do you feel? Only then did Luo Xiaoyu notice some changes in her body. Tentatively, she threw a few punches, her expression betraying her delight. It had been a long time since she experienced such a comprehensive enhancement. Being awarded a purple card indicated that her body had reached the limits achievable by ordinary individuals. A select few had mastered methods to transcend those limits, while others opted for gene injections to enhance themselves. However, such drugs typically had side effects, lacking the stability of Luo Xiaoxue's self-achieved breakthroughs. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue felt a sense of joy as well. She had long struggled to assist Luo Xiaoyu in making that final leap. Listening to the sounds of Luo Xiaoyu's bones cracking as she executed her moves, Luo Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable paternal pride. For some reason, the techniques learned from her dreams were effective on herself, but when imparted to Luo Xiaoyu, they only enhanced her physical coordination. As the final move concluded, Luo Xiaoyu exhaled a breath of relief. Feeling utterly comfortable in a sudden burst of energy, she leaped into Luo Xiaoxue's embrace, affectionately nuzzling against her. With an expression of disdain, Luo Xiaoxue pushed Luo Xiaoyu away. You're all sweaty, don't rub against me. Clean yourself up. We need to find Xiaopeng Dado? We're going to find the fatty? Luo Xiaoyu, previously reluctant, was instantly invigorated, pulling Luo Xiaoxue towards the exit. Meanwhile, in the chaos outside, a man from the rescue team frantically searched the streets, murmuring, "Not here, not here." Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. The man turned in surprise, only to find another rescuer, his expression darkening as he shook his head repeatedly. Dude, what are you looking for? It's gone. It's gone. What is gone? It's gone. It's gone. The man was nearly delirious, having just moments ago been jovial with those around him. Hey, what's wrong with you? The newcomer noticed the man's face had turned pale and began to shake him, attempting to bring him back to his senses. Suddenly, the man convulsed violently, prompting the newcomer to hoist him up and sprint towards the temporary rescue center set up along the street. Help! Help! We have an injured person. The staff at the makeshift rescue center reacted swiftly. Within moments of the shout, four individuals clad in white emerged, carrying a stretcher and saluting the newcomer. Just as they were about to set the man down, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The man suddenly bit down on one rescuer's right hand. What the hell? Are you crazy? He yelled. The man howled, struggling to break free from the grasp of the rescuer, and then lunged at a nearby medical worker, sinking his teeth into their neck. Blood gushed forth in an instant. A piercing scream shattered the previously serene atmosphere of the street. Around them, people began to convulse before rising to attack those nearby, plunging everyone into a state of panic. In the midst of the chaos, one figure stepped forward. Bang! A gunshot echoed as a bullet struck the back of one of the transformed individuals. It was the team leader, who had witnessed the entire scene and understood what had led to this transformation. Guard team, assemble. Everyone, gather around the guard team. However, amidst the cacophony of screams, his voice was drowned out, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness. Just as he was issuing commands, a pale-faced individual appeared behind him, dressed similarly to the guard team. It was the young soldier who had been lost in his own world moments before. Roar! A guttural cry filled the air as blood slowly soaked into the ground. Chapter 9. Leaving the city. By the time the two sisters emerged, chaos reigned. People were tearing at one another. Yet it was not like the zombies depicted on television. Those bitten did not transform into mindless creatures. Instead, they would become weak, lacking the strength to resist, yet retaining some awareness as they watched themselves being devoured by the mutated beings. After their internal organs were consumed, they would slowly rise, joining the ranks of the mutated. but rather than attacking the living, they would seek out the next target after killing. Those who died in this manner would also transform into the mutated if not consumed within a certain time frame. Developing an insatiable hunger, it was a vicious cycle. Moreover, it seemed that only those who were bitten would become infected, implying that the mutated carried a virus in their saliva. But where did this virus originate? Luo Zhaoxue pondered these possibilities. The sisters hid behind the entrance of the inn, observing the surroundings. Luo Zhaoxue pulled Luo Xiaoyu aside, selecting equipment from a capsule. Witnessing the streets awash in blood made Luo Xiaoyu uneasy. Although she had taken lives before, it had always been in life-or-death moments. This level of brutality was unprecedented, causing her stomach to churn and her face to drain of color. Oh my God! Are they eating people? Her voice trembled slightly. At that moment, a shadow darted towards Luo Xiaoyu's neck. Still feeling nauseous, she was oblivious to the approaching threat. In a split second, Luo Zhaoxue executed a side kick, sending the assailant sprawling, and her handgun, which she had grasped without realizing, erupted in flames. The bullet struck true, piercing the assailant's eye, and with a sickening splatter, blood and matter flew everywhere. Gazing upon the ghastly visage stained with blood and the gory teeth of the assailant, Luo Xiaoyu covered her mouth, shaken by fear. Record, Day 1. The onset of the mutation. It appears that the transformed carry a neurotoxin. Those bitten lose their ability to resist and become mere fodder. As she spoke, Luo Zhaoxue tossed a handgun to Luo Xiaoyu, along with a blue-purple gradient wristband. Simultaneously, her terminal logged her words as notes, a habit of hers. Bind the wristband to the terminal. There's no time for you to adjust slowly. If we don't leave now, we might never get the chance. Fully armed, Luo Zhaoxue held a saber in one hand and a pistol in the other, her demeanor calm as she surveyed the situation outside, as if she had faced such scenes countless times before. Hurry, don't dawdle. The chaos is just beginning, and we still have a chance to escape. If we wait too long, we might be trapped here forever. Sister, will Auntie and the others also become like this? A heavy silence enveloped them, and Luo Zhaoxue took a deep breath before exhaling slowly. I don't know. That's why we need to see for ourselves. Isn't it? Yes, indeed. We must go and take a look. In just a few exchanges, Luo Xiaoyu suppressed her fear. After all, she hailed from the White Zone. If she couldn't conquer her fear, she would have perished long ago in the Forbidden Forest. Now, she merely needed to treat these mutated beings as beasts and killers. Luo Xiaoyu engaged in a mental pep talk, urging herself to remain in peak condition. Luo Zhaoxue, who had been observing the outside, noticed that most of the mutated beings were gathered around a female mutant. Although she was uncertain of their intentions, she recognized that this was undoubtedly the best opportunity to flee. Stay close to me. Luo Zhaoxue softly reminded Luo Xiaoyu, then dashed forward, with Luo Xiaoyu closely trailing behind. Just as Luo Xiaoyu stepped onto the first vehicle, an eerie hissing sound emanated from behind. She glanced back to see a man being devoured by mutated beings. His right hand was half gone, with one creature gnawing at his arm and another tearing at his thigh, only to pause as if sensing something amiss before resuming its search for a more suitable spot. The man's eyes were devoid of life, with faint tear tracks at the corners. His remaining intact left hand weakly lifted, emitting meaningless hissing sounds, as he lacked even the strength to speak. Luo Xiaoyu dared not look again. A flying knife whizzed past, and she turned her head, hastening to catch up with Luo Zhaoxue. Luo Xiaoyu was no saint. She recognized her inability to rescue everyone in this chaotic world. This single street was but a fraction of what the entire city had become. The two moved swiftly, crossing an entire street in mere seconds. The scattered vehicles lining the road did not impede their progress. Instead, they aided their escape. They leapt across car roofs, while the mutated beings were left behind, unable to follow as the pair had already covered a significant distance. Along the way, Luo Zhaoxue kept a vigilant eye on the nearby streets, occasionally firing shots to eliminate any mutated beings that attempted to leap onto the vehicle, ensuring that Luo Xiaoyu remained unscathed. However, it soon became evident to Luo Zhaoxue that something was amiss. If the mutated beings surrounding a female mutant in front of the inn had been an anomaly, why were there still mutated beings encircling female mutants after traversing 3 streets? Moreover, It appeared they were protecting the female mutant at the center. Had they evolved into a special breed? Luo Zhao Shui paid little heed to this, casually dispatching a bullet into the female mutant. The surrounding mutated beings erupted into chaos, searching for the source of the attack. While Luo Zhao Shui and Luo Xiaoyu had long since vanished, leaving them to angrily rejoin their ranks, before long, the two had traversed an entire district, and one more would take them out of the city. However, this final district was the most treacherous. If they attempted to cross on foot, they would likely face a multitude of mutated beings. This area, adjacent to high walls, was referred to as the slums. Even in a highly developed city like Mengdu, such places existed, housing the homeless, the incapable of survival, children, the elderly, disabled individuals, and countless beggars. Tio escaped the city. Luo Zhao Shui and her companion needed to navigate through the 9th district. Fortunately, the streets here were not as congested as those in the 8th district. Only a few scattered vehicles were wedged between buildings. It seemed these vehicles belonged to those who had attempted to find lodging in Mengdu but had mysteriously vanished. As long as they did not obstruct traffic, leaving the slums along the streets would prove simpler. Luo Zhao Shui pondered briefly, securing her handgun and tang knife, and released a motorcycle from her capsule. Upon seeing the motorcycle, Luo Xiaoyu's expression soured. Had the situation escalated to this extent? I believe the bike isn't slow and rides smoothly. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Am I worried about the motorcycle? I'm worried about myself. I'm referring to you too. With that, Luo Zhao Shui pushed Luo Xiaoyu onto the motorcycle, fastening her helmet and revving the throttle. The roar of the engine shattered the stillness of the street, causing the mutated beings to stir. In an instant, Luo Xiaoyu caught sight of a horde of mutated beings stumbling towards them from behind. She hadn't noticed them earlier, but now, seeing the sheer number of them, she realized they were far more numerous than she had anticipated, though they lacked the cinematic sense of impending doom. The deafening sound of friction filled the air as the motorcycle shot forward, skimming the ground. Throughout their escape, Luo Xiaoyu lost count of how many times they reloaded, but eventually, they made it out of the city. As she glanced back, it was merely a fleeting look. Even the mutated beings from the slums were now pouring out, creating a scene reminiscent of a zombie siege. In front of the inn, the surrounded female mutant, having gorged herself, surprisingly had a slight bulge in her abdomen, soon expelling a writhing mass of flesh. The moment the mass hit the ground, it began to grow until it formed a humanoid shape. Subsequently joining the throng of mutated beings, starting to devour the entrails of the corpses scattered about. Chapter 10. The wilderness at night, the peril beyond the city. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow over the endless wilderness. This meager light proved of little use, yet it allowed Luo Zhao Shui to discern things that should not exist on a journey from Mengdu to Sui when typically required 10 hours, necessitating a passage through the dark wilderness for 4 to 5 hours. Riding through the vast expanse, Luo Zhao Shui wore a grave expression. With her motorcycle's speed pushed to the limit, she could scarcely hear any outside sounds, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Yet, since leaving the city, she could not ignore the forest that had inexplicably emerged. Her instinct screamed of danger within that forest, and she focused intently ahead. Casting aside all distractions, her muscles taut, yearning to escape this mysterious woodland. The forest was astonishingly vast. Nearly 4 hours had passed since she first spotted it, yet the end remained elusive, while the outskirts still revealed wild inhabitants wandering about. Suddenly, a cherry blossom tree came into view. On the opposite side of the forest, it stood in stark contrast, as if evenly matched up close. The tree appeared enigmatic, but looking up, one could see blossoms in full bloom, their grandeur obscuring the sunlight. The massive roots and towering branches hinted at its Luo Zhao Shui's astonishment. The leaves and blossoms on that great tree formed the semblance of a human face. It resembled a youthful maiden in the bloom of her life. Further back, her entire figure became visible. The blossoms were but a veil, beneath which lay the head of a girl, her flawless beauty evoking a sense of inadequacy even in Luo Zhao Shui, who typically dismissed such concerns. Those blossom-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, as if observing something, or rather, those ignorant wilderness dwellers beneath the tree. Compared to this colossal cherry blossom tree, They appeared so insignificant. They bowed in submission, their faces etched with fascination and reverence. In the blink of an eye, they vanished, and countless branches of the cherry blossom tree trembled lightly, as if stirred by a breeze or perhaps the delight of savoring a delectable feast. The maiden seemed to notice Luo Zhaoshue's gaze, offering a human-like smile that was utterly captivating. "Sister, where did this forest come from?" A voice suddenly echoed from within the helmet, startling Luo Zhaoshue. Realizing she had momentarily lost focus, a cold sweat broke out on her brow. At such speeds, a single jolt could spell disaster. "I don't know either." Luo Zhaoshue's voice was somewhat husky. Vehicles sped past, leaving the cherry blossom trees behind. She watched Luo Zhaoshue recede into the distance. A faint blush appeared on the young girl's cheeks, her face radiating charm as she fixated on the gradually diminishing figure until it vanished from sight. Luo Xiaoyu clung closely to Luo Zhaoshue's back, her head tilted to one side, perfectly positioned away from the cherry blossom trees, allowing her gaze to rest solely upon the wilderness on the forest's edge. Having remained silent throughout the journey, she had only dared to utter a question when she noticed the wild people seemingly inching closer to the forest. The wild people placed their flashlights in a specific spot, kneeling in reverent worship of a corner of the dense forest illuminated by the lights, as if it were their divine presence. Every so often, clusters of wild people could be seen in worship. The motorcycle's headlights contrasted starkly with the surroundings, flickering briefly before illuminating the path ahead, causing several worshipping wild people to rise and gaze at Luo Zhaoshue's departure. Their eyes brimmed with resentment, as if she had stolen their faith. Shortly thereafter, a few monstrous beasts, unlike any Luo Zhaoshue had ever seen, burst forth from the forest, their enormous forms devouring the wild people in that area. The remaining wild people, witnessing this scene, not only did not flee but instead became even more devoted, prostrating with each step as they slowly ventured into the forest, gradually disappearing from view. They yearned for an oasis amidst the yellow sands. Even at the cost of their lives, the group that had been consumed must have lacked sufficient devotion. After lingering outside, the monstrous beasts returned to the forest, with internal and external strife. This perhaps encapsulated the current state of the High Wall City. These beasts had no intention of leaving the forest. One day, they would inevitably test and trample the remaining boundaries of humanity. An hour later, the two arrived safely outside Suiwen City. Luo Zhaoshue had managed to cut nearly half the time off the 10-hour journey. A testament to her incredible speed, as the vehicle came to a halt, Luo Xiaoyu anxiously jumped off and crouched on the ground, retching violently. The latter half of the journey had been quite torturous for her, plagued by an abundance of potholes that jolted her insides. In contrast, Luo Zhaoshue elegantly dismounted the vehicle, appearing unfazed, clearly accustomed to such driving. However, as soon as she stepped out, a sharp pain shot through her nerves. As if something were prodding her mind, she gazed at the village before her, lost in contemplation. Suiwen City was a sprawling metropolis, encircled by a ring of villages designed to accommodate some of the more resilient young individuals. As the 9th district of Suiwen City had long been overcrowded. Here, they operated shops to cater to travelers and engaged in clandestine dealings. Thus, the usual hustle and bustle here rivaled that of the city center. At this moment, the village lay in eerie silence, the moonlight cascading down yet mercilessly devoured by the encroaching darkness, revealing not a glimmer of brightness. Only the motorcycle's headlights offered a meager illumination. Not a single light flickered in the houses, and even if all the inhabitants had transformed into mutants, they should have emerged to welcome Luo Zhaoshue amidst the roar of the engine. Instead, the only response to the thunderous noise was an abyssal darkness, as if a gaping maw awaited her arrival. The cause of her headache was undeniably linked to the village. Unwilling to take risks with the unknown, especially in a place that exuded an air of the uncanny, Luo Zhaoshue felt on edge, her grip on her handgun tightening unconsciously. When did you become so superstitious? Yet this village indeed felt a bit frightening. Devoid of any signs of life, how peculiar. Luo Xiaoyu's voice grew, increasingly hesitant, dwindling to a whisper as she swallowed hard and glanced at Luo Zhaoshue. Let us go. With resolute finality, Luo Zhaoshue mounted her motorcycle once more, prompting Luo Xiaoyu to promptly follow suit, the engine's roar reverberating through the night sky. Luo Zhaoxue led Luo Xiaoyu across the center of the road, with the village on either side remaining eerily silent until they traversed the entire expanse of the village. Luo Zhaoxue halted the motorcycle, grabbing a flashlight as they entered the city. Just as Luo Zhaoxue tucked away the motorcycle, pairs of oily green eyes emerged from the depths of the village. In the backyard of one household, a pit had inexplicably appeared, from which numerous unknown creatures began to crawl out. Each was roughly the size of a human head, resembling insects, with their mandibles incessantly opening and closing, revealing long, slender tongues that flickered in and out of sight like straws. The oily green eyes glistened ominously in the darkness, reminiscent of nocturnal phantoms, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Inside that household, several corpses lay sprawled, both of ordinary humans and mutants, as the creatures' tongues penetrated their skulls, siphoning off their brain matter. After seemingly draining the bodies, the creatures retracted their tongues, using their mandibles to pierce the scalps and burrow inside. Shortly thereafter, the lifeless eyes of those corpses flickered open in a heartbeat. The village appeared to regain its former vitality, with a noticeable increase in the number of people on the streets. Strangely, despite the bustling crowd, not a sound could be heard. The eyes of the people were dull and lifeless, as if they had lost their souls. A few detached themselves from the throng, staggering in the direction Luo Zhaoxue and her companion had departed. Chapter 11. Kent Herring navigating the slums in the dead of night was hardly a wise decision, prompting Luo Zhaoxue to consider resting with Luo Xiaoyu for the night. They approached the security office at the city gate, cautiously making their way inside. The area was shrouded in darkness, and Luo Zhaoxue refrained from illuminating her flashlight. Still uncertain of the mutated beings' behavioral patterns, should they differ from zombies, the presence of light could lead to complications. Luo Zhaoxue had no desire to unwittingly ignite a city-wide massacre, and in such a scenario, she alone would likely perish. While she far exceeded the average individual, she was not invincible and could tire. Thus, the flashlight served as the most suitable exploration tool, even if it attracted mutated beings. The range would be limited, allowing for swift elimination without causing a riot. Fortunately, dawn was not far off, and a thorough cleansing of the area was unnecessary. They merely needed to clear out a room to hunker down for the night. Luo Zhaoxue was pragmatic, refusing to let her abilities cloud her judgment. Conserving strength was paramount, for one never knew when misfortune might strike. Upon entering the security office, they found it quite spacious, the hall alone vast enough to leave some in awe for a lifetime. To the left were two doors leading to a corridor, one labeled monitoring room and the other men's changing room. To the right, a door and corridor bore the label women's changing room, with the two corridors facing each other, likely connecting to the employee lounge. Men to the left, women to the right. Within the hall, 5 or 6 mutated beings wandered aimlessly. Luo Zhaoxue attempted to shine her flashlight in their direction, but the light failed to reach them. One of the creatures shifted slightly, slowly advancing toward the light, yet made no significant movement. Xiaoyu. Huh? Luo Zhaoxue spoke softly, barely audible, but the unexpected address caused Luo Xiaoyu to instinctively respond. The mutated beings immediately reacted, charging toward Luo Zhaoxue. In a flash, a blade gleamed, and the foremost creature's head was severed. Luo Xiaoyu was quick to follow, raising her fist to strike, obliterating another creature's skull. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Luo Zhaoxue cleverly maneuvered to shield herself from the splatter, swiftly dispatching the remaining unfortunate creatures. Yet, due to her proximity, Luo Xiaoyu was splattered with gore, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Ugh, it stinks, she exclaimed, feeling decidedly unclean in that moment. In truth, Luo Xiaoyu had already moderated her strength. A punch delivered to an ordinary person would likely render them unconscious. Yet it could not shatter a skull. It seems that despite their bizarre appearances, these mutants are pitiably fragile. Who would have imagined that the seemingly gentle and charming Luo Xiaoyu is, in fact, a formidable martial artist, capable of striking down a child with a single blow? Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoyu shed her blood-stained trench coat, revealing a snug t-shirt underneath adorned with an adorable Pikachu design. Were there a man present, he would likely be driven to madness, far more so than these mutants. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue had also dealt with the remaining foes behind her. She felt a surge of relief knowing that upon awakening, she had not endeavored to acclimatize to the gifts of her dreams, for in that world, the zombies were devoid of sight. Even if one were to thrust their face into one, as long as no sound was produced, it could only stare blankly. Now, Luo Xiaoxue had gleaned several characteristics of the mutants. They possess sight, albeit not excessively acute, only reacting to intense light sources, and they probably can see individuals, but as long as one refrains from foolishly prancing before them, it should not pose much of an issue. Their hearing, too, is not as pronounced as that of zombies, for this group of mutants showed no reaction to her voice. Lastly, their physical frames are exceedingly frail. Even an ordinary person with a modicum of combat skill could dispatch them without difficulty. It remains uncertain whether they possess any vital points apart from their heads. Luo Xiaoxue meticulously documented her findings in the terminal and transmitted them to Luo Xiaoyu. She then noticed Luo Xiaoyu gazing at her with a melancholic expression, leaving Luo Xiaoxue feeling a sense of unease. Having cleared the hall, Luo Xiaoxue began to advance deeper into the building. Understanding the necessity of eliminating the mutants lurking in the corridors for safety. Who knew whether the mutants within might wander about, discover her, and then emit a cry that would summon others? Xiaoyu, you handle the mutants on the other side, Luo Xiaoxue casually instructed before venturing alone into the right corridor, which housed approximately 7 or 8 mutants. Thus commenced a one-sided massacre. When Luo Xiaoxue eventually located Luo Xiaoyu again, she had donned her trench coat anew, exuding an aura of low pressure, her gaze dulled as if she had lost something of great significance. Luo Xiaoxue paused momentarily. Her experiences in the dream realm had felt tangible. Having traversed apocalyptic dreams and grown accustomed to various scents, so this reaction was unexpected. Nevertheless, she instinctively sought to avoid any splattering methods while dispatching mutants, mindful of her scarce clothing. However, Luo Xiaoyu eschewed weaponry. Adhering to a philosophy of brutal aesthetics, thus inevitably becoming stained with blood during her endeavors. Without uttering a word, she charged into the right corridor. Luo Xiaoxue could surmise her intentions and did not intervene. Instead, finding a relatively clean spot to catch her breath, she harbored concerns for the chubby fellow. Otherwise, she wouldn't he have been moving at such haste. Surely he had noticed the mutants. He must have attempted to contact her. Yet thus far, there had been no word from him. Either he had mutated, or he had encountered some crisis, leaving his terminal behind. The chubby fellow's terminal was not akin to a smart contact lens. He was the type who could never manage to utilize it properly, having purchased it without grasping its function and probably losing it along the way. Luo Xiaoxue could not fathom how he could possibly misplace it, as it was affixed to his eyes and did not require removal. Yet it was lost, and when he sought to replace it, he had settled for the cheapest handheld version, as for its appearance. Luo Xiaoxue wished to avoid recalling it. Consequently, her mood grew increasingly anxious. She hesitated to call the chubby fellow, knowing the terminal emitted notification sounds and could vibrate even in silent mode. Luo Xiaoxue had activated the silent mode early on, with incoming calls only indicated in the upper left corner of her vision. Yet handheld terminals, even on silent, would still vibrate, and should the chubby fellow find himself in a precarious situation, this could prove detrimental. Luo Xiaoxue was also reluctant to venture directly to the chubby fellow's residence in search of him. His neighborhood belonged to the 3rd district, typically home to individuals of some means, with a less dense population. Thus, once she entered the 3rd district, she would have means to locate him. The truly challenging areas were the 4th, 5th, and 6th districts, primarily offices and commercial streets, where most workers toiled. As everyone succumbed to slumber, it coincided with peak commuting hours. The vehicles there would be far more numerous than in the 8th district of Mengdu City, potentially leading to a situation devoid of traffic accidents due to sheer congestion. The most perilous zone was the 4th district, teeming with schools, including the populous Suiwen University, alongside numerous entertainment venues, arguably the area with the highest population. Should Luo Xiaoxue wish to find the chubby fellow, it would require considerable time, and even if he had not encountered any danger, given his appetite, it was likely his home had no provisions, necessitating him to venture out in search of sustenance. Without communication, The search was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. While Luo Zhaoxue pondered these concerns deeply, she failed to notice that Luo Xiaoyu had finished bathing and reappeared before her, holding a can of herring. Following this, Luo Zhaoxue also proceeded to wash up, leaving Luo Xiaoyu to chuckle quietly to herself, pondering why on earth she had purchased herring. Chapter 12. The Slums, Talent. As dawn broke over the slums, Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu, having consumed their instant meals, set forth into the impoverished district. This area's slums were worlds apart from those of Mengdu, as the advancements in technology meant that there were not many disabled individuals who could find refuge in Mengdu. However, Suiwen City was different. It was a super metropolis welcoming all, and merely entering the slums had required Luo Zhaoxue to dispatch an untold number of mutants. The slaughter seemed endless, an inexhaustible task. The two sisters now concealed themselves in the shadow of a cluster of buildings, with Luo Zhaoxue feeling a headache coming on as she surveyed the densely packed mutants. They had been there for 5 minutes. "Sister, how on earth are we going to get through this? With just the two of us, we might as well exhaust ourselves fighting endlessly." Luo Xiaoyu squatted beside Luo Zhaoxue, her hands adorned with blue-purple metallic gauntlets that fit her fingers perfectly. They felt more like a delicate veil than metal as she casually poked at the ants scuttling by, whispering her concern. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Zhaoxue glanced back at the narrow path winding through the buildings. It was unfeasible. Neither she nor Luo Xiaoyu were suited for close-quarters combat, and traversing that pathway would be arduous enough. If mutants lurked within, their frail, boneless bodies could inflict damage with just their teeth. The limited space would render them incapable of effectively countering any mutants. The most logical strategy would be to create a significant noise at a certain point, drawing their attention away while they quietly slipped past. In that moment, Luo Zhaoxue regretted not having taken the time to procure grenades or similar explosive weaponry. The government of Dawaguo maintained strict control over such items, while the black market offered them. The white zones were devoid of such contraband. This was an unspoken agreement between both sides, and she had forgotten about such weaponry in her dreams, having never used them. After much deliberation, no viable plan emerged, leading Luo Zhaoxue to decide on stealth as the best course of action. Her previous experiments had shown that these mutants were akin to the severely myopic. As long as one refrained from dancing before them, there should be no issue. Therefore, stealthily advancing appeared to be the optimal choice. Finally, after weighing her options, Luo Zhaoxue spoke up, "Let us sneak past. We'll be careful, and we shouldn't disturb them." Thus, the two pressed against the wall, with Luo Zhaoxue in the lead, tasked with eliminating the obstructive mutants, while Luo Xiaoyu followed closely behind, responsible for keeping a low profile. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Luo Zhaoxue was taken aback to encounter a survivor, and even more so to discover that this survivor was a mere child. To her astonishment, the child had the audacity to poke at the mutants. The duo navigated the fringes of the 9th district, their pace neither fast nor slow. A few mutants merely sensed something darting past but couldn't discern what it was, resulting in no significant reaction. Along their journey, Luo Zhaoxue had unknowingly dispatched countless mutants from behind, her senses dulled by the repetition. Fortunately, they were not far from exiting the district, merely retracing a path similar to the one that had brought them here. The thought alone was disheartening. Even more disconcerting was the sight of a child's head peeking out from a second-floor window of a nearby building. Judging by appearances, he seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old. The child, with a curious glint in his eye, observed the mutants below. His youthful curiosity was palpable. He clearly understood the danger posed by the creatures below and resorted to shooting marbles from the window to strike at their heads. Remarkably, he hit his targets with uncanny accuracy, each steel ball embedding itself into a mutant's skull, causing them to wobble before collapsing to the ground. Luo Zhaoxue marveled internally, realizing the child had nearly cleared a small area on his own. Unaware of how long he had been at it, due to their cautious approach along the wall, it seemed the boy had not noticed them. "Sister, this child is quite brave," Luo Xiaoyu remarked, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of a message from Luo Xiaoyu. After being tricked by Luo Zhaoxue into testing the mutants hearing the day before, Luo Xiaoyu had wised up. She would remain silent in the presence of mutants, resorting to terminal messages for communication. Luo Xiaoxue rolled her eyes. "Let us sneak past quietly, without being detected," she replied. It wasn't that Luo Xiaoxue was unwilling to rescue the child. In this impoverished district, she could barely ensure her own survival, let alone take on the responsibility of a child. Luo Xiaoyu understood this sentiment, recognizing that, if given the chance, she too would wish to rescue the child from the slums. They were not inherently cold-hearted. However, if the child alerted the mutants, they might find themselves trapped in the slums. Taking a child along would complicate matters further, especially since they needed to reach the 3rd district. Any lag from the child could lead to dire consequences. It was perhaps better to leave him be. Luo Xiaoxue observed the numerous small shops in the slums, reasoning that if the child was clever, he could manage to survive. As Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu passed beneath the boy's window. He leaned out again, fully charged and searching for a target. Just as Luo Xiaoxue was about to eliminate a mutant blocking their path, the boy caught sight of them, his eyes shining with excitement. Survivors! Seeing fellow survivors momentarily thrilled him. He lost focus and let a marble slip, striking the ground near a mutant's feet. The sound echoed loudly, prompting the mutant to roar in response. Realizing his mistake, the boy quickly ducked down, disappearing from view. The surrounding mutants stirred, for any sound not made by their kind could incite chaos. The mutant before Luo Xiaoxue, too, reacted, turning to face her. Swift as lightning, she thrust her weapon into its forehead. Yet, she was a moment too late. They had been spotted. Cursing under her breath, she pressed Luo Xiaoyu down, and the latter immediately understood. The two crouched low, inching backward as the mutants behind them had already been largely dealt with. As long as they did not present themselves directly to the mutants, navigating the congested streets would minimize the risk of being detected. After a brief period of agitation, the mutants, finding no clear signs of human presence, returned to their low growls, meandering aimlessly through the streets. Moments later, Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu resumed their advance. The boy, no longer hearing the roars below, cautiously peeked out, searching for Luo Xiaoxue's figure. Watching as they faded into the distance, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Indeed, why would those who had merely crossed paths with him spare him a second glance? He returned to his game. Continuing to launch marbles. Slowly, the figures of the mutants became indistinct, and tears welled in his eyes without him realizing it. Swiftly, he wiped them away. A child from the slums could not afford the luxury of tears, for tears were the mark of weakness. Just as he dried his eyes and prepared to shoot at another mutant, his pupils widened in shock. Since awakening, his vision had sharpened, allowing him to see great distances, which was why he had chosen to use a slingshot against the mutants. Yet, aside from this slingshot, there was nothing else in his home, and the few steel balls he had would eventually run out. Cautiously, he descended the stairs, for he lived on the 2nd floor, where it was easy to navigate. There were not many mutants in his building. On the ground where Luo Xiaoxue had just walked, he spotted a jet-black dagger. He gingerly cradled the dagger in his arms, lingering on the ground for a considerable time. Chapter 13. Crystal Core, Absorption, Crisis. Luo Xiaoyu was lost in thought, walking while glancing back occasionally. Upon seeing the boy pick up the dagger she had left behind, she felt a surge of happiness. At least the boy now had some means of self-defense. Luo Xiaoxue noticed Luo Xiaoyu's small gesture but said nothing. Taking no action, Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoxue were fundamentally different. While she did not consider herself cold-hearted, she couldn't bring herself to risk her life for someone entirely unrelated, even if that someone was a child. It would only turn one death into two, a futile endeavor. However, Luo Xiaoyu was different. She had not faced the same life and death struggles. For her, her understanding remained at the level of a typical 17-year-old girl. Where acts of heroism were a natural inclination, Luo Xiaoxue would not attempt to change her. Luo Xiaoyu represented another facet of herself. As long as Luo Xiaoyu was happy, so was Luo Xiaoxue. They continued onward, walking a considerable distance without encountering another survivor. It was understandable, given the impoverished environment. Most were likely disabled and unable to escape danger. Discovering a child in such a place was already miraculous. Even if some were alive, they might be too afraid to show themselves. Who knew if Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu would harm them for their supplies? At that moment, however, Luo Xiaoshue's thoughts were elsewhere. She moved mechanically, harvesting the lives of the mutants as if they were still living beings. Her mind wandered to the matters of Luo Xiaoyu and the boy they had just seen. Luo Xiaoyu was physically enhanced, and the child had evidently received some form of enhancement as well. His ability to strike down mutants without disturbing others was a testament to his observational skills. This strange slumber seemed not only to amplify physical abilities, but also to manifest unusual talents. She wondered if anyone might develop extraordinary powers, such as the ability to control electricity or water. Suddenly, it struck Luo Xiaoxue that she had yet to experience the phenomenon of deep slumber herself. Was it because she had never allowed herself to sleep voluntarily? Each dream had been preceded by her own choice to sleep, never forced into slumber. What if her dream state was intertwined with this peculiar deep sleep? After all, it had accompanied her through her journey and brought her memories from a past life. Perhaps its rules could counteract this bizarre dream state. Feeling a surge of possibility, Luo Xiaoxue resolved to test this theory tonight. By the way, would the mutants possess any crystal cores in their skulls? This sudden thought caught her off guard, and she was unsure how it had come to her. Generally, when struck by such whimsical ideas, Luo Xiaoxue's instinct was to act immediately. With that in mind, she seized a nearby mutant, dragging it closer. Her sharp blade pierced through its brain, and the unfortunate creature didn't even have time to savor the scent of flesh before it met its end. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Luo Xiaoxue, instinctively retreating further away. Meanwhile, a barrage of messages flooded her screen. Sister, what are you doing? You're getting dirty. You can't keep that. If you don't wash your hands today, don't even think about touching me in the future. Why would you dig into a mutant-s brain? Luo Xiaoxue watched as a flurry of dialogue boxes erupted in her peripheral vision, rapidly scrolling past her eyes. She had never seen anyone send messages so quickly. Before long, Luo Xiaoxue discovered something within the mutant-s skull. It was dark and round, resembling a black date in size. But it felt more akin to that of a rock goat. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head. She could no longer look at that thing. Glancing at the sun, she was taken aback. That black object appeared to be growing. Through the light, Luo Xiaoxue could discern tendrils extending from within the black date, as if attempting to expand its surface area. However, after a brief moment, this entity ceased its movement, seemingly devoid of energy and rendered immobile. In that instant, Luo Xiaoxue was utterly convinced that there was something within the minds of the mutated beings. Subsequently, to validate her hypothesis, she proceeded to probe several mutated individuals and retrieved a few heads. Luo Xiaoyu's barrage of exclamations intensified, and she even began to utter profanities. For heaven's sake, don't be so deranged, sister. Have you awakened some peculiar obsession? Sister, a prodigal son returning home is worth more than gold. It's not too late to turn back now. Luo Xiaoxue found herself at a loss. In order to confirm her findings, she had no choice but to extract the brains of the mutated beings herself. Would Luo Xiaoyu truly take it upon herself to excavate the crystal cores? For the time being, let us refer to this dark substance as a crystal core. Clearly, judging by the increasingly incredulous expression on Luo Xiaoyu's face as she stood behind her, she absolutely would not dare to touch it at this stage. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head in resignation. Very well, let her think as she pleases. Luo Xiaoxue rummaged through the brains of the mutated beings and extracted several crystal cores. Though she noted that a few of the mutated individuals lacked such entities, upon comparison, she realized that those capable of producing crystal cores were the flesh-eating mutants, while those without were the ones whose organs had been devoured. She briefly categorized the mutated beings, the flesh-eaters as ghouls and the biters as zombies. Luo Xiaoxue examined the crystal cores, each adorned with tendrils reminiscent of silken threads extending outward. After a period of time, they lost their vitality, gradually resembling mere stones. However, she was at a loss regarding their potential use. Surely, she could not simply consume them. Turning to Luo Xiaoyu, she observed her companion's reaction to the object in her hand. And Luo Xiaoyu, being an avid reader of novels, understood Luo Xiaoxue's intentions. A shiver ran down her spine. If you expect me to ingest this, I shall run away from home. Reluctantly, Luo Xiaoxue abandoned the idea but still pressed the crystal core into Luo Xiaoyu's hands. The disdain etched on Luo Xiaoyu's delicate face was palpable, her entire demeanor radiating resistance. Yet, as she held it, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her. She seemed to sense the energy within the crystal core. That energy was exuberantly yearning to burst forth, as if something within Luo Xiaoyu's body was beckoning it. Sister, does this contain energy? I can feel its vibrant presence. Luo Xiaoxue understood. The phenomenon she had observed earlier was indeed energy. It seemed that a large-scale slaughter was necessary, which might require enlisting others. She recalled the young boy from earlier, whose abilities should not be underestimated. Why not try absorbing it? Suggested Luo Xiaoxue. Shall I give it a go? Luo Xiaoyu inquired, drawing upon the energy within the crystal core. Perhaps due to the limited energy, it was almost instantaneous. She felt the power coursing through her body, a sensation of comfort enveloping her as the energy dispersed throughout her being. Just as she completed this series of actions, the surrounding mutated beings converged upon them. One of them let out a ferocious roar, and in an instant, a throng of mutated beings surged toward Luo Xiaoyu. Reacting swiftly, Luo Xiaoyu delivered a punch to the nearest mutated being, causing blood to splatter. Nevertheless, she found herself outnumbered, besieged by the oncoming horde. At that moment, a glint of cold steel flashed as Luo Xiaoxue swiftly decapitated the three closest mutated beings. With another slash, she cleaved a charging mutant in half. Luo Xiaoxue nimbly maneuvered, using the fallen mutants to momentarily halt the onslaught. In an instant, several clumsy mutants stumbled and fell, triggering a chain reaction that sent a number of them tumbling down, ultimately crushed underfoot by the relentless surge of their compatriots. The building, Chapter 14. Ghoul's Luo Xiaoyu immediately darted into the nearby building. As she opened the door, mutated beings inside let out frantic shrieks and lunged at her. Grabbing one of them, she pushed sideways, causing several to stumble and fall. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiaoyu advanced, swiftly snapping the neck of the mutant in her grasp and discarding it atop the others. The dwellings in the slums were modest, and the entrance hallway was quite cramped. With a few mutants still blocking the doorway, Luo Xiaoyu had no choice but to act, providing sufficient space for Luo Xiaoxue to enter. Following closely behind, Luo Xiaoxue slipped inside, shutting the door behind her, and promptly dispatched the remaining mutants on the floor. Fortunately, they were all ghouls. Having extracted several brains, Luo Xiaoxue had a general idea of where the crystal cores were located. With a deft flick of her blade, a crystal core soared through the air. Luo Xiaoyu, quick to react, caught it, as did the others that followed suit. Outside, the mutated beings were in a frenzy, relentlessly pounding on the metal door. Creating a cacophony of noise on the staircase, a few more mutants were drawn by the ruckus, stumbling in, with one even tumbling down the stairs, causing a cascade effect that sent several rolling down with it. Luo Xiaoxue, expressionless, pierced the brains of the mutants, extracting the crystal cores, which Luo Xiaoyu collected one by one. Let us ascend. Luo Xiaoxue, bloodied Tang Dao in hand, led the way up the staircase, with Luo Xiaoyu closely following. Her body smeared with blood. At that moment, she paid no mind to the stench, focusing instead on the imminent danger. They climbed higher. The building was not tall, merely 5 or 6 stories. Through their coordinated efforts, Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu swiftly cleared the remaining mutants from the entire building, amassing several more crystal cores. Xiaoyu, come here. As Luo Xiaoyu finished off the last mutant, she noticed Luo Xiaoxue's message. What is it, sister? We'll climb through the window to the adjacent building. All right. The buildings in the slums were closely spaced, allowing a person to leap from one to another with ease. The two of them swiftly traversed to the neighboring structure. Upon arrival, they discovered several mutants drawn to the noise on the 6th floor, which Luo Xiaoxue coldly dispatched. Soon enough, the door of the adjacent building began to deteriorate under the relentless assault of the mutants, who surged inside. However, it wasn't long before silence descended upon the other building. Xiaoyu, absorb the crystal cores and test how far away we can provoke a reaction from the mutants. With that, Luo Xiaoxue pried open the first room door. The mutant inside, hearing the commotion, began banging on the door. Luo Xiaoxue yanked it open, sending the mutant sprawling to the ground. Luo Xiaoyu immediately began to absorb, but as soon as the mutant turned its head toward her, it was met with Luo Xiaoshua's blade piercing through its skull. The other mutants in the surrounding rooms remained unmoved. So, it seems they can only detect us from about 3 meters away. Luo Xiaoshua updated her notes and sent the information to Luo Xiaoyu. What shall we do next? Let us return and find that little boy. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was eager to save the young boy. Ever since discovering the crystal cores, Luo Xiaoshua had contemplated whether to seek out the boy. For if Luo Xiaoyu could absorb energy to enhance her physique, it implied that the child was not entirely helpless. Luo Xiaoshua was genuinely intrigued by the abilities the boy had exhibited. And throughout their journey, she had not encountered another survivor. The fact that the boy had not deliberately impeded their departure suggested a certain innocence in his character. Ultimately, they had their limits. Surviving alone in this apocalypse was not sustainable. Thus, Luo Xiaoshua intended to cultivate her own small faction, requiring only a handful of trustworthy individuals. The young boy was the first candidate she had chosen, by clearing a floor of mutated beings and utilizing the window to navigate. Luo Xiaoshua swiftly arrived at the end of the street, where the boy's hideout lay ahead. There were few mutants in the vicinity, all drawn to the earlier commotion. The two successfully returned to the area beneath the boy's dwelling. But Luo Xiaoshua was dismayed to find him absent. Instead, a ghoul stood there, markedly different from the other mutants. With bared teeth, it prowled near the window, a tattered cloth hanging from its mouth. Luo Xiaoshua's keen eyesight allowed her to discern strands of flesh caught within its teeth. While the other mutants were hunched and devoid of life, this one exhibited a clear glimmer of excitement in its pale eyes, which even seemed capable of movement. Without a word, both women instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Luo Xiaoshua's expression remained calm, yet her eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes reddened. Her teeth gritted as she glared at the ghoul eye. In the next moment, the ghoul detected their presence. Its pale eyes narrowed into a grin, revealing that its vision was remarkably normal. It leapt down with astonishing speed, far exceeding that of an ordinary mutant. The flesh-eater charged swiftly at the two, its throat emitting constant, guttural roars, though the sound was not loud enough to draw too many nearby mutants. Soon, it lunged forward, its maw wide open, directly targeting Luo Xiaoshua. Just as the creature was about to pounce on her, Luo Xiaoshua nimbly evaded its attack, brandishing her blade to strike at the few mutants trailing behind. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu, who stood protectively behind Luo Xiaoshua, had already assumed a fighting stance, channeling her strength into a punch that landed squarely on the flesh-eater's face. With a single blow, she shattered half of its skull, then, seemingly venting her frustrations, continued to rain down punches upon the creature's body. The commotion attracted several nearby mutants, yet they remained silent, no longer emitting roars. Luo Xiaoshua noticed that mutants had become increasingly cautious, fearing competition for food from their kind. Thus, she did not rush to flee with Luo Xiaoyu, but instead quietly eliminated the mutants that approached, extracting the crystal core from the flesh-eater before slowly making her way back to Luo Xiaoyu. "Sister, we are late," Luo Xiaoyu said hoarsely, momentarily forgetting to send a text. Fortunately, the mutants drawn by her earlier actions had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few in the vicinity, allowing Luo Xiaoshua to permit her to express her emotions. Luo Xiaoshua lifted the flesh-eater, preparing to excavate its brain for the crystal core. To her surprise, the core was white and remarkably well-formed, appearing quite beautiful, with a vibrant energy coursing within. Just then, a small stone struck the ground at Luo Xiaoshua's feet. Following the direction, she discovered a small boy trembling at the window of a nearby convenience store. Timidly observing her, clearly aware of her formidable presence, a smile crept onto Luo Xiaoshua's lips. It seemed she had chosen wisely. She gently patted Luo Xiaoyu's head. "Look, the little one is quite clever." Inside the convenience store, Luo Xiaoyu sat on a chair, cradling the small boy in her arms, continuously ruffling his hair as if he were a large doll. The boy was petite yet strikingly attractive, with a chubby face that anyone would want to pinch. Despite coming from a slum, his skin was surprisingly clean. His large eyes blinked innocently, showing no resistance to Luo Xiaoyu's affectionate gestures, resembling a small puppy. "How old are you?" And what is your name? Luo Xiaoxue inquired coldly. For those beneath her, Luo Xiaoyu could afford to be kind, but Luo Xiaoxue needed to establish an air of authority to ensure future discipline. I am 11 years old. In the past, the uncles and aunts around me called me Ergoyu. My father said that name is easy to live with, so he didn't allow me to change it, the boy replied timidly. Clearly intimidated by Luo Xiaoxue, and he dared not move while in Luo Xiaoyu's embrace, I asked for your own name. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxue's question, the boy grew agitated, looking up into her eyes. But in the next moment, he seemed frightened and shrank back. Can I have my own name? He murmured. Luo Xiaoyu chuckled, finding the conversation familiar. Of course you can, she replied softly, reminiscing about the time when she and Luo Xiaoxue were brought back by the parents of a chubby boy. Back then, they were only 5 years old, and Luo Xiaoyu was forced to adopt the name Arya. During that time, the young Luo Xiaoyu, still naive, longed to reclaim her name but was often punished. When they were taken back, she had asked the same question. Then I will be called Tian Qingsheng. My father said this name was chosen to celebrate my birth. One father, one parent, both understood the significance. Then I shall call you Xiaoxing. Luo Xiaoyu sweetly smiled, then pointed to herself and then to Luo Xiaoxue. I am Luo Xiaoyu, and that fierce-looking sister is Luo Xiaoxue. You can call me Sister Xiaoyu, and her sister Xiaoxue, or just Xuejia. Luo Xiao's eyelid twitched. What did she mean by fierce-looking sister? Tian Qingsheng nodded thoughtfully, then chimed in, okay, Sister Xiaoyu. When facing Luo Xiaoyu, he was not nearly as afraid. Displaying a double standard at such a young age, Luo Xiaoxue sighed, sensing that things would become quite noisy in the future, and then pulled a crystal core from her pocket. All right, now you are too weak. See if you can absorb this crystal core. Tian Qingsheng, understanding the situation, hopped off Luo Xiaoyu's lap and took the crystal core from Luo Xiaoxue's hand. In an instant, a surge of energy erupted from the core. Coursing through his limbs, Luo Xiaoxue frowned, as she seemed to witness the flow of energy, a peculiar sensation she could not quite articulate. As the energy poured from the core, she distinctly felt it losing its brightness. Moreover, she sensed that Tian Qingsheng was not actively absorbing the energy. Rather, it was entering his body of its own accord. It appeared that those who were too weak could not control the direction of the energy within the crystal core, which could be quite dangerous. If Tian Qingsheng attempted to excavate a core himself, he might very well be met with a horde of flesh-eaters. She then handed the white core to Luo Xiaoyu. Wait to absorb it. The energy contained in this core was evidently much greater. She needed to ascertain the range of mutants it might attract. Thus, Luo Xiaoxue went to capture another flesh-eater. Upon seeing the creature, Tian Qingsheng instinctively shivered, retreating fearfully behind Luo Xiaoyu. Do not hide. If you wish to survive, you must rely on yourself. We are merely external forces. There will be times we are not by your side. Luo Xiaoxue pulled Tian Qingsheng out from behind Luo Xiaoyu and swiftly pierced the flesh-eater's throat, tossing it before him. Tian Qingsheng, though only 11, was perceptive enough to understand the necessity of survival. Otherwise, he would not have been targeting mutants. However, knowing how to survive was one thing, but confronting a creature in the flesh was another. It was easy to shoot at a distance with a slingshot. But facing a flesh-eater, with its mouth stained with vile blood, still attempting to grasp at Luo Xiaoxue's leg, was daunting. The stench assaulted Tian Qingsheng's nostrils, overwhelming his senses. He drew the dagger that Luo Xiaoyu had given him, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled, raising the dagger but hesitating to strike. Did Tian Qingsheng feel guilt? No, children do not possess guilt. He understood that mutants were malevolent and needed to be killed, which was easy enough, akin to watching a cartoon hero battle monsters. He felt no guilt toward them. Yet, facing the grotesque flesh-eater, he instinctively felt fear. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxue loosened her foot, and the flesh-eater instinctively tilted its head back, its gaping maw nearly brushing against Tian Qingsheng's ankle. In that moment, panic washed over him, and the instinct for survival finally overpowered his fear as the dagger pierced through the flesh-eater's skull. Ultimately, the unfortunate creature collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Tian Qingsheng sat down abruptly, the impact of the encounter overwhelming him, gasping for breath. Luo Xiaoxue smiled, then took the flesh-eater's body and exited. Luo Xiaoyu approached. lifting Tian Qingsheng and gently stroking his head in an attempt to soothe him. Congratulations, you have successfully taken your first step. Sensing Luo Xiaoyu's warmth, Tian Qingsheng clung tightly to her, on the verge of tears yet restraining himself, burying his face in the thick fabric of her coat. Moments later, Luo Xiaoxue returned with another flesh-eater, its throat pierced, and tossed it onto the ground about 5 or 6 meters away from Luo Xiaoyu. Both Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng looked up at her, and seeing the tears in Tian Qingsheng's eyes, it seemed that Luo Xiaoxue's fierce persona had been firmly established. Absorb it. Luo Xiaoyu picked up the white crystal core and immediately began to absorb its energy. Luo Xiaoxue observed as strands of milky white energy flowed into Luo Xiaoyu's body, then vanished. The flesh-eater before them reacted instantly, attempting to summon its kin and feast upon Luo Xiaoyu. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoxue pierced its skull, realizing that this absorption was evidently more substantial. She promptly set out to find another, but only encountered a zombie. After dispatching it, she casually discarded the body, her mind already forming a hypothesis. Back inside, Luo Xiaoyu closed her eyes, energy continually coalescing around her. Luo Xiaoxue understood that the air itself likely contained energy. Meanwhile, Tian Qingsheng also followed suit, his eyes shut, as wisps of white energy emanated from Luo Xiaoyu and were absorbed by him. It seemed this was the reason they attracted mutants. Chapter 16. Crimson Rain. A minute later, Luo Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. She moved slightly and casually tossed a splash of water. Ability? Luo Xiaoyu was astonished. How had this white crystal core produced such a phenomenon? It could even induce the development of supernatural powers. Luo Xiaoxue, however, was fully aware in her heart that her suspicions were indeed correct. That bizarre dream had altered the physical constitution of everyone. Those unable to endure it would simply disintegrate into ashes, while even those who managed to withstand it had a certain probability of becoming mutants. Based on her rough calculations, approximately 30% of the people on the streets that day had turned to dust, while 90% of the survivors had transformed into mutants. The remaining individuals had all experienced changes in their constitution, making it rather unsurprising if they exhibited some form of extraordinary abilities. Thus, the law of the jungle prevailed. The weak were devoured by the strong, and now the number of humans who could possibly survive had dwindled to less than 5%. Nevertheless, that still accounted for a considerable number. A super city, Suiwen City, despite being situated in the southern region, boasted a population of over 30 million. By calculation, it was likely that around 1.05 million people still survived within Suiwen City, though these individuals were certainly not from the impoverished districts. Luo Xiaoxue's deductions were nearly infinitesimally close to the correct answer. In the near future, she would discover that she had underestimated the grotesque nature of this apocalyptic scenario. Luo Xiaoxue had assessed the abilities of the mutants she had encountered. The white crystal core of the corpse eater possessed approximately double the strength of an ordinary person, while Luo Xiaoyu had tripled that, and she herself had quintupled it. This signified that, for the time being, she could still contend with these mutants with relative ease, though it remained uncertain how long that would last. During her contemplation, Luo Xiaoyu attempted her extraordinary abilities several more times, but they proved to be almost ineffective, yielding only a small water sphere. This ability was utterly useless. It lacked any lethality whatsoever. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue paid no heed to her self-amusement, as her mind was occupied with another matter. Should they continue advancing into Area 3 to find the chubby boy? Or, Luo Xiaoxue glanced at the still unconscious Tian Qingsheng and shook her head. Excluding Areas 4, 5, and 6, the population in other areas should be pitifully sparse. That would be the ideal resting zone. If they could reach Area 7, the subsequent journey would become significantly easier. The impoverished districts were indeed the greatest obstacle, indicating that a substantial action was required. Seeing that Luo Xiaoxue had disregarded her, Luo Xiaoyu resumed her play with the water sphere. Time slipped by, and finally, Tian Qingsheng awoke, evidently having absorbed enough of Luo Xiaoyu's overflowing energy for a while. "I'm going out for a bit," Luo Xiaoxue suddenly announced, not waiting for Luo Xiaoyu to inquire further before turning to leave. "Sister, where are you going?" "I'm going to create a commotion." "You won't need to wait for me. After you hear the sound, just wait for 2 or 3 minutes before running." Once you reach Area 8, find a place to hide. I will come to find you. Luo Xiaoxue uttered this single statement, and thereafter, there was no further communication, and no matter how Luo Xiaoyu questioned her, she remained silent. Thus, Luo Xiaoyu had no choice but to hold Tian Qingxing and wait. Feeling inexplicably anxious, her movements grew somewhat more vigorous. What is the big sister going to do? Luo Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. Ha ha ha, where did you learn that term? The impoverished districts had many gang leaders, and among them were quite a few big sisters who frequently engaged in fights. Tian Qingxing spoke with a dazed expression, appearing somewhat adorably foolish, prompting Luo Xiaoyu to pinch his slightly chubby cheeks. I don't know what sister is up to. Perhaps she's off to fight. Is that so? The big sister is very formidable. Indeed, quite formidable. Luo Xiaoyu ruffled Tian Qingxing's hair, lost in her thoughts. Approximately an hour later, Luo Xiaoyu stared blankly out the window. Suddenly, a message flickered in her vision. Prepare! Boom! Almost simultaneously, she heard the distant sound of an explosion. By the time the sound reached them, it was no longer deafening, but still resounding, and a fireball soared into the sky several streets away. Luo Xiaoyu observed as nearly all the mutants on the street rushed toward that direction. The streets of Area 9 resembled leaves, with a main road leading to the gate, interspersed with various side streets. The outermost circle followed this pattern, resulting in a labyrinthine complexity. If one were to be thrown into Area 9, it was highly likely they would become lost. After waiting for 3 to 4 minutes, only scattered mutants remained outside. Grasping the drowsy Tian Qingxing in her arms, Luo Xiaoyu dashed out as a series of explosions echoed once more. As expected, nearly all the mutants had been drawn to that location, leaving only a few wandering aimlessly. With her gauntlet affixed to her hand, she sprinted down the nearly empty street, creating an afterimage in her wake. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue sat atop a high-rise building, swinging her long legs. Calmly, she stowed her rifle back into its capsule, glancing at the mutants drawn to the sound, sitting atop the rooftop and exhaling softly. In her line of sight, a small red dot continued to shift. She smiled, rising to observe the mutants drawn by the noise below. She took several barrels of gasoline from the capsule and hurled them down, then turned to leave. The fire blazed fiercely, claiming the lives of numerous mutants, and the riot of the mutants continued unabated until a heavy rain fell. A peculiar red rain engulfed the entire world. As Luo Xiaoyu arrived in Area 8, she quickly sought refuge in one of the buildings. For safety's sake, she opted for the 5th floor, taking care to eliminate the mutants on the 2 floors above and below. The buildings here were mostly old with sturdy security doors. Luo Xiaoyu casually selected a residence and forcibly dismantled the door. Upon opening it, 2 mutants lunged at her immediately in consideration of her living environment. Luo Xiaoyu refrained from killing them outright, choosing instead to throw them from the building. After dealing with the 2 mutants, she took a shower herself and then helped Tian Qingxing wash up. The little fellow was quite dirty, and her own efforts yielded little result. Luo Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, reasoning that he was just a small child, and she had no ulterior motives. Once they were both clean, the 2 sat in the living room, patiently awaiting Luo Xiaoxue's return. Luo Xiaoyu hugged her knees, lost in thought on the sofa. Sister Xiaoyu, when will the big sister be back? Tian Qingxing weakly inquired, still recovering from the earlier shock. At 11 years old, he understood little, yet certainly not nothing. Soon. I suppose I've sent the location. Oh, can I take a nap then? As he spoke, he yawned heavily. Looking extremely tired, of course, it was no wonder. Luo Xiaoyu and the others had seen Tian Qingxing early that morning, around 5 or 6 o'clock, and now it was nearly 1 o'clock. Feeling tired was entirely reasonable. Just then, the sound of light rain began outside. Is it raining? Luo Xiaoyu wondered, as the day had hardly seemed like one conducive to rain, and the weather forecast had issued no warnings for rain. When she approached the window to check, the rain had indeed started to fall, pattering against the glass. She could see distinctly that this rain was unlike any other. The droplets glided down the window with an eerie red hue. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoxue encountered Luo Xiaoyu. She stood below, rain pelting against her, and she felt a sharp pain. Frowning, the pain persisted, a sensation she had not experienced in a long while. She hurriedly entered the building, finding the rain's essence peculiar, as if it bore some energy. Suddenly feeling drowsy, she nearly stumbled, questioning whether it was related to the rain. Something felt amiss. After inquiring about Luo Xiaoyu's floor, Luo Zhaoxue took the elevator upstairs, where she found Luo Xiaoyu waiting at the door. Abruptly, her vision blurred, and her body uncontrollably tipped downward. The last remnants of her consciousness urged her to grasp the wall beside her. "Sister?" Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock. But Luo Zhaoxue lacked the strength to respond, her remaining awareness fading as she collapsed. Chapter 17. After the rain in the room, Luo Xiaoyu discovered 2 clean cloths, soaked them with water, and gently applied them to Luo Zhaoxue's forehead, continuously refreshing the cloths. During this time, a transformation began to occur in Luo Zhaoxue. Her hair gradually changed from its roots to a silvery hue. Not merely white, but reminiscent of shimmering silver. Luo Xiaoyu was perplexed by the changes unfolding within Luo Zhaoxue, hesitant to interfere with her condition, and could only stand by in silent supplication. Meanwhile, in the living room, the previously drowsy Tian Qingsheng suddenly rushed to Luo Zhaoxue's side, curling up beside her into a small ball. Sighing, Luo Xiaoyu contemplated reminding Tian Qingsheng not to disturb Luo Zhaoxue, yet upon seeing his dazed expression, she allowed him to remain. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Luo Xiaoyu sensed an energy emanating ceaselessly from Luo Zhaoxue, resonating faintly with the energy within her own body. After absorbing this energy, she felt its presence within her. Was Xiao Shang drawn here by the same force? Luo Xiaoyu murmured to herself. She noticed that this energy seemed to be regulating Tian Qingsheng's breathing rhythm, flowing more abundantly into him. Lowering her guard, she too attempted to draw this energy into her own being, soon perceiving the peculiar cadence of her breath. This rhythm appeared to accelerate her absorption rate, each breath inviting more energy into her. Eventually, it reached a threshold, continuously cleansing her body, fortifying her constitution. Though the progress was gradual, it was certainly more manageable than absorbing crystal cores, and she could feel the surge of energy. Gradually, she succumbed to slumber. Time passed incrementally, with Tian Qingsheng being the first to awaken. He was astonished to find that the once lustrous black hair of Luo Zhaoxue had transformed entirely to silver. He muffled a gasp with his hand, gazing at Luo Zhaoxue with a peculiar sensation, an indescribable emotion unfurling in his heart, making it difficult for him to look away. Luo Zhaoxue had always been an ethereal beauty, captivating beyond words. Though not fully blossomed, her potential was evident, and now she possessed an inexplicable aura that irresistibly drew Tian Qingsheng in. As if awakening some primal instinct within him, he found himself entranced. Lying on the bed, Luo Zhaoxue's silver hair sprawled around her, her serene form exposed to the world. Her skin, in contrast to the silver, appeared extraordinarily pale, her delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll. Fragile and exquisite, her chest rose and fell rhythmically with her breath. She lay there like a finely crafted masterpiece, captivating Tian Qingsheng's heart, who found himself lost in a haze of desire, uncontrollably yearning to part the fabric of her clothing. Just then, a moment of clarity returned to Tian Qingsheng's gaze, panic flooding his mind. Resolutely, he bit down on his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth, the sharp pain jolting his senses awake, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, and in that instant, his consciousness returned to him. Without a moment to wipe away his tears, he hurried to another room, filled with trepidation. Before long, Luo Xiaoyu also stirred from her slumber. Her gaze fixed upon Luo Zhaoxue, a strange emotion blossoming within her. She too was taken aback by the sight of Luo Zhaoxue's silver hair. This color seemed surprisingly befitting for her sister. When Luo Zhaoxue awoke, she felt an oppressive weight upon her, her body slightly numb. Struggling to open her eyes, she found herself ensnared by Luo Xiaoyu, who was dribbling saliva and murmuring incoherently, occasionally nuzzling against Luo Zhaoxue's cheek, her expression one of infatuation. Luo Zhaoxue, bewildered, felt a tingling numbness throughout her body and, unable to muster the strength to push Luo Xiaoyu away, could only exclaim, "Luo Xiaoyu, what on earth has gotten into you? Your drool is all over me." Yet, Luo Xiaoyu offered no reply, merely giggling foolishly. After a moment, as Luo Zhaoxue regained some composure, she disdainfully pushed Luo Xiaoyu away. Upon stretching her hand, she froze. How was it that she felt so much fairer than before? Pushing Luo Xiaoyu aside, she rose to find a mirror, beginning to scrutinize the changes in her appearance. Not only had her skin become remarkably fair, but its elasticity had also improved, and her striking silver hair was strikingly prominent. Furthermore, an indescribable sensation enveloped her, a peculiar familiarity that made her feel as though her current state was known to her. Through the mirror, she caught sight of Tian Qingxing, who was huddled in another room, peeking at her with an air of trepidation. Yet, merely catching a glimpse sent his gaze into a daze, his eyes growing increasingly glazed. Luo Zhaoxue suddenly realized where she had felt this sensation before. It was akin to the cherry blossom trees she had encountered in the wilderness, captivating her with a single glance. It seemed she could control this transformation. Understanding dawned upon her, although she could not recall the specifics of her recent dream. An abundance of knowledge lingered in her subconscious, akin to the gifts received within the dream. Then, with a mere thought, she found Tian Qingxing's gaze gradually returning to clarity, ignoring the two behind her. She attempted to clench her fist, feeling a significant enhancement in her physical prowess, something she hadn't experienced in quite a while. Moreover, the inexplicable breathing technique appeared to have integrated into her very instincts, with each breath inviting energy into her being. She must have safely navigated the dream's ordeal. What of the rain outside? Approaching the window, she noticed the rain had ceased, replaced by the sound of droplets falling softly. The world outside had turned pitch black, her reflection visible in the glass. Contemplating, an invisible force surged within her, revealing the surroundings in her mind's eye. The drooling Luo Xiaoyu, her flushed face, the timid Tian Qingxing glancing at her, and the mutated beings in the adjacent room, along with the water droplets cascading from the eaves. Everything within a 10-meter radius appeared vividly in Luo Zhaoxue's perception. Suddenly, a term struck her mind: spiritual power. She recalled the mention of spiritual fluctuations from the man in her dream. It must be related to this. Sister, what just happened to me? Luo Xiaoyu mumbled, her attire disheveled, her shoulder exposed, appearing dazed as she vaguely remembered being close to Luo Zhaoxue. It's nothing, just a side effect of my abilities. But more importantly, I believe I've uncovered a method of cultivation. I'll teach it to you, and Xiaosheng shortly. For now, let us rest. Tomorrow we venture out to hunt. The word hunt felt strangely familiar to Luo Zhaoxue. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't uttered it in ages. Throughout their journey, she had treaded cautiously, feeling as though everything had slipped from her grasp. Yet now, a sense of control returned. At the very least, she would not be detached from the group again. Are you referring to your breathing technique? Indeed. Luo Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, surprised that Luo Xiaoyu had picked up on it. After pondering, Luo Xiaoyu realized that the breathing technique was indeed linked to cultivation. She had felt a marked improvement in her physical state. While you were asleep, I inadvertently guided both myself and Xiaosheng to attempt the breathing technique. I believe with a few more trials, I might fully master it. Very well, I shall guide both you and Xiaosheng through the technique, and then we will resume our progress tomorrow, seeking out Xiaopeng. At least now we possess the means of self-defense, allowing us to develop with peace of mind. Slums. The few mutated beings that emerged from the village had finally found their main force. Soon after, the parasites within them burrowed out, seeking to consume more sustenance. In the next moment, a black claw struck, knocking two of them to the ground, crushing them. Its massive form, towering around 2 meters in height, was entirely dark. After dispatching the remaining parasites, it prowled the streets of the slums. If one were to gaze down from above the slums, it would be evident that many mutated beings had shed their original forms. A crimson rain had utterly ignited their evolutionary pace. Chapter 18. Survivors. A few days later, in District 6 Puff, Luo Zhaoxue exhaled deeply, withdrawing her knife from the back of a mutant's head. Over the past few days, she had been pushing forward while continuously unlocking her potential, and she was now perfectly attuned to her current physical condition. However, she seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Neither her breathing techniques nor her absorption of crystal nuclei could advance further, though her physique had significantly improved. Thus, she resolved to head to District 3 in search of Xiaopeng. Luo Xiaoxue had also categorized the stages of evolution. Individuals like her, who had already made breakthroughs, belonged to the first batch of evolutionaries, categorized as the first stage. Those who broke through later also fell into the first stage, though those who had achieved it prior to the apocalypse held a distinct advantage. After this, they would inevitably encounter a bottleneck. Before the apocalypse, she had been unable to progress further, and now Luo Xiaoyu had reached this stage as well. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue was perplexed by her own situation. Despite having broken through, she soon found herself ensnared in a bottleneck, feeling as if she were somewhat different from ordinary evolutionaries. Then there was Tian Qingxing, who had also successfully entered the first stage. His breathing techniques were remarkably effective. The weaker one's physique, the faster the results. However, once he entered the first stage, his progress slowed dramatically. Over the past few days, he had absorbed the vast majority of crystal nuclei, yet could not reach the same level as Luo Xiaoyu. What he lacked was training. Thus, Luo Xiaoxue had him relentlessly hunt mutants every day, returning to their temporary residence to endure additional training under her supervision. On the first day, he even trained to the point of fainting. Yet, despite this, Tian Qingxing never once complained of fatigue, occasionally sulking in a corner, shedding tears. Nevertheless, his improvement was evident. Through Luo Xiaoxue's rigorous training, he had significantly enhanced his physique in just a few days. Now, Luo Xiaoxue was uncertain whether this so-called apocalypse was a blessing or a curse. Beside her, Luo Xiaoyu sighed. Having nearly cleared all visible mutants over the past few days, they had methodically eliminated them in small batches. The mutants here were relatively few, minimizing the risk of triggering a massive horde akin to that in the slums. The issue was that the low-tier crystal nuclei they gathered could only be stored in capsules, rendering them of little use to them, somewhat of a waste. Furthermore, since entering the first stage, their appetites had greatly increased. Just yesterday, one person had consumed 6 buckets of instant noodles. What gives? Is it too much to ask for just getting started? Luo Xiaoxue glanced back at Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingxing. The latter two wore expressions of exasperation. After these few days of training, the moniker of fierce older sister had been firmly established. Yet, Tian Qingxing had completely acclimated himself to the sisters, shedding the timid demeanor he had when they first met. He had even begun to sweetly call them sisters as Luo Xiaoyu did. Children, after all, are the most impressionable. Sis, we cleared an entire street, and you still say it's just the beginning, Luo Xiaoyu complained, her hands stained with blood. She had now learned to control her strength, mastering the technique of shattering a mutant's bones without causing them to explode. A skillful ART in just a few days, she had made significant progress, which Luo Xiaoxue regarded as quite impressive. Moreover, even if Luo Xiaoyu inadvertently caused a mutant to burst, her formidable punching power would splatter blood without harming her. It's still early. Xiaopeng's fate remains uncertain. We must locate him swiftly. I just checked the map. It's been over a week since the apocalypse began. Those truly capable individuals should have already started to establish their own factions, and if we wish to form one in Suiwen, only a few locations are suitable. Luo Xiaoxue projected a map of Suiwen City onto the ground using a screen, then pointed to a specific area, saying, "The closest to District 3 is the maple sugar factory." When it was built, a vast vacuum zone surrounded it, taking up extensive land. It's a food processing plant and the prime choice in the vicinity. It would take approximately an hour to drive there from our location, assuming conditions were as they were before the apocalypse. Now, if we wish to force our way through, it's simply unfeasible. After several days of observation, Luo Xiaoxue noted that the evolution of mutants had become more complete. It was rare to see those sluggish, vacant-eyed mutants anymore, as most had evolved to the first stage. However, mutants differed from evolutionaries. They had no potential for further enhancement, possessing only double the physique of an ordinary person at the first stage. Luo Xiaoxue believed that no mutant could pose a threat to her at present. Yet, even so, traversing through there remained unrealistic. Unlike Districts 7 and 8, which contained only scattered mutants, or District 9, where most were missing limbs, this area was a true center teeming with fully intact mutants, numbering in the tens of thousands and housing more advanced variations. Not even Luo Zhaoxue, if she were to break through again, would dare claim she could pass through unscathed. This region resembled an insurmountable chasm. The walled city was unlike the urban landscapes of peacetime, harboring blind spots and areas with sparse populations. It was a vast circular metropolis, its outermost layer being District 9, followed by District 8, and so on. The vacuum zones within each district were exceedingly rare, with the only existing ones located near various factories. Thus, in recent years, cities had been attempting to develop their outer regions. Cities closer to the northern borders fared better. Like the current Swaywen city, which had begun to expand outward, while cities further south had struggled to expand due to economic development and the threat of beast tides. Each district was nearly equal in size, meaning the deeper one ventured, the more difficult it became to traverse. Moreover, the tactics used in the slums were not applicable here. The dense building structures allowed for easy maneuvering, and the streets were crowded, accommodating only a limited number of mutants at once. So even if Luo Zhaoxue attracted a large number of mutants, it wouldn't trigger a massive horde. However, if a vehicle were to explode in District 6 or 5, Luo Zhaoxue would be met with at least a tidal wave of tens of thousands of mutants. That would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. What do? We can't just abandon Xiaopeng. Luo Xiaoyu's tone grew urgent. They had become so strong yet still could not locate Xiaopeng. Just as Luo Zhaoxue was at a loss, the distant sound of an engine caught their attention. They looked up to see an off-road vehicle approaching. Just now, big brother, are you really okay with that BTSH taking the second-in-command position? A man, broad and muscular, in the passenger seat, cursed vehemently. He angrily thumped the seat, causing the vehicle to jolt in the back. A man appearing to be in his late 20s, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a scar across his face, slowly exhaled smoke and spoke in a low voice. Enough, Erzhuang. We cannot interfere with Long Ge's decisions. After all, he has already taken that step. Big brother. Is he truly that strong? Can we few ability users not contend with him? The round-faced driver chimed in. Resembling a scheming rat, if you ask me, we should revolt against him and seize control as the new leaders. Erzhuang persisted, his defiance unwavering despite the backseat man's words. I'm just frustrated by this situation. Enough! Our influence isn't that significant yet. If you revolt against Long Gu today, tomorrow someone will dare to rise against us. The older brother in the back seat was clearly incensed now. The atmosphere grew tense. And at that moment, the round-faced man exclaimed, Hey, big brother, there are people ahead. Chapter 19. Explosion. Big brother, they killed so many zombies. Erzhuang exclaimed, referring to mutants as zombies, as was customary in their base. Indeed, their strength cannot be underestimated. Perhaps we should attempt to recruit them. The man at the forefront's eyes gleamed with ambition. If he could enlist these capable individuals, he might just be able to vie for the position of base leader. Big brother, they even brought a child. Luo Zhaoxue and her two companions were all clad in black trench coats. Due to Tian Xingxing's diminutive stature, adjustments were made to the size of his coat. There was no alternative, as they lacked any attire suitable for men. Consequently, he was fitted with a trench coat as well. Thus, the occupants of the vehicle could not discern their genders, only noting the presence of a child. The men's eyes sparkled with heightened interest. Had the other party not been accompanied by a child, they might have deliberated on whether to invite them into the base, however, with the child in tow. The possibilities for manipulation multiplied. At last, the two groups converged. The opposing party arrived in an off-road vehicle, the roar of the engine attracting a multitude of mutants, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by the men within the vehicle. Their equipment was sophisticated, predominantly comprising silenced firearms. Clad in combat attire to guard against bites, their appearance was conventional, yet their use of firearms concealed their true capabilities, revealing only a hint of precision. Moreover, they did not resemble law enforcement, but rather seemed akin to a team of bodyguards from a wealthy family, making it impossible to ascertain whether they were evolved beings. One of the larger men exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the rear door, assisting the man behind him in alighting. He then stood behind him, a posture that further convinced Luo Zhaoxue that these individuals hailed from a background of entitlement, employing their customary tactics to elevate their leader's status. The foremost man scrutinized the trio before extending his hand in a remarkably gentlemanly manner, smiling as he spoke. Greetings, everyone, I am Zhang Dian. I see you possess considerable skills. Shall we become friends? Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng quietly stood behind Luo Zhaoxue, and then, engrossed in their own world, began to play with the water balloon, entirely disregarding the intentions of the other party. Luo Xiaoyu now regretted not having a pet to stroke during idle moments. Meanwhile, Luo Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes, concealing her tang knife, her ample trench coat obscuring her alabaster skin, before extending her hand. Hello. Her voice, deliberately modulated to sound ambiguous, bore a slightly husky quality. Upon noticing that Luo Zhaoxue was still wearing gloves, the man did not take offense, but instead warmly shook her hand, continuing to greet her with a smile. We are survivors from the Weihai group, out seeking supplies. By chance, we witnessed you hunting zombies. We were wondering about your destination to see if our paths align. After all, as survivors, we ought to look out for one another. Zhang Diyun's smile was sincere, yet had Luo Zhaoxue not caught the glint of calculation in his eyes when he first laid eyes on her trio. She might have been swayed. It won't be on the way. You all should continue with your own affairs, Luo Zhaoxue replied, her words not entirely inaccurate. She intended to push deeper into the area, certainly diverging from their route. They were likely to explore the nearby supermarkets to ascertain the abundance of supplies, serving as a vanguard of sorts. In just a few days, even a nascent small base would not have cleared a significant area. Their presence here suggested that Weihai was indeed in the vicinity. Furthermore, it was likely that evolved beings had already emerged within their ranks, for it was improbable they could have cleared such extensive streets otherwise. Zhang Diyun's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated such obstinacy from the other party. This was the apocalypse, and he questioned how long he could survive alone. Observing their demeanor, it was clear they possessed scant supplies. How dare they reject his invitation? You all clearly appear to be in search of resources. You lack any means to carry supplies. You must be starving. Nearby, we have a granary we discovered yesterday. Where the zombies are FEWI in a few days, it may be cleared. With your abilities, joining our base now would make you heroes in the granary sweep, and the rewards would certainly be plentiful. Luo Zhaoxue scoffed at this notion, thinking it more akin to working for them. Thank you for your consideration, but we shall not be going. We have our own matters to attend to. I advise you to return to your own affairs. With that, Luo Zhaoxue turned to leave, causing Zhang Diyun's countenance to darken. He recognized her formidable strength. He was certain he could not contend with her, as only one person in his base could eliminate zombies from an entire street. However, the repeated rejections of his invitation had severely bruised his pride. He must teach Luo Zhaoxue a lesson. Once the three entered their vehicle, they vanished from sight. For Luo Zhaoxue, this was merely a minor interlude. She would not align with any faction until her strength was sufficient. Not to mention, she harbored doubts about whether the other party had benevolent intentions, and whether they might pose a threat to Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng. Even so, Luo Zhaoxue would not easily trust anyone. Let's go. Stop playing around, and continue on our path. Just as Luo Zhaoxue prepared to advance to the next block, a sudden explosion echoed behind them. Luo Zhaoxue's expression darkened. This tactic was one she had employed merely days prior. Although the explosion was not as thunderous as her own actions, it was sufficient to draw a horde of mutants to their location. In an instant, the surrounding mutants turned their attention towards the sound, then surged forth with overwhelming force. At this point, seeking refuge within the buildings was no longer feasible. Yet, the two behind her showed no signs of fear. Instead, they appeared exhilarated. Tian Qingsheng had been thoroughly influenced by Luo Xiaoyu. Luo Zhaoxue sighed, realizing she had been overly cautious. Since the apocalypse, she had not experienced the thrill of giving her all. She had always been conserving her energy. If they wish to fight, then let us fight. With a sharp gaze, Luo Zhaoxue shed her heavy trench coat and plunged into the oncoming tide of mutants, her tang knife transforming into a red-tasseled spear unbeknownst to her. Scarlet blood sprayed forth as Luo Zhaoxue wielded the spear with unparalleled finesse, piercing through every mutant that dared to close in, cleaving them in two. In that moment, she single-handedly created a whirlwind of carnage. 3 hours elapsed, and the mutants drawn by the noise were finally eradicated. Luo Xiaoyu lay exhausted on the ground, indifferent to the blood-soaked earth beneath her. Breathing heavily, she sprawled out, prompting Luo Xiaoxue to approach and pat her head. Do not let your guard down. Begin practicing your breathing techniques to maximize your gains. Let me rest for a moment. Do not be so inhumane. Excellent, you still have the energy for banter. It seems the intensity was insufficient. Again, you must be trying to kill me, sister. You were not like this before. However, Luo Xiaoxue paid no heed to Luo Xiaoyu's playful antics. She merely approached a car parked on the street and began to tap on it gently. Her strikes growing progressively forceful, Luo Xiaoyu immediately flipped over, sitting cross-legged to practice her breathing techniques, and even Tian Qingxing beside her was pulled into the training. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue took it upon herself to keep watch. She had somewhat underestimated her own capabilities. Most of the small-scale zombie tide had been eradicated by her hand. After 3 hours of intense combat, she found herself surprisingly unfatigued. Yet, this was not the true magnitude of the zombie horde. The explosion had echoed across several streets, drawing thousands of mutated beings toward the source of the sound. What Luo Xiaoxue and her companions faced were merely those drawn by the noise traveling through this street. Luo Xiaoxue glanced toward the commotion with a sense of lingering excitement, her blood surging with adrenaline. Although she was not completely exhausted, the intensity of the battle had propelled her past her limits. A sensation that was dangerously addictive, especially for someone as formidable as Luo Xiaoxue. Suddenly, a feeling of unease washed over her, as if something were lurking in the shadows, observing her. She promptly expanded her mental awareness but found nothing amiss in her surroundings. Then, her gaze fixed intently on a certain spot, the origin of the sound, where a faint scent of blood began to waft toward her. Cautiously, she approached, the stench growing stronger until she reached a building where she beheld Zhang Diyun and another individual. The latter lying motionless, his body barely intact. Luo Xiaoxue immediately sensed danger. These two were not weak, and had they made noise from afar, they could have easily escaped. Their presence here suggested they had intended to take advantage of the chaos. But now lay dead. Something had slain them. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue abruptly turned to see a dark figure not far from Luo Xiaoyu. The creature even glanced back at Luo Xiaoxue with a taunting expression, revealing a semblance of a smile. This monster was adorned with bone spikes, standing nearly 6 feet tall, its body devoid of flesh, covered instead with a hide resembling skeletal structure. In the next instant, it lunged toward Luo Xiaoyu, but Luo Xiaoxue was quicker. Her spear shot forward, followed closely by her as she charged at the dark beast. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance of several meters. Her spear striking the creature with a resounding clang, causing it to stumble, its attack on Luo Xiaoyu thwarted. Luo Xiaoxue skillfully caught the rebounding spear and, with a powerful swing, aimed to crush the monster's skull. However, the instantaneous kill she envisioned did not manifest. The forceful blow merely caught the creature off guard, dropping it to its knees without inflicting any significant damage. Realizing the creature's formidable defenses, Luo Xiaoxue knew her spear alone would not suffice. She thrust forward again, targeting its face, but the monster swiftly blocked her attack, retaliating with a punch. Luo Xiaoxue deftly parried with her spear, using its momentum to retreat rapidly. In that instant, she stowed her spear, replacing it with a broadsword. The creature glared at Luo Xiaoxue, its fury palpable as it emitted low growls. It charged at her, only to meet the weighty blade of her sword. The impact shattered the ground beneath them. With her newfound strength, Luo Xiaoxue wielded the heavy weapon with ease. The monster barely managed to block her strike, unable to make any effective counterattack. To her astonishment, its defensive capabilities withstood even her broadsword. It retaliated again, its howl more ghastly than before, but Luo Xiaoxue leaped into action, capitalizing on its force to deliver another strike. This blow, propelled by her momentum, struck true, shattering the bone armor on its arm. The creature recoiled in pain, hesitant to advance yet unwilling to flee, seemingly reluctant to abandon the potential for evolution it sought. This beast possessed a modicum of intelligence, though not much, harnessing the inertia of her downward strike. Luo Xiaoxue pivoted and leaped again, delivering another blow. The creature attempted to evade but was inexplicably pinned in place, forced to absorb the hit, its limbs severed at the point of impact. The creature was now in utter disarray. Unable to comprehend why this seemingly insignificant human could inflict harm, its once proud armor now lay in tatters before her. With determination, Luo Xiaoxue summoned her strength once more, aiming for the creature as head. In an instant, intricate crimson patterns surged across her arm, while the monster remained immobilized, now defenseless without its hands. It could do nothing but watch as the sword descended. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, she shattered its skull, revealing a pristine black crystal core within. The entire encounter lasted less than 10 seconds. Gasping for breath, Luo Xiaoxue picked up the core, appearing unfazed, yet her hand trembled as it clutched the prize. This flesh-eater had proven to be unexpectedly resilient. It was more accurate to say it had been crushed than merely slain. Steadying her breath, Luo Xiaoxue began to attune herself to the energy contained within the crystal. The potent energy surged within her, far surpassing that of an undeveloped core, promising substantial advancement even for someone of her second stage. She assessed that while the creature's speed and strength were inferior to hers, its defensive capabilities were remarkably high. Had she not suddenly comprehended her abilities, relying solely on borrowed strength would have required considerable time to bring the creature down. This flesh-eater was likely of the second stage. With a firm grip, she crushed the corpse of another flesh-eater in the distance, a display of her telekinetic prowess. However, the exertion was brief, draining her mental energy within mere seconds. It seemed she needed further practice. Sighing in resignation, Luo Xiaoxue recognized that she had gambled. Had she failed to kill the creature, she and Luo Xiaoyu would surely have become prey for the second-stage flesh-eater. She had employed more than one ability, utilizing a second power distinct from her psychic force, which consumed energy instead. This was how she compensated for her lack of brute strength, ultimately vanquishing the second-stage flesh-eater. As she observed the dark red patterns extending up her arm, contrasting beautifully against her fair skin, she felt an inexplicable allure. With a slow breath, the patterns converged in her palm, resembling a delicate beauty mark adorning her hand. She sensed her physical prowess enhancing, albeit slightly, and the invisible shackles that had once restrained her dissipated with the emergence of these patterns. Chapter 21. Official announcement. After some time, Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingxing finally stirred awake. As they opened their eyes, they were immediately overwhelmed by a formidable aura emanating from Luo Xiaoxue, who was leaning against her spear with her eyes closed. Luo Xiaoyu realized the chasm of disparity between her and her sister, but had not anticipated it to be so vast. Tian Qingxing, standing beside her, dared not even breathe, acutely aware of the growing gulf between them. The greater the divide, the more palpable the sensation of despair became. The wider the gap, the stronger the impression of the other's might, yet unable to grasp the suffocating hopelessness. Previously, Tian Qingxing had been in a state of unawareness, but now he felt it keenly. Instinctively shrinking back behind Luo Xiaoyu, at that moment, Luo Xiaoxue noticed that the two had awakened and ceased her mental probing. To prevent the emergence of another second-stage threat, her vigilance had not wavered. Presently, she lacked the capability to confront another such creature. If one appeared, she would be forced to awaken the others and flee. Through this ordeal, Luo Xiaoxue had nearly solidified her future course. The first-stage crystal cores had lost their significance to her. Only second-stage crystals could refine her abilities further. She had a premonition that if she absorbed a few more, she would solidify her own second-stage powers. She classified her current state as a nascent second stage, having slightly breached her limits while manifesting the patterns, which she termed as the initial level of the second stage. She estimated that fully unlocking her potential would signify her official entry into the second stage. Brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, she donned her windbreaker. Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingxing had trained diligently for a long time, and now the streets around them rendered them as living targets. They needed to evacuate to a secure location promptly. Retracting her broadsword and replacing it with a dao, Luo Xiaoxue began to forge a path forward. Her aim was a nearby restaurant. A minor interruption had delayed her, but it ultimately proved beneficial. Next would be the absorption of crystal cores and hunting down second-stage creatures. An announcement crackled over the communication system. Today is September 25. To all survivors, we report that after days of arduous efforts, the official authorities of Suiwen have successfully cleared the zombies from the military base located in the northern sector of Zone 2. Today, I extend an invitation to all survivors to converge at the base. Should you be unable to gather, please ensure your own safety while sending a signal to the military base. We will devise a rescue plan based on your location. I repeat, today is September 25th. As the mutated beings before her fell, a flurry of information swept through Luo Xiaoshua's vision, leaving her standing in contemplation. Beside her, Luo Xiaoyu joyfully lifted the bewildered Tian Qingsheng, who was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Something is amiss, Luo Xiaoshua remarked, shaking her head as she addressed Luo Xiaoyu. What is wrong? Came the naive inquiry from Luo Xiaoyu. This announcement is flawed. Luo Xiaoyu, perplexed, glanced at Luo Xiaoshua. Isn't this a good thing? Given the government's capabilities, it's only natural to clear out Area 2. After all, it is a military zone, and with an official announcement, surely a rescue operation will ensue. There is no need to idealize the government. Luo Xiaoshua replied nonchalantly. While the authorities will not stand idly by, they would never act so recklessly. They are fully aware that Areas 4 and 5 present insurmountable barriers, making such irresponsible statements inconceivable. The government of Dahua is known for its decisive actions, yet even the military, no matter how formidable, would not deploy numerous Tier 1 experts before the apocalypse. Moreover, after the end of days, many of those experts would suffer losses, leaving no manpower to assist the survivors in other regions. Luo Xiaoyu paused, realizing the truth in Luo Xiaoshua's words. Yet, if that were the case, what did the government's communication truly signify? Was it merely a ploy to attract some survivors? A moment later, understanding dawned upon Luo Xiaoshua. The government must have detected unusual activity outside the city. Many among them have likely completed their evolution, reaching Tier 1 or even Tier 2 status. Their plan should have been to proceed cautiously, gradually clearing the mutated beings within the city. However, upon discovering the anomalies in the surrounding forests, they recognized that many mutant beasts were showing signs of emerging. Thus, they aimed to swiftly establish a front line. Even if they cannot prevail as a means of retreat, they find themselves trapped in Area 2 and can only contact the police stations in various districts. At this juncture, Luo Xiaoyu grasped the situation as well and continued. The personnel at the police stations should have found suitable safe havens throughout the districts. By consolidating their efforts, they can clear a route within Suiwen City that connects the various areas, allowing Areas 1 and 2 to no longer be isolated, thereby gaining access to more resources and welcoming additional survivors. Then, they can cultivate some gifted individuals to combat the mutated beings and the impending beast tide. Luo Xiaoshua nodded in agreement. Indeed, this approach is both wise and perilous. Should a horde of corpses be triggered, it would be a catastrophe of at least 100,000 undead, leading to inevitable annihilation. As she spoke, Luo Xiaoshua kicked at a shattered corpse, her mind still occupied with the eerie forest and the enigmatic cherry blossom tree. Even now, she felt a sense of insurmountable dread. Regardless of what the government intends to do, it is of no concern to us at present. If we encounter assistance, we shall accept it. If not, we shall tread our own narrow path. Luo Xiaoshua beckoned, signaling for Luo Xiaoyu and the others to follow. Throughout the exchange, Tian Qingsheng stood silently by, unable to interject, merely enduring Luo Xiaoyu's exuberance. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu appeared lost in thought, prompting Tian Qingsheng, who was being cradled, to sense a shift and become even more still. Like a doll. What is it? Sister, there is no issue with the communication. Indeed, there is no issue, Luo Xiaoshua replied without turning, focusing on clearing the mutated beings, her tone tinged with melancholy. She understood the reason behind Luo Xiaoyu's inquiry. When Luo Xiaoyu spoke again, her voice was laced with the tremor of impending tears. Then tell me, uncle and aunt, why have you not contacted us? Although she had mentally prepared herself for this moment, when the question left her lips, a torrent of words lodged in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. After a pause, she murmured, perhaps they lost their terminal. Luo Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself, striving to suppress her voice. But tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Luo Xiaoshua's reasoning felt far-fetched. Since acquiring the ability to hunt independently, she had consistently aided the parents of the chubby boy, even sharing the same stylish terminal model, making it nearly impossible to lose. Everyone knew that failing to make immediate contact with Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu when communication was possible held significant implications. With a soft sigh, Luo Zhaoxue reached out to stroke Luo Xiaoyu's head. Isn't this precisely the purpose of our journey? To find the chubby boy, to locate uncle and aunt, regardless of whether they have vanished or transformed. We must uncover the truth, mustn't we? Consider the chubby boy. He has always believed that uncle and aunt are alive, and we must hold on to that belief as well. Luo Zhaoxue embraced Luo Xiaoyu tightly, soothing her trembling form as she comforted her. Meanwhile, Tian Qingsheng, sandwiched between them, was overlooked, scarcely daring to breathe, standing still and silently bearing the weight of life's unbearable burdens. Chapter 22. The chubby boy. Days passed. The government's cleanup efforts were swift. Commencing from the northern side of Area 2, successfully connecting all police station routes in Area 3, ensuring unimpeded access. Damaged vehicles were utilized to block passages. Many regions had begun to clear the mutated beings from Area 4. Within the maple syrup factory, a young man in a white shirt and crew cut rushed in with urgency. Boss, their pace is alarmingly rapid. At this rate, we will surely be discovered. Most individuals had functioning terminals. Yet those with the stylish model were few and far between, predominantly held by the elite, leaving the factory's occupants without such devices. They had only recently seized the factory, lacking the time to clear the nearby residential buildings or collect charging devices for their terminals. Relying solely on primitive means to relay messages, the man referred to as boss furrowed his brow, unwilling to squander this opportunity to establish dominance. However, facing the military, even the most advanced equipment would prove futile. Moreover, the government of Dahua maintained considerable influence among the populace. Should they arrive, even if they did not incorporate his faction, their mere presence would naturally attract citizens to their side. In that event, he would be left as nothing more than a powerless leader. Ultimately, the boss sighed. Contact the military, we shall merge with them. While we still have a chance to showcase our capabilities and earn military merit, the military will not forsake us. Though reluctant, he felt his abilities were sufficient to claim authority. Yet in merely a few days, an entire district had been cleared, coordinating with police stations, leaving him with no opportunity for resistance. Thus, allegiance became the most prudent course of action. As such, the government consolidated all forces within areas 1 to 3. Meanwhile, the chubby boy appeared pale, trembling as he leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. Suppressing nausea to avoid vomiting, at his feet lay a grotesquely disfigured mutated being, its face obliterated. The corridor strewn with a gruesome mix of red and white, foul black blood pooling on the floor. More than 2 weeks had passed since the apocalypse began, and his food reserves had finally been exhausted. Fearing that Luo Zhaoxue might not find him, he had been frugal, resulting in noticeable weight loss over the past few days. Huff, huff, this isn't so hard to kill after all. I'm still quite formidable, he exclaimed, before gagging. Damn it, I should have known better than to linger by the window that day. He referred to the day he had spoken with Luo Zhaoxue on the phone. After their conversation, he had leaned out the window to peer below, inadvertently witnessing a mutated being attacking someone. Having never witnessed such brutality in the city, he was terrified, his face paling, causing his terminal to slip from his grasp. Lacking a spare terminal and fearing Luo Zhaoxue might not locate him, he had refrained from venturing far. However, as time passed without any sign of Luo Zhaoxue, he was left with no food and had no choice but to leave his home. After a while, the chubby boy began to feel somewhat better, the intense nausea subsiding. He approached the neighboring house, attempting to open the door. After fiddling with the lock for some time without success, he finally erupted in frustration. Damn it! I knew it. Searching for supplies in apocalyptic novels is all a lie. How the hell do you open this door? With that, he struck the doorknob with force. Apparently still unsatisfied, he kicked the closed door several times. Suddenly, the door swung open as if yielding to his efforts. Fortuitously, the house was unoccupied. Otherwise, he would have been greeted with a fierce assault. The chubby boy stood frozen, stunned. What kind of shoddy product is this? I only kicked it twice, and it opened. However, he was not one to dwell on such thoughts. The door opening was a stroke of luck. Upon entering, he rushed into the kitchen, and in an instant, saliva pooled in his mouth. With the refrigerator brimming and the stove well-equipped, he marveled at the abundance of ingredients before him. How long had it been since he enjoyed a proper meal? Wow, what kind of incredible people lived here! I've nearly forgotten the taste of soy sauce. Today, I shall feast splendidly. Having satisfied his appetite with a meal he prepared for himself, he relished the culinary delight, feeling assured that he could endure for a while longer. Even if he finished the food in this residence, there were still numerous unopened supplies within the building awaiting his discovery. After dining, he commenced his exploration of the house. Residences in Zone 3 were generally spacious, each spanning over 200 square meters, typically arranged over 2 levels. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he stumbled upon a backup terminal. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wept tears of joy. Is this a paradise? Oh my heavens, sob sob sob. Although he had lost contact with Luo Xiaoxue due to his terminal being misplaced, he dared not venture out. The most distressing aspect was the absence of any entertainment facilities following the loss of his terminal. Gazing at the new terminal, he felt as if he had discovered a treasure. After fully charging it and connecting to his home network, he eagerly activated the terminal, ready to download games. It wasn't that he didn't wish to call Luo Xiaoxue. Rather, the terminal lacked his information card, rendering him unable to reach her. Thus, it could only serve as a source of entertainment. As he stared at the activated terminal, a twisted smile crept across his face. Hee, after 2 weeks without playing, my wives must be dying to see me. Yuan, I'm coming. However, the moment he activated the terminal, a piece of information appeared before him. An announcement read, "Today is September 25th. Addressing the vast community of survivors. After days of arduous efforts, the authorities have successfully eliminated all zombies from the military base located in the northern section of Zone 2 in Suiwen City. We invite all survivors to gather at the base. If you are unable to reach us, please ensure your safety while sending a signal to the military base. We will formulate a rescue plan based on your location." Pondering this message, he contemplated the officials' intent to establish a secure passage for communication. It seemed unlikely that they would arrive at his location anytime soon. His parents should be safe with the authorities. They might be fine. Perhaps if he went to the officials, he could locate them. However, if Xuejia came here searching for him, she would likely engage with the zombies outside. If he were absent, she might overthink the situation. Moreover, bringing Xiaoyu with her posed significant risks. It would be prudent to wait for her arrival before deciding whether to approach the authorities. Yes, that settles it. First, let us play some games. On another note, he felt as though his strength had markedly increased recently. He had consistently sensed a surge in his power. Even during his previous encounters with zombies, he had found it quite effortless, albeit a bit nauseating, and his legs felt a tad weak. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be that he was awakening some extraordinary ability? He chuckled to himself, envisioning a magnificent figure endowed with superpowers, his laughter echoing with a hint of madness. However, he soon became engrossed in the game, completely oblivious to the transformations occurring within him. Chapter 23. Has the young master erupted? That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After a day filled with gaming and unable to reach Luo Xiaoxue, boredom crept in. Checking the time, he realized it was precisely midnight. Well, who would have thought the young master could also suffer from insomnia? In Luo Xiaoxue's presence, he dared not flaunt his arrogance, but in front of others, he was a card holder, boasting with every utterance. Perhaps I should clear out the zombies in this building, since I have nothing else to do. It would also serve as practice. With determination, he sprang from his bed, grabbing a baseball bat nearby, and marched towards the door with an air of bravado. Unbeknownst to him, on the 1st floor of the building, a blood-soaked mutant had infiltrated, drawn by the sounds, and was now contemplating how to ascend. Soon, it discovered the secure passage and began to ascend the stairs slowly. His apartment was on the 23rd floor. While the building stood at a towering 27 stories, he gazed into the darkened corridor. A shiver ran down his spine. Goodness, I didn't feel this staircase was so terrifying when the elevator malfunctioned. Why does it feel like something out of a horror film now? He murmured to himself. Yet he continued to make his way upward. The corridor was devoid of any mutants, which was not surprising. After all, who would wander up the stairs of a secure passage without reason? However, the moment he opened the safety door to the corridor, a blood-stained face loomed before him, startling him into swinging his bat. Yet, instead of hitting the mutant's head, he struck the doorframe instead. In an instant, a buzzing sound reverberated through the hallway, drawing the attention of all nearby mutants, who began to rush towards him with low growls. The mutant before him lunged, mouth agape, dripping with blood. In a moment of desperation, he raised the baseball bat defensively, and the mutant bit down on it, causing him to stumble backward and fall to the ground. Gripping the bat tightly, preventing the mutant from biting him. Damn, that hurt. He was no saint. Although he had never encountered such bloodshed, Luo Zhaoxue had trained him well. Though he was overweight, he had learned enough combat techniques to deal with such mindless mutants. Kicking the mutant away, he sprang to his feet and struck its head with the bat, splattering blood everywhere. There was no time to feel disgusted. The instinct for survival forced him to suppress his physiological reactions. Turning around, he saw the other mutants had already closed in. "How dare you look down on me?" Thinking quickly, he picked up a corpse from the ground and held it defensively in front of him. Pushing back several mutants that staggered, he swung the baseball bat again, striking another mutant in the head, rendering it lifeless on the ground. Only 2 remained. Once more, he swung the bat, knocking one back while swiftly kicking the other, dispatching it as well. With the last mutant attempting a desperate counterattack, he struck it down with a single blow, and as he dispatched all the mutants, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Rubbing his nose, he struck a pose he deemed impressive, chuckling maniacally, "Ha ha, the young master is formidable. Earlier, it took me 3 hits to take down one, and now it's 1 hit per mutant. I'm practically a superhero. Who can stand in my way?" Just as the last word left his lips, he was suddenly thrown across the corridor, crashing against the wall, the metallic taste of blood flooding his mouth as he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. "What the hell? Who dares to sneak attack me?" In a daze, he managed to prop himself up with the baseball bat, still grumbling. It was at this moment he caught sight of the scoundrel who had ambushed him. The creature, drenched in blood, bore a dark red hue that obscured its original color. Its exposed skin was white. Its claws appeared razor-sharp, making a chilling cracking sound. Its eyes, unlike the pale gaze of ordinary mutants, were a bloody red, emanating a sinister aura. Good grief, the ancients were right. Red eyes aren't just for show. Although he mocked, he remained cautious, the will to survive igniting a fire within him. Adrenaline surged through his veins, and for a moment, he felt no pain. After a brief standoff, he charged first, swinging the bat with such ferocity that it left an afterimage in its wake. The creature seemed to dismiss him entirely, allowing the bat to strike its body while casually swatting at him with its claw. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly retreated, raising the bat defensively. The sound of metal clashing against claws echoed through the corridor, and the walls reverberated with the impact. He was thrown back, slamming against the wall, deep grooves etched into the bat. This time, he lacked the strength to rise. Was the disparity in strength truly this vast? He opened his mouth to voice a complaint, but was interrupted by another bout of coughing, blood escaping his lips, rendering him speechless. After barely exchanging blows, he found himself at a disadvantage, despite his earlier bravado. A bitter smile crossed his face as memories flooded his mind from the past few days. As he faced the advancing monster, he seemed to resign himself to his fate. Thoughts of his parents, Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu, filled his mind, wondering if his friends were still alive. Surely, Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu were safe. Perhaps his parents were as well. After all, he had lost contact with them. They might be alive and trying to reach him without his knowledge. He longed to see them once more. Damn it, I can't die yet. A spark ignited in his eyes, the will to live reigniting his spirit. A fiery sensation engulfed him, and in an instant, a blaze erupted across the entire 27th floor. Within a heartbeat, everything within a meter's radius was incinerated, even the wall behind him reduced to ashes. Revealing the inky darkness of the night beyond, goodness, the young master has ignited. In the next moment, he plummeted from the 27th floor into the 26th. Damn it. So much for looking cool. He slowly rose to his feet, acutely aware of his gradual descent. The floor creaked beneath him, emitting a persistent crackling sound. He clenched his fists. Although he bore no weapon, he felt an overwhelming conviction that he could incinerate the mutated creature. In that fleeting moment of ignition, he seemed to grasp some newfound technique. Then, with a gentle leap, he returned to the 27th floor, beckoning to the grotesque entity. "Come forth and witness as I reduce you to ashes." In the next instant, the creature darted towards him, its claws sweeping through the air. Yet he merely flashed a devilish grin. Taking a bold step forward, he enveloped the mutant in a fierce embrace. The creature, taken aback by his audacity, instinctively swung its claws back at him. With a sudden, thunderous shout, he proclaimed, "Come forth, ignite." In that instant, flames illuminated the night sky. Chapter 24. Official. What in the world is that? Within the military base, an observer caught sight of a flicker of flame illuminating the darkness, momentarily akin to the sun rising, casting light across the entire night sky. However, this glow was ephemeral, vanishing before one could discern its origin. To passers-by, it appeared as if a light had been switched on in a dimly lit room, only to be extinguished in an instant. The entire military district erupted into a flurry of activity. As everyone sought to locate the source of the fire, such a formidable presence must surely be recruited into the official ranks. Meanwhile, in District 5, Luo Xiaoxue glanced skyward. District 3, she did not dwell on it further, merely resolved to advance her plans to travel there. A week later, when Luo Xiaoxue found Xiao Pang, he lay naked amidst a sea of ruins, his body faintly aglow with a red light. Devoid of any signs of life, he had plummeted from the 27th to the 26th floor. The flames had only persisted for a brief moment, yet in that fleeting time, they had incinerated everything within a meter of him. Among the charred remnants lay an irregular crystal core, bizarrely shaped, its pitch-black hue seeming to engulf the light around it, draining the very color from its surroundings. An invisible thread appeared to connect it to Xiao Pang's body, continuously siphoning energy. Luo Xiaoxue refrained from examining the crystal core, fearing that any abrupt action might jeopardize Xiao Pang's life. She kept this sight from Luo Xiaoyu, deeming it too inappropriate for her. And fearing that the sight of Xiao Pang might induce tears, One knew how frenzied Luo Xiaoxue had been over the past week. She had thoroughly solidified her abilities, spending her days exterminating mutants and her nights in rigorous training. Even Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng lamented the intensity of their new routine, which had persisted until today. During this time, 2 near-catastrophic waves of corpses had nearly ensued, yet unbeknownst to them, Luo Xiaoxue had awakened a power that allowed her to instantaneously eliminate those mutants that emitted peculiar shrieks. Simultaneously, the official forces had finally cleared a pathway, arriving just a step behind Luo Xiaoxue. Only 5 individuals comprised the small team, led by a man with a fierce countenance, exuding an air of intimidation. Each member was fully armed, sporting assault rifles, tactical combat knives, and daggers at their waists. Following the leader was a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, her high ponytail and military attire radiating both elegance and strength. Behind her were 3 younger men, seemingly in their early 20s, at the prime of their youth. Super, it's been quite a journey. Is this individual truly worth such a mobilization? Inquired one of the younger members, whose features were relatively delicate. The upper echelons must have their reasons for such decisions. We need only to fulfill our mission, Super replied, his tone icy, causing the team member to flinch. He rarely displayed anger. And when he did, it was in this very tone, prompting his subordinates to remain silent. He did not intend to intimidate his team, but had noticed that the mutants in this area had been nearly eradicated. A frown creased his brow. He was all too aware of the number of mutants present. Over the past week, they had expended considerable time merely clearing a path, yet upon arriving here, they encountered scarcely any mutants, which felt peculiar. The female team member trailing closely behind also sensed the anomaly, her posture tense, vigilant against potential risks. Xiaoyu, do not lose sight of the essentials. Your strength lies in close combat. The blood spear is merely a supplementary tool. Do not focus solely on it. Remember your capabilities, and stop with that woeful expression. I'm trying to teach you to grow stronger, yet you seem to feel wronged. How will you survive if you do not become stronger? Suddenly, a sound emanated from the other side of the building. Super quickly gestured for his team to remain hidden. He then cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. There, seated atop a mound of corpses, was Luo Xiaoxue, casually sipping a drink while wielding a handgun. Before her, Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingxing engaged in a fierce battle, their surroundings awash in a river of blood. Countless bodies strewn across the ground, Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingxing fought breathlessly amidst the small horde, blood splattered around them, forming deadly spikes that penetrated the skulls of the mutants. The restless team members also peeked out, gasping in astonishment at the scene before them. This explains the scarcity of mutants here, doesn't it? Super. Did these individuals slay all those zombies? They're simply remarkable. Goodness. Super. Look over there. There's a child. That child is incredibly fierce. Super. Look, that person fired a shot. It struck a zombie. My word, that blood forming into spikes must be an ability. The trio chattered excitedly, their banter causing Super's head to throb. Before he could interject, the woman behind him delivered a sharp rap to one of the members' heads. Silence. How have you not developed better habits after so many missions? We'll practice more when we return. Upon hearing her, the trio's expression soured instantly. Spare us, deputy. We want to do it again. The woman snorted, prompting the three to immediately fall silent, covering their mouths and exchanging glances. Finally, peace settled behind them, allowing Super to exhale in relief. The trio possessed formidable abilities but were overly youthful and prone to jesting, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Luo Xiaoxue smiled, feigning indifference as she cast a glance in their direction, causing Super to retract quickly, fearful of being discovered. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue had already sensed their presence. Throughout the week, her mental fortitude had expanded considerably with each exertion, enabling her to perceive life forms within a radius of approximately 50 meters. Esteemed guests, why not step forward for a meeting? She addressed them calmly, before firing another shot, taking down a mutant that nearly lunged at Tian Qingsheng. Through her exploration over the past few days, Luo Xiaoxue had completely mastered her abilities. She could sense that the energy fluctuations of these individuals paled in comparison to her own, even less formidable than Luo Xiaoyu's. With the advantage secured, it was time to take the initiative. Captain, what shall we do? Inquired the deputy. If they can detect us, their strength must be considerable. We shall greet them. Humanity ought to assist one another, Super declared, stepping forward to introduce himself to Luo Xiaoxue. Just as he stepped out, a delicate visage appeared before him, causing even this seasoned warrior to shudder momentarily. Yet he quickly regained composure, extending his right hand in a gesture of politeness. Luo Xiaoxue smiled, returning the greeting. Greetings, I am Luo Xiaoxue. Chun Chao. Chapter 25. Chun Chao's invitation. Chun Chao observed Luo Xiaoxue, clad in a blood-stained trench coat, her 1.77-meter stature lending her an air of unique beauty. Coupled with her naturally alluring features, she left a profound impact on the members behind Captain Chen Chao. Although he had momentarily been taken aback by her speed, Chen Chao, a battle-hardened veteran, had long since lost interest in women, focusing instead on his duty to protect his homeland and its people, though he couldn't help but ponder. Is there truly such an exquisite individual? The deputy behind him seemed as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth agape in disbelief. Wow, I thought the deputy was already stunning, but this girl is even more breathtaking, indeed. I wonder what kind of man could possibly be worthy of her. She is simply too beautiful. Didn't you all notice that she is the one sitting atop the mound of corpses? She must surely be a top-tier powerhouse. The trio resumed their hushed murmurs, showing no signs of stopping. Ahem. The deputy coughed unenthusiastically a couple of times, casting a fierce glare at the three, causing them to straighten up and fall silent. They were well aware that if the deputy grew angry, their training would be grueling. Captain Chen Chao forced an awkward smile, which seemed incongruous given his fierce countenance. I apologize. My subordinates are rather unsophisticated and have not seen much of the world. So please forgive their ignorance. Upon hearing the captain's remarks, the three young ones immediately felt indignant. What does he mean by us not having seen the world? It sounds as if we have never encountered a woman before. We simply have never encountered someone so beautiful. Exactly. The captain looks down on us. One of them remained silent, but nodded earnestly in agreement. Chun Chao helplessly rubbed his forehead, regretting bringing these three along. Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help but chuckle softly. Having such lively individuals in the group brought vibrancy. Before the apocalypse, she had been constantly on guard against others, yet now, amidst the chaos, she found herself surrounded by such amusing company. Her laughter captivated those in front of her, leaving them momentarily spellbound. Even the vice-captain considered approaching to pinch Luo Xiaoxue's cheek, curious to determine if her beauty was indeed the result of cosmetic enhancements. She was simply too perfect. However, Luo Xiaoxue's subsequent actions shattered any fantasies they might have harbored. With two sharp gunshots, bullets pierced through Luo Xiaoxue's trench coat, striking one mutant directly in the temple, while another bullet found its mark in the back of another mutant's head, achieving a swift double kill. The speed of the events left Chun Chao unprepared, and the remaining individuals stood frozen in shock. Xiao Sheng, if you are exhausted, step back to recuperate. The rest is up to me. Xiao Yu, stay focused and keep an eye on your rear. Luo Xiaoxue's commanding voice jolted them back to reality. The first mutant had been a threat that Tian Qingsheng was unable to dispose of in time, while the second mutant had crept up from behind, unnoticed by Luo Xiaoyu, who had been momentarily distracted. Chun Chao observed as Tian Qingsheng quietly retreated, yet the surrounding mutants strangely refrained from attacking. Remaining motionless in their spots, the others were at a loss for words, while Luo Xiaoxue maintained her serene smile, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. The vice-captain swallowed hard, internally scolding himself. What was I just thinking? Did I actually want to touch her face? Fortunately, amidst the shock, Chun Chao did not lose sight of the matter at hand. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Miss Luo, have you witnessed the flames from a week ago? Do you know who caused them? Luo Xiaoxue understood. They were likely from the military seeking that person. Based on her assessment, that individual was probably Xiaopeng. Reflecting on Xiaopeng's appearance, she surmised that the fiery spectacle illuminating the sky had been his ultimate move. Expended at the cost of his life, she smiled softly as she replied, I haven't seen it. I only arrived in this vicinity recently. Hearing this, Chun Chao furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. The authorities could only ascertain that the flames originated from this neighborhood, but could not pinpoint which building it came from. It was entirely possible that the perpetrator had already fled, considering the magnitude of the disturbance. If they wished to join the military, they would have found their way to the military district long ago. Chen Chao sighed inwardly. Was it to be a fruitless endeavor? Wait. Chun Chao suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze intently on Luo Xiaoxue. A powerful individual was right in front of him. Miss Luo, you must have guessed the purpose of our visit. We are here to recruit talent for the military. Would you be willing to join us? What if I refuse? Luo Xiaoxue responded with interest. Her gaze fixed on Chun Chao. Taken aback, he realized that his recent aggressive tactics had led to misunderstandings. He then spoke earnestly. We have never coerced anyone into military service. Many individuals have attempted to oppose the military with a mindset of territorial dominance. And we have resorted to force out of necessity. Most people join voluntarily. Even if you are unwilling, we will not pressure you. I sincerely invite you to join the military. Our benefits are quite favorable. And your family members can also join your team. Certain matters were classified military secrets, and Chun Chao could not divulge them to Luo Xiaoxue. He understood the importance of discretion. The military is quite anxious. Let me guess, is it due to the forest outside Suiwen City? Chun Chao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively drawing his handgun and aiming it directly at Luo Xiaoxue, an instinctive reaction for a soldier. His eyes sharpened, exuding the unique aura of military authority, prompting the others behind him to raise their weapons as well, though they were uncertain of the situation. Relax, this shouldn't be a secret, right? After all, it's visible from the outside, Luo Xiaoxue teased, showing no signs of being intimidated. Are you implying that you came from outside? Luo Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow, a smile in her eyes. Chun Chao found her intentions inscrutable. He was unsure whether to lower his weapon or keep it raised. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu had nearly dispatched all the mutants. Under Luo Xiaoshua's control, half of the mutants remained motionless. Allowing Luo Xiaoyu to eliminate them swiftly, exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, casting a glance in their direction but ignoring them, instead focusing on her breathing exercises. Her spiritual perception had reached over 30 meters, enabling her to gauge the approximate strength of these individuals. She believed that even if they brought 5 more, it would barely suffice to suppress Luo Xiaoxue, let alone secure a victory. I am indeed from outside. And you should be very interested in my intelligence. Although Luo Xiaoxue had not ventured deep into the forest, the authorities could not access it. They were entirely unaware of the presence of mutated beasts within. All they knew was that a forest had suddenly appeared on the satellite map, and it continued to grow. Currently, the authorities only had this information, as for sending helicopter teams to investigate. They had dispatched 3 teams, none of which returned alive, and communications were jammed as one neared the forest, rendering it impossible to transmit signals. Therefore, even if Luo Xiaoxue only knew a few details about the wild people and cherry blossom trees, it would be enough for the authorities to take notice. Chun Xiao slowly lowered his weapon, gesturing to his teammates, and then apologized. I apologize. If survivors were to learn of this matter, it would likely incite chaos. Thus, it is indeed classified information. I was overly sensitive, and I apologize to you. Luo Xiaoxue waved her hand dismissively, stating seriously, I understand that the military does not wish to relinquish any territory belonging to the Great Hua Nation and seeks to establish a base capable of resisting the forest. However, from what I know, even the cherry blossom trees outside the forest are beyond our current capabilities to contend with. Before Luo Xiaoxue could finish her statement, Chun Xiao erupted in fury. Cherry blossom trees? What cherry blossom trees? Chun Xiao was bewildered. During the official investigation, no such trees had been discovered. The satellite imagery only showed that vast expanse of forest. Luo Xiaoshua's hair stood on end as she realized that when she passed by the forest, the cherry blossom trees had been evenly matched with the forest, clearly not something that could be consumed by it. This implied only one possibility. The cherry blossom trees had departed. When had they left? Where had they gone? How had they left? A sense of crisis flooded Luo Xiaoshua's heart. She needed to adopt a more aggressive stance. Qin Xiao, I will state my demands directly. Unite all factions within the city and evacuate Suiwen. This is the sole and final path to survival. I know you have the means to contact your superiors to relay my situation to them. Please consider my suggestion. If no one agrees, I will leave on my own. I cannot gamble my life on your possibilities. For a moment, Qin Xiao felt as if his CPU were about to overheat. He had merely come out to find someone for a task. Yet he uncovered such significant matters. A single forest was already difficult to manage, and now a cherry blossom tree had emerged. One that had vanished, no less. Good grief, this level of destruction was akin to having a black widow spider in your home just as you were about to squash it. And then it disappeared. Indeed, apart from relocating, there were no other viable options. Chun Xiao exhaled heavily, expressing his helplessness. Since Miss Luo is aware of so much, I will not conceal it from you. The government and military have been divided into 2 factions. The military believes we should defend our territory. There is hope for negotiating with the forest. The government, however, believes that given the forest's growth rate, it will engulf Suiwen City in less than 3 months. The forest also disrupts signals, and we know nothing about the dangers within. Once Suiwen City is covered, we will become isolated. Therefore, the government's stance is to retreat, while the military is unwilling to do so, resulting in a stalemate. However, it now seems that retreat is the only option. After speaking, Chun Xiao hurried to the side to contact his superiors, while Luo Xiaoxue remained quietly waiting, saying nothing. Meanwhile, the vice captain stared at Luo Xiaoxue in disbelief. The vice captain then stepped forward, extending her hand generously. My name is Yun Sha. You can call me Sister Sha. May I touch your face? Luo Xiaoxue, out of courtesy, extended a handshake, then gestured towards Luo Xiaoyu standing behind her. Yun Sha, upon observing Luo Xiaoyu's appearance, dressed entirely in black, stained with blood, remarked in astonishment, Are they twins? Luo Xiaoxue nodded in affirmation. Is she your sister? Luo Xiaoxue nodded once more. Instantly intrigued, Yun Sha thought to herself. Although she could not best Luo Xiaoxue, Perhaps she could at least get a feel of Luo Xiaoyu? Thus, she stealthily approached Luo Xiaoyu, who was breathing steadily, and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. However, just as she was about to reach out and pinch Luo Xiaoyu's cheek, the blood on the ground suddenly coalesced into a shape resembling a blood spear, aimed directly at her brow. Alarmed, she quickly withdrew her hand, feeling somewhat disheartened. She genuinely found the pair of sisters captivating, despite her inability to defeat either. At that moment, she felt an urge to train earnestly, not for any ulterior motive, but simply to have the ability to pinch her sister's cheek one day. Luo Xiaoxue stood nearby, amused by her sister's lively demeanor, pondering why the three individuals behind her appeared so fearful, still standing at attention. After a while, Chun Chao finally returned. He exchanged a few words with Luo Xiaoxue, swapped contact information, and then hurriedly departed with his team. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue sent out a compilation of the information she had organized, discreetly concealing some personal insights, including her breathing technique. The military undoubtedly possessed its own methods of evolution, and there was no need for her to complicate matters further. She did not wish for too many individuals to grasp her unique breathing technique. At the very least, it should be entrusted to those she could trust. Luo Xiaoxue gazed thoughtfully in the direction of their departure. Assembling manpower, perhaps, in truth, she was well aware of the military and official intentions. The military aimed to protect survivors to the greatest extent possible. Not everyone could access terminals, and if these individuals were unable to receive information or send signals, they would have to resort to this plan. Conversely, the officials sought to preserve their existing forces, waiting to rendezvous with the northern base before counterattacking the forest, a decidedly conservative strategy. Originally, Luo Xiaoxue intended to wait for the chubby boy to awaken before seeking cooperation with the officials. However, by chance, she had stumbled upon crucial information. Nevertheless, the chubby boy's awakening was imminent, as the energy within the crystal core was nearly depleted. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxue felt an unusual sensation and slowly made her way to a secluded corner of the community. A child-sized mutated being stared intently at her. Frowning, Luo Xiaoxue realized she had never encountered such a mutation before. In an instant, the creature bolted away. Luo Xiaoxue lifted her hand, a tremendous pressure enveloping the mutated being, causing it to collapse to the ground, unable to move despite its frantic struggles. How intriguing, she mused, noticing it appeared to be newly born, with blood still on its body. Before she could finish her thought, a realization struck her, and her eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? She recalled the female mutated being outside the hotel, surrounded by others, her abdomen slightly swollen. Wasn't that the appearance of a pregnant woman? Cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead. If there existed mutated beings capable of reproduction, she had traversed this path slaying so many mutations without ever encountering one. The only explanation was that intelligent, fertile mutated beings had concealed themselves. Luo Xiaoxue expanded her perception to its maximum, even penetrating underground, surveying a 50-meter radius around her with clarity. Yet, even with this heightened awareness, she found no anomalies. Soon, she recognized something amiss. The underground of Area 3 was a parking garage, where the mutated beings had all been lured away, forming a small-scale horde to train Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng. Hence, she concentrated her attention entirely on the subterranean area, meticulously navigating through the contours of the parking garage. Strangely, there were no mutated beings present at all. A brief search of the surrounding parking area revealed a few bloodstains, all bearing the marks of dragging, extending toward the elevator shaft of a nearby building. However, still, no mutated beings were found within the shaft. She retracted her perception and sent her deductions to Chen Chao, stating, "All sewers and underground garages may harbor a maternal entity, a female mutated being capable of reproduction, exceptionally cunning, who relocates after giving birth." After dispatching the message, Luo Xiaoxue gazed southward in the direction she had come from, slowly exhaling a breath of frustration. Indeed, misfortunes seldom come singly. Chapter 27. The proper use of breathing techniques. Luo Xiaoxue ceased her exploration for the maternal entity, as she did not believe that unearthing one would inflict any harm upon the group. Ultimately, lacking a powerful influence posed challenges. Every matter required her direct involvement. For the first time, She entertained the notion of establishing her own faction amidst the apocalypse. She harbored no ambitions of domination. She simply wished to live happily alongside Luo Xiaoyu, and perhaps now with two more individuals, the chubby boy and Tian Qingsheng. Clenching her fist, she thought, I am still too slow. I should be at the final stage of the second tier, yet I have yet to grasp the sensation. Without the guidance of predecessors, everything was a solitary endeavor. Luo Xiaoxue ultimately faced difficulties. The only course of action available to her was to continually refine her energy, compressing and re-refining it to elevate its purity. Regarding the direction of her breakthrough, she did not lack ideas entirely. The first tier involved surpassing human limits, the second tier entailed mastering abilities, and the third tier naturally required further development of the abilities she had acquired. However, as she gazed at the crimson mark on her hand, akin to a cinnabar mole, she felt lost regarding how to advance further. It was as if a treasure lay before her, yet encased within 99 boxes, and crucially, without a key, the path remained opaque. Feeling slightly vexed, she scratched her head and looked at the small mutated being she had pinned in place. She clapped her hands and gently leaned down, squatting beside the small creature, tilting her head to observe it. Then, with a swift motion, she struck the small mutated being on the head. You certainly know how to create trouble for me, appearing at such an inopportune moment when I am already anxious enough. You've just expedited my plans, she said softly, her tone as gentle as a mother soothing her child to sleep. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxue's words, the small mutated being shuddered, exhibiting a semblance of fear. Ah, it even possesses a hint of intelligence and understands fear. How unfortunate. Had you been a human child, I might have spared you, she remarked. With that, Luo Xiaoxue exerted pressure with her right hand, intensifying the invisible force upon the small mutated being, instantly reducing it to a mushy pulp. The stench assaulted her senses, causing her to frown. It seemed the small creature emitted a particularly pungent odor upon picking up the crystal core of the small mutant. It bore a resemblance to an ordinary crystal core, appearing more like one produced by a first-stage mutant, with a slightly reddish hue. Luo Xiaoxue could clearly see the energy within intertwining incessantly. Unlike the orderly threads within a typical crystal core, this one resembled a ball of yarn that had been played with by a cat. Moreover, the energy inside seemed more vibrant and purer. Luo Xiaoxue wished to attempt absorbing it, yet the moment she stirred the energy, a mishap occurred. Even though she severed the connection with the energy at the first sign of trouble, it surged into her body as if it had found an escape route, flooding her interior uncontrollably. This energy roamed wildly within her, compelling Luo Xiaoxue to employ her breathing technique to suppress it, though the effort was not particularly effective. The energy acted like a ravenous mutant, feasting on the pure energy within her. Luo Xiaoxue's complexion visibly darkened as she felt her internal energy being gradually devoured, and her body began to manifest signs of aberration. Dark red patterns swiftly spread across her entire body, pulsating with a dim light in sync with her breathing technique. Simultaneously, the energy within her began to retaliate, countering the invading force. After several minutes, the foreign energy seemed to lose its will to resist against Luo Xiaoxue's vast energy, gradually settling down. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xiaoxue turned her internal energy against the subdued energy, and to her astonishment, this energy was surprisingly easy to suppress once it calmed, and the absorption effect was remarkably potent. It was as if the two energies, though conflicting, shared a common origin. As she observed the aberration on her body gradually receding, she recalled the sensations from earlier. It seemed that her energy had expanded significantly upon absorption, and the enhancements to her physique became more pronounced. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly pondered whether absorbing an ordinary crystal core would yield similar results, considering that the crystal cores within regular mutants contained not solely viruses but also a portion of normal human energy, thus posing less danger to humans and potentially being more beneficial. In contrast, the small mutant, born from a pureblood lineage, had its viral load amplified, causing even evolved beings to exhibit aberration. If one could withstand it, their energy would ascend to a higher level, but if not, the thought sent a shiver down Luo Xiaoxue's spine. Fortunately, her energy's purity was sufficient to consume the aberrant energy in return. The dark red patterns on her body began to retract as her breathing technique ceased. Yet they did not simply shrink back to her palms. Instead, they seemed to take a different path, hiding beneath her skin. With a mere thought, the patterns reappeared, now covering every inch of her body rather than just enhancing her arm's strength. Luo Xiaoxue silently felt the changes within her body, gradually understanding the purpose of the patterns. They served not only to enhance, but also as a crucial means of combating the mutant virus. The strength of the patterns likely correlated with their coverage area and the depth of their color. Despite the patterns enveloping Luo Xiaoxue entirely, the originally dark red markings appeared more subdued, resembling black lines instead. The amplification was not as significant as when they merely covered her arms. In summary, her resistance had increased, yet the amplification had diminished. The resonance between her breathing technique and the patterns had astonished Luo Xiaoxue. She had never attempted to harmonize them before, merely focusing on purifying energy, believing the breathing technique served only that singular purpose. To her surprise, the correct application of the breathing technique seemed to be in conjunction with the patterns, as if it were designed specifically to enhance their power. What had she witnessed in that dream? Why had that dream enabled her to counter the rules of the dream realm? Luo Xiaoxue could not ascertain the answers. Yet she could not deny that the abilities acquired from that dream were gradually revealing themselves. With this thought, Luo Xiaoxue promptly activated her breathing technique, resonating with the patterns. Indeed, energy surged toward the patterns, simultaneously purifying them while fortifying Luo Xiaoxue's physique. During this session of cultivation, she lost track of time, immersed in her practice. Chapter 28. The struggle for supremacy. When Luo Xiaoxue opened her eyes again, the night had fallen. To her delight, she spotted a familiar figure. Wow, Sister Xue, you're finally awake. What kind of game is this, cosplay? I must say, you look just like a character from some antique comic I stumbled upon during peacetime. Though the hair color doesn't quite match, why dye it silver? But I must admit, silver looks quite lovely. Upon hearing that familiar voice amidst the pitch-black night sky, Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help but reflect on how swiftly time flows when one immerses in cultivation. Even this little chubby one had awakened. Subsequently, Luo Xiaoxue retracted the patterns and gazed intently at the chubby figure. Wow, sis, did you just perform magic? Can you try to concentrate a diamond shape on your forehead? The chubby one beamed with excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. However, Luo Xiaoxue ignored his request and countered. When did you wake up? The chubby one's smile instantly froze, his gaze evasive as he stammered. I woke up a long time ago. I got up by myself. Observing the chubby one's round face flush crimson, Luo Xiaoxue could roughly guess what had transpired, teasingly saying, Chubby, what haven't I seen before? It's just that your clothes got burned. Luo Xiaoxue couldn't finish her sentence before the chubby one hurriedly covered her mouth. Sis, please, don't say any more. I still have my dignity. He was on the verge of tears, recalling how upon waking, he found Xiaoyu standing beside him, staring blankly at him, and even laughing at him. The memory of Luo Xiaoyu's astonished expression when she found him made the chubby one wish to vanish into the ground. Now that Luo Xiaoxue had brought it up, he felt utterly humiliated. Luo Xiaoxue chuckled, swatting away the chubby one's hand, scolding, You've certainly grown bolder. Do you dare to cover my mouth with those dirty hands? The chubby one shivered, glancing at his hands, and then at Luo Xiaoxue, retreating several meters in an instant, fearing that a moment's delay would result in Luo Xiaoxue pressing him to the ground for a good scrubbing. Luo Xiaoxue waved her hand in disdain, clearly not angry with the chubby one. All right, how do you feel now? When I first found you, you looked like a corpse. The chubby one scratched his head. A bit embarrassed, I don't feel particularly different. I'm just a bit stronger than before. I reckon I now at least have the strength to pull a green card. The chubby one's information was somewhat outdated, and he lacked any particularly profound insights, merely feeling that he was quite formidable, though he was unsure just how much so. Luo Xiaoxue attempted to gauge the chubby one's strength through her perception and nodded secretly. He was likely at the mid-level of the first stage, quite impressive. Even Tian Qingsheng, who had been with Luo Xiaoxue for so long, was only at the late first stage, while Xiaoyu was probably just at the beginning of the second stage. Where's Xiaoyu? What happened to her? She took a child to wash up, saying that the nearby zombies, mutants have been mostly cleared out and she'll come down to switch with me shortly. As they spoke, Luo Xiaoyu had already changed into a new outfit and came down. Upon seeing the chubby one, she instantly burst into laughter. Chubby, go back and rest. You've just woken up, so take care of your health. Luo Xiaoyu's tone was filled with playful teasing, her laughter ringing out. Behind her, the timid Tian Qingsheng also peeked out, relieved to see Luo Xiaoxue awake. The chubby one's face flushed crimson once more. Utterly mortified, that day, he had been solely focused on fighting to the death, not realizing that after losing consciousness, he lay there completely exposed. Thankfully, Luo Xiaoxue showed no intention of continuing to mock him. Since the chubby one is awake, I'll first guide him in practicing the breathing technique, then I'll share my new discoveries with you. Let us stay here for the night. The chubby one's neighborhood was quite large. Luo Xiaoxue and her companions had only cleared the area around his home, and the farther regions remained uncharted. Venturing out at night could lead to unforeseen encounters. Selecting a well-preserved building, Luo Xiaoxue led everyone to the 4th floor. Nonchalantly picking a lock to enter this height, even in the event of an emergency, they could escape through the windows, and it also allowed Luo Xiaoxue to utilize her perception for night watch. Luo Xiaoxue first instructed Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng to utilize the breathing technique to manifest the patterns, sharing some precautions before turning to guide the chubby one in the method of the breathing technique. Sister Xue, what is this breathing technique? The chubby one appeared somewhat disinterested, believing himself to be sufficiently powerful. It's one of the abilities I've acquired, capable of aiding you in becoming an evolved being. But I'm already quite formidable. I'm an ability user. I can incinerate those monsters in one go. You have no idea how fierce that monster was. As the chubby one spoke, he unconsciously adopted his self-proclaimed title, raising his chin high in a pose of superiority, only to regret it the next moment. Luo Xiaoxue let out a cold snort, effortlessly pinning the chubby one to the ground, applying just the right amount of pressure to ensure he learned his lesson. Is that all? Sister, I was wrong. Don't. I'll learn. Thus, under Luo Xiaoxue's guidance, the chubby one began to practice the breathing technique. To her astonishment, he turned out to be the most talented among the group. Luo Xiaoyu had needed 3 sessions to grasp it, while Tian Qingsheng required 5. Yet the chubby one managed to initiate the breathing technique after just 1 session. Luo Xiaoxue looked at him, now engrossed in his cultivation, in disbelief, murmuring to herself, could it be that foolish people have their own blessings? As everyone entered a state of cultivation, Luo Xiaoxue took on the role of the night watchman. After an afternoon of training, she had reached a point where she could activate her patterns at will. Her body's antiviral capabilities were pushed to the limit, and if she were to absorb that small mutated creature's crystal core now, it would likely take her less than 10 seconds to finish it off. Although her physique had not improved significantly, Luo Xiaoxue had completely mastered her abilities. What she lacked now was sufficient energy to refine her body and advance again. At that moment, Luo Xiaoxue sensed a multitude of mutated beings approaching. These creatures were not wandering aimlessly. They were moving slowly towards a specific direction. Their center was the mother. Luo Xiaoxue stepped to the window, quietly observing the group of mutated beings. Though they appeared numerous, there were only a few hundred. They walked in a line, protecting the mother at the center, who seemed to be murmuring something, her mouth opening and closing continuously. Soon after, more mutated beings gathered around the mother, joining the protective ranks. As the crowd swelled, Luo Xiaoxue contemplated striking down this nascent horde of corpses. Suddenly, an extraordinary event occurred. A colossal blue mutated being appeared. Standing as a formidable barrier before the army of mutated creatures, exuding an aura of invincibility, I let out a furious roar, and then more mutated beings emerged from all directions, gathering behind it. Observing these two factions, Luo Xiaoxue sensed an impending territorial dispute. Chapter 29. The fisherman's gained. The two sides faced each other in silent confrontation. The blue mutated being fixed its gaze on the mother, emitting low growls as if challenging her. After a while, the mutated being's escort formed a path for the mother to pass through. The mother advanced slowly, staring intently at the giant before her, murmuring all the while. Before long, The blue mutated being crouched down, its previously dazed eyes now completely vacant, seemingly under the mother's control. The mother smiled in a surprisingly human-like manner, her eyes brimming with triumph as she reached out towards the blue being. Just as she was about to caress its bald head, the blue mutated being let out a furious roar, breaking free from the control. The mother's expression changed dramatically as she stumbled back towards her escort, while the horde of mutated beings surged forward, attempting to protect their queen. But it was too late. The blue mutated being suddenly lunged, overpowering the mother and brutally tearing her apart. The escorting army erupted into chaos, each creature roaring as they engaged in a battle for territory. Luo Xiaoxue watched the tumult below without intervening. The blue mutated being seemed to be in distress, despite having killed the mother. It clutched its head in anguish, its massive claws tearing at its own scalp, turning it crimson. Blood spilled onto the ground, and Luo Xiaoxue pondered the situation. Soon, the victor and vanquished were determined. The army, no longer under the mother's control, was decimated. Yet the blue mutated being also suffered significant losses. From nearly 1,000, only 100 remained. Its head was bloodied and mangled, finally coming to a halt. Its vacant gaze returning to a state of stupor. It scratched its head, seemingly pained, and after a gentle touch, it immediately withdrew its hand from the wounded area. Seeing the dwindling number of mutated beings about to disperse, Luo Xiaoxue made her move. A long spear pierced through one of the mutated beings, embedding itself in the ground. She swiftly retrieved the spear and began to slay the remaining creatures among the less than 100. Moving with incredible speed, in mere moments, the bewildered mutated beings were reduced to disarray. The blue mutated being let out a low growl, and the remaining creatures rushed to its side. Luo Xiaoxue regarded the creature before her with a disdainful smirk. "Who are you trying to intimidate?" Before she could finish her thought, the spear flew towards the blue being's right eye. Reacting swiftly, the mutated being grasped the spear's tip with its powerful hand, its thick skin preventing any bloodshed as the weapon halted between them. Luo Xiaoxue attempted to wrench the spear free, but her efforts were in vain. No matter how hard she tried, it would not budge. Goodness, such strength! Suddenly, the blue being exerted force, pulling the spear towards itself while swinging a massive fist. Luo Xiaoxue, instinctively letting go of the spear, leaped into the air, landing gracefully on the gigantic fist, and sprang away to create distance. So, it was a strength-based mutated being. After a brief assessment, Luo Xiaoxue had a rough understanding of the blue creature's capabilities. Without further hesitation, she took a deep breath, her patterns re-emerging as her physique surged to a new level. The blue mutated being, frustrated by its failure to land a blow on the diminutive figure before it, roared in rage, seemingly unable to contain its fury. It even went so far as to snap Luo Xiaoxue's long spear in half. She frowned, exclaiming, "What a brute! You break something so valuable just like that?" Despite her grumbling, Luo Xiaoxue did not slow her pace, as the blue being attempted to break the spear. She charged forward, though unarmed. Her close combat skills were unparalleled. Confronting the massive creature, she leapt onto its neck, a gleam of cold light flashing as she drew the dagger she always kept at her waist, plunging it into the creature's wound. The pained being thrashed violently, trying to throw Luo Xiaoxue off. Yet, gripping the dagger tightly and anchoring her legs, she managed to steady herself. A fierce roar shattered the quiet of the night, and Luo Xiaoxue realized with alarm that this monster was likely summoning a horde of corpses. Withdrawing the dagger, she felt the mutated being's instability as it tipped backward. Thankfully, her remarkable flexibility allowed her to pivot her body forcefully, aiming directly for the blue being's temple with a swift stab. To her surprise, the temple was unexpectedly soft, and the dagger slid in with little resistance. In an instant, the blue mutated being froze, and with one final tremor, it collapsed. Luo Xiaoxue swiftly leaped down before the creature could fully hit the ground. Glancing back at the fallen being, with a casual press, several mutated beings were instantly reduced to pulp. At this stage, she was too indifferent to bother extracting crystal cores from such weak creatures. Her capsules were nearly full, enough to fill an entire off-road vehicle. The capsules had been forced to accommodate the cores, Who could understand the struggle? Next, Luo Xiaoxue set about figuring out how to extract the blue being's crystal core. Its head was far too tough. She could only make progress at the temple. For the first time, she found herself at a loss. No matter her attempts, it remained utterly unyielding. She even tried using her abilities, never expecting that her first full deployment would be against a corpse. However, no matter how she struggled, she couldn't shatter the creature's head. Frustrated, she kicked the blue head and forcibly wrenched it off. Clearly, she needed to consult an expert for such matters. Afterward, she extracted the crystal core from the mother. Upon inspecting its energy, she was surprisingly relieved to find that it contained no violent viruses. Rather, it felt gentle, almost refreshing, yet she dared not absorb it recklessly or provoke its energy. The priority was to leave quickly. Who knew what might happen if she acted impulsively? The monster had summoned those mutated beings before its demise, and it was uncertain how long it would take for them to gather here. Before departing, Luo Xiaoxue cast a wistful glance at her broken spear, feeling a pang of regret. Such a loss. Every weapon counts. Yet, she also recognized the limitations of cold weapons. As the evolution of mutated beings and humans progressed, conventional weapons were becoming increasingly ineffective. It was sheer luck that she managed to slay this creature with a dagger. Who could have known that only its temple was vulnerable? It seems I must seek out an expert capable of crafting weapons. Luo Xiaoxue suddenly felt a pang of regret for not having abducted a master blacksmith during her time in Mengdu. Chapter 30. Harmonious Relations. In the early morning, the stout young man finally opened his eyes after his training. With a playful flick of his fingertip, he ignited a small flame. He felt an inexhaustible strength coursing through his entire being, and he could even control his abilities at will. Indeed, I am exceptionally gifted. After toying with the size of the flame for a while, his vanity grew, and he even thought about showing off his accomplishments to Luo Xiaoxue. However, as soon as he got out of bed, he noticed a blue head staring intently at him from the bedside. Oh my goodness! What on earth is that? His startled cry echoed through the room, prompting Luo Xiaoyu to open her eyes instantly, her senses heightened in the blink of an eye. She appeared in the young man's bedroom, her gauntlets firmly affixed to her hands. Upon seeing Luo Xiaoyu suddenly materialize before him, the stout young man was at a loss as to whether he should be astonished or terrified. Luo Xiaoyu surveyed the room and, finding nothing but the head, nearly doubted her senses. She turned to him, who was holding his breath in silence. The atmosphere became decidedly strange. What the heck, Xiaoyu? How did you arrive so quickly? The stout young man broke the silence, opting to express his surprise first. In contrast, Luo Xiaoyu, hearing his inquiry, felt her head spinning. Ever since the apocalypse began, her nerves had been on high alert, fearing any unexpected occurrences. How could this person lack the qualities one would expect in such dire times? Even the typically good-natured Luo Xiaoyu felt her temper rising. Wu Tianlu, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you making such a racket so early in the morning? Hearing Luo Xiaoyu call him by his full name, the stout young man instinctively shrank back. Whenever she used his full name, it was rarely a good sign. Luo Xiaoyu gazed intently at Wu Tianlu, slightly astonished in her perception. He had actually reached the late stage of the first tier. According to Luo Xiaoxue, one could condense patterns at this stage, and the only reason Luo Xiaoxue condensed them at the second tier was due to her exceptionally strong physique, having skipped the first tier entirely. This meant that, unlike Tian Qingsheng, who had taken so many days to condense patterns, Wu Tianlu managed to achieve this in just one night. The thought only fueled Luo Xiaoyu's irritation further. He was already at the late stage of the first tier. Could he not refrain from making such a fuss? Was he crowing like a rooster? Looking at the veins popping on Luo Xiaoyu's forehead from her agitation, Wu Tianlu hurriedly explained, "It's not my fault. Who wouldn't be scared to find a head at the bedside? In this apocalypse, is it strange to have a head lying there? Do you have any idea what we've gone through these past few days to find you? We have traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood." Unbeknownst to her, Luo Xiaoyu had become somewhat desensitized to the act of killing mutated beings, losing the initial disgust and hesitation she once felt. In contrast, Wu Tianlu was taken aback. recalling the mountain of corpses he had seen the night before and the pool of blood. Although he was typically carefree and unbothered, reflecting on it now made him question whether he could have slain so many mutated beings himself. The answer was no. Last night, he had been overly thrilled to reunite with Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu, forgetting the hardships they had endured to reach him. Now, as he contemplated, they had faced countless mutated beings on their journey. What had they truly experienced? And here he was, feeling self-satisfied after killing just a few. He had even considered questioning the breathing technique. With that thought, he lowered his head in shame. Seeing Wu Tianlu suddenly adopt a serious demeanor caused an unfamiliar sensation in Luo Xiaoyu's heart. Stout one, this world is no longer what it once was. From now on, we must remain vigilant at all times. We still need to find uncle and aunt, and we must bring them along to survive. If you are not strong enough, how can you lead them to safety? Should it all depend on me and my sister? Luo Xiaoyu spoke earnestly, seeming poised to continue, while the stout young man, noticing her anger had dissipated, nodded vigorously. With her anger mostly quelled, Luo Xiaoyu let out a long sigh, satisfied to see that Wu Tianlu had absorbed her words. She turned to leave. Indeed, it all relies on you and Sister Shui. Wu Tianlu replied earnestly, and in the next moment, he leaped from the 4th floor, which now posed no challenge for him. Wu Tianlu. When Luo Zhaoxue returned, she couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the battered Wu Tianlu and the pouting Luo Xiaoyu. Stout one, where did you throw that head I left on your bedside? Upon hearing Luo Zhaoxue enter and inquire about a head rather than express concern over his injuries, Wu Tianlu's expression turned to one of indignation. Come on, Sister Shui, that head was your doing. You've put me in a terrible position. Stop whining. That head was from a mutated being I killed last night. I couldn't crush it, so I thought to bring it back for you to burn. Huh? Wu Tianlu was now utterly confused. What mutated being? Realizing he lacked a terminal and couldn't access her information, Luo Zhaoxue quickly clarified, it's a mutated human that has undergone further mutation. I'll explain later. Just find that head for me. But that head, Wu Tianlu stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, causing Luo Zhaoxue's heart to race. You didn't throw it away, did you? Wu Tianlu shivered at the thought, fearing two things. 1. When Luo Xiaoyu called him by his full name. 2. When Luo Zhaoxue squinted at him with an overly gentle tone. At that moment, Luo Zhaoxue was in precisely that state. Wu Tianlu sprang to his feet and dashed out, shouting as he ran, Sister Shui, don't worry, I'll definitely find it for you. Once he vanished from sight, Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu exchanged amused glances, laughter spilling forth. Where's Xiaosheng? After sharing a laugh, Luo Zhaoxue noticed the absence of Tian Qingsheng and inquired. He just met the stout one formally and then went outside to test his new abilities. Luo Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, teasingly remarking, aren't you worried he'll get lost? At the mention of Tian Qingsheng, Luo Xiaoyu's face puffed up in annoyance, pouting, what is there to worry about? That kid is quite capable now and insists on going alone. Observing Luo Xiaoyu's irritated demeanor, Luo Zhaoxue suddenly understood. Ah, so this is what's bothering you. However, Luo Zhaoxue didn't mind too much. The surrounding mutated beings posed little threat now, so letting the child play independently was acceptable. Being overly controlling wouldn't do them any good. With a resigned smile, Luo Zhaoxue closed her eyes to rest. She had ventured out earlier to absorb the core of the mother entity and discovered a surprising increase in her mental strength. Typically, daily practice only augmented the intensity of one's mental strength, not the total amount. The total could only increase with tier advancements. Yet, the core of the mother entity had managed to enhance her mental capacity. A most unexpected revelation. After a while, Wu Tianlu burst into the room, panting as if he had just run a marathon, clutching a blue head in his hand. Just as he entered, Tian Qingsheng returned as well, seemingly having fled. Observing the usually shy Tian Qingsheng helping Wu Tianlu catch his breath, the stout young man exclaimed, good job, Xiaosheng, from now on, I'll look out for you. Tian Qingsheng remained silent, his cheeks flushed, nodding in agreement. Noticing Luo Xiaoyu's increasingly sour expression, Luo Zhaoxue couldn't help but wonder how their bond had strengthened so much in such a short time. Perhaps she would never fathom that the camaraderie between the boys had blossomed simply because they had faced a mutated being together. After all, What young boy could resist the allure of a brother who dared to set fire to a creature? Even though the mutated being had appeared fierce, covered in bone spurs, they had ignited it and fled, oblivious to whether they had been pursued. Chapter 31. A letter. Watching the harmonious interaction among the group, Luo Xiaoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. Stout one, let's get down to business and incinerate that head. Luo Xiaoxue gestured toward the head Wu Tianlu was holding, her tone playfully ambiguous. Sister Xue, did you bring this back just for me to burn it? Wu Tianlu questioned, lifting the head in confusion. A plume of flame erupting from his palm, creeping up the neck to engulf it. Sister Xue, I have a question. Wu Tianlu scrutinized the burning head and suddenly turned to Luo Xiaoxue, inquiring, ask away. Why don't you just dig out the brain directly from the neck? Wouldn't he that also remove the contents? In an instant, silence enveloped the entire venue. Everyone fell into a contemplative hush. While Luo Xiaoxue stood frozen in place, it was only when the flames had completely reduced the head to ash that a peculiar crystal core tumbled to the ground. Gradually, the onlookers regained their senses. And observing Luo Xiaoxue's demeanor, it became apparent that she was somewhat reluctant to leave the matter be. Perhaps she harbored a curiosity regarding the feasibility of the method proposed by the chubby individual. Despite its potentially gruesome nature, after all, in an apocalyptic world, what was a little bloodshed? The shape of the crystal core resembled a kind of crystal, imbued with an artistic essence, fundamentally distinct from the previous fragmented crystals. Luo Xiaoxue discerned that the energy within had become utterly dormant, devoid of any signs of activity. Having learned from the earlier crystal cores, she remained wary of any unfamiliar specimens, knowing that recklessly absorbing them could yield unpredictable consequences. Thus, she resolved to be the first to take the plunge. Ultimately, upon absorbing it, she found that aside from the sheer magnitude of energy, the crystal exhibited no extraordinary qualities. Luo Xiaoxue speculated it to be a third-tier crystal. However, it soon became evident that she was mistaken, for while the energy was substantial, it fell short of enabling her advancement, lacking the requisite reserves of a third-tier core. In the Northern Military District of Area 2. Chen Qiao's report to superiors garnered significant attention, with the military directly utilizing some of Luo Xiaoxue's intelligence. Within the high-level conference room of the military district's office building, several men clad in military uniforms were scattered around the corners of the table. While the man seated at the head appeared to be in his 50s, the atmosphere was charged, with the men engaged in heated debate, yet the man in the primary position remained silent. Humph, can we truly trust a mere girl? One derisive voice scoffed. If you knew her true identity, you might think differently, retorted the man seated across from him, their exchange charged with palpable tension. What identity allows one to traverse the wilderness at night? Not to mention the extreme weather. Even the unpredictable sandstorms deter countless souls, came another voice laden with disdain from the adjacent seat. Just because you lack the courage doesn't mean others do. Chimed in yet another man, echoing the sentiment of scorn. You? What of it? Prioritizing your own safety over the people's well-being, do you even deserve to be here? The man's face fluctuated between crimson and pallid. Clearly outmatched in argument, it was at this moment that the man at the head finally spoke. She is an official blue card holder. If what Chen Qiao reported is accurate, and she indeed traversed the wilderness that first night, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, the military district is not devoid of formidable individuals. We have dealt with numerous aberrants that fateful evening. His acknowledgement of aberrants implicitly validated the nomenclature of Luo Xiaoxue's manual. He continued, does she not seek collaboration? We ought to assess her abilities. Strength before the apocalypse does not guarantee strength thereafter. Inform her that the supplies for the students trapped in the university town of District 4 are running low, and many have sought military assistance. If she can rescue the surviving students, we shall agree to cooperate. The others nodded in agreement, albeit with lingering concerns. Isn't this somewhat unscrupulous? The number of aberrants near the university town in District 4 is no small matter. Are we truly sending her alone? Do you believe that the mysterious powerhouse from that day simply vanished? The questioner suddenly fell silent. Indeed, has she truly disappeared? Are you implying that one among them is that enigmatic powerhouse? Humph, it seems this group of inept individuals isn't entirely foolish, came the retort, directed at the one who had spoken. This individual was the sole representative of the official faction. In the South, the official and military entities function as two distinct powers. The official faction commands its own army, while the military possesses its own forces. Such a situation is intolerable in the North. The Southern officials are primarily self-serving, yet they also foster public advancement, whereas the military remains steadfast, akin to iron-willed soldiers. Unfortunately, the extent to which the Southern officials enrich the national coffers remains unclear. However, they neither exploit the populace nor overreach, leading the military to refrain from intervening in official affairs. Yet, once the apocalypse struck, the officials of Swaywan City immediately contemplated abandoning the citizens, intending to ally with their forces to the north. They justified this as preserving resources for future use. The military, however, held a different perspective. Even in retreat, they insisted on evacuating the populace, believing that even if lives were lost along the way, it would still offer hope, unlike remaining in the city and awaiting death. In this chaotic world, only soldiers possess such resolve. Thus, a lack of respect for military personnel is inconceivable, which is why Luo Zhaoxue refrained from immediate suppression upon meeting Chen Chao. She harbored respect for soldiers, willing to lend a hand if necessary. After absorbing the crystal core and receiving the message from Chen Chao, Luo Zhaoxue unhesitatingly agreed, albeit with one condition: to locate Wu Tianlu's parents, who worked as civil servants, making them relatively easy to find, should they still be alive among the survivors. Therefore, when Luo Zhaoxue received Chen Chao's reply, she remained silent, merely pursing her lips. She was uncertain how to convey this matter to Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu. For none of the dreams she had experienced provided guidance on how to express the death of a loved one to another dear to her. Having endured countless deaths and witnessed innumerable passings, she had long since forgotten the sensation of tears. Thus, she appeared cold-blooded and unfeeling. Yet she was merely a 17-year-old girl, her heart laden with an inherent fragility that remained unspoken. Fatty, Tianlu, uncle, has passed away. After much hesitation, she finally uttered those words. Yet, Luo Zhaoxue herself failed to notice the solitary tear that silently traced down her cheek. Chapter 32. Target University Town. Wu Tianlu had never witnessed Luo Zhaoxue in tears. Even during the moment she was retrieved from the slums, when Luo Xiaoyu was nearly inconsolable, Luo Zhaoxue had continually offered her comfort, as if the entire affair were of no consequence to her. Her only concern lying with Luo Xiaoyu. The news was too sudden. Wu Tianlu found himself at a loss for words, shock and sorrow overwhelming him. He was astonished that he did not weep immediately, standing there in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu, in utter disbelief, covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably. Only Tian Qingsheng, uncertain of how to proceed, rushed to Luo Xiaoyu's side, attempting to console her. "Sister Shui, what about my mom?" Wu Tianlu's voice, hoarse and incredulous, startled even himself. "Auntie is alive, but due to uncle's passing, she is currently in shock and has yet to recover." At this moment, Luo Zhaoxue realized that Wu Tianlu's mother had not refrained from contacting them out of indifference, but out of fear. She feared sending a message would elicit no response and dreaded the prospect of being the last person remaining in this world, which was why she refrained from sending even a single message to Luo Zhaoxue and the others. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere within the small group remained steeped in sorrow. Luo Zhaoxue, however, was not as devastated as Luo Xiaoyu, who was torn apart with grief, nor was she as lost as Wu Tianlu, who appeared as though he had lost his very soul. She felt a tinge of sadness. The very person she had aimed to protect, Luo Xiaoyu, had unwittingly become part of this familial unit. Akin to kin, a rare source of concern for Luo Zhaoxue in this world. Unsure how to offer solace to Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu, she merely bowed her head in silence. It was Luo Xiaoyu, her voice rasping from tears, who finally broke the silence. "Fatty, sister, the departed are gone. Those who remain must continue forward. At least Auntie is still alive, is she not?" As she spoke, Luo Xiaoyu's voice trembled, for in her darkest hours, it was uncle and auntie who had pulled her from despair, and it was only when she turned 15 that Luo Zhaoxue had taken her to the White Zone. To her, they were akin to parents. Yet, this was the apocalypse. Did that mean they would cease to exist? The departed are gone, and the living must strive to endure. Xiao Yu is right. Sister Shui, do not be too sorrowful. We must continue moving forward. Mustn't we? Luo Zhaoxue slowly typed a question mark, thinking, no, I was just pondering how to comfort you too. Yet here you are, turning the tables on me. However, it is indeed a silver lining that the two of them can gradually regain their spirits, which only made Luo Zhaoxue cry even more vehemently. This left Wu Tianlu and Luo Xiaoyu utterly at a loss. Even Tian Qingsheng rushed over to comfort Luo Zhaoxue. When she cried, it was as if Lin Daiyu had been reincarnated. Her tears resembling rain on pear blossoms, evoking profound sympathy. In truth, during her earlier weeping, Luo Zhaoxue was completely unaware, only realizing the streaks of tears on her face after a while. Perhaps it was a form of self-reproach. As it was said that her uncle was among those who had vanished without a trace. Most of the officials had similarly disappeared, leaving the reason shrouded in mystery. Conversely, the number of those who had mutated was relatively small, constituting only a minor fraction. Thus, the official base had not suffered significant losses. After some time, Luo Zhaoxue felt it was sufficient, and she swiftly wiped away her tears. The three, momentarily at a loss, were taken aback by how quickly she had composed herself. Even swifter than her earlier weeping. We should establish a grave for my uncle, Luo Zhaoxue remarked, prompting Wu Tianlu to slap his forehead and rush back home in a flurry. Before long, he returned, laden with various garments and a few packs of cigarettes. Let us keep these for now. This place will eventually be overrun by the forest. Once we find a stable location, we can build a proper grave for my uncle. The information about him was obtained through a mission. The officials have tasked us with retrieving survivors from the university town and district fort. Noticing that everyone had mostly adjusted their emotions, Luo Zhaoxue spoke slowly. The university town? Just the four of us? To bring back a group of students? Are we not courting death? Wu Tianlu exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock, for the number of people in the university was indeed the highest. Moreover, the university town was not like the crowded streets. Gathering a large number of mutated beings in the streets was quite challenging. Even if a commotion ensued, one could simply be cautious and defend themselves. Regardless of how many mutated beings there were, the nearby ones were ultimately limited, and they could be cleared out in due time. Of course, this was considering Luo Zhaoxue's current strength. However, the university town was predominantly filled with students. Coinciding with the time when classes were dismissed, one could easily imagine how many college students would flood the vast playground. Among such a magnitude of mutated beings, how many would transform into monstrous forms? Even among ordinary mutated beings, how many were already at the second or even third tier? Even Luo Zhaoxue would not dare to claim she could emerge unscathed from the encirclement of these mutated beings. And even if they managed to enter successfully, then what? How would they get out? Relying on a group of college students who had never encountered bloodshed, or expecting them to fight their way out? Neither option was feasible, unless there were a few individuals inside who possessed capabilities akin to Luo Zhaoxue's. Otherwise, even those at the late first tier might not be able to escape. The military valued Wu Tianlu's abilities, but how could they know that he was merely a showy figure, capable of eliminating threats only within a meter's reach? Yet, Luo Zhaoxue remained silent, indicating that she still held confidence in their ability to succeed. Relying solely on our current strength is undoubtedly insufficient, but what if you all have already reached the second tier? As she spoke, Luo Zhaoxue produced a collection of peculiar crystal cores. Upon closer inspection, they were all cores that Luo Zhaoxue had absorbed. She was well aware of their powers. Earlier that morning, while searching for the mother body, she had also visited the location where the blue mutated being had roared the previous day. Although many mutated beings had gathered there, their numbers were manageable, and there were plenty of monsters feasting on the corpse of the blue mutated being. Many mutated beings had even lost a tooth in the process. Luo Zhaoxue had taken the opportunity to clear some out, yielding a considerable haul of crystal cores, one of which was white, and she tossed it to Tian Qingsheng. With Luo Zhaoxue possessing a supernatural ability, Wu Tianlu wielding his own powers, and Luo Xiaoyu also having her abilities, the only member of their team yet to awaken any powers was Tian Qingsheng. According to Luo Zhaoxue's deductions, while the patterns were the primary means of offense, Most individuals would awaken some form of supernatural ability as a support mechanism. For instance, Luo Xiaoyu's water-based ability allowed her not only to conjure water balls, but also to manipulate the water into desired shapes. As her powers grew stronger, she could even control the density of the water, condensing it into a needle-like form, known as a blood needle, capable of penetrating the skull of a mutated being in a single thrust. This meant that as long as she did not exhaust her strength, Luo Xiaoyu would grow increasingly formidable in battle. Thus, after a night of training, the group, having mourned for the morning, was forcibly pulled into training by Luo Xiaoxue. Chapter 33, Journey to the University Town. 2 days later, Luo Xiaoxue stood on the street, holding a crimson mutated being. Behind her were Wu Tianlu and Tian Qingsheng, while Luo Xiaoyu had gone off in pursuit of another. Sister Xue, can this creature truly enable us to undergo the transformation? Wu Tianlu crouched down, poking at the head of the red mutated being, while Tian Qingsheng gazed in the direction Luo Xiaoyu had departed. What? If Luo Xiaoyu can complete the transformation after absorbing a crystal core, why can't you? Luo Xiaoxue teased Wu Tianlu deliberately, her tone lighthearted as she emphasized the word can't. Damn. Who can't? A man must never admit defeat. Just you wait and see. I will succeed in my transformation today, Wu Tianlu exclaimed in exasperation, throwing a fireball in frustration that struck a nearby mutated being. TSK, 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 someone's quite fiery today. Just then, Luo Xiaoyu returned, holding a similar red mutated being, her patterns having successfully transformed, and with a deep breath, her patterns faded back beneath her skin. She smiled at the others and waved the mutated being in her hand. The transformation of the patterns was akin to the phenomenon Luo Xiaoxue experienced when she absorbed the cores of smaller mutated beings that night. It involved respreading the patterns, which Luo Xiaoxue referred to as transformation. Following the transformation, it seemed that each individual S patterns were unique. At the very least, those of Luo Xiaoyu and Luo Xiaoxue differed. Luo Xiaoxue's patterns were all-encompassing, while Luo Xiaoyu was more inclined towards speed and strength. The all-encompassing type included enhancements in speed, strength, mental acuity, and physique, albeit with moderate amplification. In contrast, Luo Xiaoyu's enhancements in speed and strength were quite exaggerated, and even immediately after her transformation, while activating her patterns, she was hardly inferior to Luo Xiaoxue, who had already reached the 3rd tier. Welcome back. Prepare yourselves. We are heading to the university town right away. Over the past 2 days, while progressing towards District 4, Luo Xiaoxue had been exploring underground, discovering numerous mutated beings but not a single mother body, indicating that the mother body had likely learned to relocate after being targeted. Furthermore, Luo Xiaoxue had recently discovered that the smaller mutated beings grew rapidly. The one she had seen last time was probably just newly born. They bore a stark contrast to ordinary mutated beings, standing out prominently among them once they matured. Imagine a vividly red being amidst a crowd of mutated beings that could only make incoherent sounds. It was a clear product of the mother body. Additionally, another characteristic of these mutated beings was their aimless wandering, while those born from the mother body tended to knock the heads of other mutated beings. Luo Xiaoxue had conducted experiments, and if one did not emit a sound that significantly differed from the surroundings, even if they touched it, it would not recognize them. However, once an unusual sound was produced, it would instinctively approach to knock your head. They could also sense emitted energy, as mutated beings did not control energy. The two newly discovered beings owed their discovery to Tian Qingsheng, whose enhancement lay in mental power and whose senses were particularly acute. From a distance across the street, he had spotted the unusual mutated beings, saving everyone considerable time and effort, almost like a human radar. However, this had its downsides, as it rendered the little guy somewhat picky with food. Our goal today is to head to the university town and first observe the situation within. Sister Xue, no need to rush. With me around, we can clear a path quickly. Shouldn't we eat first? Wu Tianlu, the plump one, had completely shed his earlier fuming demeanor, now sporting a face full of flattery, tears nearly spilling from his eyes in desperation. Luo Xiaoxue shot him a disapproving glance and retorted coldly, "You only think about eating. Just settle for some self-heating meals. No? Sister, dear sister, we really should eat. It's already past 11. We skipped breakfast, and if we don't have lunch, I won't have the strength to work." Wu Tianlu cared little for his image or his whining, causing Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng to chuckle beside him. Just last night, after discovering the little guy's pickiness, Luo Xiaoxue had personally cooked a meal that had enchanted Wu Tianlu. He had never tasted anything so delicious. Luo Xiaoxue had not anticipated this. Upon learning of the little guy's aversion to food, the urge to cook had struck her unexpectedly. Luo Xiaoyu had suggested she could take over, as she had been the one cooking previously, but seeing Luo Xiaoshue's self-assured demeanor, she had relinquished the task to her. Though everyone's surprise, Luo Xiaoxue proved to be an excellent cook, which had left Wu Tianlu longing for more. You can forget it. Once we arrive at the university town, you'll have food. Until then, you can wait for your self-heating hot pot. Luo Xiaoxue was akin to a devil whispering conspiratorially into Wu Tianlu's ear. And the sole phrase echoing in his mind was, to university, where there is food. In an instant, the chubby boy felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him as he charged fiercely down another street, ablaze with determination. For a moment, both Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu fell into silence. Tian Qingsheng stared blankly at the two sisters, perplexed by their sudden quietude. As he observed the chubby boy wreaking havoc amidst the throngs of mutants. Luo Xiaoxue finally chuckled softly. Do you think he realizes he is on the wrong path? It seemed likely that he did not. Luo Xiaoyu could hardly contain her amusement. The little fellow finally grasped the unfolding situation and joined in the laughter. Just as the street was nearly cleared of mutants, Wu Tianlu was on the verge of rushing into the next one when a water balloon struck him, jolting him to attention. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? If you're not going to help me, at least don't cause trouble. I might not get to eat, Wu Tianlu exclaimed in desperation, swinging a punch at the approaching mutant, his urgency palpable at that moment. A tremendous force pinned him in place, rendering him immobile. Luo Xiaoyu spoke with an air of nonchalance. I was merely trying to kindly remind you that you are going the wrong way. You could have let me hit you with a water balloon instead of needing a slap from your sister. But Wu Tianlu, currently under Luo Xiaoshue's restraint, could barely muster a response, merely nodding his head repeatedly. This prompted Luo Xiaoxue to relent her grip. Let us proceed, clear the way. Today we head to the university town. With that, she strode towards another street. Luo Xiaoyu made a face at Wu Tianlu before hastily following her sister. While Tian Qingsheng, remembering how the chubby boy had once claimed him as his underling, hurried over to help Wu Tianlu up. Once upright, Wu Tianlu smiled and ruffled Tian Qingsheng's hair, giving him a thumbs up. Truly, you are my little brother. Soon, I'll take you to hunt even larger monsters. This display of camaraderie made Tian Qingsheng nod vigorously in agreement. As Wu Tianlu watched Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu retreating into the distance. He quickly scooped up Tian Qingsheng and dashed after them, calling out, Wait for us. Chapter 34. Within the university town on the second floor of the dining hall. The cafeteria was well constructed, with food stalls lining one side and large windows on the others, providing a splendid view of the campus scenery, an area everyone coveted. Yet, at this moment, it was a place everyone chose to avoid. The hall was bustling with approximately 400 individuals. Despite its spaciousness, the atmosphere felt heavy. The girls appeared dejected, having struggled to come to terms with the onset of the apocalypse for nearly a month. The boys were in similarly poor spirits, having recently been sent out on a mission to clear mutants, only to return with significant losses. Surprisingly, the number of girls present seemed to surpass that of the boys. A group, distanced from the main crowd, appeared out of place, seated on benches while others stood nearby, all adorned with student council badges. Suddenly, one individual banged the table and shouted angrily, Damn it, why hasn't the military rescue arrived yet? What are we even paying them for? The speaker was the son of a high-ranking official, sporting a shock of blonde hair and earrings, exuding a delinquent's aura, utterly oblivious to the fact that his father had perished in the catastrophe. Continuing to act with impunity within the school. If you have time to complain here, why not go out and slay a few mutants to improve your own strength? Retorted the person seated across from him. A bespectacled individual whose appearance was unremarkable, yet he possessed an unexpectedly refined, albeit sinister, demeanor. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, Not long ago, I devised a flawless strategy for this useless bunch to eliminate the mutants. Yet they still failed. I cannot fathom how Chu Sinyu's group managed to succeed. Ha! What else could it be but luck? They were simply stronger and grew arrogant. If it weren't for that idiot Chu Sinyu taking most of the people away, we wouldn't be in this predicament. The blonde continued to vent his frustration, clearly irked by Chu Sinyu's success. Enough. If you're incompetent, don't blame others. Had I known you were this useless, I would have followed Chu Sinyu instead. A voluptuous girl interjected, her figure even more generous than Luo Zhaoshue's, clad in a white tracksuit with the zipper pulled down just enough to be provocative. The blonde could no longer contain his rage and slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "What did you say? You filthy whore! What of it? If you have the guts, take a swing," the girl taunted, her eyes filled with disdain as she made a dismissive gesture. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. "Enough! It's already chaotic enough. Can't you just behave?" A tall boy spoke up, his weariness evident. He, along with a few others, was among the select few with abilities in this crowd of 400. The rest had been taken away by Chu Sinyu, as these individuals had publicly humiliated him, leading to a surprising turnaround in which the previously timid Chu Sinyu had decisively defeated the blonde and his cohorts. Dissatisfied with their actions, he took a group and left. Outside, amidst the throng of mutants, they had initially believed that Chu Sinyu's decision to venture out would be a path to destruction, missing their final opportunity. The blonde sneered, turning away and ignoring the girl. She, too, refrained from further comments. Any words spoken would be futile, as she was unable to venture outside, and their group had caused the rift with Chu Sinyu. They were all children of high-ranking officials, inherently looking down on someone like Chu Sinyu, especially after the apocalypse, when he dared to speak back to them. It was infuriating that he had inexplicably grown so powerful. Why was it not him who received such fortune? Even with their awakened powers, their physiques had not kept pace, and they yearned to become evolved beings. Yet there were no crystal cores available for them to absorb to enhance their bodies. They had never been interested in novels or the concept of crystal cores, dismissing suggestions from other students to excavate the brains of mutants. One student had reluctantly done so, enduring revulsion to retrieve a crystal core, which subsequently flooded his body with energy, provoking a nearby mutant to roar, sending the others fleeing back to the cafeteria in terror, nearly overwhelming the establishment. The first floor was now barricaded with tables, as they feared that activity there might attract the attention of the mutants, prompting the gathering on the second floor. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Outside! There are people outside, at the east gate." All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion. "Are there survivors?" The bespectacled boy seemed astonished, while the blonde merely scoffed, showing little concern, and the girl remained silent, her eyes wide with disbelief. 4 individuals were approaching. They were impressive, managing to navigate through the sea of corpses. A stout boy squinted, lost in thought. The 4 were clad in black, their features obscured, displaying no special abilities, merely weaving swiftly through the corpses, reminiscent of the day when Chu Sinyu led his group out. However, this group moved much faster, executing no unnecessary actions, occasionally dispatching a mutant that dared to approach. Yet, one of them seemed particularly small. Was it a dwarf? "Someone go open the door below, create a path for them to enter," the boy commanded, prompting some confusion among his companions. "Huh? Go open the door. Don't make me repeat myself." "Why yes, President," a member responded hastily, lowering his head in submission. If anyone had seen him, they would have noted a sickly pallor on his face. He could not be mistaken. This was his final opportunity, the last chance to escape alive. Previously, he had failed to seize the moment with Chu Sinyu, but this time he would not let it slip away. In truth, he bore no significant animosity towards Chu Sinyu. However, as the leader of this group, his pride and vanity compelled him to stand against Chu Sinyu in that situation. To leave with him would be to acknowledge that he was inferior. An unthinkable notion, yet now, he regretted not having followed Chu Sinyu's lead that day. Before long, the individuals below welcomed the 4 newcomers into the cafeteria. In the midst of this, a mutant attempted to approach, only to be swiftly dispatched by the leader with a single stroke of his blade. Chapter 35. The giant infant. Upon entering the room, Luo Zhaoshue, Luo Xiaoyu and Tian Qingsheng chose to keep their trench coats on, while Wu Tianlu, with a carefree demeanor, removed his hood, exuding an air of arrogance. Look at that, a university student with quite the perceptive eye, opening the door to greet us upon our arrival. The young man who had come to open the door stood dumbfounded, bewildered by how these individuals resembled high school students. And this short fellow here, could he possibly be an elementary school student? This young man found himself at a loss for words as Wu Tianlu continued to chatter away. Noticing that Luo Zhaoxue and her companions had not removed their hats, he inquired, "Hey, Sister Xue, why aren't you taking off your hats? Wait, should I not take mine off either?" Realizing the implications, Wu Tianlu hurriedly donned his hood once more. Casting a glance at Luo Zhaoxue that seemed to say, "Aren't I clever?" Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu exchanged exasperated glances, sighing softly. "What's the point of putting it back on? They've already seen us." Luo Xiaoyu remarked with resignation. Luo Xiaoyu, untrained in the art of deception, spoke in her natural voice, prompting the young man to realize she was a female. In that moment, his confusion deepened. Doubts began to creep into the young man's mind about whether allowing them entry had been the right decision. But recalling how much their leader seemed to care, he decided to inquire further. "Hello, may I ask where you are from?" Upon hearing this question, Luo Zhaoxue stepped forward, her voice icy as she replied, "The military." She even altered her tone to mimic that of a middle-aged man. "The military? Is that for real?" The young man could not help but express disbelief. Surely, the military could not be represented by just two individuals? "Indeed, we are from the military. There are others waiting outside to assist. Our role is to guide you to safety. This." Wu Tianlu was utterly perplexed. "Who are these outside helpers you speak of?" He leaned closer to Luo Xiaoyu, whispering, "Where would we find outside assistance?" Isn't Sister Xue pulling a fast one on these students? "Where my sister says there is help, there is help. Do you not trust her?" That is true. Their hushed exchange went unnoticed by the young man, yet it reached Luo Zhaoxue's ears. Indeed, what outside assistance could there be? Merely a team that had long been stationed nearby. Lying in wait, the military remained wary of Luo Zhaoxue taking matters into her own hands, while she, stubborn as a mule, refused to seek their aid, which prompted the military to send someone nonetheless. Unfortunately, the keen-eyed Tian Qingsheng had already picked up on the situation. As they entered the school, Tian Qingsheng sensed someone was watching him in this apocalyptic era who could resist glancing at a small, adorable figure. He discreetly relayed his observation to Luo Zhaoxue, who quickly understood. They were being monitored to ensure their safety. "Since you're already here, let us find you something to do." "So you are military personnel? My apologies. Allow me to salute you." The young man offered a somewhat exaggerated military salute, which was neither precise nor particularly dignified. Wu Tianlu nearly burst into laughter, while Luo Xiaoyu pinched him firmly to suppress his amusement. "Please, follow me upstairs. All the survivors from our group are gathered above. No need. I can ascend alone and just give you a few instructions before leading you out." The young man led Luo Zhaoxue upstairs, harboring no suspicions regarding their identities. The cafeteria's supplies were dwindling, and despair hung over everyone like a shroud. Now, having caught a glimmer of hope, all rational thought seemed to dissipate. Under normal circumstances, one would expect to verify the identities of newcomers, but Luo Zhaoxue discreetly surveyed the cafeteria. Indeed, a university was a prime candidate for a stronghold, originally a hub of human activity, with ample dining halls and dormitories. It could easily be transformed into a defensible bastion. Yet, such considerations were moot. The tranquility would ultimately be consumed by the encroaching forest. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a tall figure blocking their path. Finally, the leader came face to face with the long-awaited saviors. Despite the newcomer being noticeably shorter, he maintained a humble demeanor and extended his hand first. He had previously cautioned Huang Mao and the female student to behave themselves and stood at the elevator waiting. "Hello, He hesitated, swallowing the words he could not express. "I am Song Xinwen, currently serving as the representative of this group of students." Once a proud title, his status as the student council president now felt utterly insignificant. So he refrained from elaborating or asking further questions. Suspicion would only lead to abandonment. Song Xinwen could not discern the expression hidden beneath the hood, prompting him to swallow hard. You are quite astute. Once outside, you will lead them. Proceed northward for half a street after exiting the east gate. Maintain silence. There will be others to assist you and escort you to safety. Luo Zhaoxue offered no opportunity for a response, causing Song Xinwen's outstretched hand to falter awkwardly before retracting. The apocalypse had shattered his pride. He could not afford to refuse this person, for his survival depended on compliance. How could he not bow his head? It had been a month, and anyone still unwilling to lower their stance was a fool, like that Huang Mao. Luo Zhaoxue said nothing further, turning on her heel to descend the stairs, leaving Song Xinwen standing at the elevator. Bewildered, what's with the attitude? Huang Mao grumbled, his dissatisfaction evident. Yet, the girl and the bespectacled boy beside him remained unusually silent, sharing in their displeasure at Luo Zhaoxue's demeanor. However, since the leader had already made such requests, they held their tongues, all being children of affluent families who understood the importance of mutual respect. Why are we just standing here? Let us head downstairs. Everyone come down. I have something to discuss. Luo Zhaoxue's voice echoed from afar, prompting Song Xinwen to snap back to reality and hastily begin organizing the group. In a short while, more than 400 individuals stood orderly on the first floor. Upon their descent, only Luo Zhaoxue remained in the vast hall. The cacophony of chatter transformed the previously quiet cafeteria into a noisy gathering of squawking sparrows. Silence, Luo Zhaoxue commanded, her voice imbued with a hint of energy, instantly silencing the crowd. Even Huang Mao stood up straight, taken aback. Before long, Luo Xiaoyu and her companions entered, each carrying a mutant. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, with some shrinking back in fear. Luo Zhaoxue surveyed the frightened faces, shaking her head slightly to it. Seemed the sight of a mutant had utterly terrified them. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. The mutants moved sluggishly, and until they encountered something of a higher tier. They could all be managed with that. Luo Zhaoxue plunged a dagger into the mutant's temple, causing it to emit a few gasps before falling still. Temple. She switched to a new knife, driving it into another mutant's eye. After replacing the knife once more, she dispatched the last one with precision. Spinal cord. All three mutants collapsed simultaneously, leaving the students in a state of profound shock. How could they kill mutants with such ease? As if they were merely dispatching chicks. These were the mutants' weak points. To eliminate them, one must strike these specific areas. Alternatively, should one feel sufficiently strong, severing the neck might also suffice. Once her demonstration concluded, Luo Zhaoxue discarded the mutants before the assembly, her voice cold as she addressed them. Song Xinwen, Huang Mao, and you, young lady, come forward. Take these daggers. You will be responsible for eliminating the mutants that approach you. The rest of you, seek out weapons for self-defense within the cafeteria. We will escort you out. Song Xinwen and the other two exchanged glances, ultimately grimacing as they picked up the daggers. While Song Xinwen managed a composed facade, Huang Mao and the girl's expressions were as though they had been asked to consume flies. Luo Zhaoxue observed this scene with a smirk. They resembled oversized infants, disdainful of the very lifeline presented to them. With that, the remaining individuals sprang into action, searching for their own weapons, while Luo Zhaoxue led her group out of the cafeteria. Where are you going? Did you not say you would escort us out? Huang Mao exclaimed anxiously, fearing Luo Zhaoxue might abandon him. Thus, despite his reluctance, he refrained from opposing her, demonstrating a glimmer of intelligence. Are we not going out? Are you planning to draw the mutants away? After speaking, Luo Zhaoxue paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the group behind her and departed with a few companions. Chapter 36. Chu Xinyu standing outside the cafeteria, Wu Tianlu was barely able to contain his excitement. Perhaps among this group, he was not the most capable of slaying the mutated beings, yet when it came to creating a commotion, he was undoubtedly the best. Ever since he advanced to the second tier, his flame ability had acquired an explosive component, generating a considerable noise, which made him hesitant to use it outside. Just moments ago, Sister Shui had actually advised him to make a bigger stir. He could hardly wait to toss his trench coat aside. Ever since he laid eyes on it, he had been itching to try out this dramatic gesture. Luo Zhaoxue, observing the eager Wu Tianlu. Couldn't help but chuckle. This hefty fellow was always in a rush. Go ahead and make your move, she encouraged. All right, just watch, Wu Tianlu exclaimed, dramatically flinging his trench coat, allowing it to billow in the wind, and then clasping his hands together, reciting incantations with fervor. 1 bag of rice can carry to the 3rd floor. 1 bag of rice can carry to the 2nd floor. If a bag of rice is too much, I'll wash it. I washed so much mud off that bag of rice, and those black tiles. Oh, the dirt. Each grain is muddy. Who gives you a bag of rice? Oh, spicy Tian-san, as he chanted. An explosion erupted among the nearby corpses. The sound was akin to the time Luo Zhaoxue had been ambushed on the street. Luo Zhaoxue's expression darkened immediately. She had merely asked for a bit of noise, and he had created an uproar. And that chant about rice, wasn't that from Naruto? Good heavens, there was even a Naruto in this world? For heaven's sake, are you trying to get us all killed? I asked for a little commotion. Not a demolition. You have no idea how many mutated beings you'll attract with this. You really are hopeless. Luo Xiaoyu watched as the surrounding mutated beings began to stir restlessly after the explosion and couldn't help but curse. Wu Tianlu scratched his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had merely followed Sister Shue's instructions, however. Unbeknownst to everyone, Tian Qingsheng, hidden beneath his hood, gazed at Wu Tianlu with admiration after witnessing the explosion he had conjured. As the mutated beings continued to gather, Luo Zhaoxue found herself with no choice but to intervene personally. Originally, she had intended to test Wu Tianlu's limits, but if she didn't step in, it would be unlikely that they could clear out the mutated beings in the short term, preventing the others from advancing. With a soft sigh, Luo Zhaoxue raised her hand and made a downward motion, causing a swarm of mutated beings to be reduced to a pulpy mass, resembling a colossal hand from a distance. This was the essence of Luo Zhaoxue's ability. Within her line of sight, she could manifest a gigantic phantom of a part of her body, manipulating the force within that area at will. Essentially, it meant that within this designated area, the mutated beings would have to withstand the full brunt of Luo Zhaoxue's attack, and at present, this group of lesser creatures would stand no chance against her full power. Moreover, Luo Zhaoxue was not an ordinary 3rd-tier individual, although she was yet unaware of the reason behind this. Why not manifest a foot? Don't ask. It's all about the theatrics, and every time she stomped her foot, it felt too much like a display of petulance. While Luo Zhaoxue's destructive range was indeed broader, should she encounter a mutated being capable of enduring her force, her ability would be rendered ineffective, merely serving to hinder the opponent's movements. Take that blue mutated being, for instance, which she referred to as the steel type. With her powers clearing a path, Luo Zhaoxue brandished her great sword and charged into the horde of corpses. With her spear shattered, she had no choice but to resort to this heavy weapon. However, since advancing to the 3rd tier, the 100-pound great sword felt like a mere toy in her hands. She could wield it effortlessly, exuding an aura of ferocity. As Luo Zhaoxue plunged into the fray, Wu Tianlu and Luo Xiaoyu joined the battle. Wu Tianlu, enhanced with abilities focused on spirit, speed, and physical prowess, had become a human bomb, igniting flames wherever he went. His spiritual power was exceedingly high. It seemed that all of his talents had been funneled into this fiery form, despite his inability to master sensory perception and the enhancement of his 5 senses. His ability seemed inexhaustible, rapidly regenerating regardless of how much he expended. Luo Zhaoxue felt a twinge of envy. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, with gauntlets affixed to her hands. Coupled with her enhancements, her punches decimated the mutated beings in droves. In mere moments, she had cleared a significant portion of the mutated horde, only for more to surge forth continuously. Before long, the influx of mutated beings diminished, and a path began to clear. Tian Qingsheng observed from above, dispersing his spiritual power. He was not pursuing a brute force approach, but rather controlling the weaker mutated beings to engage in combat. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xinwen led a large contingent through a path devoid of mutated beings. Just then, Tian Qingsheng's face turned pale. He urgently called out, "Sister Shue, a big fellow is approaching." In his perception, a mutated being with an aura even more formidable than Luo Xiaoyu's was making its way toward them. "Xiaoyu, fatty, you two go." Luo Xiaoxue sensed the approaching creature as well. It was a bone spike type. Second tier, quite brittle despite its high lethality. Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu could easily handle it, allowing them to test their mettle while she refrained from intervening. Lead the way, fatty, Luo Xiaoyu commanded with a light admonition, leaping onto a mutated being and breaking away from the center of the battlefield to search for the bone spike creature's silhouette. Suddenly, one of the mutated beings near Wu Tianlu froze in place. It was Tian Qingxing exerting control over it. Wu Tianlu quickly reacted, unleashing a fireball that intensified the flames around him as he charged toward the creature. Suddenly, a figure adorned with intricate markings appeared before them, cutting through the wave of corpses, engaging the bone spike type in hand-to-hand combat. Following closely behind, several others joined the fray at the edges of the horde. Luo Xiaoxue extended her perception, noting that among those fighting the bone spike creature was an individual in the late second tier, nearly on par with Luo Xiaoyu. Yet, the energy of this person's markings felt somewhat familiar, as though they too were an all-round enhancement type, but with a more adept application. This individual bore a layer of red armor on their arms. Seemingly solidified energy, Luo Xiaoxue's eyes brightened, and she immediately summoned energy, attempting to envelop her weapon with a new blade. Unsurprisingly, she was unsuccessful, but energy still clung to the blade's edge, allowing her to effectively eliminate a wide swath of mutated beings. With a sweeping strike, the energy surged forth like a blade of air, cleaving through the mutated beings, who were halved in its wake, though they scattered quickly thereafter. Upon inspecting her great sword, she noticed cracks forming along its blade. It seemed she could not use it recklessly. She wondered how that individual had formed their armor and whether it could be infused onto her weapon. Luo Xiaoxue felt a pang of regret. Having already lost a spear, did she now have to sacrifice a sword as well? Resignedly, she sheathed her great sword and switched to dual blades, fluidly navigating through the remnants of the horde. After more than 10 minutes of relentless effort, the mutated beings had been largely cleared, and the presence of Song Xinwen's group had vanished from sight. However, it seemed they had not fared as well. Having still lost some members, that brash, blond fellow had exhibited arrogance, but when push came to shove, he was no more than a fledgling chick, and the mutated beings had managed to bite him. A few of his companions, emboldened, had engaged the remaining mutated beings, but upon witnessing their injured comrade, they fled in disarray, even threatening others not to follow. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head. She could not be held accountable for this. Nearly all the mutated beings had been drawn away, yet they still attracted those lingering at the edges. This only spoke to their dire lack of discipline. She was here to rescue people, not to play the role of a caretaker. If they invited disaster upon themselves, there was little she could do to save them. Turning back, she spotted the newly arrived individual seated beside the corpse of the bone spike creature. Lighting a cigarette, surrounded by several young men and women, most of whom appeared to be university students, Luo Xiaoxue approached slowly, exuding an aura of low pressure, her voice icy as she inquired, "Who are you?" The individual glanced at Luo Xiaoxue, responding calmly, "Chu Xinyu." Chapter 37. Rebirth. The individuals approaching were not much older than Luo Xiaoxue, seemingly first-year university students, with only Chu Xinyu appearing slightly older, likely a sophomore. One, who appeared to have a close relationship with Chu Xinyu, stood behind him, continuously polishing the baseball bat in his hands. The others idled about, occasionally glancing in this direction. Including Chu Xinyu, there were 3 males and 2 females. Chu Xinyu was at the mid-stage of the second tier, while the others were at the late stage of the first tier. Such rapid evolution could only imply that Chu Xinyu harbored a secret. The two parties faced each other in silent confrontation, observing as the smoke from Chu Xinyu's cigarette curled upwards in wisps. Luo Xiaoxue scrutinized the group before her. Chu Xinyu's overtures did little to ease her vigilance. In his eyes, she discerned something distinct, a gaze imbued with a years-long indifference towards life and death, reminiscent of her own experiences and dreams. This particular expression, while applicable to many, seemed ill-suited for a university student. The youthful exuberance reflected in the eyes of those behind Chu Xinyu was marked by a clarity tinged with naivety. "How rude of you! Our brother Chu has already introduced himself. Why haven't you done the same?" spoke a shorter girl beside Chu Xinyu, glaring up at Luo Xiaoxue with a straightforward demeanor. seemingly oblivious to Luo Xiaoshue's formidable presence. It appeared these individuals were indeed the majority referred to by the blonde, meaning they were evolutionists. Silence, girl, Chu Xinyu interjected, prompting her immediate silence. The boy behind him affectionately patted her head, suggesting a romantic connection. Just then, the cigarette in his hand burned down to its end. Rising slowly, he extended his hand towards Luo Xiaoxue and proclaimed, "I am Chu Xinyu. The others will be introduced shortly. Shall we befriend one another? Kindly refrain from deceiving me with that false tone. I can discern the truth." His assertion suggested he possessed the ability to perceive nuances. Perception was intriguing. Inanimate objects appeared distinctly, while living beings manifested in the perceiver's mind as a form of energy, still discernible by gender. After all, physical attributes were evident. Any misidentification would be rather awkward. Luo Xiaoxue decided to cast aside any pretense, removing her hood with confidence, prompting her companions, Luo Xiaoyu and the others, to do the same. Gasp, except for Chu Xinyu. The four others collectively inhaled sharply. Wow, so young. She appears even younger than the girl. Could these individuals truly have slain so many mutated beings? Is that even the point? Just look at her face. Goodness, even if a two-dimensional character broke through the dimensional barrier, they wouldn't be this stunning. Where on earth did she dye that silver hair? I must have the girl try it out. It looks magnificent. Are you implying that I am not beautiful? Absolutely not. Not at all. The ensuing chatter among the group was lively, while Chu Xinyu remained pensive, observing Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu with keen interest. Are they twins? He murmured to himself. Luo Xiaoxue seized his outstretched hand warmly, introducing herself. Hello, I am Luo Xiaoxue. Once I ascertain your identities, I will introduce you to my family. Her smile was captivating, leaving even the two girls momentarily entranced, though Chu Xinyu perceived an underlying significance. How courteous. We are merely ordinary students. Are you affiliated with the military? Luo Xiaoxue fixed her gaze steadily upon Chu Xinyu, whose complexion seemed to shift like a painter's palette, his expression reflecting a sense of unease akin to that of Luo Xiaoxue before her evolution, as if sensing an impending crisis. Yes, confirmed Chu Xinyu, revealing that he bore secrets unknown to her. His remarkable evolution speed and mastery over the patterns were beyond Luo Xiaoxue's current capabilities. She could only grasp at the essence of the patterns, whereas Luo Xiaoyu had recently made strides that nearly matched her own. By the way, shouldn't you let go of my hand? The unexpected remark jolted Chu Xinyu back to reality, and he promptly released her, his tone subdued. I apologize. I was lost in thought, and no matter. I find you quite intriguing. This statement caused not only Chu Xinyu's group, but also Wu Tianlu and Luo Xiaoyu behind them to widen their eyes in astonishment. The boy wielding the baseball bat let out a wolf whistle, teasing, "Wow, little sister. You seem quite young, yet you're so bold." The two girls regarded Luo Xiaoxue with eager anticipation, as if awaiting a sensational revelation, their ears practically perking up. Did I hear that right, Xiaoyu? Indeed, the chubby one. You must have misheard, Luo Xiaoyu replied, her mind racing with the suddenness of it all. Pinch me. Am I dreaming? In response to Wu Tianlu's inquisitive request, Luo Xiaoyu unleashed a punch, catching him off guard, and he barely managed to raise his arm in defense, rolling away a considerable distance. Goodness, that was powerful. Luo Xiaoxue shot an exasperated glance at Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu. What on earth are you thinking? I was referring to his mastery over abilities. Have you not noticed? He is also an all-rounder, yet his control over abilities surpasses mine significantly. I merely wish to seek his guidance. With that, she turned her attention back to Chu Xinyu. So, what do you say? If you agree, join us. There are many strongholds in your university, and we could use your assistance in rescuing more people. Alternatively, there are military forces waiting just around the corner. Luo Xiaoxue laid out her terms, anticipating Chu Xinyu's response. For a moment, he appeared taken aback, then weary as he rubbed his temples. Promise me one thing. If you agree, you shall accompany us. Curiosity piqued, Luo Xiaoxue considered the possibility that Chu Xinyu might indeed be as she suspected. Speak your request. Help me locate someone named Mu Zixuan. I am aware the base will likely evacuate Suiwon, so when we reach Baidu, please keep an eye out for her. I would be eternally grateful. Luo Xiaoxue assessed Chu Xinyu before smiling playfully. Could it be a romantic interest? Chu Xinyu did not respond, his face involuntarily brightening with a smile. Not quite yet. Laughter ensued, and in that moment, Luo Zhaoxue comprehended the situation fully. This Chu Xinyu was likely someone who had been reborn. Chapter 38. Sharing experiences. This Chu Xinyu was probably a reincarnate. Was rebirth truly possible? Certainly not. Even Luo Zhaoxue's rebirth was merely a recollection of memories brought forth from dreams, which may have subtly influenced her character, but not to a profound degree. This meant Luo Zhaoxue remained an entirely new individual. Could Chu Xinyu's experience be different? For him, it likely was. Yet, there were distinctions. Judging by his earlier expression, despite standing at the forefront of evolution, he seemed to be encountering discrepancies compared to the dreams he had experienced. For instance, if a single evolutionist capable of taking on thousands had emerged at this moment, he would have never gone unnoticed in his previous life. From his rough observation of the horde of corpses, it seemed there were nearly 1,000. In his perception, the pressure Luo Zhaoxue exerted upon him was immense. Such an individual could not fade into obscurity. Chu Xinyu swallowed hard, continuing, "Let us proceed to rescue the next group of survivors. Along the way, I will discuss the developmental direction of all-rounders with you." Luo Zhaoxue smiled, leading the group deeper into the campus. Another mutated being fell at Luo Zhaoxue's feet, the patterns on her body growing increasingly muted as she exhaled a breath of stale air. "Your reconstruction is indeed correct. I have also reformed my patterns, which aids in their amplification and development. Your delay in discovering the path of an all-rounder stems from your excessively strong physical constitution." Chu Xinyu spoke continuously, having discerned the root of Luo Zhaoxue's predicament. "Strictly speaking, you are still at the late stage of the second tier. Transitioning to the third tier will bring about a qualitative change, primarily in your abilities, which will elevate your physique as well. Your physical attributes are so potent that you are nearly on the threshold of the third tier. I wonder how you achieve this. Thus, you subconsciously regard patterns as mere auxiliary tools, not wishing to utilize them for output. In reality, the patterns are the primary means of large-scale destruction. Your predicament primarily arises from the vastness of your energy, which remains unrefined in its application. Under similar conditions, I can achieve equivalent results with a fraction of that energy." Chu Xinyu's insight struck true. Luo Zhaoxue indeed harbored such thoughts, as she has always regarded the body as humanity's most precious treasure. Thus, she believed that the pattern served merely as an aid. Consequently, what you require most at this moment is a delicate control over your abilities, engaging in combat while utilizing the least amount of energy to stimulate all the cells in your body. Once you identify that critical threshold, remember it well. This represents the simplest method of mastering energy control. The versatility of the patterns does not lie in the pursuit of perfection. Rather, when you can adeptly manipulate the energy within you, you may attempt to coalesce it into armor upon your skin and imprint its flow into your very instincts, for that is precisely how I have operated. As she spoke, Luo Zhaoxue felled another mutant. Indeed, she found it challenging to control her energy with precision, resulting in somewhat hesitant movements as she struggled to suppress it. Observing the articulate Chu Xinyu, she understood. This was perhaps the most coveted dream day in this apocalyptic era, enabling one to acquire skills post-catastrophe, thus gaining an edge when the end times arrived. But why couldn't everyone's dream day be a test? How else could one explain the inexplicably vanished individuals? Yet, why was it that only Chu Xinyu possessed memories from the dream? Perhaps it was all predestined. Looking into Chu Xinyu's eyes, it was evident he did not recognize her. Was it because I failed to enter the dream day in time? For a moment, Luo Zhaoxue's thoughts wandered far afield. The group advanced slowly, with Chu Xinyu occasionally glancing toward Wu Tianlu's position, lost in contemplation. Soon, night descended, and after a long afternoon of clearing, the members of Chu Xinyu's team were nearly exhausted. Thus, they concluded their efforts before sunset and sought refuge in a classroom to rest. After settling everyone, Luo Zhaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu took it upon themselves to eliminate nearby mutants, while Chu Xinyu, ever restless, ascended to the top floor to scout the forthcoming route. Finally, a moment's respite. This day nearly brought me to my knees. Yet, it seemed there was scarcely any time to recuperate, as once the fighting ceased. It was time for training. Ahem. The members of Chu Xinyu's team sat together, one of them producing a small biscuit to nibble on. Is this all you're eating? Wu Tianlu inquired, perplexed not by their training methods, but by their meager sustenance. Subsequently, he retrieved his terminal and, with a few taps, unveiled an array of food items bestowed by the capsule Luo Xiaoxue had provided. Chocolates, self-heating hot pots, instant rice, noodles, an abundance of choices. Gao Mingxiu and the others were left dumbfounded. You even have capsules? Aren't those exclusive to those with purple cards? Gao Mingxiu exclaimed, astonished to discover that this little chubby fellow was actually a purple card holder even before the apocalypse. Gao Mingxiu was the one wielding the baseball bat. After Chu Xinyu and Luo Xiaoxue reached an understanding, they introduced their respective teammates. Wu Tianlu awkwardly scratched his head. This isn't mine. It's my sister Xue's. She was a blue card holder before the apocalypse. A collective gasp escaped the group, and Ren Yuzhu, referred to as Girl, pondered, locking eyes with Luo Xiaoxue. Her dark eyes, filled with uncertainty, asked, your sister's terminal? It wouldn't be a beauty lens type, would it? Indeed. Is there an issue with that? Goodness, I can't believe I just raised my voice at a blue card holder. What a life-changing moment, though she now possessed the strength of a blue card. She would never have access to capsules or beauty lens terminals again, given the absence of production lines. Perhaps if they could venture to the Northern Territory, there might be a chance. Yet such opportunities are rare, and merely surviving was already a significant satisfaction, with no desire for more. Consequently, the group declined Wu Tianlu's generous offer, content to munch on their small biscuits. However, after a short while, they began to salivate, having not consumed anything beyond compressed biscuits for some time. Meanwhile, Wu Tianlu had set up a small pot, combining various ingredients to prepare a fragrant hot pot. This moment, Luo Xiaoxue and Luo Xiaoyu returned. Eyeing the drooling group, Luo Xiaoxue waved her hand. Come, let us eat together. There are bowls and chopsticks available. No, we can't. Brother Chu said that after the apocalypse, we should avoid extravagance to maintain a sense of urgency. Ren Yuzhu stammered, struggling to contain her saliva, her gaze fixated on Luo Xiaoxue's small hot pot, seemingly entranced. Had it not been for Gao Mingxiu's grip, she might have floated over. Li Xin mirrored Ren Yuzhu's expression. Pulled back by Zhang Shan.as girls, their resistance to delicious food was exceedingly low. Luo Xiaoyu chuckled at their reactions, unable to help but admire Chu Xinyu's caution. All right, come eat. There's plenty, so indulging a bit won't hurt. Ultimately, swayed by Luo Xiaoyu's gentle persuasion, they succumbed to temptation and gathered around the hot pot, chatting and laughing, creating an unexpectedly warm atmosphere among this makeshift team. Yet, within Luo Xiaoxue's perception, an even more intriguing scene unfolded. Perhaps aware that Luo Xiaoxue was attuned to her surroundings, he refrained from any unnecessary actions. Thus, he was oblivious to the group cooking hot pot and instead noticed a steel-type mutant lurking below. A smirk crept across his face as he leapt down. This would be the ideal opponent to test his strength. Steel-type mutants are resilient and formidable, albeit somewhat clumsy, making them excellent targets. Meanwhile, the group inside the classroom savored their hot pot and jovial camaraderie, while Chu Xinyu engaged in battle with the steel type outside. Luo Xiaoxue sensed the approach of the steel type but chose to ignore it, contentedly enjoying the hot pot. Why would anyone disturb her meal? When Chu Xinyu dispatched the steel type and opened the classroom door, all eyes turned toward him. Almost every mouth full of meat, he stood in shock, gazing at his teammates, each with grease-laden faces, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Chapter 39. The Tide of Corpses. As night fell, the satiated group succumbed to slumber, save for Luo Xiaoxue and Chu Xinyu. They exchanged glances without uttering a word, after which Chu Xinyu was the first to close his eyes. Luo Xiaoxue remained seated, meditating while continuously rehearsing the potential of new martial techniques in her mind. Recently, she seemed to have neglected martial skills, perhaps overwhelmed by certain individuals, subconsciously believing that the path of energy was superior. However, an over-reliance on abilities would undoubtedly lead to folly. She maintained that patterns were merely auxiliary. Thus, she resolved to hone her skills. If hand-to-hand combat proved nearly useless, then she would practice lethal techniques, extensive killing skills. Though she might have been incapable before, with the aid of energy, it was not impossible. Simultaneously, The mutants within the campus began to stir restlessly, with tens of thousands of corpses starting to agitate. Soon, a maternal figure emerged from the sewer, her appearance starkly different from the other mutants. She resembled an ordinary person, albeit with pallid skin, a shade of white distinct from Luo Xiaoshue's. Hers was a sickly hue, nearly devoid of blood color. Following her emergence, countless red mutants surfaced alongside her, as if she were born to rule. The moment she appeared, the throng of corpses instantly surrounded her, her hollow gaze fixated on a particular direction. Tilting her head, her nostrils flaring as if still clinging to some remnant of reason, murmuring incessantly, then, leading the tide of corpses, she advanced toward the location of Luo Xiaoxue and her companions. Luo Xiaoxue was the first to sense something amiss. The surrounding mutants abruptly began to exhibit inexplicable agitation, coalescing toward a singular direction. She rose slowly, tapping Chu Xinyu, who instantly opened his eyes, his senses fully alert, and he too detected the anomaly. I shall investigate. You stay here and guard them. With a flicker of motion, Luo Xiaoxue vanished without a trace. The familiar footwork of the elusive steps unfolded, and she rediscovered the exhilarating sensation of wielding power at her fingertips. A smile unconsciously gracing her lips, in mere seconds, she ascended to the rooftop of the academic building. This university's power distribution system relied entirely on solar batteries, sufficient for self-sustenance. Thus, the visibility in this nocturnal setting remained remarkably high. As the mutants were unlikely to vandalize the streetlights, upon her arrival, she noticed a gathering of mutants, previously scattered across the campus, converging in one location. A sudden jolt of dread coursed through Luo Xiaoxue's heart. The worst-case scenario had materialized. Her greatest fear during rescue missions was precisely this situation, which was why she had always steered clear of densely populated areas. Observing the overwhelming tide of corpses, her expression turned grave as she initiated contact with Chen Chao. In such circumstances, it was imperative to reach out to the military. If the opposing side chose to abandon their efforts, she would not hesitate to evacuate with Luo Xiaoyu and the others. The horde of corpses was manageable, especially with her team and Chu Xinyu, but her concern lay in attracting larger threats. Thus, she resolved to tread cautiously, opting for avoidance where possible. After informing Chen Chao of the situation, he assured her that he would report to the authorities and instructed Luo Xiaoxue to wait. Closing the communication, she cast another glance at the approaching horde, which seemed to be moving toward her. The gravity of the situation dawned upon her. They were likely searching for her group. Swiftly descending to relay the mutants' movements to Chu Xinyu, she was met with an immediate change in his demeanor. His expression darkened. "This is troublesome," Chu Xinyu muttered, an uncharacteristic statement from him. Although Luo Xiaoxue shared his concern, she found his reaction excessively dramatic. She attempted to reassure him. "If the military intends to abandon us, we'll retreat and seize the opportunity to rescue the others. There's no need to confront the horde head-on. No, it's not the horde that's troublesome, but what triggered it." Chu Xinyu didn't specify what had caused the horde. Yet he was acutely aware that failing to address this wave would likely lead to a catastrophic surge of at least 100,000 corpses next time. He then inquired, "Did you see any red demons?" "What on earth is that?" Luo Xiaoxue frowned, perplexed by the name. "Mutants spawned by a mother." The implication of his words darkened her expression. With her intellect, she understood Chu Xinyu's meaning all too well. "Are you suggesting that this horde was instigated by a mother?" Chu Xinyu nodded. "Well, that indeed complicates matters. We have no choice but to resolve this horde here. But it also presents an opportunity." The gloom that shrouded Luo Xiaoxue's brow dissipated instantly. If a mother was involved, she wasn't entirely averse to taking a gamble. The campus was expansive, and if a significant entity appeared, it would inevitably lead them to confront the mother first. "Are you interested in pulling off a heist?" Chu Xinyu's gaze shifted, a smile creeping onto his lips as his aura intensified, extending a hand toward Luo Xiaoxue. "TOA, fruitful collaboration." With a spirited grip, Luo Xiaoxue shook his hand, declaring, "To a fruitful collaboration." At that moment, a response from the military arrived. "Luo Xiaoxue, the military's condition is for you to hold off the horde. We will dispatch troops to assist and simultaneously rescue some survivors. There's no need for personnel. focus solely on rescuing survivors. But you? Trust us, you'll be able to save more survivors this way, and it will better demonstrate our capabilities, won't it? Very well, but we will maintain a small team in your vicinity. If you encounter any crises, please contact me immediately. Understood. Closing the communication, she exchanged a determined glance with Chu Xinyu, and they resolved to strike first. Rousing the others, she succinctly conveyed the current situation. Surprisingly, no one expressed fear. What is there to be afraid of? It's just a horde, Gao Mingxiu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm, unwilling to falter before his girlfriend. Wu Tianlu waved dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. What horde? Just a bit of water. However, Luo Xiaoyu, who had remained silent, furrowed her brow, clearly troubled. Sister, are we really going to confront the horde head-on? This school offers no viable escape routes. If we're surrounded, it's over. She glanced at the members of Chu Xinyu's team, noting that they were predominantly second tier, though her genuine concern rested with the few in the late first tier. If they were encircled by mutants, they would be in grave danger. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had come to regard them as friends. Don't worry. Your only task will be to handle the stray mutants. Chu Xinyu and I will take the lead. But, no buts. My energy control practice wasn't in vain. As she spoke, a layer of white energy enveloped her, complementing her silver hair, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Wow, Sister Shui, is this your new ability? It's far more beautiful than Brother Chu's. How can it be so lovely? Is this innate beauty? I suddenly feel so inferior. The group erupted into a chorus of admiration for Luo Xiaoshue's newfound power, with Wu Tianlu even reaching out to touch it. So hard. Suddenly, a timid voice broke through the excitement. Sister Shui, could you spare me a few bullets? Chapter 40. Confronting the horde, the previously inconspicuous Tian Qingsheng timidly spoke up, requesting something so explosive. Guns? You still have guns? Zhang Shan exclaimed in astonishment, his massive muscles trembling with excitement. The others looked on in surprise at how the usually composed Zhang Shan appeared transformed. Without hesitation, Luo Xiaoxue produced several bullets and handed them over. Then addressed the group. In a moment, I'll distribute weapons. Those who can handle guns may do so. The mutants are mostly congregated outside, so there's no need to fear attracting more. Zhang Shan, visibly invigorated yet somewhat bashful, asked, do you have a riot shield? Luo Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow, amused by his dialect. Sure, I can get you one. She retrieved a riot shield from her capsule and handed it to Zhang Shan, who looked every bit the Special Forces soldier upon receiving it, his demeanor shifting entirely. My father is a soldier. I grew up in that environment. I was supposed to join the military, but my dad sent me here for college. A hint of melancholy crossed his face as he mentioned his father. Chu Xinyu patted his shoulder, and Zhang Shan quickly regained his composure. Luo Xiaoxue continued to produce an array of weapons, predominantly tang swords, with only a few of other types. As the pile accumulated, Chu Xinyu fell deep in thought. With these weapons, he felt capable of managing most of the horde, especially with Luo Xiaoxue by his side. This was a guaranteed victory. At that moment, Tian Qingsheng, who had asked for bullets, extended his hand, revealing several peculiar-looking bullets. They seemed to be imbued with psychic energy. This is remarkable, Chu Xinyu remarked, astounded. He had encountered individuals capable of infusing psychic energy into objects in his past life, and such individuals were invariably formidable. Luo Xiaoshue's team was truly a hidden gem. Yes, it seems that upon impact, the psychic energy will disperse, influencing nearby mutants to perceive each other as humans, leading them to attack one another. It lasts only a brief moment, but it could save lives in a pinch, Tian Qingsheng explained, his words marking the first time he had spoken so much. Luo Xiaoyu gazed at him in surprise. Her cheeks flushed. Have you considered using your psychic energy to amplify the bullet's power? Chu Xinyu suggested casually, recalling a technique he had witnessed in his past life, which could easily counter a horde. As long as he had enough bullets, he could single-handedly vanquish 100,000-strong horde. I can give it a try. He picked up a bullet and began to concentrate his energy, but soon shook his head. No, my energy isn't stable enough. It would cause an explosion. Perhaps when my psychic power strengthens, I'll be able to by now. The group was nearly ready, with Chu Xinyu having acquired 2 tang swords. Aligning closely with Luo Xiaoshue's arsenal, Li Xinxin and Ren Yuzhu each wielded 2 daggers, toying with them despite their inexperience, but they relished the experience nonetheless. Zhang Shan hefted a large battle axe alongside the riot shield. Resembling a berserker, though the combination felt somewhat mismatched, he didn't wish to use a gun, as he hadn't handled one in too long and lacked the feel. Gao Mingshu chose a long sword. Demonstrating a flourish, "Hey, don't I look cool? I was in the swordsmanship club in high school." Ren Yuzhu shot him a glare, her irritation palpable. How could he still act so smug at a time like this? However, didn't Xiaoyu and the others need to make their choice? During the day, amidst the chaos of the horde, they had failed to notice what weapon Luo Xiaoyu wielded, assuming instead that she was unarmed due to her empty hands. Luo Xiaoyu smiled faintly, affixing her gauntlets and demonstrating their presence. "We all have our own weapons." The eyes of Ren Yuzhu and the others widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate Luo Xiaoyu was indeed equipped with fist weapons. Chu Xinyu was equally astonished, transforming weapons. This was the pinnacle of weaponry before the apocalypse. Even though superior weapons had been developed later, transformation weapons still held a prominent place due to their extraordinary versatility. But why didn't Luo Xiaoxue possess one? Of course, she desired one. This particular weapon had been custom-made before the apocalypse, and at that time, she had deemed it unnecessary to order a transforming weapon, which now left her in a quandary for lacking one. "Fatty, what about you?" Li Xinxin inquired, having not seen Wu Tianlu select a weapon. "Me? I don't need one." As he spoke, flames erupted from Wu Tianlu, exuding an undeniable charm. "Wow, Fatty, you're even more dashing than I am." Gao Mingshu, disregarding their age difference, directly addressed him as Fatty. "Of course, I am undoubtedly the most handsome." At this moment, Chu Xinyu was finally convinced that Wu Tianlu was indeed the person from his memories, one of the top 10 humans from his previous life. The Flame Emperor, Wu Tianlu. This was precisely why he had always been drawn to Wu Tianlu. The name Flame Emperor had been self-assigned, and now witnessing Wu Tianlu's flamboyant demeanor, he understood the appropriateness of the title, perfectly aligning with his somewhat ostentatious character. "All right, since we are all equipped, let us set forth," Chu Xinyu stated calmly, leading the way outside. Although they all claimed to be unafraid, the sight of the densely packed horde was enough to shock them. It was far more magnificent than during the day, with no end in sight as countless heads surged towards them, the tide of corpses still unaware of their presence. On the outskirts, nearly all were first-tier mutants. And deeper within, many blue-headed figures, steel-type mutants, could be seen, likely surrounding the maternal entity. The fact that even the alien creatures could be controlled was surprising to Luo Xiaoxue. It seemed that this maternal entity possessed a high level of intelligence. Having come this far, it was time to initiate the assault. Chu Xinyu patted Luo Xiaoxue's shoulder, instantly channeling energy, with red armor materializing on his arms as he charged into the horde. Luo Xiaoxue let out a cold snort and followed closely behind. And in an instant, blood splattered as they fought against the tide of corpses. The howls of mutants echoed around them, creating a cacophony that was deafening. Luo Xiaoxue finally unleashed the techniques that had long resided in her mind. Her Tang Dao shattered, a brilliant white blade of light sliced through the night sky, cleaving through the horde, countless mutants severed in half by her strike. Everyone gasped in astonishment, frozen in awe at the sight of her devastating blow. In an instant, nearly all of the first-tier mutants in the front ranks were annihilated. Chapter 41. The battle. The might of that single strike was terrifyingly potent. Even Luo Xiaoxue, after delivering that blow, found herself unable to execute a second, the intricate patterns on her body fading. Fortunately, even without the patterns, her physical prowess was formidable, allowing her to continue fighting amidst the horde. This truly astonished Chu Xinyu. This was an ability only achievable by third-tier individuals. The mastery of energy required was exceedingly high. During the day, Luo Xiaoxue had merely squandered her energy, but now she could release it effectively? Of course, it was not just this that surprised him. He too could perform such feats, but he had accumulated 4 years of experience in his previous life. Even so, if he had not dispatched his opponent with that initial strike, he would have been left vulnerable. Luo Xiaoxue could maintain high-intensity combat, something no one had been able to achieve in his previous life. However, even such an exaggerated blow had only managed to kill a few hundred first-tier mutants. On the playground, countless mutants were drawn to the commotion, with nearly all rushing towards their location except for those in the innermost circle. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu joined the fray. In terms of area damage output, they were the most formidable in the team. Despite Luo Xiaoshua's earlier admonition against joining the battle, they paid her no heed. With their participation, the mutants visibly dwindled. The entire skirmish resembled a one-sided massacre, yet all were aware that this was merely the beginning. The second-tier mutants mingled with the aliens had yet to engage, and caution was paramount. Tian Qingxing was responsible for protecting the others in the team. Although his abilities were not suited for combat, his second-tier physique was still significantly stronger than the first-tier mutants. However, he was nearly rendered ineffective, as the resounding momentum of the few individuals drew almost all the mutants towards them. Leaving no stragglers, to kill any mutants, one would have to venture forth and lure a few out to slay. In fact, that was precisely what they did, gradually pushing their limits. Tian Qingxing only needed to ensure they didn't act recklessly. They could now each take on a group of first-tier mutants, as long as they avoided provoking the aliens. Yet he did not remain idle. His mental energy was constantly attempting to communicate with the steel-type mutants in the center, trying to control them. However, his efforts bore little fruit, as the mutants seemed to possess another form of mental energy that resisted his intrusion, forcing him to retreat and instead control a few second-tier mutants. In reality, under one-on-one conditions, late-stage first-tier mutants could easily overpower second-tier ones, but only in a one-on-one scenario. Once numbers increased, first-tier mutants struggled to cope, especially against aliens. Aliens were notably exceptional in certain aspects. For instance, the steel type had remarkable defensive capabilities, making it nearly impervious to damage from anything below third tier. The bone spike type, on the other hand, was incredibly swift, with sharp bony protrusions that resembled blades. Roughly estimating, among the tens of thousands, there were probably several hundred second-tier aliens and mutants wandering in the inner circle, continuously emitting low growls as if suppressing something. Gradually, the eastern horizon began to lighten, the mutants forming a bastion, awaiting an assault from Luo Xiaoxue and her companions, remaining utterly still. In truth, the moment Chu Xinyu charged in, the entire horde had already stilled. After a night of fierce fighting, most of the mutants had been nearly eradicated. Luo Xiaoxue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Given the intelligence of the maternal entity capable of commanding so many mutants, it should understand that the most effective strategy would be to suppress their numbers. So why had the second-tier combatants remained inert? At that moment, a gap suddenly opened in the formation of steel-type mutants, and amidst a throng of red demons, a pale woman slowly emerged. Her tattered clothing barely concealed her form. As she appeared before Luo Xiaoxue and the others, her abdomen slightly protruding as she gently caressed it. Her delicate face bore a hint of joy, yet when she gazed at Luo Xiaoxue, it was filled with hostility. It seemed she wished to speak, but no sound escaped her lips. Goodness, she's paler than someone who's been dead for 3 days. Wu Tianlu couldn't help but scoff. Suddenly, a voice erupted in the minds of the group. You, leave, Chu, stay. I will not kill you, Chu. Is she referring to Chu Xinyu? At that moment, everyone turned to look at Chu Xinyu. He gently shook his head, indicating he did not recognize the figure before him. An overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over everyone's hearts. Chu, do not recognize me. The maternal entity's words were halting, seemingly acknowledging Chu Xinyu, yet he had no recollection of her. But it does not matter, as she spoke. The remaining mutants began to stir, bone spike types and second-tier mutants surged forward, lunging at Chu Xinyu. I will make you mine. Even the steel types surrounding the maternal entity rushed in, gazing at the approaching tide of corpses. Chu Xinyu felt a chill run down his spine. He finally understood the nature of the massive horde he had faced before his demise. This maternal entity, in his memories, had developed at Suwon University, gradually encroaching upon various human strongholds, ultimately leading a multitude of millions of mutants towards the northern borders. What followed was not merely first-tier mutants, but millions of third-tier and above mutants, countless red demons. bone spikes, steel types, and various types of aliens surging towards the north, unstoppable at the borders. During that time, the authorities had attempted nuclear strikes against her multiple times. By then, the maternal entity had likely surpassed 5th tier. Reaching 6th tier, her mental prowess capable of suppressing the nuclear explosions. What are you standing there for? A low growl from Luo Xiaoxue pierced through the air, snapping me back to reality, where a steel-type creature lay severed before my eyes. Clad in resplendent white armor, Luo Xiaoxue wielded a white blade, seemingly enveloped in energy, radiating an almost tangible malevolence. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to a celestial angel descending from the heavens. Rather, she appeared as a fallen angel, one who had slain an entire paradise. Ascending from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, she sat upon her throne, casting a disdainful gaze upon all. Beautiful, powerful. Chu Sinyu's breath hitched. Everyone behind him felt as though an unseen force had tightened around their throats, their faces flushed with suppressed terror. Even Luo Xiaoyu was witnessing this formidable aspect of Luo Xiaoxue for the first time. In an instant, the tide of corpses came to a standstill, instinctual fear overwhelming the mother body's control, halting all in their tracks. The hilt of Luo Xiaoxue's blade struck the earth with a resounding clang, causing all behind her to feel the weight of pressure vanish without a trace. Luo Xiaoxue spoke calmly. Are you awake now? If so, prepare for battle. The true struggle is about to commence. Chapter 42. The end. Upon witnessing the steel type being obliterated by Luo Xiaoxue, the mother body erupted in fury, its once fair visage contorted into a grotesque snarl. You meddler, die! A chorus of mutated beings howled, charging towards Luo Xiaoxue. Yet, against the energy-enhanced Luo Xiaoxue, all their efforts proved futile. The bone spike types could not pierce her white armor, and the steel types shattered upon impact, even if her blade were to break. Luo Xiaoxue, bare-handed, could not be breached by any mutated creature. In that moment, she resembled a war goddess, her white energy armor stained crimson with blood, continuously absorbing the viral energy within. Luo Xiaoxue unleashed her most powerful strike, her abilities manifesting as the earth buckled beneath the force, creating a shallow pit shaped like a palm. Dozens of second-tier creatures were reduced to mere pulp, including the steel types. Her power had grown exponentially over the days, rendering even the steel types incapable of withstanding her onslaught. Unless a third-tier creature were present, it would be an unilaterally one-sided massacre before her mental energy was expended. Then, unexpectedly, a hulking mutated being appeared before them. A third tier, just sensing its presence made Chu Sinyu's pupils constrict too fast. It had only been a month. A third tier had emerged. While he was capable of battling a third tier with all his might, he would be left with no strength to confront the tide of corpses thereafter. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate to engage the third-tier mutant. Ordinary blades and swords could not harm such a being. So he opted for close combat. The moment they clashed, before he could exert his strength, the third-tier's fist came hurtling towards him, its speed catching him off guard, just barely evading the first punch. Another followed swiftly. In the next instant, he was sent sprawling, feeling as if a truck had struck him, a metallic sweetness flooding his mouth before he tumbled into a soft embrace, without uttering a word. Luo Xiaoyu caught him and set him down, then surged towards the third tier. Luo Xiaoxue was the primary force against the tide of corpses and could not spare herself, although Luo Xiaoyu's area of effect damage was formidable. Her second-tier physique was ultimately inferior to the first tier. The impact she could deliver was significantly diminished compared to Luo Xiaoxue. However, in a one-on-one confrontation, they were not without hope. The third-tier creature swung a fist at Luo Xiaoyu, who, instead of dodging, unleashed her full power, meeting the punch head-on. Their forces were evenly matched. Neither side gained the upper hand. Luo Xiaoyu swiftly retreated, circling around the third tier, waiting for the opportune moment, not forgetting her speed enhancement. At that moment, Chu Sinyu also advanced, the blow he had received merely a moment of negligence, having relied too heavily on memories from his past life. In his recollections, third-tier mutants, though strong, were not particularly swift. Thus, he had underestimated his opponent. The monster roared as it threw punches, and Chu Xinyu met them head-on, his crimson armor glowing brighter with each impact, and to his surprise, he found himself gaining the upper hand. Just then, Luo Xiaoyu's fist struck, aiming for the creature's waist, delivering a powerful blow that sent it flying in unison. Chu Xinyu and Luo Xiaoyu pressed the attack, raining down a flurry of punches while the third tier was still airborne. Once it landed, the third-tier mutant attempted to retaliate, but as time passed, it could no longer withstand the relentless assault from the duo, gradually succumbing to their might. Before long, the third-tier mutant met its end. Filled with resentment, thankfully, it was merely the most ordinary variant. Had it been a bone spike or steel type, they would not have dispatched it so easily. Even so, both Luo Xiaoyu and Chu Xinyu gasped for breath. Breaking the third tier's defenses was no trivial matter. They had exerted their full strength with every punch. Their arms tingled, and they found themselves unable to continue fighting for a while, hoping that Luo Xiaoxue could hold her ground. Zhang Shan keenly noticed their condition, positioning himself protectively in front of them with a blast shield raised, while Tian Qingsheng and others rushed to their side, forming a protective barrier around them, accompanied by Wu Tianlu. Looking back at the tide of corpses, Luo Xiaoxue had already eliminated over half of the mutated beings. Just then, a scene of despair unfolded. From the pipeline behind the mother body, an unending stream of red demons surged forth, seemingly forming a small tide of corpses. Upon cursory inspection, there appeared to be around 500 or 600. How could there be so many? Suddenly, an unlikely possibility struck Chu Xinyu's mind. Cannibalism. The mother body possessed a certain ability, akin to the principle of kings do not meet. When two kings encounter, one must perish. This mother body had likely absorbed the other mother bodies from the division, significantly enhancing its reproductive capacity. Luo Xiaoxue too noticed the swarming red demons. They were not particularly fearsome, being only marginally stronger than ordinary mutants. As long as they were not third tier, their numbers held little significance, especially since she still had a powerful weapon at her disposal. Hidden among the crowd, Wu Tianlu, having largely recovered, wore a devilish grin. "Come on, it's time for me to showcase my prowess with that," he snapped his fingers. In the distance, a red demon stepped onto the corpse of a second-tier mutant, causing it to explode in a fiery conflagration, instantly engulfing a dozen red demons. Simultaneously, several other explosions echoed. The red demons, barely making their entrance, were tragically turned into fireworks by Wu Tianlu's blasts. At this point, the red demons could hardly make a difference. After a prolonged silence, the mother body finally let out a piercing scream. The voice resounded in everyone's minds. "My children, you shall die." A frenzied surge of mental energy was unleashed, poised to overwhelm Luo Xiaoxue and strike at the crowd. However, it was met by a gentle wave of mental energy, blocking its path. Tian Qingsheng was a prodigy. He mastered whatever he studied swiftly. Upon initially sensing the mother body's mental energy, he began to dissect how it controlled those higher-tier aberrations. Hours passed, and he made some headway. While he could not wrestle creatures from its clutches, he had discerned the essence of its mental capacity. According to Tian Qingsheng's estimations, the mother body was approximately at the third-tier level, though he was uncertain of its precise stage. While its mental energy was vast, it was far from as refined as his own now. With such a grandiose release, he managed to withstand the tumultuous torrent of mental energy with his own second-tier mental force. As for why it had bypassed Luo Xiaoxue, it was because her power was formed from mental energy. In this moment, she had enveloped herself in a shell of mental force, and the mother body found it unbreakable. Consequently, the mother body was left with no remaining trump cards. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Xiaoxue could not engage it, it attempted to flee. Yet, just as it sought to escape the heart of the tide of corpses, it encountered the flamboyant Wu Tianlu. With the mother body suppressed by Wu Tianlu, neither side could effectively contend with the other for the time being. While Luo Xiaoxue finally concluded her battle, she effortlessly pinned the mother body in place, preventing any further attempts at escape. The mother body gazed pitifully at Chu Xinyu, muttering incessantly, blood tears streaming down its face. Luo Xiaoxue showed no mercy and promptly snapped its spine. In that moment, as if experiencing a fleeting light before death, it raised its head to utter its final words. Brother Chu, Yao Yao. It hurts, and then silence fell. The mother body's last words shattered the tranquility of 6 years, successfully striking at the core of Chu Sinyu's mind. Chapter 43. After the battle, dividing the spoils. Woo, Brother Chu, Yao Yao hurts so much. Hee hee, Brother Chu, when I grow up, will you marry me? Brother Chu, do you think when you go to university, you won't recognize Yao Yao anymore? Brother Chu, remember to come home and see Yao Yao during the new year, okay? Chu Sinyu lit a cigarette, fully aware that he should not succumb to melancholy. Having transformed into a mutant, all that remained for anyone was the singular thought of devouring others in his past life. To survive, Chu Sinyu employed any means necessary, wandering aimlessly for 2 years. It was only after acquiring the breathing technique from a benefactor that he officially embarked on the path of evolution. However, in the 4th year following the acquisition of the breathing technique, he met his demise amidst a tidal wave of corpses, a catastrophe that obliterated the last glimmer of hope for the great Hua nation. 6 years of relentless struggle had rendered the memories of the pre-apocalyptic world indistinct and hazy. Yet, the tearful figure of Yao Yao before him still overlapped with the image of the weeping girl from his memories. Her name was Lu Shiyao, a childhood companion who had harbored feelings for him as a child. She often cried and affectionately called him Chu Gu. However, since entering university, they had not crossed paths for a considerable time. Chu Sinyu was puzzled as to why she appeared here. Lu Shiyao, 2 years his junior, should have been in high school at that moment. Perhaps she had sneaked out to see him. Had it been the boy he once was? In an era devoid of apocalypse, he might have been pleasantly surprised and even found himself naturally drawn to her. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Shiyao would become a progenitor. Memories surged through him like a sharp, burning liquor, igniting his heart. One cigarette followed another, an unstoppable cycle, until Luo Zhaoxue gently patted his back and remarked, "Let us go. We have collected all the crystal cores." Only then did he snap back to reality. Surveying the disarray around him and casting one last glance at Lu Shiyao, who lay on the ground like a piece of art, her eyes shut by Luo Zhaoxue at some unknown moment. Her crystal core extracted, he lifted her gently, wishing to erect a monument in her honor, a tribute to his lost youth. Despite being merely 19 years old, as you wish, Luo Zhaoxue replied, visibly weary, her own condition far from optimal. After the battle, her energy was depleted, and the viral energy within her body was aggressively assaulting her. Her current appearance was not much different from the day she first absorbed the red demon crystal core. Though her trench coat concealed the worst of it, she had to muster what little mental strength remained to suppress it. It was a miracle she could still stand, not bothering with Chu Sinyu any longer. She trusted him to manage his own state, as he had likely faced such circumstances numerous times before. After escorting the group back to safety, Luo Zhaoxue ultimately could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Even she had reached her limit. When she awoke again, the night had already fallen. "Oh my, Sister Shui, you've finally awakened. I thought you might sleep forever." Wu Tianlu's round face appeared in Luo Zhaoxue's line of sight, wearing a mischievous grin. Before she could respond, Wu Tianlu darted away like a fleeting shadow in the spot where he had stood. A delicate hand, smooth as jade, materialized. Even now, Zhang Shan could not comprehend how such a small fist as Xiao Yu's could possess such immense strength. Can she even speak? "What the hell, Xiao Yu? Have you developed a penchant for beating me? How come I never noticed your violent tendencies before? What did you say?" Luo Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, her expression deceptively amiable as she approached the still embedded Wu Tianlu. "No, wait. If you hit me again, I'll retaliate. Don't force my hand. Holy crap, don't hit my face." Wu Tianlu's wails echoed throughout the classroom, lightening the previously heavy atmosphere, provoking laughter from the others. That moment, Chu Sinyu returned, having just completed another patrol to check for any solitary mutants. "Awake now? The viral energy within you is excessive. You may not be able to recover that exaggerated strength in the short term. Until the energy within you is entirely devoured, you will have to rely solely on your physical abilities." "You absorbed the viral energy within me?" Luo Zhaoxue frowned, sensing that the viral energy within her was indeed subdued, but she had been unconscious. Apart from Chu Sinyu, No one else could have achieved such a feat of suppressing such chaotic energy. To recklessly absorb another's viral energy, though she had never attempted it, would surely come at a steep price. The first time she absorbed the Red Demon's crystal core had nearly cost her life. Yes, it benefits me as well. I am now on the brink of breaking through to the peak of the second tier. Saying this, as if to assuage Luo Zhaoshua's skepticism, Chu Xinyu summoned the armor he had newly formed. Capable of enveloping his entire body just like Luo Zhaoshua's, Luo Zhaoshua did not press further, simply producing a crystal core from her possession. This is a third-tier psychic crystal core. I doubt anyone here is more suited to absorb it than Xiaoshang. No one spoke. Even if they were given the crystal core, they could not absorb it and might instead be overwhelmed by the surging psychic energy, turning them into fools. Thus, this crystal core was rightfully designated for Tian Qingsheng. Enough to sustain him for a while. The third-tier crystal core, having absorbed considerable viral energy from Luo Zhaoshua, could not be absorbed further by Chu Xinyu, naturally falling to Luo Xiaoyu. The remaining first and second-tier cores were mostly distributed among Chu Xinyu and his companions. The Red Demon crystal core was split in half for Chu Xinyu, as it was significantly superior in both energy and effect compared to the second-tier cores, leaving only the Red Demon crystal core. Once the spoils were divided, Luo Zhaoshua stretched lazily. The remaining group gradually split into two factions, Luo Zhaoshua's team and Chu Xinyu's team, both engrossed in their cultivation. Unbeknownst to each other, neither Luo Zhaoshua nor Chu Xinyu inquired about the other's breathing techniques. If they had wished, they could have exchanged insights during their training, as such techniques were largely similar, serving the purpose of harnessing energy. However, to do so would breach the other's boundaries, unless one day the two teams could unite. Glancing at the incessant messages popping up from Chen Chao, inquiring about Luo Zhaoshua's condition, he seemed quite anxious. "How is the rescue operation on your end?" Luo Zhaoshua sent a message back to Chen Chao. Almost instantly, he replied, seemingly waiting at the terminal for Luo Zhaoshua's response. "You finally replied. I thought something had happened to you. The rescue has progressed significantly, but our team lost contact in one area after entering. We are organizing a withdrawal. Could you check it out?" "Understood. Send me the coordinates." Shortly after, a map of the branch accompanied by coordinates appeared before Luo Zhaoshua's eyes. Upon examining the location, she noted it was quite distant, closer to another branch. Perhaps the loss of contact was due to high-level mutants. Caution was paramount. Should another wave of corpses arise, they would be doomed without the ability to utilize their powers. They had to avoid alarming the horde while rescuing survivors, a daunting challenge. If all went as expected, she would likely need to request assistance from the authorities. Chapter 44. The Insect. After a night of cultivation, Luo Zhaoshua felt significantly better. Based on her calculations, if this continued, she would recover in a few days. Though reluctant to take risks, Luo Xiaoyu, having absorbed the third-tier crystal core, was eager to set out for that area. The mutants in this branch had mostly perished during the previous corpse wave. Along the way, only a few straggling mutants remained, which did not hinder their progress. It took Luo Zhaoshua and her group about 10 minutes to reach the designated building. Such 10 minutes should not be underestimated. A typical person could cover 1,000 meters within that time, let alone Luo Zhaoshua and her companions. The coordinates led them to a library, with a dining hall nearby and a supermarket not far off. This location was arguably the most suitable for survival within the branch. The available supplies here were undoubtedly ample. As Luo Zhaoshua opened her senses, she discovered her perception was restricted to a radius of 10 meters around her, causing her to frown. Was it the suppression of energy within her or something unusual about this place? Observing Chu Xinyu beside her, whose expression mirrored her own concern, she understood. This place was likely peculiar. Be cautious. There's something off here, Luo Zhaoshua warned the group, heightening the tension among them. "Xiaoshang, can you sense anything inside?" Luo Zhaoshua inquired, only to see Tian Qingsheng shake his head vigorously. "No. I can only perceive within a 20-meter radius, as if something within is suppressing my psychic energy." Even Xiaoshang's psychic energy could not extend. Luo Zhaoshua attempted to message Chen Chao, but discovered there was no signal here. "Chu Xinyu and I will go in first. You all stay here and remain vigilant." Just as she was about to step inside, someone tugged at her from behind. Turning back, she saw Chu Xinyu shaking his head. "You stay here. I'll check it out." If anything seems amiss, I'll come back. As the words left his lips, adorned in crimson armor, Chu Xinyu wielded his Tang Dao and pushed open the grand door of the library, only to find himself momentarily frozen in place. For what lay beyond the threshold was not a sanctuary constructed by survivors, but rather a gaping abyss. The surroundings bore the scars of a fierce assault, shattered and in disarray. Even the floor was marred with deep scratches, and in some areas it had splintered apart entirely. The entire first floor of the library was nearly obliterated, rendering it little more than a ruin. It was difficult to fathom that any survivors could possibly inhabit this place. He peered into the chasm, which seemed to stretch into an unfathomable depth, his senses failing to penetrate even to the mouth of the pit. He felt as though another world existed within. Attempting to toss a tile into the void, he waited in vain for any sound. Chu Xinyu furrowed his brow, for he was unaware of such a phenomenon, having heard only whispers of it in his previous life. He recalled tales of multiple military expeditions that had vanished without a trace, hastily abandoned in a state of urgency. Subsequently, the area had been shrouded by forest, leaving its mysteries unexplored. Might the disappearances be linked to this very chasm? What a colossal pit it was! As he observed the sudden appearance of Luo Zhaoxue, Chu Xinyu rolled his eyes, exasperated by her disobedience. Children were indeed challenging to manage. The crowd around them swelled, pressing him to the opposite side as they scrutinized the profound pit before them. Be cautious. Don't fall in. I just tossed a tile down, and there was no sound at all. Perhaps it is you who cannot handle it. Wu Tianlu retorted, casually conjuring a fireball and sending it into the depths. The moment it was released, a chilling sensation enveloped the crowd. The fireball extinguished upon entering the abyss, but in that fleeting instant, the onlookers, all of whom were evolved beings, caught a glimpse of the interior. The walls were covered with a mass of fleshy orbs, resembling a staircase spiraling downward. Luo Zhaoxue retrieved a flashlight from her capsule and shone it into the void. Indeed, in an instant, the light was devoured. Even though the beam persisted, nothing could be discerned within. Wu Tianlu, invigorated by the challenge, declared, "Hey, I refuse to be deterred." He clasped his hands together at his waist, muttering incantations, and conjured another fireball. Thrusting it forth, a beam of flame erupted, and the temperature around them surged. This time, the inky darkness could not snuff out the glow of the fire. The fleshy orbs within seemed to ignite, unleashing a putrid stench that wafted upward, causing the crowd to instinctively cover their noses. "How can this be worse than the scent of those mutated beings?" Gao Mingshu complained. "Fatty, stop burning it. I'm about to choke." Yet Wu Tianlu paid no heed to Gao Mingshu's grievances, relentlessly unleashing his fiery assault. He believed that he could not allow a mere foul odor to tarnish the sanctity of the second-dimensional scriptures. As the outer layer of rotting flesh was reduced to ashes, the true nature of the contents within was finally revealed. Numerous skeletal remains lay exposed, appearing to have decayed only recently, with remnants of muscle still clinging to them. However, in Wu Tianlu's fervor, they had been incinerated to ash. Ugh! After unleashing his flames, Wu Tianlu dropped to his knees, retching at the grotesque sight. "What on earth is this? It's unbearable. What manner of creature is this? A grotesque amalgamation of flesh and bone?" Ren Yuzhu remarked, her delicate nose crinkling adorably. "I have no idea. I've never encountered such a thing," Chu Xinyu replied, shaking his head, having never witnessed such a bizarre pit before. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Positioning his Tang Dao defensively before Wu Tianlu, a shadow darted forth, colliding with the blade, which Chu Xinyu forcefully deflected. At that moment, the crowd finally discerned what they were dealing with. The creature resembled a ladybug, approximately the size of a human head, its mandibles opening and closing incessantly. Realizing its advance was thwarted, the insect calmly shifted its target, lunging toward Luo Zhaoxue with astonishing speed, leaving Gao Mingshu and the others momentarily stunned. Luo Zhaoxue hesitated for a heartbeat before effortlessly capturing it. "What on earth are you? Do you lack intelligence?" The insect writhed in her grasp, its mandibles snapping in vain as she swiftly seized its mouthparts. Wrenching them free at it required some effort. This creature was rather resilient. This shell it possesses intriguing properties. Luo Xiaoxue mused, squeezing the insect, which remained unyielding, its exoskeleton capable of withstanding the force of a third-tier evolutionist. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. If utilized properly, this could be exceptional material for weapon crafting. If only I could find a weapons master. Surely the military has some survivors among the many weapon experts. Yet, something felt off that as she examined the insect, she noticed the walls of the chasm swarming with countless more of its kind, their oily green eyes fixated upon her. A chill coursed through Luo Xiaoxue. In an instant, the massive insect surged forth, rising like a tempest toward her. Chapter 45. Insectoid beings unfazed, Luo Xiaoxue hurled the insect from her grasp and swiftly grabbed the closest companions. Li Xinxin and Rin Yuzhu, retreating rapidly. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoyu and her group sensed the impending danger and followed suit, retreating almost in the blink of an eye. Luo Xiaoxue gently set the two girls down. Her gaze fixed intently on the swarm of insects as she meticulously assessed their potential as materials. Where could all these insects have emerged from? Chu Xinyu pondered aloud, casually slicing through one of the creatures. Huh? Observing Chu Xinyu's action, Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. What just happened? Why was the one I caught so durable? It was time to put theories to the test. Luo Xiaoxue seized another insect, squeezing it in her hand, and it promptly shattered, lacking any semblance of resilience. Could it be that I inadvertently captured an exceptionally strong specimen? If that is the case, this swarm holds little value. Disappointment washed over her as she waved her hand dismissively, addressing Wu Tianlu. Fatty, unleash another Kamehameha and obliterate them. Hey, Sister Shui, you actually know about the Kamehameha? Wu Tianlu exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Believing his earlier actions had gone unnoticed, stop dawdling. Hurry up. These insects are wasting my sentiments. With that, she nonchalantly waved her hand, seeking a location with signal to report the situation. Even with the emergence of these creatures, they were soon to be engulfed by the forest, leaving them wondering what more they could accomplish. Thus, Wu Tianlu and the others focused on clearing the insects while Luo Xiaoxue searched for signal. The insects were not particularly formidable. Aside from the initial one, the others crumbled easily under pressure, their small size and abundance making them a nuisance to eradicate. However, in the presence of Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu, it was child's play, and soon they had dispatched the advancing swarm entirely. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue located a spot with signal, sending a message to Chen Chao, only to realize something was amiss. She returned to the edge of the insect pit, scrutinizing it closely. The military personnel should not have perished so easily, unless something beyond their comprehension had emerged. Just as this thought flitted through her mind, 5 more insects emerged from the chasm. These 5 were nearly human-sized. Their entire bodies encased in glossy black armor, with only their joints exposed. Standing bipedally like arthropods, they wielded weapons that Luo Xiaoxue had never seen before, which appeared exceedingly sharp. Most importantly, one of them brandished a spear-like weapon. Though her eyes sparkled with excitement, Luo Xiaoxue refrained from acting impulsively, and the others remained still, the two parties locked in a silent standoff. Anything capable of slaying military personnel was at least second tier. They could not afford to act rashly. If these creatures exceeded their capabilities, they would not hesitate to retreat immediately. Ultimately, it was Luo Xiaoxue who made the first move. Brandishing her Tang Dao, she advanced. But the insectoid beings remained unmoving. Just as her blade was about to descend, the one with the spear raised it to block her attack, while the others lunged toward her simultaneously. This manner of engagement felt oddly familiar. Evading the strikes of the insectoids, Luo Xiaoxue's mind raced. Xiaoyu, dismantle one. Chu Xinyu, take another. Zhang Shan, go for one as well. You all surround them and Fatty, focus on one. Upon finishing her words, Luo Xiaoxue charged directly at the bugman wielding a gun, deftly disarming it with a swift stroke of her blade that sent its spear flying. In the next moment, she delivered a powerful kick, propelling the creature away and shattering the formation of the bugmen with astonishing speed. Leaving all present momentarily dazed, the remaining bugmen stood frozen, unable to comprehend the swift turn of events, save for Luo Xiaoyu and Chu Xinyu, who discerned Luo Xiaoxue's movements. Chu Xinyu couldn't help but murmur, "What a monster!" Soon after, he followed in Luo Zhaoshua's footsteps, dispatching the bugman on the far left of their formation, while Luo Xiaoyu swiftly took down the second bugman on the right. The two remaining bugmen, seemingly possessing limited intelligence, began to realize the gravity of the situation and attempted to assist their fallen comrade, but were thwarted by Wu Tianlu, who held one back, sending the other crashing towards Zhang Shan and his group. Zhang Shan reacted promptly, using a blast shield to block the bugman, only for his axe to clang uselessly against its armor. To their astonishment, the axe was deflected. Gao Mingxiu and Rin Yuzhu seized the opportunity, pinning the bugman in place, while Li Xinxin lunged towards its compound eyes with a dagger. Just then, the bugman's emerald gaze flickered, and its armor enveloped its entire face, rendering Li's dagger ineffective as it scraped against the impenetrable shell, producing a jarring sound that sent shivers down their spines. This bugman's armor was incomprehensibly resilient. With all of them being late-stage first-tier fighters, their weapons proved ineffective against this formidable defense. How could they possibly kill it? At that moment, a voice called out from behind, "Stop, stop, stop. This one is under my control." Tian Qingxing's sudden declaration brought their actions to a halt. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as the bugman Luo Zhaoshua had incapacitated began to secrete a green liquid from its mouth. The moment that liquid touched the air, it hissed ominously. It was a potent acid. Realizing the danger, Luo Zhaoshua swiftly dodged to the side and moved behind the bugman, channeling her third-tier strength into a powerful punch that made the bugman sway, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Yet, it was not Luo Zhaoshua who first concluded the battle, but rather Luo Xiaoyu, whose striking power matched that of Luo Zhaoshua, obliterating her opponent to the point where nothing of its physical form remained. The armor bore countless cracks but did not shatter, evidencing its remarkable strength. What peculiar technology did these bugmen possess? Almost simultaneously, Wu Tianlu finished off his opponent by incinerating it entirely, leaving not even a trace of ash. His flames burned with an intensity that seemed excessive. The last to finish was Chu Xinyu, who had never encountered such armored foes in his previous life and lacked the techniques to deliver precise strikes. Relying solely on brute force to crush the bugman's insides. Amidst the chaos, he was splattered with the acidic liquid, but thankfully, he discerned a pattern and managed to avoid serious harm. Luo Zhaoshua picked up the bugman's spear, examining it closely. Its design was peculiar, the spearhead uniquely shaped, reminiscent of a Zhangba snake spear, yet distinctly different. It was sharp and the shaft had a somewhat sticky texture, seemingly designed for a better grip. Fortunately, it did not hinder the handling. After a brief test, she found that it effortlessly shattered her own tang knife. Luo Zhaoshua's eyes sparkled with excitement. This bugman's weapon was indeed formidable. What a pity. If it were a bit more agile, their escape would not have been guaranteed. Indeed, but could this underground network lead to the bugman's lair? Luo Xiaoyu chimed in, agreeing, as she had no use for weapons and thus felt no particular attachment. In contrast, both Chu Xinyu and Luo Zhaoshua's eyes gleamed with interest. Chu Xinyu held one of the long knives, entranced. If only we could decipher the method to forge such weapons. Luo Zhaoshua shook her head regretfully, suggesting they could hand it over to the military for further research. Just then, Li Xinxin tilted her head and spoke up. "Who says we can't?" Chapter 46. Analysis of all things. What do you mean? Luo Zhaoshua glanced at Li Xinxin, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Everyone understood the immense value of a good weapon in a post-apocalyptic world. If they could master this crafting technique and improve upon it, combating mutants would become significantly easier. Li Xinxin's words drew the attention of the group, causing her to feel somewhat bashful under their scrutiny. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed a bugman unlike the others they had faced. As Li Xinxin instinctively opened her mouth to warn them, she found herself unable to make a sound, as if an unseen force had choked her voice. In a panic, she merely pointed towards Chu Xinyu's back. Just as the bugman's long knife plunged into his body, in that instant, realization struck the group. They had been completely oblivious to its presence. Fortunately, as Li Xinxin frantically gestured, Chu Xinyu instinctively lunged forward. Narrowly avoiding a fatal blow in a heartbeat, everyone reacted, spotting the unique giant bugman. it bore similar armor and wielded a long knife, but it was a colossal version of its kin. Chu Xinyu immediately summoned energy to staunch the bleeding, then activated his energy armor, charging toward the giant bugman. Luo Xiaoyu swiftly scooped up Ren Yuzhu and leapt away. Zhang Shan and Gao Mingshu hurriedly assisted Li Xinxin in their escape, while the bugman under Tian Qingxing's control surged forward to engage the giant bugman in combat. Wu Tianlu swiftly retreated to a safer distance. His skills were more suited for brawling, and it would be unwise to confront such a high-damage, high-defense creature head dash on in an instant. The controlled bugman was sent flying, crashing to the ground with green blood seeping from its mouth. By this time, Chu Xinyu had reached the giant bugman, his long knife aimed at its neck. The giant bugman calmly intercepted Chu Xinyu's fierce attack, grasping his head and effortlessly tossing him aside, sending him crashing toward Luo Xiaoxue. With agility, Luo Xiaoxue dodged the incoming Chu Xinyu, allowing him to collide with the ground, where Wu Tianlu stood as an unintended cushion. Caught off guard, Wu Tianlu was swept away by Chu Xinyu's momentum, only stabilizing himself mid-air by unleashing maximum firepower. How is it possible that I was standing this far away and still got caught in that? Finally landing, Chu Xinyu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Luo Xiaoxue and the giant bugman. This creature was likely more formidable than any present. Within mere breaths, Luo Xiaoxue continuously struck the giant bugman with her spear. Yet she refrained from targeting its vital points. The bugman's armor was absurdly tough, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds. In contrast, the giant bugman moved swiftly but could not catch the elusive Luo Xiaoxue. Resorting to wild slashes, another missed swing prompted Luo Xiaoxue to seize the moment and strike the bugman again, causing it to stagger. The bugman let out a furious shriek, its multitude of compound eyes flickering as it unleashed a spray of acid in an attempt to douse Luo Xiaoxue, forcing her to retreat and wait for the acidic liquid to seep into the ground before advancing once more. Withdraw. Chu Xinyu immediately grasped the situation. Luo Xiaoxue was stalling for time. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoyu recognized this as well, swiftly locating Tian Qingxing and dragging him away as they hastily retreated in a one-on-one scenario. Unless there was a significant disparity in strength, Luo Xiaoxue could not claim invincibility. At the very least, she could escape. Remaining there would only heighten the chances of the bugman reacting and redirecting its aggression towards them, potentially costing them their lives. Wu Tianlu initially intended to counter Chu Xinyu's suggestion, but swallowed his words upon witnessing Luo Xiaoyu's resolute retreat, unleashing his full firepower and vanishing from sight in an instant. Zhang Shan and the others exchanged worried glances at Luo Xiaoxue before ultimately deciding to heed their leader's command. They quickly formed a chain, with Chu Xinyu trailing behind, followed by Zhang Shan, Wu Tianlu, Li Xinxin, and Ren Yuzhu, while Luo Xiaoyu led the way. Within mere seconds, they had vanished from view. Seeing her companions retreat, Luo Xiaoxue summoned her strength to launch the bugman away before leaping. Delivering a crushing blow from above, the bugman, caught off guard by Luo Xiaoxue's sudden force, found itself smashed into the ground, creating a crater as the earth cracked around it like a spiderweb. A piercing screech erupted as the bugman leapt back to the surface, only to find that no one remained. Wiping the green blood from its mouth, the monstrous creature's terrifying compound eyes fixated on a particular direction, its mandibles trembling in anger. The bugman began to advance towards that direction, but upon reaching a certain threshold, it seemed to sense something. Retreating back into the wormhole, it could not stray too far from its lair. Its king still needed guarding, who, finally escaped. What was that last giant bug? Wu Tianlu panted heavily, having pushed his limits in an unprecedented sprint. He had never run this fast before. That bug was absolutely terrifying. I couldn't even speak. Li Xinxin repeatedly patted her chest, her face awash with terror, her mind incessantly replaying the image of that horrifying creature. Even so, you all ran too fast. Zhang Shan and Gao Mingshu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Despite their identities as evolved beings, they found themselves in this predicament, unable to keep pace with those who had raced ahead. They had no idea how far they had fled. By the way, aren't you concerned about Sister Xue? At the forefront, Luo Xiaoyu, seemingly unfazed, glanced at Wu Tianlu and remarked helplessly, "It's not that we aren't worried. You haven't hunted with her before. Once she opts for a drawn-out battle instead of a decisive kill. It signifies that she cannot subdue the creature. It could very well ignore her attacks and pursue others. Hence, she chose to engage the monster in a way that maintains its aggro, allowing us the opportunity to escape. Is there truly no way to slay that monster? With so many of us? Wu Tianlu finally managed to articulate a coherent thought, his confusion evident. For instance, my fire might just incinerate that beast. If my sister cannot break its defenses, then I certainly cannot. I suspect Brother Chu would struggle as well. Your fire? Do you truly believe that the creature's evolutionary level would fear your flames? Chu Xinyu, in agreement, nodded beside him, speaking calmly. That monster is likely already at the 4th tier. If Luo Zhaoshua's abilities were intact, she might have had a chance to kill it, but given her current strength, it's hopeless. However, this journey has not been without its rewards. After all, the weapon from the insectoid is quite useful. Xin, what did you mean by what you said earlier? Now in a safe location, Chu Xinyu finally had the chance to voice his curiosity. His fervor for weaponry rivaled that of Luo Zhaoshua. Possessing a good weapon could simplify many tasks. I awakened a talent that allows me to analyze the composition of objects, and then, given the appropriate tools and identical materials, I can replicate them, like crafting a handmade cannon. You've awakened a talent? This revelation left Chu Xinyu astounded. This ability resembled the concept of universal analysis. The greatest weaponsmith in his previous life possessed this talent, leading to the creation of various formidable arms. Chapter 47. Respite. At that moment, Luo Zhaoshua returned, greeting everyone with a smile. What are you all chatting about so animatedly? She entered from the sunlight into the shadows like a general returning from battle. Her silver hair billowing in the breeze, clad in a trench coat that made her appear both dashing and exquisite. In an instant, several girls around her transformed into starry-eyed admirers, wishing their eyes could sparkle with delight. I was discussing my abilities. Li Xin nearly shrieked, akin to a fan encountering their idol, nearly faint with excitement. Luo Xiaoyu shrugged and joked, See? I told you, my sister rarely gets into trouble. Perhaps in a couple of days, she'll take you to slay that creature and wipe out its nest along the way. When have I ever done such a thing? Luo Zhaoshua replied, confusion evident on her face. Generally, she carried Luo Xiaoyu on her back during clan exterminations. In any case, it's good that nothing happened. You can't imagine, upon seeing that enormous insect, I instantly felt I was no match for it. Wu Tianlu lamented, repeatedly patting his chest, still in a state of shock. Luo Zhaoshua waved her hand dismissively. It was merely that. Next time we meet, I shall slay it without fail, so shall we return now? Certainly, I'll toss you back, and before I leave, I'll give it a kick. It's probably still fuming. The group shared laughter and camaraderie, yet Chu Xinyu remained solemn, feeling he had fallen behind. Despite his rebirth, mastering breathing techniques, and advancing further than most, it still seemed insufficient to confront the crises of this world. Moreover, an increasing number of events surpassed his comprehension. The 3rd tier achieved in a month, the enigmatic deep pit, and the apocalyptic entity from his past life. Ever since encountering Luo Zhaoshua, it seemed fortune had abandoned him. He shook his head. Harboring resentment towards others was futile. He might as well slay a few high-tier mutants to level up. He was on the verge of entering the 3rd tier, yet the energy required was vast. Logically, he and Luo Zhaoshua should be at the same tier, but her capability to reach the 3rd tier was absurd. For a moment, he found himself questioning his life. He doubted whether his previous life had merely been a dream. Yet one thing he would never forget. He must find Mu Zixuan. He had a premonition that he would encounter her again in this life. Reflecting on the past, he clenched his fist. A smile involuntarily gracing his lips. That moment, Wu Tianlu playfully slapped Chu Xinyu on the back. Old bro, why are you grinning so lecherously? Thinking of your little sweetheart? The comment rendered Chu Xinyu speechless. What do you mean I'm grinning lecherously? Turning around, he found the others bursting into laughter. It seemed that since meeting Wu Tianlu, the frequency of their laughter had increased. This fellow was indeed a lively spirit. This team didn't seem so bad after all. Chu Xinyu smiled wryly, shaking his head at it's nothing, just reminiscing about some past events. Let us get back to serious matters, Luo Xiaoxue interjected, interrupting the playful banter. Xin, since you can analyze the raw materials required for this weapon, can you find similar materials? Li Xin pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to comply. No. I can analyze but not seek out, unless you present me with two items side by side. I can compare their properties, otherwise it's futile. Very well. After all, the weapons they had seized from the insectoids were sufficient for the time being, and there was no pressing need to create something new. However, pausing, Luo Xiaoxue turned her gaze to Chu Xinyu. However, the military has sent word, hoping we can act as a special squad to assist them before their consolidation is complete. They will prioritize resources for us. What are you looking at me for? I have no objections, but I suggest we take some time to regroup. We've been overly aggressive lately. Zombie hordes, insect swarms, we just barely escaped with our lives. Your spirits should not be so high right now. Furthermore, you and I are both on the verge of a breakthrough. You need to recover your energy and enter seclusion. Luo Xiaoxue pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement with Chu Xinyu's words, and then conveyed her perspective to Chen Xiao before retreating to a secluded place for meditation. In the ensuing period, Luo Xiaoxue and her companions found themselves idly passing the time. The military's operational efficiency was formidable, leaving no particular situation that required the involvement of their specialized team. Their routine consisted solely of periodically locating and clearing out a horde of corpses, followed by training, day in and day out. Eventually, after more than a week, when Luo Xiaoxue emerged from her seclusion, the entire team had reached an exceedingly terrifying level of proficiency. Luo Xiaoyu had attained the pinnacle of the second tier. Tian Qingxing had progressed to the late second tier. Wu Tianlu was also in the late second tier. Zhang Shan had just completed his reconstitution, fortifying his physique and thoroughly transforming into a meat shield. Albeit without awakening any supernatural abilities, Li Xin had recently completed her reconstitution, enhancing her speed and mental acuity, though her spiritual power was somewhat weaker. Gao Mingxiu had just finished his reconstitution as well, augmenting his strength and speed, positioning him as the main attacker, yet he possessed no supernatural abilities. Ren Yuzhu had also completed his reconstitution, boosting his speed and serving as the team's secondary attacker without any supernatural powers. Chu Xinyu, in the early stage of the third tier, was an all-rounder without any supernatural abilities, yet his command over energy had significantly improved, currently able to contend with everyone in the team except Luo Xiaoxue. Chu Xinyu had emerged from seclusion a few days earlier. For him, it was merely a matter of retracing his steps. Despite the immense energy required, he felt no pressure. Upon emerging, he organized the team to commence training. No longer burdened by the anxiety of daily survival, allowing them leisure time for practice. Thus, the group transitioned from battling mutants during the day to training under Chu Xinyu at night, exhausting themselves to the point of collapse before they could rest. This was Chu Xinyu's relentless training regimen. Only Luo Xiaoyu could rely on her advantages to endure a little longer, yet she still could not surpass a minute, as Chu Xinyu had stated. After reaching the third tier, the disparity was vast. Apart from Luo Xiaoyu, the others could hardly hold out for long, their endurance comparable to hers, until Luo Xiaoxue emerged from seclusion. Initially, everyone believed that Chu Xinyu was already sufficiently demanding. But once Luo Xiaoxue joined, they understood the true meaning of suffering. Luo Xiaoxue first took a day to familiarize herself with her evolved abilities, then single-handedly dealt with a wave of corpses with remarkable ease, finishing what had taken them an entire night in just over an hour. Once she had acclimatized, upon observing Chu Xinyu's training methods, Luo Xiaoxue seemed to develop an interest and joined the daily boss battles. Consequently, a new element was added to their routine, battling against Luo Xiaoxue. Everyone, including Chu Xinyu, participated, albeit in a different manner. Luo Xiaoxue's supernatural abilities had become extraordinary. Following her ascension to the third tier, her powers were no longer confined to enhancing her physicality, but allowed her to manipulate the force exerted by any creature within her vicinity. Thus, the exaggerated daily boss battles commenced, clad in energy-infused white armor. Luo Xiaoxue lounged in a chair, leisurely sipping tea, occasionally rising to give a gentle push to one of the participants before contentedly returning to her seat to continue sipping her tea. The task for everyone was to break through the pressure and touch Luo Xiaoxue within 10 minutes, at which point they could conclude. Luo Xiaoshua's control was formidable, adjusting the pressure according to each individual state, consistently pushing everyone to their limits. Very few could manage to rise, and Wu Tianlu had not succeeded even once. However, this pressure training proved remarkably effective. Although no one had broken through, they all felt their energy becoming more solidified. Another week passed, and finally, their first mission arrived. Chapter 48, Underground, Countdown to Migration. 3 days northern sector of Zone 7. Why are we being sent on this errand when they have already completed their integration? Isn't this a waste of time? Wu Tianlu remarked begrudgingly, as if this task were inconveniencing him. How could it be? The military possesses such a high level of appeal that merely gesturing from a distance is often sufficient to sway most individuals to their side. Gao Mingxiu, standing beside him, placed a hand on Wu Tianlu's shoulder, appearing to understand. Yet, it was no wonder that Wu Tianlu was complaining. Since the establishment of their specialized team, they had never ventured into military territory nor requested any resources from the authorities. During this time, they had not encountered any high-tier mutants, only those at the first and second tiers, and even the aberrants had become scarce. The red demon crystals had been completely depleted, causing their ranks to stagnate. Consequently, although their strength had progressed, they lacked the energy to advance. It was as if high-level mutants had vanished since the horde they faced at the school. Luo Xiaoxue stood silently, lost in thought. Chu Xinyu lit a cigarette, also deep in contemplation. They sensed that something was amiss in recent days. It felt profoundly unsettling, as if they were being diverted from their path, and all the maternal entities had seemingly disappeared. Recalling the wormhole they had seen, Luo Xiaoxue suspected that a storm was brewing. Perhaps they intend for us to clear the horde. Luo Xiaoyu, who had remained silent since their arrival, suddenly spoke, pointing towards the southern direction. This route directly connects the military district to the northern city gate. The military aims for a coordinated effort? Ren Yuzhu exclaimed in realization, echoing her sentiment. Luo Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. However, it should not merely be about clearing a path. Given the military's capabilities, it should not be challenging to clear a route, suggesting they may have discovered something significant. The group engaged in a casual exchange of conjectures, and after an indeterminate amount of time, the survivors had already been escorted back to Zone 2 by the military personnel, leaving the streets desolate. Wu Tianlu, dissatisfied, pouted, about to voice his grievances when, at last, a small team hurried over. The classic formation of 4 men and 1 woman. The leading soldiers saluted the group and spoke, "Apologies, esteemed individuals, for not informing you in advance of the nature of this mission. It seems the higher-ups regard this matter with great seriousness, hence only our small team possesses the specific information." Upon seeing the newcomers, Chu Xinyu extinguished his cigarette and inquired, "What has the military discovered to warrant such precautions?" In Chu Xinyu's perception, this 5-person team comprised 2 late second-tier and 3 mid-second-tier members. Even for the military, cultivating such a group in the early apocalypse was no small feat. Please follow us. We shall discuss as we walk. The leading soldier's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity as he led the way toward a nearby building. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shi Ying, Yang Yao. I am Du Yi, Guan Kong, Lu Junshan." The members of the team introduced themselves in succession. Shi Ying continued, "We discovered an entrance resembling a wormhole along the evacuation route. Yet no creatures surged forth, nor did it possess the eerie qualities of a wormhole, such as light absorption. We suspect it may lead to an underground world." After a brief pause for effect, Shi Ying allowed time for the group to process this information. "An underground world?" they exclaimed in unison. Wu Tianlu, in particular, was incredulous, unable to contain his excitement. "No way, is this for real? Has this world become so surreal?" However, Luo Xiaoxue and her sister, along with Chu Xinyu, remained composed, as if they had anticipated such news. "Indeed, we were among the first teams to descend for observation. You have already been down there? Can you elaborate on what lies beneath?" Chu Xinyu calmly interjected, seeking to temper the group's astonishment. Otherwise, they would likely continue to be astonished at every turn. "We are almost there. You will see for yourselves shortly." With that, Shi Ying halted, gesturing toward a nearby entrance. This entrance was situated in a rather peculiar location, adjacent to a high-rise in the residential complex. It was not overly concealed, but one would certainly pass through the underground parking garage. Luo Xiaoxue sensed the layout of the garage. While her mental perception had been limited near the wormhole, there appeared to be no such restrictions here. Within the underground parking structure stood a cylindrical column, where several parking spots once were. Utilizing the spaciousness of the garage, Luo Xiaoxue could discern the exposed part of the entrance. It resembled a grotesque amalgam of flesh, utterly repulsive in appearance. Luo Xiaoxue approached to touch the entrance, finding it rigid and unyielding, utterly devoid of any flesh-like qualities. Why must it be so gruesome? Without hesitation, she leapt down. This girl, has she always been this audacious? Shuren glanced back at the others, his brow furrowing. Luo Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly, remaining silent. Since someone has blazed a trail, we shall follow. With that, Chu Xinyu also made a gentle leap. Wait, there's a path. Can't we just walk normally? You are making us look bad. Shiyi's heart was in a frenzy, yet as she observed the remaining few ascend the steps on the wall with due diligence, a sense of comfort washed over her. She descended into the hole alongside them, uncertain of how deep they had fallen, until Luo Xiaoxue barely managed to land, creating a substantial crater around her. In this subterranean realm, visibility was nil. However, Luo Xiaoxue, with heightened perception, was astonished to discover the vastness of the underground space. Unlike typical subterranean locations, this area was remarkably flat, resembling a platform constructed beneath the earth, albeit at a considerable elevation. One misstep could result in an inability to ascend. It was akin to an enlarged cavern within a mountain. Then, as if sensing something, she retreated slightly, and a figure landed before her with a resounding crash, deepening the pit further. Why did you jump down too? Luo Xiaoxue furrowed her brow, brushing away the dust that enveloped her. The cloud of debris was rather substantial. Is there a problem? You came down. What if they encounter trouble on their way? Did you discover anything? Luo Xiaoxue smirked, noting the awkwardness in the change of subject. This underground space was devoid of anything, a hollow expanse that felt as though it had been deliberately cleared to create a platform. Chu Xinyu was equally perplexed by the origins of this place. Having never encountered such a phenomenon in his previous life, that moment, a figure intruded upon Luo Xiaoxue's perception, a small frame that bore a striking resemblance to the mutated being she had seen previously. A faint smile crept across her lips as she gently pressed down with her right hand, swiftly subduing the unidentified creature. Chapter 49. Goblin? When Luo Xiaoxue finally brought the small creature back, the others had already descended. Rubbing her eyes in discomfort from the prolonged darkness, she was unaccustomed to the sudden appearance of a light bulb. Indeed, Wu Tianlu had descended, illuminating the space with a blinding brightness that startled everyone, allowing them to see Luo Xiaoxue and exclaim in surprise. What is that? It's so ugly. Ren Yuzhu was the first to voice her disdain, casting a critical glance at the creature in Luo Xiaoxue's grasp. Sister Xiaoxue, put it down quickly. Be careful it doesn't dirty your hands, Li Xinxin chimed in, while the others began to scrutinize the small creature. With greenish skin and a face that was somewhat acceptable, complete with eyes and a nose, it was the protruding teeth and massive nose that rendered it rather unappealing. The creature struggled desperately in Luo Xiaoxue's grip, unable even to raise its arms, its small eyes fixed intently on her, clutching a nearly burnt-out wooden stick. It bears a striking resemblance to a goblin? Wu Tianlu suddenly interjected, having gotten closer and prodded the creature, unable to shake off his curious habit. It truly looks increasingly like a goblin, Shuri remarked, somewhat awkwardly. Goblin? Such a thing exists? I've never heard of it. Goblin? Haven't you ever played a game? Wu Tianlu rolled his eyes, his enthusiasm peaked as he began to educate them. In games, these little creatures known as goblins are typically weak monsters found in novice villages. Shuri thought to himself, you're quite the hypocrite. When those two girls mentioned it, you said nothing, but now that I ask, you're eager to provide a lesson? Let us just refer to this creature as a goblin for now. Luo Xiaoxue remarked nonchalantly, as she had authority in naming things, having borrowed the term from the official nomenclature for mutated beings. All right, where did you capture this goblin? Shuri inquired, looking at Luo Xiaoxue with curiosity. The last time we came, we didn't encounter a single one, and we ventured quite far. It intruded upon my perception and I caught it. What is your perception range? About 120 meters. Hiss, that's impressive. Aside from the War God Squad, I doubt anyone could surpass your team, Shuri said, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Speaking of the War God Squad, Chu Xinyu recalled that during his previous life, the squad had gained considerable fame in the later stages of the game. I asked, the War God Squad really that formidable? The university students, particularly Gao Mingxiu and his companions, were all ears, especially Zhang Shan, whose fervor for the military bordered on obsession. However, now that he was on Chu Xinyu's side, those thoughts had faded, yet he was still keen on hearing the tale. Indeed, the War God Squad is quite powerful. You are aware of the zombie tide, right? I heard you experienced one during a rescue at school. Our military district is in Area 2, and just a few days ago, the higher-ups dispatched nearly everyone to consolidate other bases, leaving only the War God Squad behind. That very night, the base was besieged by a zombie tide. It was said that the tide surged forth like a flood, and the seasoned veterans were all set to confront the onslaught, only to be halted by the War God Squad. Shuri spoke with a tone of nostalgia, akin to a storyteller, stirring the emotions of Gao Mingxiu and the others, making their interest grow ever more intense. The zombie tide consisted of tens of thousands. As they recounted their tale, Luo Zhaoxue remained indifferent. It was peculiar for there to be no skilled fighters in the military. Pulling Luo Xiaoyu and Chu Xinyu aside to a vacant area, Luo Zhaoxue stated, I'll take Fatty out to scout the path. You all serve as my coordinates. It's too intricate in there. I fear getting lost. Understood, go ahead. We know what to do. After saying this, Luo Zhaoxue grasped the goblin and was about to pull Wu Tianlu when Yang Yao stepped forward. Are you going to scout? I'll accompany you. I want to map out the area. With that, she produced a notebook filled with densely packed routes, with the central focus being the cave they currently occupied. Sister, you have a great memory. You must be working hard. Luo Zhaoxue smiled sweetly, causing Yang Yao to freeze momentarily, taken aback by the seemingly aloof Luo Zhaoxue's sudden warmth, and she bashfully lowered her head. No, it's nothing. Compliments from a pretty sister are irresistible. Sister, wait for me. I'll grab a light bulb. All right. When Luo Zhaoxue returned, one hand held the goblin while the other grasped the bewildered Wu Tianlu. Let us go, sister. Which direction should we head? Yang Yao, lost in the flurry of sister, paid no heed to Luo Zhaoxue's comment about the light bulb being Wu Tianlu, studied the notebook for a while, then pointed in a direction. We haven't gone this way yet. Stop, Sister Shui. I understand you want me to be your light bulb, but what exactly do you plan to do with this goblin? Wu Tianlu questioned, looking at the goblin parallel to him in confusion. It's useful. Why do you need to know so much? Then put me down. I can walk on my own. Nope, isn't it better to have a handheld light? This is so embarrassing. I protest. Protests are ineffective. Ignoring Wu Tianlu's struggles, Luo Zhaoxue set off. Thus, the trio, 2 individuals and a goblin, embarked on their journey. After meandering left and right for quite some time, Luo Zhaoxue sensed that Luo Xiaoyu was still about 50 meters away. The cave was indeed a labyrinthine maze. Every few steps, another fork in the path emerged, making it impossible for Luo Zhaoxue to return the goblin to its point of capture. After walking a bit further, they finally reached the edge of Luo Xiaoyu's perception. The space was vast, and an unsettling hypothesis formed in Luo Zhaoxue's mind. This underground area couldn't possibly replicate the surface's dimensions? Could it? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Was the wormhole similarly structured? But if so, where was the worm nest located? How many layers separated them? How many nests were there? Were there other creatures lurking? Had they constructed the vertical shaft leading to the surface, or had it emerged by some other means? Once her imagination took flight, it was challenging to rein it in. In an instant, Luo Zhaoxue felt an overwhelming fatigue. The elusive cherry blossom trees, the sprawling forests, the vast caverns, the wormholes. Survival for humanity was truly a daunting endeavor. Observing Luo Zhaoxue's sudden halt, Yang Yao couldn't help but wonder, timidly asking, why have we stopped? There's no need to continue. This area is far larger than we anticipated. All right, conveniently, this route can't be documented any further. Yang Yao furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Luo Zhaoxue said nothing. After marking the goblin, She simply discarded it. Wu Tianlu attempted to speak, but his mouth was swiftly sealed by Luo Zhaoxue, leaving him to utter only muffled sounds. Ignoring Wu Tianlu, she walked back alongside Yang Yao. Once the trio departed, a goblin peeked out from a nearby cave, its eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity, fixated on Luo Zhaoxue, a myriad of emotions brewing within its gaze. Chapter 50 Beneath the Surface, in the Goblin Tribe. The settlement was sizable, nearly rivaling that of a small community. The entire tribe was aglow, illuminated by an unknown fuel that burned ceaselessly. Surrounding the tribe, a peculiar type of wood grew, jet black, devoid of leaves yet laden with fruit. Its boundaries indistinguishable, the tribe's periphery stood an enormous goblin, glaring at the diminutive figure before it. This intruder, whose origins were unknown, persistently taunted the Goblin King, who emitted a low, resonating sound, akin to a command. Countless goblins emerged from the village, some diminutive, others resembling adult humans, standing behind the Goblin King, wielding weapons that appeared to be crafted from bone. Lastly, a colossal wild boar ambled forth, each step reverberating through the ground. Prostrating itself before the Goblin King, the king mounted the boar, and a nearby attendant promptly presented him with a formidable blade, radiating an aura of authority. Facing the Goblin King was a fierce creature whose roar echoed throughout the cavern. In an instant, numerous mutated beings appeared behind it. Astonishingly, 5 third-tier mutants were visible. The third-tier beings encircled the commanding entity, and even with Lu Xiao's demise, the maternal figure would continue to grow stronger. As her death would herald the rise of a new successor, as the impending battle loomed, the maternal figure smiled sweetly at the Goblin King, her gaze shimmering, her mental prowess relentlessly assailing his defenses. Soon, the Goblin King seemed to lose his grip on sanity, his expression gradually unraveling. This was the unique skill of the maternal figure, enchantment, gradually transforming her back to her pre-mutated form, with only her pitch-black eyes and crimson pupils marking the difference. Moments later, the Goblin King leaped down from the wild boar, causing the ground to tremble slightly. He discarded his weapon and slowly prostrated himself before the maternal figure, who wore a strange smile. In no time, the goblins, under their king's leadership, rushed toward the battlefield. Meanwhile, the goblin captured by Luo Zhaoxue lingered near the cave's entrance, refusing to depart. Soon, as if summoned by an unseen force, it began to step deeper into the shadows, severing its connection with Luo Zhaoxue. Luo Zhaoxue squinted. The mental tether she had left on the small goblin required a considerable distance to sever. The group had not lingered underground for long, merely ensuring that there was no imminent threat to their retreat. This task was simple. Luo Zhaoxue was an unparalleled radar in human form, unmatched save for Tian Qingsheng. After wandering for some time, aside from the small goblin, she had encountered nothing else. Thus, she led the group back to the surface. Throughout their ascent, Luo Zhaoxue pondered a singular matter. This exploration felt aimless, leaving her uncertain of the military's intentions. Were they overly cautious due to the threat of wormholes? Why insist on venturing underground? Couldn't a psychic evolutionist simply guard the entrance? The answer eluded her, yet she remained unconcerned. Her only objective was the military shield device. The military possessed a type of shield capable of detecting and repelling sandstorm assaults in the wilderness. Luo Zhaoxue felt no delusions about her current tier being sufficient to combat natural disasters. So she resolved to follow the military's lead. Finally, she felt the warmth of sunlight upon her skin. A sensation so delightful, she couldn't help but exclaim. Ren Yuzhu stretched her arms wide, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Basking in the sunlight, upon returning to the surface, the group experienced an overwhelming sense of the sun's beauty. The underground was damp, dark, and clammy, far from an ideal locale. Snow Sister, we ventured down and encountered nothing at all. Except for you letting one goblin escape, Wu Tianlu grumbled, his recent desire for an exhilarating battle leaving him feeling stifled under Luo Zhaoxue's command, longing for an outlet for his pent-up energy. Luo Zhaoxue dismissed his complaints. Isn't it better this way? Do you truly wish for something to go awry during our retreat? Wu Tianlu fell silent, unable to articulate a coherent response, resorting to inwardly grumbling. Shi Ying took her team aside to report to their superiors. choosing not to engage in the conversation, lest she feel compelled to chastise the portly fellow. Gazing into the cave, Chu Xinyu appeared lost in thought. Contemplating something, Luo Zhaoxue Chu Xinyu rasped. Luo Zhaoxue instinctively replied, turning her gaze toward him with curiosity. Do you not sense that something is amiss? What do you mean? Luo Zhaoxue quickly rifled through her memories of their underground venture. Feeling confident that she hadn't overlooked anything, was it simply that she had taken everything for granted? A flicker of realization flashed across her mind, memories of the post-apocalyptic world flooding back. Cherry blossom trees, insectoid tribes, forests, and caves. Elements that ought not to exist, all of which she attributed to the apocalypse. Yet, upon deeper reflection, the weapons of the insectoid tribes, the armor, the torches clutched by the small goblins, where did these beings acquire their raw materials? Surely, they could not have simply spawned from thin air. Do you see? We all assumed that they emerged only after the apocalypse, yet we are already at the forefront of evolution. How could there exist beings that surpass the third tier from the very beginning? Chu Xinyu elaborated, glancing back at Luo Zhaoxue and gesturing toward the cave. What if they existed prior to the apocalypse? Luo Zhaoxue, striving for evolution, had only just crossed the threshold of the third tier. How could the insectoid tribes manifest beings that exceeded this tier? It implied that the underground creatures were the planet's indigenous inhabitants, perhaps even having evolved further than humans, albeit their technological advancement had yet to reach the surface. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, energy surged and all life evolved. This world was far more complex than we could fathom. Chu Xinyu began to reflect on his own past, realizing that he had never had access to high-level information, leaving him with scant knowledge. However, throughout this period of training, a notion had lingered in his mind. Had these entities truly not existed in the past? They did exist, but he simply could not perceive them. Encountering weapon-wielding aberrations felt entirely normal. It was the apocalypse, after all, and anything could appear. Thus, when he saw the insectoid weaponry, he accepted it as a matter of course, as though it were expected. The apocalypse was both a crisis and an opportunity, a chance for all species to compete anew. The two of them swallowed this conversation in silence, neither daring to revisit the topic. The wild idea surfaced in their minds. Perhaps the decision to retreat was indeed a grave error. Chapter 51. I will return. At last. The report is complete. My friends, we shall now rely on your skills. Shi Ying smiled as she greeted them, while the four individuals behind her remained silent, with only Yang Yao casting a shy glance toward Luo Zhaoxue. Thank you, team leader Shi. Our journey to the northern frontier concerns us all. Contributing our share is no trouble at all. What is the official plan? The military requests that your team splits into two groups to clear the streets adjacent to this route. We shall handle this street and simultaneously secure it. Understood. Soon as the words left her lips, Chu Xinyu clad himself in red armor and strode toward the center of the street, brandishing his large blade to commence the clearing task. Hey! That is hour before the sentence was completed. A resounding crash echoed from a distance, Chu Xinyu unleashing energy upon the earth. Aren't you all going to lend a hand? Shi Ying glanced at the unmoving group, her expression somewhat dazed. One person clearing a street? Was this not akin to the God of War team? Furthermore, he had chosen the wrong street. Gao Mingxiu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, none of them showing any inclination to assist. Shi Ying hesitated to approach Chu Xinyu alone, her shoulders drooping as she walked toward another street, muttering, What is this? Isn't this just causing us more trouble? Wait a moment, team leader Shi, let me handle this side. Luo Xiaoyu called out to Shi Ying, stretching her limbs as she nonchalantly strolled towards Shi Ying's new target street. Thus, to Shi Ying's astonishment, the second street commenced its fervent cleansing. Just as she contemplated the final street, she noticed Luo Zhaoxue standing alone at the street's entrance, her right hand gently pressing down, causing the mutated beings on that street to disappear in droves. Shi Ying was left dumbfounded. Prior to this, he had only been informed of their formidable strength, capable of rivaling the War God squad, but he had never anticipated they would be this powerful. Shi Ying felt as though they were moving at an absurdly rapid pace. He and the rest of his team were merely stationed at the rear to seal off the streets and could hardly keep up with their cleaning speed. After several streets had been sealed, Gao Mingxiu and the others began to comprehend the concept of roadblocks, promptly starting to clear the vehicles from the streets to obstruct the entrances. Meanwhile, Shiying stood at the junction, questioning the purpose of his existence. Originally, the team burdened with the heaviest task now felt like mere bystanders. Including the time spent recuperating, the trio took an entire day to clear the designated street. How utterly uninteresting. You two are simply too swift. Luo Xiaoyu crossed her arms, gazing at the already resting Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Xinyu, pouting in annoyance. However, the two did not engage in their usual playful banter but instead tossed a flower her way. Luo Xiaoyu raised her hand to catch the flower that had been thrown. Inspecting it closely, it was small, resembling a miniature sunflower, albeit somewhat withered. Where did this flower come from? It's rather nice. Before she could finish her thought, her expression turned grave as she stared intently at the flower in her hand. She noticed the back of the delicate bloom, where a human face had inexplicably emerged. Suddenly, Chu Xinyu stood up, pointing towards the street where Luo Zhaoxue was. That street was overrun with such flowers, which had cracked the pavement beneath them. Each flower bore a human face, eyes closed and mouths curled into eerie smiles, creating a horrifying sight. What further unsettled Luo Xiaoyu was that all the flowers were fixated directly on Luo Zhaoxue. Sister, why are all these flowers staring at you? Luo Zhaoxue shrugged, responding helplessly, I don't know. There were no mutated beings in this area, and as soon as I arrived, they suddenly turned towards me. After saying this, Luo Zhaoxue gestured as if to push them away. The flowers merely quivered slightly but did not succumb to the immense pressure and become mere specimens. See, these flowers are quite resilient. The one in your hand was quite a struggle for me to pluck. Oh dear, how did it end up like this after just a brief delay? I thought you would like it. Suddenly, a feminine voice echoed. The tone was ethereal, as if it had emerged from a deep valley, imbued with an inexplicable charm that seemed to tug at the heartstrings. Luo Zhaoxue, Chu Xinyu, and Luo Xiaoyu instinctively drew their weapons. Scanning for the source of the voice, oh need to search. I am right behind you. Luo Zhaoxue squinted and turned to look. One of the flowers in the thicket was tilting its head towards her, its lips moving. Since you don't like them, these flowers are of no use anymore. I even let them absorb the nourishment from this place. I thought they looked quite lovely. The voice was filled with regret, tinged with a sense of loss. As the words fell, the once lush flowers withered instantly. Under the pressure of Luo Zhaoxue's abilities, they disintegrated into powder, leaving only the speaking flower. This meeting hasn't gone as splendidly as I hoped. I couldn't make you fond of them. Next time, I shall certainly ensure your satisfaction. The anthropomorphized flower lowered its head, its leaves drooping, exuding an air of disappointment yet mingled with anticipation. Who are you? Oh dear, it's rather impolite to inquire about a lady's name. How about this? Consider it a small gift, and when we meet again, I will reveal my identity. I will return to find you. Luo Zhaoxue, and since you may despise it, I have long ceased to consume, humans? Is that the term? I will no longer feast upon humans. Until next time then, I look forward to our next encounter. With that, the flower rapidly withered away, transforming into ashes that scattered in the wind. The three stood in stunned silence, each able to see the gravity reflected on the others' faces, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Hey, young man, don't run away. Why are you rushing so? Shiying's voice echoed, accompanied by the late arrival of the others. In the blink of an eye, a small figure rushed forward, clinging tightly to Luo Zhaoxue. What is wrong, big sister? Just now, an immense psychic force descended near you that I attempted to intervene, but I was utterly powerless. I feel so useless. As he spoke, Tian Qingsheng, already somewhat aggrieved, began to weep uncontrollably. Luo Zhaoxue felt a warmth in her heart. She hadn't expected Tian Qingsheng to attempt to confront such a formidable presence for her sake. The small figure cried harder, shaking in her embrace, and Luo Zhaoxue felt a pang of reluctance to tease him. Eventually, she stroked his head gently, murmuring, It's all right. She has already been driven away by your sister. You did wonderfully, little Shang. Now, I won't be the fearsome big sister anymore, right? Luo Xiaoyu observed Luo Zhaoxue comforting Tian Qingsheng and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the sister had finally accepted little Shang, indicating that she too was undergoing a transformation. Chapter 52. Century Egg and Lean Meat Porridge. Captain Sure, I need to discuss something with you. Chu Xinyu, feeling out of sync with the cheerful atmosphere, pulled Shering aside. Captain Sure, if possible, we would like to continue the cleansing to expedite its completion. With that, Chu Xinyu lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. However, the commander assigned us this task to this point. While those capable may take on more work, don't you all need to rest? Shering glanced at the menacing Chu Xinyu, feeling a twinge of concern. He feared that these individuals might be on the brink of madness. All right. We can press on. The emergence of plants in the city necessitates an expedited withdrawal. Plants? Shering shot a dubious glance at Chu Xinyu, questioning if the appearance of plants was truly unusual. After all, there seemed to be quite a bit of greenery along the streets. Chu Xinyu remained silent, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke. The plants from the forest. What, are you certain? Shi Ying's composure faltered. All current plans were predicated on the assumption that the forest would not reach Suiwen for over a month, and many resource procurement strategies remained incomplete. Even establishing a base in the northern territories would require substantial resources, I am sure. Just moments ago, Luo Zhaoxue was assaulted by the plants. Although it did not have any significant impact, it should be regarded as a probing action from the forest. It has arrived. Chu Xinyu exhaled another puff of smoke before extinguishing the dwindling cigarette. He refrained from sharing the details of the unknown entity's conversation with Luo Zhaoxue, deeming it unnecessary to incite undue panic at present. Captain Sure, if necessary, your team can gather all the supplies. We will handle the clearing of the roads. With that, he slowly made his way towards Luo Zhaoxue, leaving Shi Ying standing there, resembling a palette of fluctuating colors, his face shifting from green to purple. Subsequently, he reported the matter to the military. All right, have you cried enough, little crybaby? It's time for us to eat something. Luo Zhaoxue observed Tian Qingxing calming down and spoke gently, affectionately ruffling his hair in an attempt to detach him from her embrace. Tian Qingxing seemed to realize his earlier outburst, yet he was genuinely terrified. That overwhelming psychic force had barely exerted any pressure. Yet it had suffocated him, as the direction of that force had been towards Luo Zhaoxue. He had desperately attempted to break through the psychic barrier to reach his family, but it had been futile. Therefore, when the oppressive force lifted, Tian Qingsheng rushed over to him. Big sister, I'm fine now. His eyes were red from crying, and whether from embarrassment or something else, his small face flushed, resembling a ripe apple, as if one could bite into it and taste its juice. Luo Zhaoxue continued to ruffle Tian Qingsheng's hair, slipping a piece of chocolate into his embrace. Eat this, and you can't cry anymore, okay? After saying this, she winked at him and then handed him a piece of compressed biscuit. Tian Qingsheng stared blankly at the food in his hands. He opened the chocolate wrapper and took a gentle bite. It's so sweet. Luo Zhaoxue distributed food to everyone, including Shi Ying's team. This compressed biscuit was highly satiating. One piece could sustain a person for an entire day without hunger. Gao Mingxiu and his companions practically devoured their portions as soon as they received them, with Zhang Shan even choking from eating too quickly. Luo Zhaoxue and the others had spent the entire day either cleansing mutated beings or recuperating, leaving them with no time for a proper meal. As the members of Shi Yi's team stared at the compressed biscuits, they were momentarily taken aback. After all, their diet had consisted solely of plain congee and pickled vegetables, rendering the biscuits a luxury. Especially those with a meat floss flavor. At that moment, their military composure dissolved, and they began to nibble eagerly, even expressing their gratitude to Luo Zhaoxue. When it came to Luo Xiaoyu, Luo Zhaoxue discreetly slipped her a piece of chocolate. This is a little extra for you, but don't mention it to Fatty. Luo Xiaoyu nodded, smiling as she savored the entire piece of chocolate. Thus, in Luo Zhaoxue's team, only Wu Tianlu was left without the delightful treat. Luo Zhaoxue justified this to Luo Xiaoyu by stating that he was too overweight and should consider shedding some pounds, as chocolate was too sweet for him. When Shi Yi returned, he seemed to recall that it was time for a meal, promptly retrieving a small pot from the capsule to start cooking congee. There was no choice. The military district supplies were critically scarce, and thus the teams venturing out could only subsist on congee. Fortunately, there was still a reasonable amount of rice. given that the 4th district housed a grain depot. However, upon witnessing his team members each relishing a biscuit with gusto, he felt a fleeting sense of confusion. When had these fellows stashed away the biscuits? They didn't even leave a piece for their captain. The more he pondered, the more his heart swelled with indignation. Just as he contemplated confronting his team about it, a small hand extended a biscuit toward him. It was Luo Xiaoxue. "Here is your share." As she spoke, she glanced at the plain kanji behind him, wrinkling her brow before shoving Shi aside and busily tending to the small pot. The skillful manner in which she handled the situation left Shi momentarily speechless. In his experience, it seemed that formidable individuals rarely cooked. What was Luo Xiaoxue's story? Was she truly an all-rounder evolutionist? Initially, she hadn't intended to cook, but since Shi had already set up the pot and started the kanji, she felt compelled to add something to it. Consequently, just as everyone had finished their biscuits and were still savoring the taste, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Who was cooking century egg and lean meat kanji? Wu Tianlu, like a cat catching a whiff of fish, followed the scent eagerly. "Wow, Snow Sister, what's going on? Haven't we already eaten biscuits? I didn't plan to cook, but Shi insisted on making more kanji to warm everyone up. If I had known you were hoarding biscuits, I wouldn't have bothered with the kanji." Shi thought bitterly, though he dared not voice his thoughts, acquiescing to whatever Luo Xiaoxue decided. Thus, everyone was treated to a bowl of steaming, aromatic century egg and lean meat kanji. They devoured it ravenously. And thankfully, Shi had considered everyone's share when cooking. Otherwise, it might not have sufficed. By the end, they licked their bowls clean. "Wow, it's been ages since I've had such a delicious meal. It has to be thanks to Snow Sister. Cooking is her forte." Wu Tianlu sprawled on the ground, indifferent to the dirt, content to simply lie there. "I say, Miss Luo, have you ever thought about becoming a cook for the military?" Shi jested, only to be met with Luo Xiaoyu's piercing glare, prompting him to break into a nervous laugh. "Haha, just kidding. I didn't mean to poach anyone." Meanwhile, Yang Yao watched the exchange with bright eyes, scribbling furiously in her notebook. When Guan Kong curiously leaned in to see, she snapped her notebook shut with a loud clap, her cheeks tinged with red, leaving Guan Kong thoroughly perplexed. Chapter 53. Survivors? After a hearty meal, Shi turned to Chu Xinyu and said, "The commander has instructed that you may continue your clearing operations. He is more than happy to have you exert a bit more effort. We shall accompany you while the remaining team searches for supplies. There is a large shopping mall in the 6th district where the main force has gone. It is likely they won't return for another day or two. Meaning we have only that much time left, with 2/3 of the area still unscanned. Is that truly acceptable?" "Absolutely," Chu Xinyu replied, drawing on a cigarette with a smile. He had recently developed quite a fondness for smoking. "That's good to hear. When shall we begin?" "Once the main force has regained their strength." As he spoke, Chu Xinyu glanced at Wu Tianlu, who was the embodiment of a powerhouse, the moment he felt the gaze upon him. Wu Tianlu shivered, sensing he was about to be pressed into service. Sure enough, just as he sensed it, Luo Xiaoxue seized Wu Tianlu by the collar. "Come on, you colossal weapon of destruction, it's your turn. Can you not always drag me around like this? I have my dignity." Wu Tianlu protested with a sullen face, yet he fought to maintain his pride. "You're always keen to eat but lack enthusiasm for work. If I don't drag you, who else will?" With that, Luo Xiaoxue gave him a little shake and tossed him towards the horde of corpses. With a mighty heave, she flung Wu Tianlu across an entire street, landing him smack in the middle of the undead. However, he showed no sign of panic. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. "Am I not working? Today, I'll show you what the supreme fire wielder can do," murmuring to himself. He continued his movements, having recently mastered energy control, unknowingly becoming the second peak evolutionist in the team. As he adjusted his posture mid-air, facing the horde, a fiery glow illuminated the night just before his descent. Waves of heat rushing towards Shi's face. Whoa! Shi was left dumbfounded, having elevated Wu Tianlu's status in his mind, only to be met with an unexpected surprise. Initially, he had thought Wu Tianlu was merely an average fire-type evolutionist, a dime a dozen within the military, with even other elemental evolutionists present. Yet, No one else could command such overwhelming firepower. Even the military's strongest fire evolutionist could only ignite weapons to set their foes ablaze. Incapable of wielding fire in such a grand manner, suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to Luo Zhaoxue. Miss Luo, he must be that person, right? Who? Luo Zhaoxue narrowed her eyes, fully aware of what Shi was insinuating but refusing to confirm. You mean the one from the 3rd district? Before Shi could finish, Luo Zhaoxue directed her gaze toward Chu Xinyu. Time to get to work, Brother Chu. The corners of Shi's mouth twitched. Even if she didn't want to divulge information, did she have to be so curt? Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Xinyu then set off down their respective streets, with Chu Xinyu now positioned on the outer edge. Watching them retreat into the distance, Shi cast a doubtful glance at his remaining companions and instinctively swallowed hard. They can't possibly switch partners next time, can they? Rest assured, the remaining members lack any large-scale destructive capabilities. Came the reassuring response from Luo Xiaoyu. Shi slapped his chest, attempting to suppress his astonishment, muttering to himself. However, who could say what would happen in the near future? Luo Xiaoyu stifled a laugh at the sight of Shi's bewildered expression and waved to Gao Mingxiu and the others. Come on, big brother and sister. We still have work to do. Let's go. Ren Yuzhu chimed in, linking arms with Luo Xiaoyu, unable to hide her mirth as she exchanged playful glances with her. This caused Luo Xiaoyu to burst into light laughter, unable to contain herself any longer. Thus, the group made their way towards Wu Tianlu Street, leaving Shi standing alone, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. By morning, Luo Zhaoxue and her companions had successfully traversed the entire 6th district. Demonstrating impressive efficiency, it wasn't that Luo Xiaoyu was weak. Rather, Wu Tianlu was exceptionally suited for such scenarios. Once again, the group gathered for a meal, though they could not enjoy the dishes personally prepared by Luo Zhaoxue. Instead, the meal was hastily concluded. After a brief rest, the group sat together, sharing laughter and conversation. At that moment, a figure stumbled out of an alleyway, panting heavily, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Luo Zhaoxue and her companions. A few mutated creatures were hot on his heels. Another survivor. Lu Junshan and Du Yi sprang into action, swiftly neutralizing the pursuing mutations. He was fortunate to have encountered Luo Zhaoxue's team. Perhaps Shi, adhering to his military principles, would take him along without hesitation. Dewey reached the survivor first, helping him to his feet and bringing him before the others. Luo Zhaoxue scrutinized the man before her. He appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, and did not seem like someone who could survive alone for over a month. Out of caution, Luo Zhaoxue heightened her perception, yet she could discern nothing particularly unusual about him. Rather, inexplicably, he seemed to block her mental probing. Suddenly, Luo Zhaoxue noticed something intriguing. A smile crept across her lips. Perhaps she had an inkling of why this man had come. After catching his breath, the man gazed at the group with excitement and exclaimed, You are from the military, right? Cough, cough. Take your time. No need to rush. Are you alone, or do you have companions? In this moment, Dewey unexpectedly assumed the role of an inquirer, his tone laden with concern. While Shi discreetly pressed his hand against his waist, I have companions, all survivors. We have remained in a supermarket until now. As he spoke, he clenched his teeth, resentment flickering in his gaze. We are trapped in a large supermarket. As you are aware of the situation in District 5, the supermarket is vast, and it has an underground storage area. We have relied on these resources to survive thus far. Last night, someone spotted a fire outside the window, and they speculated that someone had arrived. When someone wanted to venture out for help, no one was willing to take that risk, so they pushed me out instead. I barely managed to escape from that pile of corpses. It nearly exhausted me. Luo Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, teasingly commenting, You really are a good Samaritan. They kicked you out, and yet you still think of rescuing them? The man's face contorted in anguish as he covered his face. His voice tinged with a sob, I didn't want to, but my wife and child are still there. Shi narrowed his eyes. The man's expression bore no trace of panic or fear. Utterly unlike someone who had just escaped from a mass of corpses, his actions appeared to be nothing more than a performance. Just as Shi was about to raise his gun to interrogate him, someone restrained his hand. Shuri looked at Chu Xinyu in confusion, who merely shook his head. Very well, then lead us to your companions and rescue them. Luo Zhaoxue beamed with delight, eager to meet these so-called companions. Chapter 54. The leader Chu Xinyu grasped Shi Yi's arm. He sensed that Luo Zhaoxue's aura had suddenly diminished, as if she had suppressed herself, an unusual behavior he couldn't quite place. Really? Thank you so much. Esteemed ones, let us set forth at once. The man's face radiated joy, a strange smile unwittingly curling at the corners of his mouth, which sent shivers down the spines of those around him. Luo Zhaoxue remained silent, simply glancing at Du Yi, signaling that he could release the man. Thus, under the man's guidance, the group entered the neighborhood through a narrow alley. The man spoke as he walked. Rest assured, my companions are quite amiable. It was only when things became desperate that they pushed me out. Was he now praising those very people? Did he not realize how contradictory that sounded? Ignoring him, Luo Zhaoxue attuned herself to the unusual atmosphere surrounding them. The mutated beings nearby seemed as though they were under some form of control. Even the earlier gunfire had failed to attract their attention. As the group entered, they also recognized that the man was lying, yet neither Luo Zhaoxue nor Chu Xinyu spoke, so the others obediently followed along. No one exhibited any intention of showcasing their strength. Carefully avoiding the mutated beings around them, before long, a supermarket came into view, and the man skillfully led them to a side entrance. He rummaged for a key, unlocked the door, and pressed the button for the elevator to the underground storage. Luo Zhaoxue raised an eyebrow, jesting. Is this what you call being thrown out? The man paused, turning back to awkwardly smile at her, apologetically saying, Did I not mention? They are good people. Before I left, they told me where to find the keys so I could return with help. Oh, is that so? Then your companions are indeed good souls. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and the man seized the opportunity to change the subject. What are you waiting for? Come in. My companions are waiting below. I can hardly wait to see my wife and child. Let us hurry. The group exchanged glances, ultimately settling their gaze on Luo Zhaoxue. All right then, let us go down and take a look. Luo Zhaoxue feigned trust as she confidently stepped into the elevator, winking innocently at the others behind her. What is the matter? Why are you all staring at me? Come on, weren't we tasked with searching for survivors? Shuri slowly formed a question mark with his expression. Since when did I know about this? But since the lady was in a playful mood, there was little he could do but follow her down. What a calamity to cause so early in the morning. And then there was Yang Yao, who was nearly fainting with excitement. If this were a comic, she would certainly be depicted with a serious expression, surrounded by heart-shaped bubbles. Luo Zhaoxue's charisma was simply overwhelming. Ultimately, everyone boarded the elevator. As it descended, the atmosphere within was rather eerie. The man kept his head bowed, while Luo Zhaoxue observed him keenly. The man's face maintained a bizarre grin, his mouth stretching almost to his ears. Suddenly, Luo Zhaoxue gently tapped his shoulder. Hey, what are you laughing about? Care to share? The man, taken aback by the sudden touch, stiffly turned his head, staring blankly at Luo Zhaoxue, who continued to beam at him with warmth. This startled the others, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Why provoke him like that? As they locked eyes, the elevator reached its destination. As the doors creaked open, the group instantly sensed something was amiss. The stench of blood hung heavily in the air. It seemed something ghastly lurked in this underground level. The man dropped his pretense, standing at the elevator door with an expression of delight. Arms wide open, brimming with excitement. God, this is the finest food I have brought you. Please grant me even greater power, he shouted. A tendril suddenly shot forward, piercing through the man, and it's here. Ahahaha. It's coming power. My power. Even then. The man remained euphoric, his eyes nearly bulging out. The group watched in horror as Luo Zhaoxue returned to her usual detached demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on something deep within. She advanced slowly, each step elevating her aura, her third-tier presence unmistakable. What an unexpected surprise! Who would have thought there was yet another third tier? The man was now completely lifeless, fully ensnared by the tendrils. His voice emitted strange syllables, reverberating through the empty underground. Several tendrils lunged forward. A flash of light gleamed as Chu Xinyu unsheathed his blade without hesitation, Always prepared, he stood defensively behind Luo Xiaoxue, while Shi Yi and the others swiftly drew their firearms. The sound of gunfire ringing out incessantly, Luo Xiaoxue's lips curled into a smirk as she charged directly toward the creature. At that moment, Wu Tianlu ignited, illuminating the entire subterranean space. The group finally beheld the grotesque entity before them. The creature's exposed muscles appeared akin to veins, twitching incessantly. A mass of crimson flesh that was utterly repulsive. From a distance, it resembled an egg made of blood and flesh. Several tendrils unfurled from the top of the egg, resembling a bud on the verge of blooming at first glance. Stop struggling. It's all in vain. The god has awakened. You will only serve as sustenance. How dedicated you are to your leader. However, the farce ends here. With that, Chu Xinyu unleashed his own aura, severing the tendrils that bound the man along with him. God! If such beings truly existed, how could the world have descended into this state? Chu Xinyu's expression twisted in disgust, loathing these aberrant monsters. He flicked the blood from his blade and charged directly toward the tendrils. Suddenly, two third-tier steel types leaped down from the first basement, blocking Chu Xinyu's path. So, this is your reliance? Chu Xinyu let out a cold snort, his crimson armor glimmering as he brandished his blade and struck. The third-tier iron type was indeed worthy of its name. The clang of metal resonating through the underground point, one of the iron types swung its fist towards him, which Chu Xinyu deftly evaded. Subsequently, several tentacles lunged at him with great speed, prompting Chu Xinyu to leap aside and create distance. Realizing he could not defeat this third-tier iron type within seconds, and with the tentacles causing distractions, he decided to engage in close combat, confident in his ability to dodge the tentacle attacks while the iron type would be unable to escape his strikes. At that moment, a figure flashed past him from behind, delivering a powerful punch to one of the iron types, sending it flying. Following this, Luo Xiaoyu charged toward the injured iron type, embodying the sheer might of a power type, and her abilities were exceptionally suited for the task. Thus, facing a third-tier iron type was a trivial matter for her, presenting a perfect target. Chapter 55. The path to fourth tier. The members of Shi Yi's team, seeing they could not assist, drew their daggers for self-preservation. Among them, Luo Xiaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu, and Chu Xinyu were the most remarkable, while the others, though formidable, were no match for the third-tier leader. At that moment, Tian Qingxing exclaimed, "The mutated beings outside are gathering. We must exit first. Let's not cause trouble for the big sister." Saying this, he pressed the elevator button. Wu Tianlu refrained from joining the battle, opting instead to deal with the corpses above. "Human, your struggles are in vain." The complex syllables echoed once more, leaving Shi Yi and the others feeling dizzy. Tian Qingsheng quickly erected a mental barrier, allowing them to regain some composure, leaving only Luo Xiaoxue, Luo Xiaoyu, and Chu Xinyu behind. All three possess sensing abilities, so they need not worry about the absence of light preventing them from detecting incoming attacks. While Luo Xiaoyu and Chu Xinyu were engaged in a fierce battle with the third-tier iron type, Luo Xiaoxue stood alone before the leader. "Human, you are remarkable. Your evolution captivates me, and you possess something unknown to me. Become my servant." Luo Xiaoxue remained silent, her spear flicking as she thrust it directly at the leader. The leader, seemingly in pain, let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the underground. Countless tentacles surged forth, rushing toward Luo Xiaoxue, with a few aimed at Chu Xinyu and Luo Xiaoyu. The spear tip danced, continuously tearing apart the attacking tentacles, while white armor materialized silently around her, charging directly at the leader. Just as she was about to strike, the scene shifted, revealing Luo Xiaoyu's face before her. Luo Xiaoyu appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly unable to comprehend that her beloved sister would suddenly lunge at her. She stared in shock at Luo Xiaoxue, blood spilling from her mouth, rendered speechless. Despite her confusion, she leaned closer, yearning to touch Luo Xiaoxue's face. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu's head exploded, her outstretched hand frozen in place, weakly collapsing. Luo Xiaoxue's expression remained indifferent as she swiftly thrust her spear, tearing Luo Xiaoyu apart. "Why? Why could you do this?" Luo Xiaoyu's voice echoed, still able to utter words despite lying on the ground. Luo Xiaoxue cast a glance at the fallen Luo Xiaoyu, snorting coldly. "What a pity. I am truly a versatile type. In terms of mental strength, I am not beneath you. As the illusion dissipated, a surge of malevolence erupted from Luo Xiaoxue, reminiscent of the time she had awakened Chu Xinyu. The previously dazed Luo Xiaoyu and Chu Xinyu suddenly regained their senses. But it was too late. Though Luo Xiaoxue's abilities had already landed upon the iron type's head, she could not prevent its fist from striking down on the two, the tremendous force sending them flying. The sheer strength of the blow caused Luo Xiaoyu to vomit blood, leaving her incapacitated on the ground for quite some time. However, the two iron types were not faring any better, their bodies marred with dents and wounds. One of them had even been pierced through, collapsing weakly after sending Chu Xinyu flying. Chu Xinyu, in relatively good condition, had merely been thrown aside without sustaining significant injuries. Truthfully, had it not been for the incessant harassment from the tentacles, he would likely have already defeated the iron type. The tentacles were exceedingly sharp, necessitating his caution. Slowly rising, Chu Xinyu brandished his blade and approached the leader. At this point, the leader was thoroughly panicked. Its massive form thrashing about as countless tentacles lunged at Luo Xiaoxue and Chu Xinyu, losing all semblance of its previous momentum, its attacks now chaotic and disorganized. A desperate struggle ensued. Luo Xiaoxue stepped forward, releasing her spear, which flew straight towards the iron type that had injured Luo Xiaoyu, pinning it against a nearby wall, leaving several tentacles flailing in disarray. Chu Xinyu also severed a few tentacles that attempted to assault Luo Xiaoyu. Next time you plot, ensure you capture others' attention first, Luo Xiaoxue remarked with a light chuckle. Oh, you won't have a next time. With that, she charged at the leader. In a moment of desperation, the leader's mental strength surged, forcefully sending Luo Xiaoxue flying. Its eggshell-like exterior began to peel away, revealing its true form. A colossal mass of flesh, with a man's head at the apex, surrounded by numerous grotesque tentacles. However, Luo Xiaoxue paid no heed. In her perception, this creature was merely a fade, already on the brink of collapse. Although its mental strength had surged, its attacks were feeble, unable to inflict any harm upon her. Just as Luo Xiaoxue prepared to obliterate the creature before her, a figure dashed past, cleaving the flesh mass in twain. You stole my kill? Luo Xiaoxue glared at the bloodied figure before her, muttering in dissatisfaction. What do you mean stealing kills? You were simply too slow. As he spoke, Chu Xinyu extracted the leader's crystal core, examining it in his hand. After a moment, he smiled at Luo Xiaoyu. Fortune favors us. The viral energy within is ferocious, yet its essence is remarkably gentle. Humph! Stop boasting and take your spoils and leave, Luo Xiaoxue retorted, striding toward Luo Xiaoyu. This crystal core held no value for her, as her internal energy formed a self-sustaining cycle, gradually increasing. Absorbing external energy recklessly could disrupt this balance. Unlike Chu Xinyu, who seemed otherwise. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue found herself puzzled as to whether the issue lay with her or with Chu Xinyu. They were both third-tier, yet so different. Gently lifting Luo Xiaoyu, she observed her face scrunched up, reminiscent of when she had fallen into slumber. After assessing Luo Xiaoyu's condition, she found it fortunate that she had merely fainted. However, logically speaking, a peak second-tier physique should not be this fragile. Luo Xiaoxue probed with her mental strength, discovering that Luo Xiaoyu's mental energy was a chaotic mess. The recent illusion had intertwined with the mental attack, catching Luo Xiaoyu off guard. Luo Xiaoxue's heart ached instantly as her gentle mental energy began to untangle Luo Xiaoyu's turmoil, soothing her with tender caresses, gradually easing the tension in her furrowed brow. How is Xiaoyu? Chu Xinyu inquired with concern, a deep sense of guilt etched across his features. Had he not allowed Luo Xiaoyu to confront an iron type, perhaps she would not have been injured. He could have easily handled two of them. Luo Xiaoxue shook her head, clarifying, it has nothing to do with you. If Xiaoyu chooses to stay, she will inevitably attract the leader's attention. I am not specialized in mental abilities and could not establish a mental barrier to protect her. However, this incident may not be entirely detrimental for Xiaoyu. I awaken her in time, and by defeating the leader, her mental strength will be honed. When she awakens, her mental energy will likely be significantly enhanced. With that, she gently carried Luo Xiaoyu on her back and turned to Chu Xinyu, her gaze steady as she stated, "I can no longer discern the path beyond third tier. What exactly is fourth tier?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyu paused, realizing he had spoken too much recently. Although he had jokingly mentioned to Gao Mingxiu and others that he was reborn, their unwavering belief in him had allowed the matter to pass without any further inquiry. Suddenly confronted by Luo Zhaoshue's question, he tightened his grip on his blade, then let out a chuckle. Luo Zhaoshue, not pressing the issue, wondered why he was so anxious. He was not the only one with secrets. Chu Xinyu shook his head and replied, "Within a year of the apocalypse, humans can evolve only to the third tier." Chapter 56. Wu Tianlu's illusion. Within a year, humans can evolve only to the third tier. Chu Xinyu's words caused Luo Zhaoshue to furrow her brow, unable to comprehend the rationale behind this. Does reaching the fourth tier require some kind of medium? Yes, the fourth tier necessitates a fragment of meteorite, and this energy-laden meteorite will not descend until a year later, shattering into countless fragments that will rain upon the earth. Therefore, whether one can ascend to the fourth tier is entirely contingent upon fortune. As Chu Xinyu spoke halfway, he suddenly paused, casting a glance at Luo Zhaoshue, and remarked, "No, perhaps there exists another path. One that resides solely within the realm of theory." He gazed intently at Luo Zhaoshue, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. In his previous life, he had heard of a method to progress to the fourth tier that had never been attempted by anyone. After reaching the third tier, the energy within the human body forms its own system. The task at hand is merely to continuously refine the energy within oneself. Upon reaching a critical point, one can absorb fragments of meteorites and achieve a breakthrough to the fourth tier in one fell swoop. Ultimately, meteorite fragments are merely condensed energy conglomerates. Advancing to the fourth tier relies on the energy they contain, stimulating the cells within the body to undergo transformation, thus generating new energy for evolution. If one could reverse the process, compressing their own energy first and subsequently using it to provoke cellular transformation, perhaps a new path could be forged. Luo Zhaoshue understood. While this method of advancement sounded simple in theory, no one could ascertain to what extent the energy must be compressed to incite cellular transformation, not to mention the time and effort required. The dangers inherent in compressing energy are self-evident. Furthermore, it is not only Luo Zhaoshue who operates within her own system. Such is the case for everyone after reaching the third tier. However, she refrained from questioning why Chu Xinyu desired to absorb the energy within the crystal core. Having acquired the answer she sought, Luo Zhaoshue pressed the elevator button. Her intention was not to expose Chu Xinyu's identity, but merely to glean information, for he was an excellent ally, and she had no desire to clash with him. Chu Xinyu raised an eyebrow and casually lit a cigarette. He, too, wished to avoid conflict with Luo Zhaoshue, fully aware that he would not stand a chance against her. Moreover, through their interactions over the past few days, he had begun to discern the true nature of Luo Zhaoshue. She appeared indifferent to everything. For her, the apocalypse was merely a slightly more serious game. Had she been alone, she likely would have thrived amidst the chaos. Yet, burdened by her companions, such as Luo Xiaoyu, they impeded her progress. This paradox defines Luo Zhaoshue. She is cold-blooded, yet exceedingly gentle towards those around her, except, perhaps, towards Wu Tianlu. Such a person is both the most trustworthy and the most terrifying in the apocalypse. Should one inadvertently touch her sore spot, they would be torn to shreds. Lost in thought, the elevator reached its destination. The two stepped out, greeted by a wave of heat. Chu Xinyu's cigarette fell from his hand in astonishment. Since his rebirth, he had not been so taken aback since encountering Luo Zhaoshue. He had not anticipated that Wu Tianlu would exhibit such terrifying power at this juncture. Outside the elevator, not a single mutant could be seen. The surrounding buildings bore the marks of having been scorched, shrouded in darkness, and the ground was littered with charred earth. The sheer ferocity of Wu Tianlu's outburst was evident. Yet what could compel him to unleash such fury? As they ventured outside, they found the area devoid of life, only a scene of utter devastation. Luo Zhaoshue extended her senses, seeking the whereabouts of Wu Tianlu and the others. Inside a nearby building, Shi Jing paced anxiously. The mental environment of the leader had not only assailed Luo Zhaoshue and her group, but had also been inescapable for those on the ground. Fortunately, Tian Qingsheng had awakened in time. Using his mental prowess to rouse the others, Yet he had been unable to prevent Wu Tianlu's eruption. In that moment of chaos, Shi Jing was certain that Wu Tianlu was the mysterious expert from that night. Crimson flames surged skyward, consuming everything in their vicinity. At the critical juncture, Ren Yuzhu and the others managed to extricate themselves from the searing heat, with Zhang Shan bearing the brunt of the flames to protect the group. As they retreated, Wu Tianlu was scalded to an alarming degree, as if he could roast a person alive. Yet Zhang Shan, through his evolved physique, had carried Wu Tianlu to safety. Despite this, Guan Kong and Lu Junshan from their team still sustained injuries. In this apocalyptic world where medical supplies were scarce, how could Shi Jing procure burn ointment to treat them? He never imagined such a calamity would transpire. What had Wu Tianlu witnessed? In contrast to Shi Jing, Tian Qingsheng stood bewildered, tears welling in his eyes, his gaze darting about as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Ever since he had awakened the others, he had remained in this state, even needing to be carried away. He had called for Wu Tianlu, but was unable to rouse him. Instead, he had glimpsed Wu Tianlu's illusion. Within that illusion, a tall and handsome man embraced him, and the expression of indescribable happiness on Wu Tianlu's face was unmistakable. He could vaguely hear the man speaking, a sensation he had also felt with his father. Happiness, bliss. A beautiful woman stood nearby, watching them with a soft smile, her expression imbued with tenderness. Tian Qingsheng realized this was Wu Tianlu's mother, and they were a harmonious family. However, in an instant, the man was pulled away by a hand, and countless mutants surged forth, attempting to pin him down and tear him apart. The man struggled, pushing one aside. Yet the mutants continued to flood in, ultimately overwhelming him. He reached out, panic and pain etched across his face. The woman, too, was alarmed, extending her hand towards Wu Tianlu, only to be dragged away as well. Wu Tianlu, momentarily stunned by the upheaval, stood frozen in place. At that moment, everything came to a halt. Wu Tianlu erupted, and everything around him turned to ashes. Were it not for the speed-oriented evolution of Gao Mingxiu and the others, they would likely have perished in the flames. The violent emotions surged through Tian Qingsheng's mind, searing his mental faculties. Thus, he found himself in such a state. Just then, Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Xinyu rushed in. "Miss Luo, you have finally arrived," Shi Jing exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As a strength type, he was ill-equipped to handle such matters. Luo Zhaoxue remained silent, gently laying Luo Xiaoyu down on the bed, first assessing the conditions of Wu Tianlu and Tian Qingsheng before retrieving some burn ointment from the capsule and tossing it to Shi Jing. She then ignored the others and began treating Tian Qingsheng. His injuries were the least severe. He merely needed to calm his mental state after the overwhelming shock. Before long, he returned to his former self, tears streaming down his cheeks. Subsequently, Luo Zhaoxue tentatively examined Wu Tianlu's condition. It was not promising, his state quite peculiar. Unable to make a decisive judgment, she opted to first soothe his mental energy. After a while, his furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and his temperature gradually lowered, yet he remained reluctant to awaken. With no other option, Luo Zhaoxue turned her attention to the injuries of the others. Fortunately, the entire team had not suffered significant harm. After a flurry of activity, Luo Zhaoxue finally found a moment to inquire. "What exactly transpired after you all ascended?" This question was directed at Shi Jing. While Tian Qingsheng could provide the quickest answers as the only mental type evolutionist present, he was currently in tears, making it inappropriate to ask. "I am at a loss as well. We were in the midst of clearing out the mutants summoned by that massive creature when, in an instant, I thought I saw my wife. Had it not been for Xiao Sheng, we might have been devoured by the mutants." Shi Jing shook his head, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. He had never felt so powerless before. He had not even noticed the illusion until it was almost too late. Contemplating surrendering to it. Subsequently, Xiao Shang and the chubby boy stood frozen in place, and then, the chubby boy suddenly ignited in flames, resembling the night scene we witnessed that evening, flames shooting up as if to pierce the heavens. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhaoxue looked at Wu Tianlu in astonishment. She had not anticipated he could already control such a skill, considering he had nearly perished in his own home last time. But what had Wu Tianlu truly seen? Just then, a small hand tugged at the hem of Luo Zhaoxue's clothing. Tian Qingxing had finally regained some composure and began recounting everything he had witnessed to Luo Zhaoxue. A sudden realization dawned upon her. Had she been the one to witness such a scene, she might have gone mad, for they were among her few remaining kin. At that moment, her heart ached for Wu Tianlu. For although he appeared to be a jester most of the time, no one truly knew the burdens he bore. Why had he never sought out Wu Tianlu's mother, though he had never asked? He understood the reason. His uncle's passing had greatly affected his aunt, and he feared she might not withstand the turmoil of constant searching. For a while, he had been receiving letters from his aunt, and Luo Zhaoxue had consistently assured her of their safety. Wu Tianlu was well aware of all this. His uncle's demise rendered his aunt his greatest vulnerability. What does it feel like to witness one's parents perish before their eyes? Luo Zhaoxue sighed softly, yet it wasn't entirely a negative outcome. At least, after this ordeal, both Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu would experience growth. However, it was likely that neither would awaken in the short term. Nevertheless, the journey ahead must continue. Luo Zhaoxue glanced at the members of Chu Sinyu's team, then turned her inquiring gaze towards him. Upon noticing Luo Zhaoxue's glance at his companions and then at himself, Chu Sinyu understood. Mingxiu and the others were unscathed. What do you mean by unscathed? Upon hearing Chu Sinyu suddenly take action, the previously resting Gao Mingxiu abruptly lifted his gaze towards Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Sinyu. A sense of foreboding enveloping him. It's nothing much, merely asking you to clear the corpse cluster, Chu Sinyu remarked nonchalantly. Oh, is that all? I thought it was something significant. At that moment, Shering interjected, in truth. We could, your team has some seriously injured members. What if they become infected by the mutated creature's blood? It's best to stay put. She spoke. Chu Sinyu glanced at Guan Kong and Lu Junshan, whose backs were charred, exposing nearly 3/4 of their flesh. Yang Yao and Du Yi were tenderly applying medicine to their wounds. The two men's muscles were taut, occasionally twitching, yet they bore the pain in silence. Shering observed them, sighed softly, and chose not to add anything further. Given their current condition, it was evident that they would be unable to undertake any tasks. Furthermore, with Xiao Yu and the fatty needing care, it was prudent for them to rest while the others cleared the path. When I return tonight, I will cook for you, she promised. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present lit up, even the two injured men. The memory of the previous night's congee with preserved egg and lean meat lingered in their minds, the savory aroma still vivid. Luo Zhaoxue, noticing the cheerful expressions of her companions, chuckled softly and set off with Chu Sinyu. Before departing, she left behind some self-heating meals for lunch. Everyone could see that Luo Zhaoxue was making an effort to compensate, yet no one found her actions inappropriate. Firstly, in pursuit of evolution and self-enhancement, such an exceptional leader was a rare find, and they were the ones who chose to follow her. Secondly, it was clear to any discerning observer that if they did not eliminate this leader, the casualties upon evacuation would be catastrophic. Compared to the potential losses ahead, the injuries they sustained at that moment were trivial, especially considering they would be treated to a meal prepared by Luo Zhaoxue herself. Truly, it was a bargain. No further incidents transpired, and the remaining path was cleared rather smoothly, albeit not as swiftly as before. The streets primarily cleaned were those leading to Area 2 and the two adjacent streets at the intersection. The outer streets required back and forth trips, so Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Sinyu took on that responsibility, while Gao Mingxiu and the others handled the middle street. However, their stamina was far inferior to that of Wu Tianlu or Luo Xiaoyu, necessitating that sometimes Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Sinyu also clear the main road while Gao Mingxiu's team blocked the side streets. Nevertheless, their efficiency was not low. By the end of the day, they had thoroughly cleared areas 4 and 5, leaving only the remaining sections of Area 3 for the next day, while the military had cleaned the other routes. When the group returned, night had fully fallen. Luo Zhaoxue took the opportunity to procure 2 pieces of clothing for Guankong and Lu Junshan from a nearby clothing store, also stocking up on some supplies. After all, during their previous shopping trip, she had only purchased attire for herself and Luo Xiaoyu, neglecting the needs of the men. However, with Wu Tianlu and Tian Qingxing now in their ranks, it was indeed necessary to replenish their supplies. On the way back, neither Luo Xiaoyu nor Wu Tianlu had regained consciousness. However, Luo Xiaoyu's condition had stabilized considerably, and it was expected that she would awaken the following day. As for Wu Tianlu, his mental state remained stable, but he was unwilling to awaken. Luo Xiaoxue prepared a feast so lavish that it would have been considered extravagant even before the apocalypse, and even opened a few beers. The group feasted heartily, with even the typically reserved Chu Xinyu indulging in the meal. After their appetites were satisfied and they had retired for the night, Luo Xiaoxue ventured outside alone. In the darkness, a goblin emerged from a burrow, cautiously peering around as if to ascertain the absence of danger. He let out an unintelligible growl before leaping out of the hole. Following it were countless goblins, all sneaking about and curiously surveying their surroundings. Not far off, a figure stood still. The goblins immediately became alert. One of them began to shout something, yet Luo Xiaoxue could not comprehend it. All she understood was that these creatures had crossed a line. Seeing that Luo Xiaoxue ignored them, the goblins angrily charged at her. The first goblin was pierced by Luo Xiaoxue's weapon. A one-sided massacre commenced in silence. Chapter 58, Disappearance. The following morning, Tian Qingsheng was the first to awaken. Groggy, he made his way to the living room in search of the leader, intending to inquire when they would start clearing the streets. "Leader, today we—" His words faltered as he looked around. Still in disbelief, rubbing his eyes, he suddenly felt alert. Where had his sister gone? Frowning, he opened his senses wide, yet still found no trace of Luo Xiaoxue. Not only that, Chu Xinyu was also missing. The two pillars of their team had vanished without a trace. If anything had happened, Luo Xiaoxue and Chu Xinyu would never have disappeared without a word. Moreover, Wu Tianlu was still in a coma, and Luo Xiaoyu had yet to awaken. Tian Qingsheng searched high and low but discovered no clues regarding their whereabouts. Not even a scrap of paper left behind. In an instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. Soon after, a gentle yet urgent mental presence awakened everyone. Shi Ying's team and Chu Xinyu's team jolted awake. Something has happened. Tian Qingsheng would never have roused them in such a manner unless it was serious. The group hurried to Luo Xiaoxue's room. Upon entering, they found Tian Qingsheng with a grave expression, as if calamity were at hand. Everyone was taken aback. "What's wrong, Xiaosheng? What happened? Where are Miss Luo and Mr. Chu?" Having experienced much, Shi Ying quickly grasped the situation. Hearing Shi Ying's inquiry, the rest began to realize the issue and commenced searching the room. "No need to search. I have already sensed the area. Within at least 100 meters. There is no sign of the leader." Ren Yuzhu and the others halted, momentarily stunned. Ever since Chu Xinyu had led them out of the apocalypse, he had been the backbone of their team. They never considered what they would do in his absence. Anxiety permeated the air. "Everyone, don't panic. Let me think of a solution," Tian Qingsheng said, his brow furrowed since earlier. Showing no signs of relaxation in that moment, he resembled anything but an 11-year-old child, almost stepping into the role of the team's leader in Luo Xiaoxue's absence. He had been too complacent. If only he had been a bit more alert during the night, not sleeping so soundly, he could have sensed immediately if something had happened to the leader. Clenching his teeth, tears nearly spilled from his eyes. But he forced them back. Now that Luo Xiaoxue and Chu Xinyu were missing while Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu remained unconscious, he, as the only one capable of alerting the group, had to muster all his energy. After searching the vicinity once more, he found no signs of the two. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Tian Qingsheng had no idea what could have happened that led to both Chu Xinyu and Luo Xiaoxue disappearing simultaneously. He was utterly at a loss. At that moment, a large hand gently rested on his shoulder. Turning, he saw it was Gao Mingshu. "Don't worry. Your sister and brother Chu are capable. They won't come to harm. Don't you trust them?" Feeling the warmth of Gao Mingshu's hand, Tian Qingsheng's heart felt a little more at ease. Indeed, his sister was formidable and would be fine. He kept reassuring himself. Glancing around, he saw that, apart from Gao Mingshu, anxiety was etched on everyone's faces. Only Shi Ying frowned slightly, lost in thought, casting glances between Tian Qingsheng and Gao Mingshu. Just then, Gao Mingshu spoke up. "Everyone, given their abilities, they should be fine. However, we cannot delay our evacuation. Let us focus on our tasks. Perhaps they had urgent matters to attend to that required them to go alone. Worrying here is the least productive choice." Gao Mingshu's words acted like a calming balm for everyone's frayed nerves. Indeed, Luo Zhaoxue and Chu Xinyu were unlikely to be in any real danger. They had no reason to fret excessively or lose their composure. How about this? Our team will take care of Luo Xiaoyu and Wu Tianlu, while you all focus on clearing the path. What do you think? Shiring inquired, her tone guiding Gao Mingshu towards a decision. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Mingshu shook his head. Just clearing the path will take too long. Let Xiaosheng and the injured stay here and wait for Brother Chu to return while the rest of us go ahead. That works. The vicinity is secure. When we arrived yesterday, everything had been incinerated by Wu Tianlu. Furthermore, while Luo Zhaoxue and her companions were clearing the path, Tian Qingxing and Shi Ying meticulously scoured the entire building. Thus, this seems to be a rather judicious choice. Moreover, Luo Xiaoyu's awakening is imminent. Once she regains consciousness, all problems shall be effortlessly resolved. After all, as the third combatant in our team, Luo Xiaoyu is undoubtedly the most trustworthy member. Therefore, after a simple meal of the rice porridge cooked by Shi Ying, Gao Mingshu, Ren Yuzhu, Li Xinxin, Shi Ying, Du Yi, and Yang Yao set off toward Zone 3 to commence their road-clearing tasks. Zhang Shan ultimately remained in the cabin. Although the cabin is secure, no one can guarantee that unexpected incidents won't occur. So leaving Zhang Shan, this human shield, behind was a prudent decision. He could provide protection for everyone in critical moments. Ren Yuzhu covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed ahead. Heavens, what is this? The group arrived at the junction between Zone 4 and Zone 3, standing at a distance from the entrance, too fearful to take another step forward. Li Xinxin and Yang Yao were equally astonished by the scene before them. Scarcely daring to breathe. Let us go, quickly. Shi Ying decisively assessed the situation and commanded a retreat. Before them loomed an enormous rat. Just how large was it? Approximately the size of a Siberian husky. It was gnawing on the head of a mutated human, while the rest of the mutated beings wandered aimlessly, as if oblivious to their presence at that moment, from the previously deserted shadows flanking the street. A dozen identical rats began to emerge. They commenced hunting the mutated humans on the street, with several of them casting eerie glances in this direction, seemingly having spotted the group in the next instant. 3 rats abruptly broke from the pack and charged directly toward them. Faced with such a colossal rodent, although the group felt a twinge of panic, they had not yet reached the point of irrationality. Gao Mingshu swung his blade, aiming for one of the approaching rats. To his surprise, the rat attempted to dodge. However, the disparity in size was insurmountable, and he swiftly dispatched it with a single strike. In that moment, he confirmed the creature's strength to be merely at the first tier. Shi Ying and Du Yi also eliminated the other 2 rats in mere seconds. We were on high alert for nothing. Ugh, why does this rat's blood smell so foul? Before Ren Yuzhu could finish her sentence, she began to retch. The rat's blood resembled that of a polluted drain, nauseating enough to induce vomiting. Prompted by Ren Yuzhu's reaction, even though they had grown accustomed to the stench of the mutated beings, the others could not help but gag as well. After a bout of retching, Shi Ying slowly spoke. Rats are social creatures. The emergence of such a large-scale mutation is exceedingly significant. Despite being only first tier, their sheer numbers could easily overwhelm us. We must retreat and report this to the commander before formulating a plan. However, it seems our evacuation will have to be postponed. Cursing under his breath, Shi Ying lamented the unexpected turn of events that had arisen when they were already set to withdraw today. Moments later, Tian Qingxing observed the solemn expressions of the group and inquired, "What happened? A rat swarm has appeared, and we might face a rat tide. Our evacuation will likely be delayed," Gao Mingshu replied with resignation. They were not Luo Zhaoxue or Chu Xinyu, capable of single-handedly facing multitudes, and these rats were far more agile than the mutated humans. Even a mere handful could pose a significant threat. Meanwhile, Tian Qingxing's small mind was filled with a plethora of questions. A rat swarm? Mutated rats? The size of a snow wolf? Upon hearing Gao Mingshu's words, he was instantly covered in goosebumps. The size of a snow wolf. That means they could devour me whole. Ugh. So noisy. Why are you all making such a racket? A female voice echoed from behind the group, causing Tian Qingxing's eyes to light up as he dashed forward. Luo Xiaoyu felt as though she had awakened from a long dream, albeit one that felt oddly real. Since the apocalypse, She hadn't dreamt in quite some time and felt somewhat disoriented. Just as Tian Qingsheng lunged at her, she nearly lost her balance. Instinctively, she rubbed the head of the bundle in her arms and surveyed her surroundings, tilting her head as she questioned, "Where's my sister?" "Zhao Xue and brother Chu. They are missing." Gao Mingxu recounted the events of this morning to Luo Xiaoyu. After listening, her brows furrowed in disbelief. She could not fathom the possibility of Luo Xiaoxue being in danger and immediately made a decision. "We must clear the rat swarm and open the path in Zone 3. Sure, please inform the military. I wish to coordinate our efforts. Brother Zhongshan, you'll carry Wu Tianlu? He may be a bit heavy, but I appreciate your assistance. Xiaoshang, stay vigilant. Notify me at once if we find ourselves surrounded by the rat swarm. Gao, Yuzhu, and Xin, follow my lead as we eliminate the rat swarm. There are currently not many rats, and if we act swiftly, we can evacuate before being encircled." Luo Xiaoyu issued her commands with poise, and in that moment, as the highest combatant of the team, she truly became the backbone of their efforts. With her involvement, the group's actions accelerated significantly. The rat swarm could not withstand the power of Luo Xiaoyu's punches, disintegrating into mere pulp before they could even emit a cry of despair. The team rapidly cleared the street, with Tian Qingsheng even uncovering and dispatching rats hidden in the corners. At this pace, they would likely clear the streets of Zone 3 within half a day. Not far away, atop a tall building, Luo Xiaoxue held a mutated rat's corpse, surveying the scene below with a commanding gaze. A sudden recollection struck her, recalling the words spoken by Chu Xinyu that morning. Returning to that early hour, Luo Xiaoxue, clad in a trench coat, stood in the darkness like a sovereign of the night, leaning against her firearm as if awaiting something as the first light of dawn began to illuminate the surroundings. The ground was littered with corpses, yet not a single goblin had caused her any trouble, and their numbers were pitifully few, scarcely amounting to a few hundred. They hardly appeared capable of causing disruption on the surface. In less than half an hour, Luo Xiaoxue had completed the cleanup, with no goblins remaining above ground. The reason for her early rising was merely her suspicion that, like a wormhole, powerful beings might continue to emerge. Yet, after waiting all night, there was no further movement. Undeterred, Luo Xiaoxue conducted another sensory sweep of her surroundings, but she found no traces of goblins, prompting her to return to the small cabin where her companions were resting. Upon entering, she noticed a flickering light in the darkness, revealing a figure standing by the window, surveying the outside world in the morning's rays. It was Chu Xinyu. Leaning against the living room, smoking, he glanced at Luo Xiaoxue, whose attire was stained with blood, pinched the cigarette in his hand, and tossed it out the window. "You're back?" Luo Xiaoxue raised an eyebrow, questioning his accusatory demeanor. "Why are you up so early, smoking instead of resting? Where did you get so many cigarettes?" As she spoke, Luo Xiaoxue turned on the light, shedding her bloodied coat and casually tossing it onto the cabinet by the door. Her silvery hair cascaded down, and she slightly tilted her head, gathering her hair into a high ponytail, exuding both beauty and fierceness, perfectly illuminated by the light, making her appear like a fairy from a painting. It must be said that Luo Xiaoxue was adept at turning situations to her advantage and diverting attention. Unfortunately, Chu Xinyu was not swayed by such tactics. "So, it was goblins?" Luo Xiaoxue pouted. "I merely went out to eliminate a few goblins. I've done so in the middle of the night before. Why am I being singled out today?" Chu Xinyu sighed, his indifferent gaze scrutinizing Luo Xiaoxue, his tone growing serious. "Have you considered that excessive protection can actually be a form of harm? The tide of corpses, insect people, leaders, goblins. Have you not seen Luo Xiaoyu's efforts?" Luo Xiaoxue was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that this was the point Chu Xinyu wished to make. "Luo Xiaoxue, she needs genuine crises. You seem a bit lost in your own authority." With that, he brushed past her and exited, giving her shoulder a light pat as he left. Knowing they were both intelligent individuals, Luo Xiaoxue understood his implications. Was yesterday's illusion truly a misfortune? In truth, it is not so. Akin to Wu Tianlu, whose inner demons are his parents. When he is finally willing to awaken, this tribulation will have already passed, and the path of evolution will be smooth sailing. Chu Xinyu was aware of Luo Xiaoxue's intentions when she set out yesterday. His assessment was not entirely incorrect. Indeed, Luo Zhaoxue had been hindered by Luo Xiaoyu. Conversely, Luo Xiaoyu was similarly overwhelmed by the pressure exerted by Luo Zhaoxue. Perhaps, prior to the apocalypse, Luo Xiaoyu lived without a care in the world, and even when the cataclysm struck, she may have exhibited some semblance of a saintly demeanor. However, a month has now elapsed, and she is acutely aware that without strengthening herself, death is inevitable. A saintly heart cannot sustain her in this world. Of course, Chu Xinyu does not possess an in-depth understanding of Luo Xiaoyu. Yet, he can observe her relentless efforts during training, especially the resentment and self-reproach she displayed during their chaotic escape through the wormhole. Not to mention her resolute determination when she assumed command of the third-tier steel type yesterday. Perhaps it was after witnessing that glimmer in her eyes that Chu Xinyu began to regard Luo Xiaoyu in a different light. The guilt she felt yesterday stemmed from her capability, yet she still managed to injure Luo Xiaoyu. But when has he ever been so sentimental? This is an apocalypse, not a mere child's game. It is a world that consumes. Thus, he hastily adjusted his mindset overnight. Having somewhat naively assumed that he could protect everyone around him, while neglecting the fact that they too needed to grow, if this continues, perhaps while he is still present, this team will be invincible. But once they lose their backbone, they will be nothing more than scattered sand. Luo Zhaoxue reflected on Chu Xinyu's words. Perhaps he was right. She had indeed placed too much pressure on Luo Xiaoyu. In just a month, Luo Xiaoyu had transformed from a little girl who was disdainful of killing mutated beings into a competent survivor. It was time to allow them the freedom to hone their skills. Standing atop a high building, Luo Zhaoxue's thoughts swirled, culminating in a deep sigh. Chu Xinyu, you are far more suited to be a leader than I. With this solitary thought, she vanished from sight. Chapter 60. Zhong Yunhan. The military had already planned for evacuation in the coming days. So when Shiyi's message arrived, the military had already begun loading the personnel into large trucks. Within the military base, rows of large trucks filled with people were lined up in an orderly fashion, with several jeeps at the front of the convoy. Surrounding the convoy were armed soldiers, and even a portion of the private military forces had been dispatched to protect the trucks, a few hundred first-tier soldiers, the majority of whom had not yet developed abilities or undergone evolution, along with other base leaders, were present. In a small base, first-tier soldiers could already dominate. On the periphery, there were small squads, grouped in fives, totaling 20 teams, each individual possessing at least late first-tier strength. They roamed between the various convoys to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At the forefront of the convoy, atop a truck, sat a solitary figure, quietly resting with his eyes closed. Every few intervals, another individual would take a seat beside him, following suit in meditation. Totaling 5 men. 2 additional teams had already set off towards Area 3, having cleared a small stretch of road. The swarms of rats posed far less difficulty than the mutated beings. At most, they were simply faster. 2 second-tier squads took action, and within half a day, Luo Xiaoyu had already joined them. The two team leaders approached in unison, saluting first. Shiyi stepped forward and offered a salute as well. One of the men then spoke. Captain Shiyi, congratulations. You will likely be recognized for a significant contribution upon your return. The opposing team leader offered polite words with a cheerful smile as he shook Shiyi's hand. The other man, seemingly less talkative, also raised a slight smile, genuinely happy for Shiyi. Not at all. I hardly exerted myself. The rapid clearance of the route is thanks to these individuals, he said, gesturing towards Luo Xiaoyu. The man squinted, assessing Luo Xiaoyu, who was dressed much like she had been when she first arrived in Suwon City, draped in a trench coat with her hat pulled low, revealing only half of her face. Obscuring her features entirely, It was as if he had just noticed Luo Xiaoyu, and he cheerfully approached to greet her. Greetings, miss. Thank you for your contributions to the survivors. Saying this, he performed a military salute, to which Luo Xiaoyu mimicked in return before saying, it was no trouble, merely a small effort, and the military's decision not to require us to surrender crystal cores is already quite generous. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, leaving the man at a loss for words until Luo Xiaoyu took the initiative to speak again. If all is well, we should proceed with the evacuation. Ah, yes, let us begin. Along with Shiyi, they started reporting the situation to the military, and Shiyi had effectively rejoined the ranks. Shortly thereafter, Luo Xiaoyu saw the vast convoy slowly approaching. The pace was neither fast nor slow. However, at this rate, exiting the city would likely take 3 hours. Luo Xiaoyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. At such a speed, any mishap on the road might leave them unable to respond in time. Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns, as she was unaware of the military's intentions. However, when her senses swept over the man sitting atop the truck, any thoughts of danger dissipated. Third tier. Truly, the military is formidable. Someone has managed to match Chu Sinyu's training speed. The military must possess a method akin to breathing techniques for rapid advancement. The man seemed to sense her probing gaze, glanced at Luo Xiaoyu, and then closed his eyes once more. Luo Xiaoyu, however, was lost in her thoughts as she pondered. The leading jeep came to a smooth stop before her. The doors swung open, and a man stepped out. Surrounding individuals rendered military salutes. He appeared to be in his 50s, with sharp eyes wide open. Despite his graying hair, he showed no signs of aging, exuding an inexplicable authority. With his back straight and hands clasped behind him, he carried himself with an air of dignity. Luo Xiaoyu felt no discernible tear from him. He seemed like an ordinary person. He circled around, returning the salutes of the crowd, prompting everyone to drop their hands and stand at attention. Gradually, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, he approached Luo Xiaoyu. He towered over her, requiring Luo Xiaoyu to look up to meet his gaze, while he lowered his head to regard her, creating an impression of him looking down from a height. In that moment of eye contact, Luo Xiaoyu felt a pressure emanating from him that rivaled the overwhelming aura of Luo Zhaoxue, both suffocating in their intensity. Unconsciously, she radiated the momentum she had accumulated during this period in resistance. As she scrutinized him, the man assessed Luo Xiaoyu in return. The tension between them escalated, their respective auras clashing, and the oppressive atmosphere caused those around them to instinctively hold their breath. Even Shi and the two team leaders broke into a cold sweat, wondering when their commander had ever been so adversarial towards a young girl. Moments later, the man erupted into a hearty laugh, resonating like thunder, echoing in the hearts of everyone present. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Truly, you are deserving of your audacity in defying the military. At your age, to remain composed in the face of my presence, you are indeed the first. Young lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhong Yunhan, the commander-in-chief of the military. He then patted Luo Xiaoyu on the shoulder with such force that it made her question who the true power-type evolver really was. No need for the hood. There is no one here who would take notice of you, so fret not about attracting trouble. Only then did Luo Xiaoyu realize her previous oversight, hastily removing her hood. In tandem, Tian Qingxing also took off his hat. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers, for it was the first time they had seen Luo Xiaoyu and her companions. Luo Xiaoyu appeared to be merely 17 or 18, while the child beside her seemed even younger, around 11 or 12. How could such a group be dispatched to forge a path? Many silently grumbled, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, their gazes towards Luo Xiaoyu subtly shifting. Luo Xiaoyu, Comrade Lin Huaxiu is on the truck behind. Would you like to go see her now? Zhong Yunhan inquired, knowing that Lin Huaxiu was Wu Tianlu's mother. From the outset, he understood Luo Zhaoxue's request to protect Lin Huaxiu and assist in their departure from Suan City, with Luo Zhaoxue ensuring that any necessary dangers would be mitigated. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyu stood frozen, discreetly glancing at the still sleeping Wu Tianlu before gently shaking her head. She was unaware of Wu Tianlu's condition and could not ascertain when he would awaken. With her sister's whereabouts unknown, meeting Lin Huaxiu now might be premature. Thank you, Commander Zhong, but for now, it is unnecessary. There are still dangers within the city. We can meet once we have exited. Zhong Yunhan raised an eyebrow, his appreciation nearly overflowing, as he felt immensely satisfied with the young lady before him. If only there were a way to enlist the military, he silently mused. Chapter 61. The cherry blossom tree reappears. Please, Commander Zhong, arrange for my friend. He needs rest after what we've been through recently. With that, he gestured for Zhang Shan to step forward, allowing Zhong Yunhan to witness Wu Tianlu's condition. No problem. Can he be placed with Comrade Lin Huaxiu? Zhong Yunhan, harboring intentions of winning over Luo Xiaoyu, was eager to accommodate her every request. But he is indeed the son of my aunt. Meeting him now would surely cause her concern. Zhong Yunhan paused, realizing that Lin Huaxia was not her mother, but rather her aunt. Having traversed the mountains and rivers to reach Suiwen alongside the military, his first thought was to ensure the comatose companion could rest. Such loyalty and camaraderie. At that moment, Zhong Yunhan regarded Luo Xiaoyu with a gaze tinted by admiration, as if she were a rare specimen to behold. Qin Chao had not disclosed the configuration of Luo Xiaoshua's team to Zhong Yunhan, merely mentioning 2 girls and a child. Later, upon encountering the Chu Xinyu team, Zhong Yunhan naturally assumed that Luo Xiaoyu was leading this group, expanding it in their search for survivors. Zhong Yunhan's contemplation lingered too long, causing Luo Xiaoyu to think this matter was non-negotiable. Just as she was about to dismiss the idea, Zhong Yunhan spoke up that of course, we have a vehicle prepared for you. If you wish, you may rest in that one. No sooner had he spoken than someone behind them produced a capsule, revealing a spacious vehicle capable of accommodating 8 individuals, far superior to what Luo Xiaoyu had in her capsule. Subsequently, the individual took the driver's seat, ready to chauffeur Luo Xiaoyu and her companions. The military's capsules were custom-made, significantly larger than standard ones, effortlessly containing such a vehicle. Then, Zhong Yunhan turned his attention to Shi Ying, speaking gravely. Shi Ying, you have executed your task exceptionally well. I trust you all have endured considerable hardship. The truck at the front is our replacement vehicle. You may go rest now. Yes, the resounding reply echoed in Luo Xiaoyu's ears, startling her. What was that shout for? You nearly scared her. Luo Xiaoyu looked at Zhong Yunhan in surprise, not expecting him to reprimand Shi Ying for this. Shi Ying appeared momentarily taken aback, awkwardly scratching his head. Hurry along. Zhong Yunhan cast a sidelong glance at Shi Ying, who instantly broke into a cold sweat, hastily leading his team toward the resting convoy. Commander Zhong, there's no need for that. Shi Ying has aided us greatly. Ordinarily, he can be rather carefree, yet in your presence, he behaves like a timid chick. After all, he was in his 30s, Luo Xiaoyu thought to herself. Haha, this lad grew up under my command. I know him well. Rest assured. Thank you, Commander Zhong, that we indeed require some rest, Luo Xiaoyu replied, gesturing for her team to board the extended jeep. Commander Zhong, you should also return to rest. If any matters arise, feel free to contact me. With that, Luo Xiaoyu projected her terminal contact information into the air, inviting him to add her. The military's upper echelons undoubtedly utilized high-tech terminals, yet it was curious that Zhong Yunhan opted for a brown model. Having used it, why not choose a color he preferred? Zhong Yunhan promptly added Luo Xiaoyu's contact, then cheerfully bid her farewell before returning to his original vehicle. Only then did Luo Xiaoyu follow suit. Climbing aboard, the journey was uneventful, and under the military's escort, Luo Xiaoyu felt no need to remain vigilant, allowing herself to delve into her training. She sensed that she was on the cusp of breaking through to the 3rd tier. Every moment counted in her quest for strength. This world was teeming with talent, and she was merely in the 2nd tier. She needed to accelerate her progress. Fortunately, most were unaware of Luo Xiaoyu's thoughts. Otherwise, they might have sputtered in disbelief. You're in the 2nd tier. Seriously, there are those who would dare compare themselves to prodigies. Have you considered how many remain ordinary? Thus, Luo Xiaoyu immersed herself in her training, oblivious to the happenings around her. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoxue kept a vigilant watch on the woman before her, the barrel of her long gun pressed firmly against the woman's throat. Oh dear, I told you I would come for you. Why so wary? The woman gently tapped the gun's tip, attempting to dislodge it. With a mere exertion, the tip pierced her neck, blood oozing from the wound and trickling down toward her ample bosom. Oh dear, don't you fancy this body? The woman appeared somewhat distressed, even aggrieved. I abandoned the contest for territory to seek you out. Your actions are quite hurtful. Why not tell me what you truly desire? Luo Xiaoshua's gaze darkened dangerously, fixated on the woman, sensing that even if she were to kill this body, the woman could simply assume another form to pursue her. Who are you, and why must you cling to me? Luo Xiaoshua's voice was void of warmth, chilling to the bone. Oh, how could you say that? You were the one who lured me in. Your presence in the wilderness captivated me entirely. I exerted great effort to transform into this likeness. In your human terms, it's called, love at first sight. If you let me return now, I won't be able to contend with those fellows. The wilderness? Luo Xiaoxue could not recall encountering anyone in the wilderness. She hardly had time to notice anyone. Yet, she seemed to have indeed met someone. Could it be? The forest of the wilderness began to expand, the cherry blossom tree vanishing. The woman, and the territory she mentioned contending over with those fellows. Everything appeared to align. Thus, her identity seemed to emerge, yet the tear did not correspond. Are you that cherry blossom tree? Luo Xiaoxue ventured, hoping to elicit more from the woman without immediately slaying this body. Upon hearing Luo Xiaoxue's question, the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, unperturbed by the gun pressing against her neck. Yes, it's me. I expended considerable effort to seek you out. Luo Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had anticipated the cherry blossom tree would offer some other explanation but was caught off guard by the direct admission. What about your tear? To quiet her, Luo Xiaoxue tightened her grip, the gun's tip puncturing the woman's neck, though not fatally. Tear? Oh, you mean evolution? The woman's expression shifted to one of feigned sorrow, her lips pouting. I was on the brink of reaching the fourth tier, but to see you, I expended most of my energy to take human form, leaving me with just the first tier, which is why they won't let me go. I've been following your spiritual energy, running and running, until I arrived here. Luo Xiaoxue was left speechless. She had never anticipated that the crisis in Suiwen City was intertwined with her own existence. Chapter 62. Traveling together. Observing the woman's woeful expression, Luo Xiaoxue maintained her stance with the long gun steady. The woman before her appeared to be in her 20s, yet in conversation, she resembled a child, evoking a sense of diminished intellect. With such a woman accompanying her, Luo Xiaoxue could not return to Luo Xiaoyu's side until she comprehended the woman's intentions, who knew what mischief she might conjure. Yet, Luo Xiaoxue felt utterly powerless against her. She could not forget that this creature excelled in mental prowess, and it was precisely due to her lack of such strength that she had fallen victim before. Are you implying that the forest's boundless expansion is related to your disappearance? Of course. Without me contesting resources with those fellows, they would naturally seek to expand their territory. When I was present, if they attempted to extend their reach carelessly, the only outcome would be that I would consume a portion of their gains, a loss far outweighing any benefit. The woman stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes brimming with unwarranted pride. Luo Xiaoxue gently closed her eyes, a myriad of emotions swirling within her gaze. Ultimately, the long gun gradually lowered, sparing the woman before her from immediate annihilation. Wow! Are you accepting me? The woman shrieked in excitement, attempting to press herself against Luo Xiaoxue, only to be firmly pushed away. Given her height of merely 1.65 meters, she was easily subdued, though not press against me. With disdain, Luo Xiaoxue shoved the woman aside, her gaze drifting toward a particular direction, the path of military retreat. Luo Xiaoxue sighed softly. With this peculiar companion in tow, it seemed unlikely she would return anytime soon. However, with Chu Xinyu keeping watch and the supplies in Luo Xiaoyu's possession, there should be no cause for concern. What do you know about this apocalyptic world? Luo Xiaoxue wiped her long spear and casually inquired. The end of the world. Is that what you believe it to be? She tilted her head in contemplation before continuing. If I were to articulate it, I wouldn't term it as the end of days. Perhaps it ought to be called, what was it? Dawn? Yes, that seems fitting. Truth be told, we are quite oblivious to what has transpired. I originally thrived underground, where competition was fierce. Yet, on that fateful day, I momentarily lost consciousness. As if something had suppressed my mental prowess. When I regained awareness, I found myself above ground. I was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of sunlight. When daybreak arrived, I was utterly astonished, never having realized how beautiful light could be. And basking in the sun felt so incredibly soothing. Moreover, there were entities brimming with energy that willingly offered themselves to me. At this juncture, the woman paused, cautiously glancing at Luo Xiaoxue's expression, and hurriedly clarified. Rest assured, I was the one who struck first. My nervousness made me bite my tongue. After a considerable moment, she stammered, I no longer consume them. By this time, Luo Xiaoxue had cleaned the blood from her spear and had taken out a roll of bandages from her capsule, tending to the woman's minor wound. This was not due to any other reason. The scent of blood would attract mutants, particularly those of a higher tier, which could lead to complications. However, the woman's eyes shimmered with a distinct light. Her almond-shaped eyes gazing at Luo Xiaoxue as she bandaged her, filled with surprise, seemingly not anticipating such care. Her restless hands nearly reached for Luo Xiaoxue's silver hair, but at that moment, a tightening grip around her neck rendered her hands frozen in midair. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. The woman pouted, genuinely fond of Luo Xiaoxue. Why can't you trust me? Please continue. How do you perceive the end of days? Luo Xiaoxue loosened her grip, tied a pretty bow, and redirected the conversation back to the topic at hand. Oh, from our perspective, this is rather an opportunity. Seizing every chance to evolve is our survival mantra. Since emerging to the surface, evolution has accelerated remarkably. The energy here is far richer than that underground. I struggled for a long time, pondering whether it was wrong to abandon years of evolution for you. In the end, I cannot articulate why. But I chose to seek you out, as she spoke. The woman smiled, gazing fixedly at Luo Xiaoxue, her eyes brimming with affection. Luo Xiaoxue, too, scrutinized the woman's eyes, which were undeniably unique, unmistakably non-human, for no human could possess pupils shaped like cherry blossoms. After a moment of intense gazing, Luo Xiaoxue averted her gaze, devoid of any deception, her eyes filled with sincerity. Do not act out of line. Having said that, Luo Xiaoxue turned to walk away, not sparing a glance at the woman behind her. The woman, still smiling, hurried to catch up with Luo Xiaoxue, even secretly pumping her fist as if this gesture signified success in some memory. Luo Xiaoxue perceived everything, her thoughts racing. She realized she could not eliminate this woman, and since the woman bore no hostility towards her, there was no escaping her desire to follow Luo Xiaoxue. Did one truly believe that Luo Xiaoxue could easily pierce the woman's skin? Just days prior, she could not even crush a flower. Now, facing a visibly stronger woman, would she be able to easily dispatch her? Only a fool would think so. Clearly, the woman had come willingly, unafraid of death. Even without unleashing her mental prowess. Do you have a name? Luo Xiaoxue asked, almost instinctively. The woman stood frozen, shaking her head. We possess no names, merely a group of beings who have never seen the sun. So, when I inquired last time and you withheld your name, was it simply because you lacked one? The woman hesitated before gently nodding, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Then let me give you one. Jituing. How does that sound? Oh, I like it. That name is truly beautiful. Jituing beamed, seemingly genuinely delighted to have a name. Luo Xiaoxue smiled in return, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Look, in just a short while, even the blood that had soaked into the bandages has vanished. Having said that, Luo Xiaoxue did not wait for Jituing, turning to leave, while Jituing hurriedly caught up, taking 2 steps for every one of Luo Xiaoxue's. Why are you walking so fast? Honestly, Jituing murmured, her tone laced with grievance, yet her small face revealed no displeasure, her blossom-shaped eyes solely reflecting Luo Xiaoxue. Luo Xiaoxue ignored her, continuing on her path, occasionally changing direction and dispatching any unsuspecting mutants that crossed their path. The two set forth towards Luo Xiaoxue's original destination. Luo Xiaoyu was not mistaken. Luo Xiaoxue indeed held a grudge to be settled. Previously unable to defeat you, now that she had grown stronger, she would dismantle your very lair. Chapter 63. I shall not admit it. Luo Xiaoxue moved swiftly. Even with Jituing, who was not a burden, trailing her, they arrived at Suiwen University in just over half an hour. They retraced the path previously cleared. Upon reaching the library, the ground was now a deep purple, mirroring the hue of the spear in Luo Xiaoxue's hand. Jituing, who had been hastily following, was taken aback by the sight of the purple ground. Her mouth formed a small O as she grasped Luo Xiaoxue's arm. Her face a canvas of disbelief. Shue Shue, you mustn't go courting death. Luo Xiaoxue subtly furrowed her brow. What an odd nickname, Shue Shue. However, Jituing was oblivious to Luo Xiaoxue's expression, continuing earnestly, you see. The insect tribe underground is incredibly fierce. They are the fastest evolving species. Even at my peak, I dared not confront them head-on. Are you on the same level as them? This time, it was Luo Xiaoxue's turn to be surprised. Not expecting Jituing to possess such information. The same level? I'm not entirely sure, but I do frequently observe the insect soldiers venturing out to hunt, and even those ruffians dare not provoke this mad bunch. Just as Ji-Tuing finished speaking, an unexpected phenomenon erupted from the wormhole. A horde of dark insects surged upwards, barreling towards Luo Zhaoxue. Upon witnessing this, Ji-Tuing was horrified, and without a moment's hesitation, she pulled Luo Zhaoxue behind her, who had intended to unleash her powers. Luo Zhaoxue stumbled, a large question mark adorning her face. Meanwhile, Ji-Tuying's mental energy surged, vigilantly fixating on the approaching swarm. Embodying the spirit of a self-sacrificing hero, Luo Zhaoxue sighed softly. How had she not perceived this woman's navet upon their first encounter? In an instant, the ominous aura emanating from Luo Zhaoxue burst forth, successfully suppressing Ji-Tuying's burgeoning mental energy. Perhaps it was due to the fact that Ji-Tuying's body was only at Tier 1, but Luo Zhaoxue sensed a significant decrease in her mental strength, akin to having power without the means to wield it. Subsequently, as Ji-Tuing wore an expression of utter bewilderment, Luo Zhaoxue gently clenched her fist. In that moment, every insect was crushed to a pulp, with none surviving. Wow, Xue. Is this your evolved ability? That's incredible. That was truly impressive. No wonder I fell for you. Listening to Ji-Tuying's exuberant voice, Luo Zhaoxue felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. A term flashing in her mind. Infatuated. Wait, how does a tree that has lived for who knows how long develop such a romantic mindset? How absurd. Ji-Tuing chattered incessantly beside her, while Luo Zhaoxue chose to selectively ignore her presence, fully opening her senses. Unlike her first visit, where her mental energy was restricted to a 20-meter radius, this time, Luo Zhaoxue felt no constraints at all. However, she still could not discern the situation underground through the wormhole. Before long, as before, several insect men emerged from the ground. Without hesitation, Luo Zhaoxue swept her spear, effortlessly dispatching the insect men, collecting their weapons into her capsule in one fluid motion. Completing the entire sequence of actions in under a minute. Ji-Tuing watched Luo Zhaoxue with starry eyes, marveling at humanity, an entity brimming with limitless potential. Following suit, Ji-Tuing mimicked Luo Zhaoxue's actions, her formidable mental prowess allowing her to memorize the movements with just a glance. Just then, a towering insect man burst forth from the hole, charging directly at Luo Zhaoxue. Unlike a fair match, Luo Zhaoxue's previous encounter with it had ended in a stalemate without her even reaching Tier 3. Now, she regarded it with utter disregard, as the insect man's massive blade descended upon her. Luo Zhaoxue barely glanced in its direction, merely applying gentle pressure with her hand, causing the leaping insect man to crash to the ground, firmly restrained by Luo Zhaoxue. Remember how enjoyable it was to strike you last time? As she spoke, Luo Zhaoxue struck the armored exoskeleton of the giant insect man, exerting a modicum of energy to penetrate the armor and deliver a direct blow to the creature's body. It was likely that the internal organs of this massive insect had been shattered to smithereens. Gradually, the writhing insect man fell silent. Binding the entire creature, Luo Zhaoxue remembered how last time, Li Xinxin had merely mentioned her powers and had not experimented further. This time, however, she had the perfect opportunity to capture a live specimen to take back. As for the insect nest, Luo Zhaoxue cast a glance at the dark, gaping entrance, having no intention of descending. There would be ample opportunities in the future to encounter such nests, and venting her frustrations on other insects would suffice. Nevertheless, Luo Zhaoxue retrieved several barrels of gasoline, arranged them with care, and added a few components that would easily ignite. Then, lifting the giant insect man, she led Ji-Tuing to a safe distance before shooting at one of the exposed gasoline barrels. Boom! A roaring inferno spread along the edges of the insect tunnel, igniting even the bookshelves within the library. Luo Zhaoxue surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction, her spirits considerably lifted. As the library began to collapse, she turned to leave, albeit with a tinge of reluctance. At that moment, a shrill cry emanated from within the insect tunnel. The sound was indescribably piercing, overwhelming to the ears, yet it seemed to exhilarate Ji-Tuing. Oh my, Xue, you are truly formidable. That cry just now was the call of the insect nest beneath us. I suspect that creature is so enraged it can hardly reproduce. To think the insect nest did not refer to a mere dwelling. Luo Xiaoxue was astonished. It turned out the insect nest referred to a living entity? Of course not. The insect nest is the title given to the leader of the insects, resembling a cocoon, immobilized and responsible for nurturing the offspring. The one you have in hand is the strongest insect man of the swarm. And a single nest typically harbors at least 3 such beings. It is likely that the nest is currently in the throes of labor, nurturing young insect men, while the other giant insect men remain to guard it. Which is why only this one emerged. However, given Shueshue's prowess, even if all 3 were to appear, she could dispatch them with but a single strike. Luo Xiaoxue had tacitly accepted Ji Tang's affectionate nickname for her, feeling no inclination to correct it, for fear that some other cumbersome moniker would arise, which sent shivers down her spine. Reflecting on this, Ji Tang couldn't help but express her feelings, continuing, Shueshue, you have grown so powerful. You no longer resemble the poor soul who would lose herself at a mere glance. Wasn't that your own doing, enticing me with your psychic powers? Luo Xiaoxue furrowed her brow, failing to grasp Ji Tang's meaning. No, I have never actively exuded my psychic energy, for once detected, some old-timers might trace it back to me. I in the underground. I am a treasure, the kind that others would vie to possess. You should have seen my face that day. It possesses an innate allure that draws people in unwittingly, Luo Xiaoxue grimaced. Were they suggesting she had been bewitched by a woman's visage? She would never admit to such a thing. Chapter 64. The Second Cataclysm, in the 7th District. Amidst the retreating military forces, a diminutive man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, feeling as though his lips might crack from the heat. He turned to the companion beside him. Hey, brother, do you have any water? Hand some over. I'm parched. Why has this cursed weather been so sweltering lately? The man queried, but his companion remained silent, merely extending a bottle of water towards him. Yet, from his demeanor, it was evident he was not faring any better, drenched in sweat, his backpack soaked through. The slender man took the water and gulped it down greedily. Within moments, the entire bottle was consumed. Thanks, brother. It's truly maddening. It didn't seem this hot in the morning, he exclaimed, patting the other man on the shoulder, who frowned in response. I advise you to conserve some strength. The weather has been progressively heating up. Though you may not have noticed. The man paused, then chuckled. Brother, you're being overly cautious. Isn't this how it always is at this time of year? One day hot, another cool. There's no need to worry too much. Perhaps, with the conversation leading nowhere, the man closed his mouth and continued on the path. All of this was observed by another individual. Not far away, Chu Xinyu, deliberately concealing his rank, blended into the crowd. Migrating with the main force, he had witnessed the interaction between the 2 men, noting that many others exhibited similar signs of distress, drenched in sweat, fanning themselves, parched and weary. The remaining individuals, who were not attempting to cool off, were all soldiers. Their rigorous training had imparted knowledge on how to adjust their conditions to maintain peak stamina, yet they too were sweating profusely. Only the girl seated atop a nearby vehicle seemed unaffected. Chu Xinyu scrutinized her, estimating she was of a similar caliber to Luo Xiaoyu. Yet, she was not merely a girl. From Chu Xinyu's perspective, she appeared to be in her early 20s. Moreover, this girl seemed remarkable. Positioned near the back of the convoy, where the combat capabilities were notably high, with nearly all individuals being of 2nd rank or above. The surrounding areas had far fewer 2nd rank individuals. However, Chu Xinyu paid little heed to this. After all, they were military personnel, and he had no intention of encroaching upon their territory. While Chu Xinyu continued to observe, the girl cast a glance in his direction, unable to discern his true nature. Captain, there's a suspicious individual here. Should we apprehend them? A cold voice crackled through her earpiece. The girl pursed her lips, seemingly suppressing laughter. Oh, Captain, how long must we maintain this charade? The lack of response from the other end only caused the girl to smile more broadly, her shoulders quivering slightly. Suppressing laughter was no easy feat, yet the captain remained as impassive as ever. Meanwhile, Chu Xinyu was contemplating another matter. A year after the apocalypse, a meteor had fallen, ushering in the 2nd cataclysm. which was tied to temperature fluctuations. Initially, people had paid little heed to the gradual rise in temperature. After all, in the apocalypse, one could endure heat. However, within a month, temperatures soared to a terrifying level, rendering ordinary people nearly unable to survive, necessitating a significant consumption of resources to sustain life. Then, after months of torment, the temperature would plummet to extreme cold. This reversal returned people's lives to a state of scarcity, with the only means of survival being to hunt in the forests. The mutated beasts had not been infected, and many could be consumed, though their meat was far from palatable. Nevertheless, they allowed humanity to persevere through the most challenging times. Following that, there were cycles of extreme cold and heat. At times, temperatures soared to as high as 80 degrees Celsius, while the extreme cold could plunge as low as minus 120 degrees Celsius. There were even months when the weather oscillated between hot and cold daily, making existence unbearable. Chu Xinyu resolved to observe for 2 more days. If it truly was the second cataclysm, he might have to reveal his identity sooner than anticipated. Collecting his thoughts, Chu Xinyu noticed that the girl seemed to be staring at him. He chuckled silently. It was no surprise, given the military's elite nature, that a mere glance at her state would lead to his own being scrutinized in return. Just then, he sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward a specific direction, the direction of the Goblin Cave. If his instincts were correct, a formidable creature was about to emerge. Beside the Goblin Cave, within a 5-person squad, one individual, having little to occupy himself, picked up a goblin corpse and closely examined the peculiar creature. These bodies were all remnants of the goblins Luo Zhaoxue had previously cleared out. I say, Captain, given how scarce psychic-type evolvers are within the unit, why would the commander assign you to watch over this wretched cave? He queried, puzzled by the commander's decision. This cave is the only obstacle on the route. All other mutated beings have been eradicated. Unless a high-ranking individual discovers the squad, what do you think my role in the team could possibly compare to the contributions of the War God squad? The captain took a drag from his cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the team member, and continued, just be content. We merely need to monitor the anomalies within this cave. Even if nothing emerges, we will still have accomplished a significant task. The chastened team member curled his lip and casually discarded the severed limb of a goblin into the abyss. Unbeknownst to the others, at the mouth of the cave, a black-eyed, red-pupil matron cackled softly as a dismembered appendage thudded down with a resonant sound. It clouded the captain's perception, while a cadre of goblins stood behind it, their eyes gleaming crimson as they gazed at the fallen limb. Each fist clenched tightly, cracking ominously. Their intelligence may have been limited, but they were not oblivious to the significance of their comrades. Leading them was the Goblin King, panting heavily, restless and agitated. Yet, without the matron's command, it could do naught but remain still. Suddenly, the matron turned to face them, her enchanting eyes filled with a seductive allure. She murmured something, her voice barely audible, yet it resonated in the ears of every goblin. Go forth, my slaves, avenge your fallen brethren. The goblins, filled with wrath, leapt onto the steps of the cave, charging upwards, some even disdainfully crawling along the walls in their haste. Meanwhile, the captain continued to smoke, casually tossing the last remnants of his cigarette down the cavernous entrance. However, that flicker of light did not vanish from his sight. Rather, it lingered ominously, causing his eyes to widen in alarm. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Chapter 65. Is it worth it? Within the convoy, the girl's headphones crackled to life once more. Ching, there's been an incident at the cave. Go take a look. Upon hearing the captain's words, the girl's smile faded. For those assigned to such tasks were her comrades. Understood, Captain. Ching leaped from the vehicle and dashed towards the cave, momentarily forgetting about Chu Xinyu. Yet, she was a step too slow. Upon her arrival, the Goblin King had already seized the captain by the neck, his enormous frame rendering the captain as fragile as a chick. The remaining team members were ensnared by an overwhelming number of goblins. Most of their attention was fixated on the captain, who was being held aloft, leaving them in disarray. Damn it, Wang Yu, I'm coming to save you. Ching bellowed, launching herself like a cannonball towards the Goblin King. At that moment, the Goblin King tightened his grip. Although they were some distance apart, Ching distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering. Wang Yu's head hung limply, blood oozing from his orifices. "Captain!" The other team members gasped in disbelief, staring at their leader, the valiant captain who had repeatedly led them from peril, now lifeless? The one initially reprimanded by Wang Yu stood frozen, his gaze vacant. Seizing the opportunity, a goblin struck, its wooden club crashing against his skull and sending him staggering before his teammate dispatched the creature. The Goblin King exhaled heavily, flinging Wang Yu's lifeless body towards the oncoming Ching. "Wang Yu?" Ching, witnessing the corpse hurtling towards her, made no attempt to evade, striving instead to catch him. Yet, the tremendous force propelled her backward, crashing into the structure behind her. Immediately, the Goblin King roared, and a massive wild boar erupted from the cave. Charging towards the remaining team members, the goblins, who had previously encircled them, parted to allow the beast passage. As the team attempted to evade, more goblins lunged at them, ensnaring them and refusing to relent. The wild boar was upon them in the blink of an eye. Given the boar's power, a collision would spell certain doom for them. In the midst of the chaos, a large hand intercepted the charging beast. No matter how forcefully the boar pushed, it remained unmoved. It was the slightly tardy captain of the War God squad. "Leave." His voice remained icy, but upon hearing him, the team's shock transformed into sorrow. The surrounding goblins fixated on the War God captain, yet dared not advance. The fundamental difference between goblins and mutants is that goblins can feel fear. With red-rimmed eyes, the four of them glared at the distant Goblin King. "Resolute, leave." The one who had been reprimanded by Wang Yu spoke, his eyes bloodshot, tears streaming down his cheeks. Before he could finish, the captain of the War God squad barked, "Leave, outside." The captain's commands held greater weight than mountains. Despite their reluctance, the four realized the gravity of their predicament and could only obey. They were far too weak. Gradually, they retreated, with not a single goblin daring to obstruct their path. Then, with a forceful shove, the captain hurled the wild boar away, crushing a throng of goblins beneath its bulk. At that moment, Ching emerged from the building, cradling Wang Yu's body. After a brief examination, it was clear there was no hope. His body was a mass of fractures, his heart pierced by shattered bone, rendering him unrecognizable. Grief washed over her. Within the military camp, the soldiers were almost all familiar with one another, having faced the forbidden forest together, forging deep bonds since the apocalypse began. She had witnessed so much death that she had grown numb. Her relentless pursuit of strength was to prevent the sight of her comrades falling before her eyes. However, she understood that now was not the time for sorrow. Gently placing the body on the ground, she charged once more towards the Goblin King. The four carried Wang Yu's body away from the battlefield, filled with bitterness. Meanwhile, the Goblin King let out another furious roar, swinging its massive blade towards the advancing Ching. Ching deftly evaded the strike and leapt onto the blade, inching closer to the Goblin King. Towering before her, the Goblin King was colossal. Had either Luo Zhaoxue or Wu Tianlu been present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell? A giant green behemoth!" Simultaneously, the wild boar regained its footing and charged again towards the captain, only to be intercepted once more by a single hand. The captain exerted force, flipping the boar onto its back, delivering a punch to its skull, which cracked with a resounding thud. The boar twitched a couple of times before collapsing as if fearing the boar had not been thoroughly dispatched. He struck it several more times, each punch infused with energy, targeting the beast's already dull mind. By the time the final blow landed, the boar was unrecognizable. The captain shook off his hands, gently patted the emblem on his chest, and in an instant, a long blade appeared in his grasp. Before he turned to face the Goblin King, at that moment, Ching also brandished her weapon, a staff, relentlessly striking at the Goblin King's head. However, her second-tier strength was insufficient to breach the Goblin King's defenses, merely aggravating him further. With another furious roar, the giant hand swung toward Ching, poised to strike. Yet, a flash of steel sliced through the air, severing the Goblin King's hand, and in a single stroke, cleaved the creature in two. In an instant, blood cascaded down like a waterfall, as the captain and Qingqing swiftly evaded the onslaught. Though he frowned slightly, it still clung to me. Captain, my abilities were useless against Wang Yu. By this time, Qingqing had sniffled, tears flowing uncontrollably down her cheeks. Just as she was about to lean against the captain for support, a handkerchief was pressed against her face, gently wiping away her tears. Another hand softly patted her head. The disparity between second and third-tier powers was immense. In truth, Wang Yu could have escaped, waiting for their arrival. But that would have likely allowed the beast to charge into the convoy. The captain's words were sparse, yet Qingqing could discern profound sorrow in his tone. In this world, only soldiers could accomplish such feats. Captain, do you think it's worth it? In this world, where humanity has decayed to its core, does what we do even hold meaning? Qingqing, tears brimming in her eyes, recalled certain individuals from the military district and their words. Gritting her teeth as she questioned him, "It is worth it. There will always be those deserving of salvation. We cannot forsake the majority for the sake of a few. There will always be those who will be grateful for our efforts to survive. They, too, embody our reason for existence." The captain's eyes glimmered with a dim light. He was not skilled in consolation, merely stating the facts in his clumsy manner. Qingqing nodded and smiled. "Captain, your ability to comfort remains as lacking as ever. Let us return." Indeed. Chapter 66. The perspective of Ji2 Ing on humanity. Beneath the ground, the martyr felt the circumstances of the outside world, disdainfully curling her lips. From the initial excitement she displayed when the Goblin King brutally slaughtered Wang Yu, her demeanor had now shifted to one of utter disinterest. It seemed she found the captain of the War God Squad quite disappointing. However, she could not recklessly return to the surface, although her mental prowess had reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Her physical strength was far inferior to that of a third-tier evolver. To ascend would be tantamount to seeking death, and this was the martyr's sole vulnerability. As long as a psychic-type evolver restrained her mental capacity, she would be rendered utterly powerless among her peers. With a flick of her wrist, the martyr turned away, realizing that the underground was far more intriguing than she had anticipated. Recently, she had discovered new toys, those mutated beings left behind. While only two steel-type companions followed her, unable to contend with the third-tier adversary above. For the time being, it made more sense to subdue those toys. When the two returned to the convoy, the few squad members were still at a loss, clinging to Wang Yu's corpse. Qingqing sighed, contemplating stepping forward to offer comfort, but the captain halted her. They must confront this reality. Observing the sorrowful expressions of the four, she was suddenly reminded of her own first encounter with death. As a soldier in the military, she had experienced the death of comrades right before her eyes at an early age. A combat prodigy, she had been taken to the Forbidden Forest for training at the tender age of 15. And it was during that year, in her youthful recklessness, that her team leader perished while trying to save her. To this day, she still felt a deep remorse over that incident, never again straying from her squad. Yet, the deceased were gone, and she had learned a lesson through the sacrifice of others. Now, witnessing this group of newly recruited soldiers in the apocalypse grappling with their own lessons of life, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. What they needed was not consolation, but rather the pressure to momentarily forget their grief. As expected, the captain stepped forward slowly, resting a hand on the shoulder of the young man. "Feeling sorrowful? This is the apocalypse. If you do not grow stronger, those you cherish will fall one by one before you. Look at your comrades. In critical moments, you will still need others to protect you. You are far too weak and remain unaware of it." The chastised young man gritted his teeth, his face contorted in anguish, yet he found himself rendered speechless when Wang Yu called out to face the enemy. Everyone had drawn their weapons. However, it was not long before the Goblin King leaped into their midst. At that moment, what was the reaction of everyone apart from Wang Yu? Weakness, despair, and an utter lack of courage to resist. Had it not been for Wang Yu's abilities, they would have had no chance to escape, perishing alongside him. Indeed, if he had not been so weak, Wang Yu might not have met his demise. The other three were equally dismayed by their lack of strength. Humans are like that. They never progress within their comfort zones. Now, confronted with the reality of death, Only then could their desire to grow stronger be ignited. Observing their state, the captain of the war god squad felt it was sufficient. A light admonishment was enough, for more would be counterproductive. He then chose to ignore them, returning to his post. Although that girl was present in the vanguard of their retreat, one could not afford to be careless. That girl referred to was Luo Xiaoyu. Had she not been there, he would not have dared to move freely. He sensed that Luo Xiaoyu's power far surpassed that of Qing Qing. At the very least, if she were to confront the Goblin King from earlier, it was likely he would not need to intervene. The energy fluctuations emanating from her were beyond what Qing Qing could compare. Among peers, there are indeed distinctions in strength. Qing Qing returned to her position but could not locate Chu Xinyu. Had he fled? Or was he hiding again? Qing Qing ceased her pursuit of Chu Xinyu's whereabouts. After all, no one could create chaos within the military's domain. Meanwhile, not far away on the rooftop, Luo Zhaoxue and Ji Tuing waited for the convoy to pass. Luo Zhaoxue believed that even if Ji Tuing were to truly lose control, given the military's strength, they would have a chance to subdue her. Thus, they remained here, awaiting the passage of the troops. However, at that moment, Luo Zhaoxue furrowed her brow as she stared at the object in her hand. Turning to Ji Tuing, she inquired, "This fruit isn't poisonous, is it?" "Rest assured, how could it be poisonous? This fruit is the result of years of my labor." Ji Tuing proudly patted her chest, her expression one of triumph, as if the fruit were a miraculous elixir capable of granting immortality. "Then why don't you eat it yourself? This is a surplus of energy I cultivated into fruit. It would be of no use to me. Its sole purpose is for others to consume. No wonder you are being hunted." Luo Zhaoxue examined the fruit in her hand. Its exterior was crystalline and pinkish, appearing far from legitimate. "Oh, those fellows are merely after the energy within me, seeking to assimilate me. The fruit has nothing to do with it. Only some underground tribes, like the insect race, would desire my fruit." "Do you know much about the underground tribes?" Luo Zhaoxue casually inquired, toying with the fruit. Throughout their journey, Ji Tuing had prattled on incessantly, providing no substantial information, leaving Luo Zhaoxue to extract details. This fruit was something Ji Tuing had suddenly thought of. She likely did not regard it as significant. However, Luo Zhaoxue had no intention of eating the fruit. Who knew if Ji Tuing had concocted it as a means to exploit her? As for the underground tribes, I'm not particularly well informed. I only know that the underground tribes are quite diverse. I am surrounded solely by the insect race. I've encountered other species, but have never absorbed them, so I'm not sure what to call them. You can still gather information? Luo Zhaoxue was genuinely astonished. This was a highly useful skill, though she wondered if Ji Tuing could still absorb information after transforming into human form. Yet Ji Tuing took it in stride, swinging her legs nonchalantly as she replied, "Indeed, while absorbing other beings, I can acquire some of the knowledge they possess. For instance, humans are truly fascinating. The complexity of humanity is something I have never encountered before. Unwavering love, beliefs one would abandon their lives for, and a willingness to sacrifice their very essence for others." A mysterious light gleamed in Ji Tuying's eyes, which Luo Zhaoxue found somewhat dazzling. Those beautiful cherry blossom-like eyes were filled with a yearning for humanity. Luo Zhaoxue's life had been rather bleak, leading her to often assume the worst of others. Back when Chu Xinyu was around, had he harbored even a hint of ulterior motives, they likely would not have survived to this day. Now, gazing into Ji Tuying's eyes, she saw a purity of emotion devoid of any ulterior motives, a simple longing akin to that of a child. This stirred something within Luo Zhaoxue. The fruit she had been toying with was brought to her lips. Finally willing to eat it, Ji Tuing watched Luo Zhaoxue with a smile in her eyes, appearing both pleased and somewhat taken aback. "I'll trust you this time." With that, Luo Zhaoxue bit into the fruit. A bit sweet. Chapter 67. If all goes well, an incident is bound to occur. The fruit settled in her stomach, yet no profound changes ensued. Merely a warm sensation coursed through her body. The effect, not nearly as exaggerated as Ji Tuing had claimed it, seemed to only alleviate some of her hidden injuries. She felt a sense of comfort as the minor ailments left from her earlier training faded away. "This fruit has healing properties?" Ji Tuing posed with her hands on her hips, her tone brimming with confidence. "Of course. I possess healing abilities, so the fruits I produce are naturally sacred healing items. As long as there is breath in your body, my fruit can bring you back to life. I can also heal, but not at this moment. My first-tier healing skills are still too weak, limited to merely closing wounds. Furthermore, I cannot produce fruits right now, having become human, but my flesh carries the same effect. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Xiaoxue playfully flicked her forehead. Don't say such things carelessly. If you bring me unnecessary trouble, I won't hesitate to hand you over. Luo Xiaoxue's tone was icy, devoid of emotion, but if Luo Xiaoyu had been present, she would have detected the shift in Luo Xiaoxue's demeanor. At the very least, had Luo Xiaoxue not trusted Ji Tuing, the object striking her forehead would not have been a finger but a dagger. Ji Tuing cradled her head. The force of Luo Xiaoxue's flick was not insignificant, nearly bringing tears to her eyes, and her expression reflected her displeasure. Honestly, it's not directed at you. If it were someone else, I certainly wouldn't say such things. Ji Tuing had more to say, but was interrupted by the continuous rumble emanating from a distance. Luo Xiaoxue stood up, brushing the dust off her clothing, and offered Ji Tuing a windbreaker. If I catch you engaging in any dangerous behavior, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Ji Tuing accepted the windbreaker with glee, eagerly putting it on, and as she donned it, she remarked, if wanting to snuggle with you counts as dangerous behavior, then you can chop me down right now. Where did you learn these words? Ji Tuing looked up at Luo Xiaoxue, playfully sticking out her tongue, finally managing to put on her trench coat. Luo Xiaoxue extended her hand and said slowly, let us go. I shall show you the darker side of humanity. Ji Tuing, beaming with joy, took hold of Luo Xiaoxue's hand and stood up, wanting to leap into Luo Xiaoxue's embrace, only to be gently restrained by her. Nevertheless, she continued to smile at Luo Xiaoxue. I care not for anyone else. My concern lies solely with you. Luo Xiaoxue rubbed her forehead, exclaiming, there's no saving you now, hopeless romantic. However, an idea sparked in Luo Xiaoxue's mind, a mischievous thought rising to the surface. If she couldn't be saved, she might as well be pushed to the limits. Subsequently, a piercing scream tore through the air. Ah! Luo Xiaoxue grasped Ji Tuing's hand and leaped from the 27th floor, marking Luo Xiaoxue's second bungee jump in her life. It seemed likely that this was Ji Tuing's first experience, whether in her life or her tree life. As the convoy passed by, Luo Xiaoxue spotted Luo Xiaoyu in the distance. Observing Luo Xiaoyu's condition, Luo Xiaoxue nodded, estimating that she would soon break through to the third tier. Then, as the convoy was nearly past, she and Ji Tuing blended into the very end of the military formation, unnoticed by those around them. Even the members of the God of War team at the back failed to detect their presence. After all, when it came to mental prowess, Luo Xiaoxue claimed third place, and it was unlikely anyone could contest her for second. As for the first, the love-struck brain beside her possessed nearly fourth-tier mental strength, a feat she could not surpass, at least, not among humans. Luo Xiaoxue anticipated that she would reveal herself upon exiting the city, while Luo Xiaoyu would likely choose to remain behind to search for her own traces within the city. Wu Tianlu was in slumber, and Tian Qingsheng would probably be left in the vehicle, as she could not justify halting the entire convoy for her own desires. As for Chu Xianyu's team, they would likely stop to wait for him, right? While pondering this, Luo Xiaoxue suddenly noticed a figure gradually approaching within the ranks, and beside her, Ji Tuing glared at the newcomer like a feisty kitten. Hee, I know who it is, she thought, aren't you going to introduce him? A familiar male voice reached her ears, soft enough not to draw the attention of others. Ji Tuing, picked up along the way. Healer, you truly are fortunate to pick up a healer, such a rare ability. Luo Xiaoxue's introduction failed to satisfy Ji Tuing, who had been fixated on Chu Xianyu, but now turned her gaze towards Luo Xiaoxue with a face full of grievance. Luo Xiaoxue chose to ignore her and continued speaking to Chu Xianyu. I visited the wormhole and eliminated that bug creature from before, hoping to have Sister Xin analyze it. Luo Xiaoxue deftly diverted the topic, unwilling to disclose Ji Tuying's true identity, as it held no benefit for either party. Chu Xianyu was aware that Luo Xiaoxue was concealing something. Even if he could not see her cherry blossom eyes, he could sense her formidable mental strength. If it weren't for her overwhelming mental prowess, she would not be able to shield her presence from him. However, What puzzled Chu Xianyu was the apparent hostility emanating from her. G2 certainly harbored animosity towards Chu Xianyu, or rather, towards all humans who approached Luo Zhaoshui. What was the current situation? The military had suffered some losses, and many had begun to clear out the mutated beings in Zone 8 and 9. Furthermore, it appeared that something significant had emerged from the underground, prompting the deployment of the God of War team. They haven't been cleared out yet. Unclear. There may be a high-level mental presence underground. The ones you dealt with were merely scouts. What do you estimate the timeline for the military's relocation to be? Luo Zhaoshui refrained from being too direct and opted for the term estimate. Not much difference. It's around this time frame. By the way, temperatures are rising, so take heed. It may continue to increase. Upon hearing Chu Xianyu's statement, Luo Zhaoshui discreetly glanced at Ji Tuing, feeling a twinge of confusion. Could it be that Ji Tuing did not exist in Chu Xianyu's past life? Otherwise, why was there no change in the timeline of the forest's expansion? Unbeknownst to Luo Zhaoshui, in Chu Xianyu's previous life, Ji Tuing still transformed into human form, ultimately becoming one of the top 10 humans, renowned as the strongest healer known for her ability to revive the dead. However, in Chu Xianyu's past, she exhibited an eccentric temperament, healing only those whom she found appealing. Many would pay dearly for just a single instance of her healing, but of course, Chu Xianyu would not be privy to this knowledge. As at that time, Ji Tuing did not even carry that name. He remained entirely unaware that plants could transform into humans. Returning to the topic, why the concern over rising temperatures? In the context of the apocalypse, a rise in temperature was hardly extraordinary. Seemingly perceiving Luo Zhaoshui's bewilderment, Chu Xianyu clarified, the second calamity was related to temperature. Hearing this, Luo Zhaoshui nodded. Although she had no understanding of the specifics of the second calamity, it did not hinder her from beginning to pay attention to the fluctuating temperatures. I will keep an eye on it. Should anything arise, I will notify you. As soon as Luo Zhaoshui finished speaking, the figure beside her gradually receded, vanishing from her sight. She pouted, noting how quickly they came and how swiftly they departed. However, if all went as expected, an incident would likely soon unfold. Chapter 68. The intensifying aura of malevolence. At the front of the convoy, Luo Xiaoyu felt that she was on the verge of a breakthrough but was puzzled as to what was holding her back. She thought, if only Chu Xianyu were present, perhaps he would know. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, realizing that she had become overly reliant on Chu Xianyu and Luo Zhaoshui. Whenever faced with a problem, her instinct was to seek their guidance, which had dulled her own critical thinking abilities. Since she had no immediate thoughts, she decided to see if she could seek a breakthrough in battle. Assessing the situation around her, Luo Xiaoyu noticed that the military's pace had slowed since earlier. Excuse me, are we now in Zone 8? Yes, Miss Luo, we have indeed reached Zone 8, but rest assured, there are currently no major issues. You need not intervene and can rest easy. The driver replied kindly, his tone inexplicably polite. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? Are you hoping to go out and find Zhaoshui and the others? Li Xian, sitting in the back seat, suddenly asked. Throughout their journey, she had been worried about Chu Xianyu but trusted that he would be all right. At this moment, the driver's attention was also drawn to their conversation. Xiaoyu? What Xiaoyu? Isn't that Luo Zhaoshui? No, Sister Xian. I just want to know if I should help the military. I believe that my sister and brother Chu will definitely catch up with the evacuation. Luo Xiaoyu shook her head. The city of Suiwen was so vast that seeking them out would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was simply impossible. If by the end they still haven't returned, I will wait for them. Luo Xiaoyu spoke calmly, her voice filled with determination. We will stay with you. Gao Mingsu stood up excitedly, for he was the one most worried about Chu Xianyu. No, Luo Xiaoyu immediately rejected Gao Mingsu's suggestion without hesitation. I possess the greatest combat strength. If anything were to happen, I would be the one most capable of assisting. If you all stay behind as well, we will certainly not escape Suiwen. Not to mention that we lack the military shielding devices. If we remain, how would you survive in the forest? How many monstrous creatures like those giant bugs lurk within? We are completely unaware of these dangers. Thus, I alone staying behind may allow me to wait for them. If we all remain, it would be certain death. Gao Mingsu sat back down, inwardly cursing his own weakness. The vehicle was engulfed in an unprecedented silence, as no one could muster a counterargument. Not even the driver, who was now sweating profusely. The words spoken by this Miss Luo revealed far too much information. The commander believed that the only one in the convoy was Luo Xiaoshui. After all, Chun Xiao had never mentioned that there were two sisters in the team. When He Yunsha attempted to touch Luo Xiaoyu's face, he was absent, so the report stated that there were two women and a child. When Zhong Yunhan investigated Luo Xiaoshui's identity, he assumed that Luo Xiaoyu had already perished. Moreover, he had confidently refrained from inquiring about Luo Xiaoyu's name. This is a misunderstanding. Furthermore, judging by their conversation, have Xin Yu and Luo Xiaoshui already been able to contend with the entities in the forest? This was news he had never heard of, just as the driver was lost in thought. A soft voice broke the silence. Sister Xiaoyu, we have no need to stay behind. Tian Qingshang's words shocked everyone present, including Luo Xiaoyu, who was somewhat baffled by his meaning. Tian Qingshang glanced at the frowning crowd before slowly continuing. I was overly anxious earlier and overlooked a crucial point. If the big sister and her team truly find themselves in a troublesome situation, what can we achieve by staying behind? Awaiting their evacuation? Each of us here would likely be a burden to them. Brother Chu once remarked that there exists a vast chasm between the second and third tiers. Therefore, Sister Xiaoyu, we must rely on the military to traverse the wilderness. Yet the leader and her team may not require such assistance. The driver nodded in agreement, recognizing the child's astute observation. Indeed, since the captain of the War God Squad ascended to the third tier, there have been few within the army capable of enduring even a minute against him. Although he was already formidable, he had not yet reached this level. The soldiers are not weak, and even those who are not evolved can hold their own against most first-tier evolved beings. Upon becoming evolved, they emerge as the cream of the crop, yet none can withstand a minute under his command, which speaks volumes about the strength of the third tier. Thus, the leader has chosen to retain us for our safe withdrawal. While the matters he attends to must be of great significance, else he would not have departed so quietly. Tian Qingxing's analysis was remarkably astute, causing even Gao Mingxiu and the others to relax their furrowed brows. In agreement with his assessment, if Brother Chu believed he could not traverse the wilderness, he would certainly return. If he had confidence in his passage, our presence would merely be a burden. It would be prudent to leave with the military and await their return. The group fell into a contemplative silence, and Luo Xiaoshui likely never anticipated that, thanks to young Tian Qingsheng, she could remain hidden for a while longer. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to lurch forward. Regaining their balance, Luo Xiaoyu cast a puzzled glance at the driver. Brother, what has happened? It seems there is a horde of corpses ahead, the driver replied uncertainly, having caught a glimpse of numerous mutated beings. While the captain of the War God Squad appeared to have charged ahead, beyond that, he was at a loss. Luo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, intending to message Zhong Yunhan to inquire if assistance was needed when someone knocked on her car window. The driver lowered the window, revealing Zhong Yunhan's imposing face before Luo Xiaoyu. Young lady, it appears we have encountered some trouble ahead. The remaining members of the War God Squad must ensure the safety of the rear. Could you possibly take a look? Zhong Yunhan's tone was courteous, as if Luo Xiaoyu were a rare gem. Commander Zhong, you flatter me. Assisting in our evacuation is simply our duty, Luo Xiaoyu replied, glancing back at the others. Except for the psychic Tian Qingsheng, the rest promptly understood and disembarked, hurrying towards the distant battlefield. Luo Xiaoyu flashed a polite smile at Zhong Yunhan before swiftly disappearing from sight. Zhong Yunhan was momentarily taken aback by her speed. He recognized her potential, and should she learn the military's martial skills, she could undoubtedly become a second War God Squad. This would grant them leverage in the northern territories. With this in mind, Zhong Yunhan's gaze turned increasingly dangerous as he cast a glance at a certain position, snorted coldly, and proceeded towards the battlefield. Chapter 69. An unexpected turn. The location of the horde was not far from the convoy, and Luo Xiaoyu reached the front lines in mere moments. Numerous military personnel were valiantly slaying the mutated beings, among them a figure moving with remarkable speed, relentlessly reaping the lives of the mutants. While others were tasked with collecting the cores from the cleared areas, Gao Mingxiu and the others had also successfully plunged into the fray. Luo Xiaoyu did not rush in, instead surveying her surroundings. Her heart swelling with admiration for the military's discipline. This was no mere gathering of evolved beings. They were clearly a well-oiled harvesting machine. Moreover, the teams operated on a rotation system, with anyone showing signs of fatigue promptly stepping back to be replaced by fresh members. They were clearing only a small fraction. The vast majority of the mutants fell to that singular figure, the captain of the War God Squad. At that moment, a nearby individual approached, frowning as they addressed Luo Xiaoyu. "Which squad are you from? Where's your combat uniform? Who is your captain? How could he allow you to come here?" This barrage of questions left Luo Xiaoyu momentarily stunned, prompting her to explain. I'm a support, not part of the military." The person adjusted their glasses, their expression darkening further. "Not part of the military? If you're not here to fight the mutants, what are you doing loitering about? Are you trying to sneak a few cores? While there's no explicit prohibition, I suggest you return to your post. No. I truly am here to help." Luo Xiaoyu felt somewhat exasperated. She genuinely intended to assist. "What do you mean, help? Return now, and I will pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise, I'll have to take you back myself." Cough. A voice interrupted, causing both to turn. Zhong Yunhan, dressed in military garb, approached slowly. The individual immediately fell silent and saluted. "Commander, enough. Enough on the battlefield. If you have time for this, you might as well take down a few more mutants." Zhong Yunhan waved his hand dismissively, standing resolutely beside Luo Xiaoyu. "Yes." The person said nothing further and turned to join one of the squads in the fight against the mutants. "Your subordinates are quite principled," Luo Xiaoyu teased Zhong Yunhan. "Haha, they're good kids. I understand their intentions, but the time for such sentiments has not yet arrived. So, Commander, you didn't summon me just to watch your War God Squad showcase their prowess, did you?" "Of course not. Prior to this, there were no indications of a horde forming in District 8. We suspect that a special mutated being has temporarily controlled this mass, which is why we sent He Zhao to handle it. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to deploy our trump card." Zhong Yunhan's face brimmed with pride, as if boasting about the military's combat capability to Luo Xiaoyu. "Understood, so I can simply take over now. Correct? Ha ha ha, I appreciate your straightforwardness. How about we?" Before Zhong Yunhan could finish, Luo Xiaoyu had already leaped into the horde, her body descending like a cannonball. Her powerful punches reduced a swath of mutants to mere pulp, the shockwave alone sending countless others flying. Blood sprayed in all directions, coalescing into blood spikes that pierced the mutants, single-handedly suppressing the horde. He Zhao observed Luo Xiaoyu but did not hesitate to vanish from sight. Leaving no trace, however, such matters were of little concern to Luo Xiaoyu. She was solely focused on the exhilarating slaughter of the mutants. Perhaps she was unaware that since her awakening, her temper had grown increasingly volatile. Despite it being merely one day's events, the battle did not drag on for long. With Luo Xiaoyu, the harbinger of death, joining the fray, the horde was swiftly dismantled. "Little girl, impressive. In terms of combating hordes, He Zhao pales in comparison to you. You truly possess remarkable talent," Zhong Yunhan remarked, watching the weary soldiers digging for cores with a sense of admiration. Luo Xiaoyu, seemingly unfulfilled, furrowed her brow, lost in thought. At that moment, a figure staggered into their line of sight. It was He Zhao, who had ventured out to locate the mutated beings. Zhong Yunhan's expression turned incredulous. How long had it been since He Zhao left? How could he return so battered? Meanwhile, He Zhao coughed up blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. "He Zhao?" Zhong Yunhan rushed over to support the staggering figure, inquiring, "What happened? How could someone injure you?" Cough, cough. "Commander, a new mutated being has emerged." He Zhao's voice was hoarse. With that single statement, he coughed up more blood and fainted, indicating the severity of his injuries. "Quick, summon Qingqing!" Zhong Yunhan shouted anxiously, while those nearby, witnessing the faltering He Zhao, were struck with disbelief. Simultaneously, Luo Xiaoyu's senses flared. A being capable of injuring a third-tier evolved must possess formidable strength. Yet she found no useful clues. The creature seemed to have vanished without a trace. Gao Mingxiu and the others gathered around, whispering, "Xiaoyu, what has happened? It appears a new high-tier mutated being has surfaced. Currently, we don't know its exact strength, but the captain of the War God Squad has been gravely injured." Gao Mingxiu and the others gasped in shock. The captain of the War God Squad was severely injured? How strong must that creature be? Ren Yuzhu covered her mouth, speaking softly. It's unclear, but it seems that creature has no intention of approaching. Otherwise, I should have sensed it. As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Xiaoyu felt a wave of terror wash over her. Instinctively, she unleashed a punch towards that direction. The punch narrowly missed Li Xinxin's face, instead crashing into the wall behind her. With a resounding boom, the wall crumbled. Gao Mingxiu and the others jumped in shock. Li Xinxin, trembling, collapsed to the ground. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Gao Mingxiu barked sharply, his gaze fixated intensely on the suddenly agitated Luo Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Luo Xiaoyu's forehead. The sensation of being preyed upon by some ferocious beast was utterly terrifying. It was only then that she regained her composure. Gasping for breath, I'm sorry, Xinjia, are you all right? Just now, I felt a gaze fixed on me from behind you, a feeling akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. Luo Xiaoyu, still trembling from the fright, helped Li Xinxin to her feet. Li Xinxin shook her head, reassuring her, I'm fine. I know you didn't mean it. Almost instantaneously, that eerie sensation enveloped Luo Xiaoyu's heart once more. Having learned from past experiences, she refrained from directly attacking that spot. Instead, she heightened her senses and advanced cautiously. At last, Luo Xiaoyu discerned the silhouette of the creature. Chapter 70. A New Mutant. The creature was elongated in form, entirely black, and stood in the shadows as if it had melded into the darkness itself, ominously staring at Luo Xiaoyu. It seemed to understand who possessed a higher evolutionary potential, its fingers resembling daggers, dangling straight down to the ground. For reasons unknown, Luo Xiaoyu felt that it was smiling. Although her perception was hazy, there was an undeniable sense that its skin was subtly quivering. No, that face was writhing. Before long, that visage transformed into Luo Xiaoyu's own likeness, slowly emerging from the shadows. It smiled radiantly, yet the sight sent chills down Luo Xiaoyu's spine. If this monster could adopt her appearance, then Luo Xiaoyu immediately cast her gaze towards He Zhao, her senses sweeping over him. Sure enough, He Zhao was problematic. He was only at the second tier. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu spotted Qingqing rushing over, her face etched with anxiety, and then, astonishingly, He Zhao opened his eyes. In the pale pupils, there was merely a tiny dot of black, clearly not human. Why had she not noticed earlier? Commander Zhong, be careful. Alas, it was too late. In an instant, He Zhao's hand morphed into the same lethal claws as that black shadow. With a twist of its body, 5 claws slashed across Zhong Yunhan. Fortunately, Zhong Yunhan was no ordinary individual. The moment he sensed movement from the being, he leapt aside. However, he still bore 3 deep claw marks, blood gushing uncontrollably. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded. Just as Luo Xiaoyu prepared to act, the counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu charged at her. This one was merely at the 3rd tier. Luo Xiaoyu remained unflustered, deftly delivering an elbow strike to the opponent's chest. The imitation was sent flying, the immense impact causing its chest to cave in. Yet in a mere moment, it returned to its original form. Upon landing, it adjusted its stance, still smiling at Luo Xiaoyu, before charging at her again, this time employing the very moves Luo Xiaoyu had just used. Luo Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes. This creature was learning from her. No longer holding back, Luo Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful strike, imbued with energy, aimed directly at its head. But the creature suddenly halted, tilting its head slightly, narrowly evading Luo Xiaoyu's punch. The counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu frowned slightly, her smile faltering, seemingly analyzing how Luo Xiaoyu executed her techniques. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu's punches grew increasingly rapid, and astonishingly, the counterfeit began to match her speed, dodging her attacks with increasing agility. Soon, the counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu's smile returned. Despite not fully grasping how Luo Xiaoyu utilized her energy, it had learned to mimic her fighting style. Gradually, it was able to hold its own against Luo Xiaoyu. Not far away, Gao Mingxiu and the others, hearing the dull thuds of their clashes, were left astonished. What immense power was required for this? The sheer force generated by their collisions rendered them unable to intervene. Though both were at the 2nd tier, How could there be such a disparity? Nearby military personnel were equally shocked, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Anyone contemplating assisting Luo Xiaoyu could not differentiate who the real Luo Xiaoyu was. Moreover, they were utterly incapable of intervening. Just as the two fought fiercely, Luo Xiaoyu noticed that the imitation initially resembled her, but soon, its eyes morphed into the size of beads, identical to He Zhao's. Luo Xiaoyu understood. The creature's mimicry likely lasted only for a brief period, or, as long as the original remained alive, it would continue to change. On the other side, Qingqing was locked in a struggle with the counterfeit He Zhao. The second-tier imitation was evidently much weaker. Within mere exchanges, it was suppressed by Qingqing, lacking any capacity to retaliate. Meanwhile, Luo Xiaoyu found herself increasingly strained. She realized the creature was not only emulating her fighting style but was also siphoning her energy. Regardless of the damage inflicted upon it, her energy would immediately restore its form. Conversely, it could utilize her energy against her. Though minimal, Luo Xiaoyu could sense that it was her own energy. At that moment, the counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu's eyes began to transform from bean size to the shape of Luo Xiaoyu's own. Luo Xiaoyu comprehended that if she were to perish at the hands of this entity, she too would become a mere imitation. Before long, Luo Xiaoyu found herself at a disadvantage. Throughout this ordeal, she continuously sought the creature's weaknesses. Finally, during a perilous moment when she intended to exchange injury for injury, the creature, despite possessing formidable healing abilities, chose to distance itself from Luo Xiaoyu instead of capitalizing on the opportunity to inflict a severe blow. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. The point she had aimed to strike was its temple. This was clearly a fierce battle. The two separated for but a moment before colliding once more, their clash reverberating so powerfully that none dared to intervene. Even Qingqing could not approach, while she would not be forced back. She could not discern which was the real Luo Xiaoyu, and any reckless action might disrupt Luo Xiaoyu's rhythm. As time ticked by, Luo Xiaoyu persistently aimed for the creature's temple, yet each time, it narrowly evaded her strikes at the last moment. In this life-or-death confrontation, Luo Xiaoyu was gradually reaching her limits. Thus, her first flaw emerged, and the counterfeit seized the opportunity, relentlessly pressuring her. Once, twice, after being struck by the counterfeit on several occasions, Luo Xiaoyu finally seized her chance. At that moment, her mouth filled with a metallic sweetness. She utilized her powers to control her blood, forming a blood needle within her mouth, compressing it repeatedly. This blood needle could be deemed the most successful one she had ever created since acquiring her abilities. As the counterfeit struck Luo Xiaoyu's waist once more, she could no longer withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood, mingled with the condensed blood needle. The counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu surged forward. But Luo Xiaoyu was already at her limit, and it aimed to deliver the final blow. A glint of determination flashed in Luo Xiaoyu's eyes. Her body glowed with intricate patterns as she suddenly pivoted, supporting herself with her hand on the ground, channeling all her strength into a kick that landed squarely on the counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu's face. This kick caught the imitation completely off guard. It had not anticipated that Luo Xiaoyu still possessed such strength. In quick succession, a piercing sound rang out as the blood needle shot towards the creature's temple with incredible speed. This time, the counterfeit Luo Xiaoyu could not evade. The blood needle penetrated deeply, even piercing through its brain. Finally, the counterfeit stumbled and knelt on the ground, revealing its true form. Luo Xiaoyu gasped heavily, her patterns retreating beneath her skin, collapsing weakly amidst the bloodstains. She had reached her limit. Had this strike failed to pierce the creature's temple, it would have been her demise. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoyu seemed to recall something, mustering her last ounce of strength to extract the counterfeit's core. Before collapsing limply, Ren Yuzhu and Li Xinxin, quick-witted, rushed over to support her just as her consciousness faded, preventing her from collapsing into the pool of blood. Her body instinctively engaged the breathing technique, greedily absorbing the energy from the core, and thus, Luo Xiaoyu finally shattered that layer of constraint, surging towards the third tier. Chapter 71. Farewell, Suiwen City. At this moment, the scene was one of chaos. Qingqing was treating Zhong Yunhan, her abilities including healing capabilities. However, her powers also stimulated muscles, unleashing greater strength, which enabled her to single-handedly guard a section of the convoy. Gao Mingxiu assessed Luo Xiaoyu's condition and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thankfully, Luo Xiaoyu was unharmed, or else Luo Zhaoxue would undoubtedly have their skins. Despite their brief acquaintance, it was evident to all that Luo Zhaoxue was fiercely protective of her sister. Glancing around, most of the mutants had been dealt with, and there was little left for them to assist with, so he approached Zhong Yunhan, who was still receiving treatment. "Commander Zhong, are you all right?" With Luo Xiaoyu incapacitated, the only one capable of conversing was the strongest fighter. Gao Mingxiu at this moment, Zhong Yunhan's wounds had nearly healed, prompting Gao Mingxiu to glance at Qingqing with newfound admiration. Zhong Yunhan waved his hand dismissively, his voice grave. "How is Luo girl faring?" "Xiaoyu is fine. She's currently breaking through, but it's uncertain when she will awaken." "That is indeed fortunate. These cunning mutants are quite devious. It seems we must conduct a thorough inquiry into the members of our team. When did these mutants first emerge? How many individuals among us have already been replaced by them? Such information remains elusive. Moreover, these mutants possess a certain level of intelligence, as evidenced by their audacious attack on Zhong Yunhan. They seem to be acutely aware of who among us wields the strongest combat power, successfully diverting He Zhao's attention, restraining Luo Xiaoyu, and targeting Zhong Yunhan. Such intellectual prowess is hardly characteristic of mere mutants. Please return and rest for now. We are fortunate to have your assistance. Otherwise, no one here would have stood a chance against that third-tier creature. We have done nothing. It is solely due to Xiaoyu's formidable strength. If the commander has any needs, do not hesitate to call upon me." With that, Gao Mingxiu hurriedly departed with several others. Watching their retreating figures, Zhong Yunhan let out a soft sigh. In this world, survival for humanity grows increasingly arduous. Before long, He Zhao rushed back, carrying an unfamiliar mutant that resembled an infant. Despite its diminutive size, it bore a horrifying visage, with a long, drooping tongue that could induce a sense of dread merely by observation. He Zhao sensed the tense atmosphere. It appeared that those around him were on high alert. Glancing around, he noticed Zhong Yunhan's clothing was in tatters, stained with blood, prompting a frown. "Commander Zhong, what transpired?" Zhong Yunhan regarded He Zhao before him. After the earlier events, he found himself uncertain whether this individual was indeed He Zhao. In contrast, He Zhao was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded.